My name is Feng Ling. It was a quiet, eerie night in the abandoned old city district. Ever since alien creatures showed up half a year ago, Qingjiang City had been marked as high risk, and no one dared roam the streets after dark. I carried some discounted groceries from the convenience store, feeling light on my feet as I headed home to my old, rundown apartment. Unlocking the door, I heard a faint sound in the corner, a wet, rotting noise. Tentacles writhed in the shadows. Ignoring it, I turned on the light, put the groceries away in the fridge, and took out a newly bought boning knife. On the wooden table in the corner was a creature, not quite human. Its limbs were vaguely recognizable, but its bloated, purple abdomen sprouted dozens of oozing tentacles. It smelled horrible. I found it last week and brought it home to study. Since these creatures invaded Earth, news of them killing or being killed was everywhere. I wanted to figure them out. This one was strange. It was rotting but alive, constantly growing new flesh even as the old decayed. When I got closer, it thrashed wildly. I picked up the knife and stabbed its belly. The tentacles fought back, but were too weak and fell apart as I sliced through them. Once it stopped moving, I put on gloves and began dissecting it. I cut off its limbs, removed its teeth, filled skin, and opened its abdomen. No organs, just layers of petal, like tissue surrounding a bloody eyeball. Could this be where the card is? I wondered aloud. They said these cards could grant superpowers. I stabbed the eyeball. It burst, spilling disgusting fluids everywhere. Suddenly, a red card floated out of the remains, transparent and weightless, with an eye etched on it. Curious, I reached out to touch it. The card melted into my hand and disappeared. A message appeared in my mind. You have obtained the card. Corrupted text. You are the source of life, the mother of the world. You cannot die as long as you have a spark of life. But then came warnings. Unknown error. My head throbbed. You are not a player. Card genes have mutated. Pain shot through my body. Every cell felt like it was tearing apart. I collapsed, barely holding onto the table as sweat soaked me. My bones felt like they were breaking. Every nerve screamed. The agony was unbearable. After what felt like an eternity, it stopped. I opened my eyes, trembling and drenched, but nothing seemed different. No powers, just the rotten remains of the creature. I cursed softly. That hurt like hell. Meanwhile, across the city and beyond, people, players, received the same message on glowing screens. Hidden boss, mother nest juvenile, has been born. Danger level unknown. Locate and eliminate immediately. What had I become? When morning came, I felt amazing, better than ever. My body was full of energy, and I guess this was my new ability, a strong body and endless strength. But there was a downside. I was starving. I grabbed some steamed buns from the fridge, but 2 didn't feel like enough, so I cooked all 6. While they were heating, I scrolled through the news. A headline caught my eye. Aliens or players had attacked Times Square, killing 27 people. The report said these creatures log into human bodies and blend in, pretending to be ordinary people. What grabbed my attention was the bounty, $1 million for killing an alien, more if it was a high-profile target. I froze. Last night, I had flushed a creature down the toilet. That could have been my $1 million. But no use crying over it. I finished my buns, threw on a jacket, and headed out. On the packed subway, I stood by the window eating mints. The buns didn't last long. I was hungry again. This superpower might just mean I'm constantly starving. Lost in thought, I noticed a man staring at me. He smiled, odd, unsettling. When the train stopped, I got off quickly, blending into the crowd. As I walked, unease grew. I glanced back and saw the man following me. Panic set in. Suddenly, there was a scream behind me. Without looking, I bolted. Chaos erupted as people scattered. I turned just in time to see the man transform. His arms became bloody scythe, like blades, and he lunged at me. Dodging his attacks, I ran into a Metro Guard team. They opened fire, but bullets barely slowed him down. The station turned into a bloodbath. I grabbed a fire extinguisher, spraying him to blind his eyes. It worked, but he still slashed wildly, his blade grazing my shoulder. Pain shot through me, but I kept running. Outside, the city was in chaos. I found a motorcycle, jumped on, and sped off. Blood dripped from my arm as I raced toward a nearby park. The creature followed, faster than ever, its body twisting into a monstrous insect-like form. I led it to the river, set up a trap with a kite string, and waited in the reeds, gripping a heavy axe. When it lunged, I dived into the water. The string sliced through its body, leaving it writhing on the shore. I climbed out, drenched and furious, and brought the axe down on its spine. It stopped moving. From the remains, 2 silver cards floated out. As I reached for them, hunger surged through me again. Without thinking, I touched the cards, and they melted into my skin. You have obtained the cards, Killer Bee and Mantis. After defeating the alien creature, 2 cards appeared in my mind, each with unique abilities. The first, Killer Bee, allowed me to mark and track any life form, speeding up as I got closer. The second, Mantis, gave me sharp bone blades and enhanced speed, but came with a risk of losing control and turning insect-like. I wondered if I could use these powers too, but before I could test them, the cards dissolved inside me. A message popped up, saying my abilities had grown, but my pollution level had reached 3%. The system asked me to name my new skills. With a smirk, I gave them odd names. The tracking ability became Mother's Thoughts, and the bone blades were Mother's Whip. Later, I was taken to a high-security facility where they patched me up in what felt more like a luxury hotel than hospital. That's when I met Zhou Chu, an inspector from the Alien Security Bureau. He was polite and calm, asking me about the creature and how I defeated it. When he asked if I'd found any cards, I hesitated but eventually told the truth. To my surprise, he invited me to join their team, emphasizing the danger of holding cards without protection. But I declined. I didn't want to become a target. He seemed disappointed but didn't push, saying I should think about it. As Sue left, I noticed a woman entering, introduced as my mother. I was shocked because I didn't have parents. I was an orphan. Something was very wrong. Moments later, Sue realized the truth and rushed back, panic written all over his face. Who was that woman? The attack came out of nowhere. One moment, I was resting in my hospital room. The next, chaos erupted. The strange woman who had claimed to be my mother revealed her true form. Blood, red tendrils swarmed me, draining my blood and wrapping me in their suffocating grip. I couldn't move, and the pain was unbearable. My vision blurred, and I thought I was done for. Then something changed. In that moment of desperation, a third arm burst from my body. It was no ordinary arm, it was sharp, bone-like, and deadly. Without hesitation, I slashed through the tendrils, forcing her to release me. Her body took heavy damage, but instead of dying, she dissolved into a mass of worms, retreating into the blood, red sludge she controlled. The police outside tried to stop her, but she escaped. Afterward, I was left weak and exhausted, my body covered in bite marks. The doctors said the creature's poison should have paralyzed me, but somehow, I was immune. My enhanced healing and resistance saved me, abilities granted by that mysterious, glitched card. Zhou Chu, the inspector, looked shaken. He apologized for failing to protect me and warned that my possession of 2 cards had likely drawn attention from more of these alien creatures. I could feel his guilt, but I was too drained to comfort him. Instead, I focused on recovering. My body was cold, my blood pressure low, and my mind foggy. Rest was all I could do. As I lay there, I activated my new skill, Mother's Thoughts. A red mist appeared, tracing the path of the fleeing woman. The ability to mark and track her was mine now. Watching the mist, I smiled grimly. "I see you," I murmured. This wasn't over yet. After using my tracking ability, I realized it had evolved. I didn't need to move my body anymore. My vision could follow the red mist, trailing it through the hospital, out into the streets, and into the sewers. Eventually, The trail led me to a villa, where I saw something disturbing. The woman who attacked me was there, crawling out of a blood-red pool. Her body was made of countless worms, and she struggled to repair herself from the damage she'd taken earlier. Worms dropped to the floor, writhing back into the pool, and after a long, painful process, she was whole again, perfectly unscarred. Watching her regenerate, I couldn't help but wonder, how do you kill something like this? The scene left me frustrated but determined. My tracking ability gave me 12 hours to find her again, so I withdrew my focus to rest. As I recovered, my mind raced with ideas. Bloodworms needed specific conditions to survive. If I made the environment too hot or too cold, would that work? Later that night, I drove a small truck filled with supplies, gasoline, alcohol, coal, and other items to the villa. My plan was simple: set the place on fire to trap her inside. But when I checked with my tracking ability, I saw 3 more figures in the villa. 2 men and a young girl. Were they her allies? Fighting one was hard enough, but 4? I was furious. After coming so far, I couldn't just walk away without a fight. I decided to at least observe their abilities before making a move. Sneaking around the back, I peeked through a window and saw them. The woman sat on the couch, wrapped in a blanket. One man was fat and loud, another was tall and quiet, and the girl, barely a teenager, was bruised and curled up on the floor. They were arguing. The men were furious that the girl wouldn't give them information about a maze's entrance. The woman casually mentioned her failed trip to the Inspector Bureau, saying she had tried to steal cards but failed. I stayed hidden, listening and watching, determined to learn their weaknesses. Even if I couldn't act now, I'd be ready next time. The woman lowered her eyes to hide her emotions. No, the guards arrived too quickly, and they found me before I could do anything. The fat man immediately sneered contemptuously. The tall and thin man also looked disappointed. Try not to act on your own during this period. Unless you have information about the hidden boss, you should continue to focus on searching the maze. Okay, got it. The woman replied lazily. The fat man complained nearby, there's no need to compete with the supervisory bureau. Killing them only earns a few points? It's a waste of time. If we can find a hidden boss, even if it's just a juvenile form, the points will be at least 3,000. We don't have any exploration skills, so we can only rely on luck to find the hidden boss. The thin man sighed and stood up. I'm going to go out and complete this week's basic tasks. You two continue to keep an eye on her and make sure to pry some clues out of her. In the courtyard, Feng Ling lowered his body. She heard the door open and the footsteps fade away. One left. Feng Ling's mind became active. There are 3 aliens in the room. The little girl obviously has no fighting ability. The woman's ability does not pose a threat to her. Now there is only the fat man whose ability is questionable. Feng Ling narrowed his eyes slightly and paid more attention to the fat man. He was really fat, the abnormal kind of fat, with a thick neck, thick round arms, and fat on his belly that almost covered his thighs. He looked like a giant human meat dumpling, the kind that was shiny with oil. The fat man grabbed the little girl by the back of her collar and asked angrily, "Don't think I can't do anything to you just because you don't say anything. You must know the clue to the maze, otherwise you wouldn't post on the forum asking for a team." The little girl had been beaten and her voice was very weak. "I really don't know. Please let me go." The woman yawned while holding onto the blanket. "I have been asking him for so long but still can't get any clues. I might as well just kill him. You don't need to teach me how to do things." The fat man yelled, turned around, picked up the little girl, and threw her hard to the ground. The little girl screamed in pain. Her whole body shrank. Tears poured out from the 2 skull eyes, looking both embarrassed and funny. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I don't have enough points to create a new account, please," she pleaded pitifully. The fat man walked towards the little girl with heavy steps. "I hate it most when I meet noobs in the game. If you don't know how to play, log off as soon as possible. Don't hinder us from conquering the maze." He grabbed the girl's slender arm and yelled, "Tell me, where is the entrance to the maze?" "Ah!" The little girl screamed suddenly. "The mouth. Nose and jaw exposed under the mask instantly lost all blood, as if she was in great pain. Feng Ling, who was hiding in the courtyard, couldn't help but move closer, wanting to see more clearly. She didn't understand why the fat man caused the girl so much pain just by holding her arm. After a few seconds, Feng Ling finally understood. I saw the white forearm gradually corroded and dissolved in the fat man's hand, turning into a muddy purple-green color, and then fell to the ground with a plop, emitting burning white smoke. The little girl rolled over on the ground, screaming. She had lost half of her arm. Feng Ling watched all this with serious eyes. It seems that the fat man's palms can secrete highly corrosive acid that can easily dissolve even bones. A bit tricky. Her bone blade probably couldn't withstand this level of corrosion, but the opponent didn't seem to be an agile alien, so her chances of winning were still great. The prerequisite is that she must take action before the tall and thin man comes back. Otherwise, when the three alien species get together, she will really be at a disadvantage. Feng Ling held his breath and walked around to the side of the villa, climbed over the wall, and then slowly drove the pickup truck to the door of the villa. I don't know if it was because the villa's soundproofing was too good, or because the screams of the little girl inside drowned out everything else, but Feng Ling climbed over the wall several times without the alien noticing at all. She piled cotton mattresses, coal, and flour at the front and back doors of the villa, poured gasoline on them, then picked up the half-barrel of gasoline that she had left behind and returned to the floor-to-ceiling window to observe the reactions of the two alien species inside. The strong smell of gasoline quickly caught the woman's attention. Feng Ling saw the woman stand up with a frown and sniff around. The fat man was still immersed in the interrogation. He pinched the little girl's jaw and said fiercely, "Will you tell me or not? If you don't, I think there is no need for you to keep your mouth open, hey?" The woman interrupted the fat man with a frown. "Do you smell anything?" The fat man said angrily, "Don't bother me." The woman looked unhappy. She walked to the French window and opened the sliding glass door. Feng Ling in the shadows seized the opportunity, suddenly jumped up, and threw the gasoline can in his hand. Then a third sickle arm stretched out from his shoulder and cut the gasoline can in half at lightning speed. The woman's pupils shrank, and before she could even scream, she was doused all over by the gasoline can in mid-air. "Ah!" she screamed, with great fear in her eyes, and immediately turned into a pool of bright red and sticky blood, moving quickly out of the villa. Feng Ling had already prepared the lighter, aimed and threw it over, and suddenly, the bloodworms were immediately engulfed in a sea of fire. The flames spread rapidly and thick smoke rose, but the other alien in the villa did not show any worry or panic. The fat man stared straight at Feng Ling, who suddenly appeared, his eyes full of fanaticism. "Hidden boss." The fat man rushed towards Feng Ling excitedly. His size was truly astonishing, and the way he rushed towards her was like a mountain falling on her, but he was indeed just as Feng Ling had expected, not agile enough. Feng Ling easily avoided his attack and slashed down with a sharp bone blade. At the same time, he looked at the woman in the flames. The woman was struggling in the raging fire, half human and half insect. She was screaming and wailing in human form, and she was rolling and boiling in insect form. "Offline! Offline!" She screamed hysterically, then fell down, and sticky bloodworms splattered like an explosion, leaving spots of blood on the floor tiles and walls of the villa. "Is she dead?" The flames and smoke blocked her view. Feng Ling guessed whether the woman was dead or alive while avoiding the fat man's reckless attack. When he retreated to the flames, the bone blade began to attack rudely, sweeping across the fat neck. The sharp blade cut through the flesh, and translucent fat gushed out, mixed with a few thin strands of blood. Feng Ling frowned immediately. She originally wanted to cut off the man's head, but apparently the fat layer affected the depth of the incision. Just as he was about to strike the opponent again, he saw the fat man's cheeks bulge, and his head quickly grew larger, as if it were inflated. It was so large that there was no neck, and the head was directly connected to the shoulders. At the same time, his mouth was incredibly large, and his eyes were squeezed to his forehead. This big-headed monster stood in front of Feng Ling with its bloody mouth wide open, and laughed creepily. Hee hee. Hidden boss. Feng Ling felt something was wrong, so he turned around and ran outside, trying to keep some distance. The tongue was as fast as lightning, and once it stuck to her wrist, it rolled her into its bloody mouth. It barely gave Feng Ling any time to react. The bone blade swept across quickly. The tongue was cut off, and Feng Ling immediately lowered his body and hid behind the monster to prevent the monster from spitting out a third tongue. The clumsy monster stood there in a daze, its small eyes squeezed together looking left and right, but for a moment it couldn't find Feng Ling. At this moment Feng Ling also took a breath of cold air. She saw that the big-headed monster's back was covered with layers of skin folds, and each layer of skin folds was filled with pustules of varying sizes. The density of the pustules was so high that even Feng Ling, who usually had a strong psychological quality, felt disgusted. What on earth is this thing? Feng Ling looked at the big-headed monster with disgust, thinking, could it be a toad? If it really looked like a toad, she wouldn't feel disgusted, but it was wearing a human skin, which was too disgusting. The pustules on its back trembled as the monster moved, secreting purple-green mucus, making it impossible for Feng Ling to attack it. Although this was a perfect opportunity to attack from behind, she seriously suspected that the pustules were filled with acid that would corrode her bone blade. Just a brief contact with the monster's tongue had left obvious burn marks on her wrist. Feng Ling lowered his gaze and saw the big-headed monster's short and thick legs. His mind moved slightly, and he immediately came up with a new plan. The bone blade adjusted its angle, swept along the ground, and split the monster's ankle. Just cut off its legs, no matter how it corroded, just set fire to it. The big-headed monster's fat body lost its center of gravity, howling in pain, and staggered to the ground. Just as Feng Ling was about to take advantage of the victory and pursue, the pustules on the monster's back began to shake violently. Several streams of thick acid sprayed out, and Feng Ling instinctively raised his hands to block and dodged sideways, but he was still a step too slow. A stream of acid splashed past her right arm, causing her to feel unbearable pain. She gritted her teeth and retreated to the other side of the villa. She looked down and found that the area on her right arm that was sprayed with acid was already bloody and fleshy, with bones exposed. The power of this acid was so terrifying that it was comparable to volcanic magma. The big-headed monster, unable to walk, dragged his fat body and crawled on the ground. From his wide-open mouth, a third and fourth tongue spit out, rapidly inhaling and exhaling in the air, and the acid was sprayed everywhere like an out-of-control fountain. Feng Ling's movements were seriously affected. She angrily went behind the blazing fire and kicked a pile of burning charcoal at the big-headed monster. The red charcoal fell on the monster with flames. It finally retracted its tongue and shouted, "It's so hot! It's so hot!" Although he was howling, there were no burns on his body. Instead, the charcoal blocks were covered with sticky acid and went out. Why can't I kill him? Feng Ling was so angry that he pulled down the burning curtains from the villa and threw them at the monster. Then he stretched out his bone blade and stabbed the monster through the curtains. The bone blade avoided the back full of pustules and stabbed the head and limbs. After being stabbed more than 20 times, the curtain cloth was almost completely corroded, and the head covered by the cloth collapsed, and the monster became motionless. Pungent acid and blood flowed from beneath the burning cloth in fetid streams. Feng Ling's bone blade was now covered with mottled burn marks. The air was filled with thick smoke, and the firelight reflected her frosty face. She stared coldly at the alien species that was gradually being engulfed by the fire, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Unless someone saw the card, no one could be sure it was dead. Moreover, there was another alien in the villa. Feng Ling glanced at the little girl with a broken arm in the villa. The little girl huddled beside the glass door and wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape, but suddenly her eyes met with Feng Ling's. She shrank back and froze in place, not daring to move. The sickle on Feng Ling's shoulder slowly rose up. Even if the other person is a little girl in her early teens, even if she has a broken arm and looks pitiful, she is still an alien. From the moment it logs into a human body, it is a murderer. Death is not a pity. What's more, the fat man called out Hidden Boss several times just now and mentioned that the Hidden Boss's points are very high. As long as Feng Ling is not stupid, she should understand that her identity is special. She can't let this little alien leak her information. She looked at the little girl expressionlessly. The adrenaline that surged when she was fighting the fat man just now was decreasing, and her heartbeat was calming down. Facing an opponent who was too weak, she really had no interest in it. Just as he was about to give the other person a quick death, the little girl's pupils suddenly trembled, and her mouth opened and closed. Careful.
In an instant, Feng Ling's alarm bells rang.
The bone blade flew quickly behind him. Snap. An almost transparent tentacle was cut off. But the bone blade only cut off one, and the other 5 tentacles had already pierced Feng Ling's abdomen and left leg. Feng Ling was in severe pain. He looked along these strange and slender tentacles and found that the tall and thin man who had just left was squatting on the courtyard wall, looking at him as if he was facing a great enemy. Why did he come back? Did he find the villa on fire and turn back? Feng Ling spat out a mouthful of blood, suspecting that his spleen was punctured, but at the same time, that familiar feeling of excitement returned. She stared sinisterly at the tall and thin man on the courtyard wall. The corners of her mouth curled up, and suddenly she grabbed the transparent tentacles on her body with both hands and began to pull them back one by one. The man's eyes were filled with horror, and he turned and jumped over the wall to escape, retracting all his tentacles. The tentacles had barbs on them, which scratched Feng Ling's hands until they were covered in blood. She gritted her teeth and chased him out of the villa. She saw the man jump into another villa across the street, and she chased after him. The villa was undecorated. The yard was full of weeds and gravel, and there were several bags of cement and sand piled under the eaves. Feng Ling walked slowly forward along the courtyard wall, alert for possible attacks at any time. She walked around the wall to the backyard and saw a swimming pool. The continuous rainfall in the past few days caused half of the swimming pool to be filled with rainwater, and there were several ripples on the water surface. He is in the water. Feng Ling was determined in his heart. Oh, a lousy assassin. Do you think I can do nothing if you hide underwater? Feng Ling murmured, looking coldly at the cement and sand not far away, with the corners of his lips slightly raised. If you like hiding in the water so much, don't come ashore. Feng Ling rushed forward a few steps, grabbed a bag of cement and a bag of sand in each hand and threw them into the swimming pool. The bone blades swept across the air and directly cut the bags open. Plop! Water splashed everywhere, and the already turbid water became even more turbid. Feng Ling had no intention of stopping and picked up 2 more bags and threw them into the pool again. The alien in the water could no longer bear it, and its transparent tentacles shot out like sharp arrows. Feng Ling was prepared and dodged it with a leap, hiding behind a tree, staring at the changes in the swimming pool. I saw hot steam rising from the water surface and bubbles appearing. Feng Ling was slightly stunned, thinking that cement and sand could have such an effect. Then he thought again. Among those bags just now, there might be a bag of lime. Feng Ling was delighted, and he slashed the bone blade diagonally, instantly cutting off the alien's head. Feng Ling walked over and touched it lightly. You obtained the card Ghost Jellyfish. The ghost jellyfish, its body becomes transparent when exposed to a large amount of water, and it has 6 tentacles with stinging cells. The card information appeared in Feng Ling's mind. A sense of relief welled up in her chest. 3 alien species, all dealt with. Although there were some twists and turns in the middle, causing her to be a little embarrassed now. Feng Ling covered the wound on her body, squinted her eyes, and looked towards the burning villa not far away. There should be 2 more cards there, but unfortunately she couldn't get them for the time being because the fire was too big. She walked out of the villa slowly. Once he calmed down, the pain from the wounds all over his body seemed to increase several times, and his left leg, which was pierced by the tentacles, was bleeding profusely. Feng Ling walked step by step to the pickup truck, where there was an emergency medicine kit she had prepared in advance. The little girl was there too, like a stray dog wearing a middle school skull mask, squatting miserably beside the wheel. Get out. Feng Ling frowned.
She didn't want to kill it now.
But if it insisted on coming over, she wouldn't mind killing a fourth one tonight. The little girl was startled and quickly stepped aside, but did not leave. She stood in the middle of the road, looking at Feng Ling tremblingly. Feng Ling took out the medicine box from the car, found the disinfectant, and poured it directly on the wound. This thing was very stimulating. All her muscles were tense, and her mood became very bad. Fortunately, a new text message came into her mind, temporarily diverting her attention. The ghost jellyfish has been digested. The deck has grown. Pollution value increased by 7%. The skill of the mother's whip is improved. You have 2 arms in your body that can quickly transform into sharp bone blades. At the same time, the characteristics of high-speed movement and transparency are increased.
Huh?
Feng Ling was stunned. Unexpectedly, the new card did not bring any new skills, but instead improved the existing bone blade. No wonder the new skills need to be renamed, probably because after each card is digested, the skills will change according to the characteristics of the main card. The little girl next to him said softly, "Would you like to consider cooperating with me?" Feng Ling raised his eyes and looked over. Is this alien species crazy? How could it have such a ridiculous idea? Feng Ling looked at her with a chilling look in his eyes. You are an alien species. Humans and aliens are 2 opposing camps fighting to the death. How can they cooperate? The little girl plucked up her courage and said, "I can help you." Feng Ling found this interesting. She narrowed her eyes and asked, "Oh, how can I help?" "You are a hidden boss. The players will attack you. I am a player and can help you get the information. I can also spread false information among the players to help you hide your whereabouts." The little girl took a deep breath, her voice got a little louder, and she continued, "For example, if some players form a team to fight against a boss on the forum, I can tell you after I see it, so that you can be on guard. The players' forum is only visible to players, and there is a lot of information about the boss on it. Don't you want to know? Even if you don't want to know, don't you always need the recovery potion in the mall? This kind of hemostasis technology in your world can't help you at all in battle. The recovery potion can take effect in as fast as 5 seconds. I know you may not believe it. Actually, I just want to complete the task well and earn points. I have never killed anyone. If you don't believe it, I can make a contract with you. I have the skills of the Devil's Contract, which is more real and effective than any legal document." She talked a lot. Feng Ling automatically selected some intriguing keywords in his mind. Player forum, boss attack, mall, mission, points, devil contract. This devil's contract doesn't sound like a good word no matter how you listen to it. Devils never lie. The girl was afraid that Feng Ling would misunderstand, so she explained, "I can list the treaty for you to see. You will know my sincerity after reading it." There was a flash of light. A glowing prompt box appeared in front of Feng Ling, which read, "A wounded demon invites you to a contract. As long as you provide her with protection, she is willing to pay you 50 milliliters of recovery potion every day as a reward. Once the contract is reached, both parties cannot regret it. Do you confirm?" Feng Ling took a quick look at it, picked up a roll of bandage from the medicine box, and bandaged his own wound. "I have no interest in protecting alien species." What a wild idea. She couldn't even kill him, so how could she possibly protect him? The little girl turned pale. After a moment of stagnation, she begged Feng Ling again. Then can you let me stay with you? You don't have to protect me, just let me stay with you. Like this, is this okay?" Feng Ling wrapped the bandage around it, tied a knot, and said calmly, "You're quite smart." The girl was delighted when she heard this. You agree? As long as she stays by Feng Ling's side, when she meets players, the players will naturally prioritize attacking the hidden boss. In this way, her purpose of getting protection will be achieved. There's no rush about the contract. Let me ask you a few questions first. Feng Ling said.
Okay.
The girl cooperated very well.
Cards.
Feng Ling glanced in the direction of the villa. You just came out of there, did you see it? The girl nodded vigorously. Yes, I see. Did you get it? Feng Ling asked. The little girl was slightly startled. No, no. Feng Ling looked directly into the girl's eyes and said slowly, "You can take their cards, become stronger, and then launch a sneak attack on me while I'm injured. In this way, the cards and points will all be yours. Why not do this? Are you afraid?" The girl trembled. She had never seen a human like Feng Ling. He said casually that he could take the opportunity to attack her. What did he mean? Was he trying to hit her? My main deck is quite special. It's hard to find matching cards. If I use the cards randomly, it will pollute the deck. The girl answered cautiously. Feng Ling fell silent after hearing this. The little girl looked at her without daring to breathe. After a long time, maybe 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes, Feng Ling finally said, "Get in the car." The little girl was stunned, and a look of joy appeared on her face. Thank you. Thank you." She hurried into the back of the truck. Feng Ling knocked on the wall of the car and said, "Go to the passenger seat." "Oh, okay. The little girl came out again, walked around to the other side of the truck, opened the door, and sat in. She fastened her seat belt obediently, then turned her head and stared at Feng Ling through her 2 skull eyes with traces of tears. Feng Ling didn't say anything, got in the car, and started the engine. The pickup truck slowly drove out of the villa area and stopped outside the iron gate. Feng Ling found a landline in the gatehouse, dialed the special hotline to call the police, and informed them of the fire in the villa. After the call, she returned to her car to rest. She had many wounds on her body. The hive's powerful self-healing ability gradually stopped the bleeding, but the ubiquitous pain still tortured her body. The skeleton girl was busy in the passenger seat. She took out a syringe of medicine and injected it into her broken arm. Then she conjured up a bag of something that looked like sizzler jelly and put it in her mouth. Feng Ling observed silently with his peripheral vision. Even through the mask, it was not difficult to see that the girl's pale skin was gradually turning red. It seems that these medicines in the mall are really effective. However, for Feng Ling, the information provided by the other party is more valuable. It has been more than half a year since alien species came to Earth, and humans have not yet come up with any research results. Even if there are results, it is estimated that people of Feng Ling's level cannot detect them. And the living little alien in front of her was like an encyclopedia of aliens. For example, she just said, "Randomly digesting cards will contaminate the deck." Feng Ling's pollution value has reached 7%, and this information is very important to her. "What's your name?" Feng Ling asked her. The girl took off the skull mask, revealing a fair and pretty face, and said, "My name is Huangfu Miao Miao." Feng Ling curled the corners of his lips. "This should be a human name, right?" Huangfu Miao Miao explained awkwardly. "Yes. Every sentence we say after logging in will be automatically analyzed and translated into your language by the system. So, even if I tell you my real name, it will still be analyzed and translated into Huangfu Miao Miao by the system." Feng Ling held the steering wheel with one hand, his fingers tapping unconsciously. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Then let's not talk about names, let's talk about your cards." Okay. Huangfu Miao Miao immediately sat up straight, as nervous as if she was attending her first interview. "What kind of card is Devil?" Feng Ling asked. Huangfu Miao Miao replied, "The Devil is a high-level card. Its innate skill is that it can sign a devil contract with any intelligent life form. In addition, it has good night vision and is sensitive to malicious perception. I haven't digested the card yet, so I don't know other skills for the time being."
So weak.
It sounds like a very strong card. How could it be so weak? Feng Ling thought coldly. If every alien species had no attack skills like Huangfu Miao Miao, the people in the supervisory bureau would not be so worried. She continued to ask, "Why did those aliens capture you?" "Because I posted on the forum, looking for someone to team up with to enter the maze." Huangfu Miao Miao lowered her head, her fingers clenching her mask. "I didn't dare to enter the maze alone, and originally planned to meet offline, but after meeting, I sensed malice from them. I was too scared and wanted to escape, and then I was caught by them." Huangfu Miao Miao was worried that Feng Ling didn't understand, so she added an explanation after she finished speaking. "The maze is an independent game copy. Killing monsters in the maze can earn you double points. If you are lucky and find the maze statue, you can also optimize your deck and reduce the pollution value, so every player wants to enter the maze. Feng Ling really needed to know the pollution value. She became interested in the maze and asked Huangfu Miao, "Do you know the location of the maze?" Huangfu Miao immediately shook her head like a rattle, fearing that Feng Ling would torture her like Fatty did, and hurriedly denied it. "I really don't know. I just know a few clues, but the exact location, I really don't know." Feng Ling asked again, "Besides entering the maze to find the statue, is there any other way to reduce the pollution value?" After hearing this, Huangfu Miao's eyes slowly widened, and then, as if a little frightened, she tried to move her body backwards, pressing herself against the passenger door. "Your pollution value is very high?" Huangfu Miao asked her nervously. Feng Ling raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "How much is considered high?" 20. Huangfu Miao swallowed. "Once it exceeds 20%, there is a risk of losing control. 30% will make it difficult to maintain sanity, and the person may become schizophrenic, with auditory and visual hallucinations. 50% is basically the same as a lunatic, unable to communicate. 60%, 70%. I have never seen this level of contamination. Even if the person is not killed, the body will change into all kinds of strange shapes and die suddenly. If Feng Ling's pollution value approaches or exceeds 20%, Huangfu Miao will have to reconsider the possibility of their cooperation." She just wanted to find a temporary umbrella of protection, but she didn't want to pay the price of her life for it. "You haven't answered me yet." Feng Ling continued to ask her slowly, "Is there any other way to reduce the pollution value?" Huangfu Miao immediately sensed a hint of malice. No, more like a subtle threat, as if as long as the answer did not satisfy Feng Ling, she would lose the value of her existence in the next second. She couldn't help but question herself. Did she make the wrong choice? Don't humans always pay attention to repaying kindness? Although she is a player, but she just indirectly saved Feng Ling's life. Tiny goosebumps exploded on his arms. Huangfu Miao took a deep breath, trying to stay calm, and then replied softly, "Choose your deck carefully. You need to choose the secondary cards to digest according to the characteristics of the main cards. The higher the compatibility, the lower the pollution value. Once you mistakenly choose a card with low compatibility, the statue is your only salvation." Feng Ling curled up the corners of his mouth and laughed when he heard that. This sudden laugh made Huangfu Miao shiver uncontrollably. She didn't know that Feng Ling was actually mocking herself. The main card name is a string of garbled characters. Where can I learn about the characteristics of the card? Feng Ling could only ask Huangfu Miao in front of him. But as long as she asked, she would reveal that she didn't know the main card. Would this little alien have evil thoughts and deceive or mislead her? Signing a devil's contract might be able to restrain the other party, but whether this contract could be signed and how to sign it specifically, she still needed to study it. "Open your forum," Feng Ling said. Okay. Huangfu Miao opened the forum panel. A beautiful blue virtual screen appeared in the air, with neatly arranged forum information, friend lists, and various function buttons unfolding one after another. But in Feng Ling's sight, there was nothing. Feng Ling said, "Collect all the information about the boss and card characteristics." Huangfu Miao was stunned when she heard this. Feng Ling raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at her. "Can't do it?"
No.
Huangfu Miao answered stutteringly, "This information is very complicated. It will take a long time to collect it." Late at night, the supervisory bureau building was still brightly lit. Su Yuqing's upright figure was reflected on the glass curtain wall, and his face blended into the city's night scene, becoming obscure and unclear. He had just finally found out the identity of the alien that attacked Feng Ling today. The other party is an employee of a foreign trade company, 27 years old, named Ji Meixin. She quit her job a month ago and lost contact with all her family and friends. After the aliens log in, they will not be able to adapt to the human lifestyle in the first few days and will not be able to cope with daily work and communication, so resigning and cutting off contact are their usual operations. After finding out her identity, Su Yuqing asked the technical staff to track down Ji Meixin's address and then search for G-Machine's whereabouts by retrieving surveillance footage near the address. As long as the target's location is determined, the Supervisory Bureau can launch an elimination operation against the alien type. But he didn't expect that the technicians discovered 3 more alien suspects during the investigation. The abilities of the aliens are varied. It is already difficult to deal with one alone. Now a gang of multiple aliens has appeared, which is undoubtedly a huge threat to the safety of the city. Su Yuqing immediately called his superiors to report the matter and request reinforcements. However, the reply was, "We will discuss this at tomorrow's meeting." He heard the refusal in the message and hung up the phone with a heavy heart. He thought for a long time in the office. The long silence made the assistant beside him feel uneasy. He asked in a low voice, "Captain, has Xinjiang City been abandoned?" Su Yuqing looked up at the assistant and asked, "Why do you think so?" The assistant suppressed his dissatisfaction in his eyes. "Every time we discover a foreign species, our superiors never send more people. But as soon as we recruit new supervisors, they will be transferred away within a month. Captain Su, our supervisory building may look bright on the outside, but it has actually become an empty shell. Shouldn't we report the situation to the higher-ups? We can't rely on you and Captain Zhou to handle every incident. There are more and more foreign species. Sooner or later, we will not be able to handle it. How could it be an empty shell?" Su Yuqing's eyes were slightly cold. "Although Zhou Chu and I are the only inspectors, we have sufficient firepower, excellent combat personnel, and cooperative departments such as medical and logistics. As long as we formulate a rigorous action plan, we can eliminate the aliens even without extraordinary abilities." The assistant sighed, lowered his head, and said, "But it's not fair." Su Yuqing's expression eased a little, revealing a bit of regret. It's not about fairness or unfairness. Xinjiang City is short of people, and so are the supervisory branches in other places. Now we have to make sure that those key cities don't get in chaos, otherwise the whole country will follow suit. He thought for a moment and said to his assistant, "Call Zhou Chu and ask him to come over." "I called, but the phone is turned off," the assistant replied. Su Yuqing frowned, picked up her cell phone, and dialed Zhou Chu's other private number. This time the call was connected quickly, and an angry male voice came from the other end of the phone. "Su Yuqing, I'm going to kill you. Do you know that I haven't slept for 3 days in order to track down the alien in Times Square? I just slept for 2 hours, and you woke me up. An alien species has been discovered in the western suburbs villa area, and your support is needed." Su Yuqing explained the situation concisely. "Can't you handle the alien species yourself? Are all the special forces dead? You expect me to do all the work in Xinjiang City alone?" "Zhou Yu." Su Yuqing closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "We found 4 alien species." The cursing on the other end of the phone suddenly stopped. After a moment of silence, Zhou Chu replied, "I'll be there in 15 minutes. Su Yuqing exhaled. "I have asked the technicians to keep an eye on all the surveillance cameras nearby. You need to test the enemy's capabilities and then defeat them one by one. The special forces and snipers will assist you." Zhou Chu lost his patience and hung up the phone.
Captain Zhou.
"We've found something." A technician rushed into the office with a panicked look on his face and placed the laptop in his arms on Su Yuqing's desk. "We found a suspicious person wandering around the outskirts of the villa area. Captain Su, could this be the 5th alien species?" On the computer screen, a small truck slowly drove out of the villa area and stopped outside the gate. A young girl about 20 years old got out of the car. She seemed injured and limped into the guardroom. The surveillance camera captured her face. Su Yuqing couldn't help but frown, feeling vaguely familiar. Zoom in the picture. The technician operates on the keyboard to enlarge the monitoring screen and clarify the local pixels. She entered the villa area about 20 minutes ago. There is no surveillance camera installed inside the villa area. We don't know what she did inside. There seemed to be someone else in the passenger seat, but we couldn't see clearly. The western suburbs villa area has been deserted. Except for a street lamp on outside the gate, the rest of the road is pitch black. They are lucky to be able to see Feng Ling's face clearly. Su Yuqing was stunned. How could Feng Ling be here? Shouldn't she be resting in the ward now? Put the call on the 11th floor for me, and ask them to check if Feng Ling is in the ward,
Su Yuqing said.
The assistant immediately made the call, and after a few brief exchanges his expression began to become strange. He looked at Su Yuqing hesitantly. The nurse said that Feng Ling has been discharged from a hospital. Su Yuqing's expression suddenly changed. He snatched the assistant's phone and asked, "She was so badly injured. How could you let her leave the hospital? When did she leave?" The nurse who answered the phone was shocked. She passed away after transfusing 2 bags of blood. She didn't look seriously injured. We couldn't stop her. Su Yuqing frowned and asked, "Did she say where she was going when she left?" She didn't say, but she borrowed 2,000 yuan from a nurse and said her phone fell into the river and she would come back to pay her back when her bonus arrived. Zhou Chu. How could this girl act so recklessly? She ran off to seek revenge just after her body recovered a little. Does she think she is a supernatural being? Even if she has 2 cards and is very powerful, how much combat experience can she have? Moreover, there are 4 alien species in the villa now.
4.
No wonder she was injured in the surveillance video. This is the price of being impulsive and reckless. Su Yuqing felt so frustrated that he couldn't express it in words. He finally met a good candidate who could be cultivated, but before he had time to build trust, the other party ran away and sought his own death, etc. Su Yuqing suddenly realized something and looked at the surveillance screen again. Feng Ling has returned to the truck, and the scene seems to be still, without any movement. She was injured, which means she did have a head-on conflict with the alien, but she survived, which means she won? How is this possible? Su Yuqing felt a little confused. Both her thoughts and mood were in a state of confusion. If killing the aliens in Tianshui Park was her quick thinking, and repelling the aliens in the Supervisory Bureau was her luck, now in less than 24 hours, she has killed 4 aliens again. What is this? Is this something that ordinary people can do? Maybe. The aliens in the villa have left, leaving only 1 alien that Feng Ling encountered. Yes, that should be the case. If she encounters all 4 alien species, there is no way she can survive. There were hurried footsteps. An operator ran into the office with a pale face. Captain Su. A citizen called the police and said that he killed 3 alien species in the western suburbs villa area. Do I need to contact the special forces? She said her name was Feng Ling, and she also said that a different species had exploded into plasma and human tissue could not be identified. She asked if it would affect her claim for the bonus. The operator was anxious. Captain Su, is this possible? Is this a prank? Su Yuqing couldn't stay in the office any longer. He strode out of the office and quickly instructed his assistant, "Arrange a vehicle. I will go to the scene with the Special Forces team and then inform Zhou Chu that he doesn't need to come. Let him get enough rest for the meeting tomorrow morning." Endless darkness enveloped the city. At the exit of the underground parking lot of the supervision building, several cars drove out one after another and headed for the western suburbs villa area. When Su Yuqing arrived, the city fire department was also there. The eye-catching fire truck with its headlights on is particularly dazzling in the dark night. Firefighters have put out the fire. The villa was burned black, with water stains and mud on the ground, as well as some sticky substances that were difficult to identify. Su Yuqing looked around and soon saw Feng Ling in the crowd. She was talking to the fire chief with her hands in her pockets, and she looked better than in the surveillance footage. As Su Yuqing approached, she heard her say, "Of course I know arson is an act that endangers public safety, but when I set the fire, there was no one in the house except the aliens. Can you give me a discount for getting rid of harm to the people? The loss of the villa will be fully borne by the Supervisory Bureau." Su Yuqing walked over and looked at Feng Ling with a serious face. "Feng Ling, I have the obligation to remind you that any citizen who encounters an alien species should call the police first, instead of taking risks alone." Feng Ling was stunned for a moment. "Then I'll call the police next time." Zhou Chu. What a casual answer. He turned around and silently told himself to stay calm and peaceful. The most important thing now was to investigate the scene. Su Yuqing stepped into the villa with mixed feelings. The first thing that came into view was a pool of burnt human-shaped blood, with blood spots splattered all around and a pungent, fishy smell. Going further ahead, there was an extremely fat and huge corpse, with its skull shattered into pieces and its tofu brain in pieces. It was unknown how many times it had been stabbed. Su Yuqing glanced at Feng Ling meaningfully. Feng Ling followed behind him and also conducted a careful investigation. She asked, "Why didn't the card appear after the alien at the door died?" "It should have gone offline. When an alien goes offline, it means it has given up on this body and will not leave any cards behind." Su Yuqing took out his cell phone and took pictures of the scene. Feng Ling recalled, the woman with worms did shout, "offline," several times. It turns out that she really meant it literally. She then asked, "I didn't take the fat man's card. Will the prize money increase?" "The card has no effect on the prize amount."
Su Yuqing replied, "Oh."
Feng Ling was slightly disappointed. Su Yuqing glanced at her and said, "Now all local supervisory bureaus are facing a shortage of staff. In order to ease the situation, they have designed a contribution point system. It is estimated that it will be officially implemented next week. At that time, whether it is killing aliens or handing in cards, it will be recorded as contribution points in the citizen credit system. I will remember this card for you first, and I will convert it into contribution points for you later." Feng Ling was slightly stunned. "Will there be bonuses in the future?" Su Yuqing pulled the corner of his mouth silently. "You can use contribution points to exchange for currency. 1 contribution point is equal to 1 million. "That's good." Feng Ling nodded. Su Yuqing's mood is hard to describe. He called a special forces member to collect the card. The team members were seen carrying a cylindrical instrument made of alloy, placing it next to the corpse, and then gently opening it, revealing the amazingly sophisticated structure inside. Next, the instrument plays a special low-frequency noise. Feng Ling could hardly hear it, but the card floating above the corpse began to produce ripples visibly and slowly flowed towards the glass tube inside the instrument.
"What is this?"
Feng Ling asked Su Yuqing quietly. "This is a newly developed card storage device. There is only one in the entire Xinjiang city." Su Yuqing watched the device store all the cards, then turned to look at Feng Ling. "Where are the other alien species?" "There's another one over there." Feng Ling pointed to the villa across the street, "but I've already collected the card. You don't need to bring the equipment over there. It's very heavy." Su Yuqing pursed her lips after hearing this, and after a moment of silence, she said, "The more cards, the better. The combination is more important than the quantity." Feng Ling already knew this, but from Su Yuqing's tone, he seemed to know the hidden dangers of pollution value. Why not just say it? It's really puzzling. No one has discussed the pollution value on the alien forum. Could it be that someone deliberately suppressed the relevant information? But what is the purpose? Too many things happened today. Feng Ling was too lazy to think about it. He just wanted to go home and have a good sleep. She stretched her arms, yawned, and turned to leave. "Where are you going?" Su Yuqing asked immediately. Feng Ling stopped, turned around, and said, "Let's find a place to sleep." Su Yuqing's heart was in suspense again. Stop running around. Who knows when the alien species that went offline will come back to seek revenge. Then he remembered that Feng Ling was attacked in the Supervisory Bureau today. The inspectorate is no longer safe. Although Feng Ling refused to join the Supervisory Bureau, humans naturally belong to the same camp, and Su Yuqing believes that he has an obligation to ensure Feng Ling's personal safety. He thought for a few seconds, took out a bunch of keys, took one out from the keychain, and handed it to Feng Ling. "I have an apartment on Xiaoyuan Road that has been vacant. You can move in. Here is the key to the front door." Su Yuqing told Feng Ling, "Try not to go out or go home recently. We found 4 alien suspects nearby. You killed 3 of them. If you didn't meet the other one, it might be hiding. Also, the alien that went offline attacked you at the Supervisory Bureau, which means it is very likely to know your identity information. It may come after logging back in and find you again. It may even ambush near your home and wait for revenge. You must be careful." Feng Ling took the key and asked Su Yuqing, "What if it doesn't come to find me?" The tone sounded quite expectant. Su Yuqing was speechless for a while, and at the same time had a slight headache. You should take care of your injuries first. Do you need me to call a doctor for you? He asked. Feng Ling looked down at himself. Although the penetrating wound caused by the tentacles was serious, the wound was relatively small and has now basically healed. The most serious wound was the area on the arm that was corroded by the acid, which is still bloody and looks very tragic. She guessed that the disinfectant did not rinse the wound cleanly, and the residual acid affected the body's repair function. Can I take a shower in your apartment? Feng Ling asked. Su Yuqing nodded. The apartment has 24-hour hot water. Feng Ling drove away happily in the pickup truck. Su Yuqing, who was in charge of the finishing work, started to get busy. He will survey the scene and direct the Special Forces team to check the entire villa area. After confirming that there is no danger, he will notify the cleaning team to enter the site. The cleaning team will deal with the body remains and disinfect the entire site. Sometimes I also have to make PPT. Captain, the investigation is completed and no suspicious persons were found. A team member reported. There were 3 alien species at the scene. 1 was offline and 2 were confirmed dead. The cause of death was a broken head and neck, said another team member. Su Yuqing swiped his fingers across the phone screen to check the photos of the alien species he had taken. A human-shaped bloodstain that was burned into a charred black by a fire. One of them melted in the dirty water of the swimming pool, leaving half of its jelly-like stump lying on the edge of the pool. There was also a most spectacular one, with a corpse as fat as a hill lying on the ground, acid gushing out of it. Not only was its head chopped into pieces, but its ankles were also completely broken, with smooth cuts. Su Yuqing's eyes showed admiration. Aliens are different from humans. Su Yuqing showed the photos to the Special Forces members around him. For example, a species like this can secrete strong acid. If we happen to encounter it and don't have a powerful weapon, then focusing firepower on its lower limbs is the best option. The Special Forces team is composed of a group of elite special police without cards. They usually act as auxiliary units and cooperate with the inspectors. But there are not many inspectors in Xinjiang City, so here in Su Yuqing, the special attack team often needs to take the responsibility of the main attack, and understanding the characteristics and weaknesses of each alien species has become a necessary combat quality. The team members gathered around Su Yuqing with more or less excitement on their faces. Being able to witness 3 alien species being killed was undoubtedly very morale-boosting. Especially after the tragedy in Times Square, it is impossible not to feel happy when seeing the tragic death of alien species. She is so strong. One team member sighed. One person takes on 3 alien species alone. That's really amazing. Will he be stronger than Brother Zhou? Someone whispered. I think she is a little stronger. After all, Brother Zhou has had the card for 3 months, while it's only her first day. There is a lot to look forward to in the future. The roar of a motorcycle interrupted everyone's discussion. Everyone spontaneously made way to the sides of the road. A modified motorcycle rushed into the villa area, braked suddenly, turned sharply, and stopped in front of Su Yuqing. A young man in a punk leather jacket took a long step and got off the motorcycle. Who is stronger than me? Zhou Chu asked with a smile as he stood in front of everyone, with violence that could not be hidden in his eyes. The team members fell silent instantly. Su Yuqing smelled the alcohol and immediately reprimanded him harshly. Drinking again? You're driving under the influence. Zhou Chu raised his eyebrows and smiled. He has a young baby face, and his fangs are exposed when he smiles. However, he has a bad temper and speaks arrogantly. I am the god of Xinjiang City. What's wrong with drinking a little? Who dares to control me? You need to keep a clear mind at all times to be able to control the cards freely. Alcohol will only increase the risk of losing control. Su Yuqing said in a deep voice. Nonsense, Zhou Chu said indifferently. He looked around and sniffed everywhere. It stinks. What's this smell? Are all the aliens dead? Su Yuqing was not surprised by this. Zhou Chu's card characteristics gave him a keen sense of smell and hearing, so it was not surprising that he could hear everyone's chatter from a distance. They're all dead. We've notified the cleaning team to come in. Su Yuqing frowned and asked, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to rest at home?" Zhou Chu complained. His eyes fell on the tire tracks on the ground. He squatted down and sniffed again, muttering, "Is one missing?" Su Yuqing was invigorated and immediately asked, "Can you find out where it is hiding?" Zhou Chu stood up and walked forward along the tire tracks. After walking dozens of steps, he stopped and looked for any smell in the air. A few seconds later, he turned to Su Yuqing and said, "Check the road surveillance. The alien is in the car." Su Yuqing was slightly stunned and said in disbelief, "This is impossible."
Huh?
Zhou Chu was puzzled. "Are you mentally ill? When has anything ever happened to my nose?" Su Yuqing's face turned ugly. The tire marks were left by Feng Ling. She just killed 3 alien species here and drove away in a truck. I led the team to investigate the scene, but did not search the car compartment. Are you sure you are right? Su Yuqing found it a little hard to accept. How could an alien species be in Feng Ling's car? Zhou Chu rolled his eyes. I smelled the scent of the recovery potion that aliens love to use the most. Only aliens would use that kind of potion. Do you think I would be wrong? Then he gloated again. You praised her for being so powerful. She is indeed powerful enough to have tricked all of you. She is harboring a fugitive alien. Could she also be an alien? This is impossible, a team member said in astonishment. She was attacked by an alien species in the supervisory bureau.
So what?
Maybe it's an internal conflict between alien species.
Zhou Chu interrupted loudly.
It's unlikely that Feng Ling is an alien. Su Yuqing thought and analyzed carefully. I talked to her, and there was nothing wrong with her words and deeds. The alien smell in the car may be left over from before, or it may be that the alien took advantage of her unguarded and hid in. If this is true, Feng Ling is in a very dangerous situation now. Zhou Chu smiled disdainfully. Whether she has any problems or not, we can find out by going to see her. Where is she now? Su Yuqing's face was as gloomy as water. I was worried that she didn't have a suitable place to stay, so I gave her the key to the Shuyuan Road apartment. It saves me the trouble of looking for her. Zhou Chu turned around and got on his motorcycle, his lips curled up. I'll just go and see if she's better than me.
Zhou Chu.
Don't do anything stupid. Su Yuqing's voice suddenly rose, and his tone was extremely serious. No matter what problem Feng Ling has, we need to conduct a thorough investigation before we can draw a conclusion.
What?
You finally met a new card player, so you treat him as your favorite? Zhou Wei sneered. Qingjiang is protected by me. As long as I am not dead, she is nothing. After saying the harsh words, he stopped looking at Su Yuqing and sped away on his motorcycle. The team members who stayed in place looked at each other. Captain Su, do you want to send someone to take a look? A team member said cautiously. On the deserted road late at night, Feng Ling finally deviated from the direction while driving the minivan. She was hungry again. She could bear the pain, but she really couldn't bear the hunger. I never knew that being hungry would be so tormenting. My stomach was empty, as if I hadn't eaten for 800 years. I was so hungry that I almost digested myself from the inside out. Even my brain was hungry and dazed. Su Yuqing said that his apartment had always been empty, and he probably didn't have any food at home. Feng Ling could only search along the street for places to eat. Since the aliens were rampant, many shops closed at dark. She searched for a long time before she found a vending machine on the roadside. Most of the items in the vending machine are drinks, with only a few boxes of self-heating rice on the bottom layer. Feng Ling bought them all. She got into the truck with the self-heating rice, opened the packaging bags one by one, and poured mineral water into them one by one. The heating packs and water reacted quickly, and steam came out. Feng Ling sat in the carriage, staring at her meal intently. Huangfu Miao Miao huddled in the corner of the carriage, not daring to say a word. She was still struggling in her heart as to whether she had made the wrong decision. Although she did not sense any ill will from Feng Ling, the sense of oppression and crisis brought by the other party always lingered in her heart, increasing. But what can she do? Her demon card is too weak in its primary state, and it is a high-level card, so every player she tries to make friends with, none of them sincerely want to team up with her, and they all want to take her card away. She urgently needs an umbrella of protection, otherwise, she will not be able to survive. Will this woman in front of her protect herself? She should, right? Players kill players because of cards, points, or even because of the fun of killing, while humans usually kill players because of hatred. So, as long as she doesn't cause trouble and doesn't make mistakes, the other party will have no reason to kill her, right? And she can also identify malicious intent and run away once she realizes that something is wrong. Yes, that's right. As long as she does this, she will be safe. Huang Fu Miao Miao's mind was in a mess thinking about her future. At this time, Feng Ling suddenly asked her, "Do you know what this is?" Huang Fu Miao Miao was slightly stunned and followed Feng Ling's finger to look at the steaming, self-heating rice. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she replied, "Self-heating rice?"
No.
Feng Ling replied, "Huang Fu Miao Miao." Although she has been in the human world for less than 2 months, she can read. The package clearly says, "Fish-flavored shredded pork self-heating rice." This is a weapon. Feng Ling pointed at the lunchbox and said, "The heating pack will release a large amount of heat energy in a very short time, making the water boil. If you flip the lunchbox now and hit me in the face, my eyes will be burned instantly and a small amount of boiling water will enter my respiratory tract. Blindness and pain will make it impossible for me to accurately determine your position. You can take the opportunity to escape from the car. I will subconsciously chase you when I hear the noise. At this time, you go around to the front, sit in the driver's seat, reverse quickly, run over me, and kill me and get points and my card. By the way, can you drive?" After Feng Ling finished speaking, he looked at Huang Fu Miao Miao with bright eyes, as if he was expecting something. "Huang Fu Miao Miao, what are you talking about? Haven't we already reached a cooperation agreement? Why are you still saying such terrible things? Please stop hitting me, okay? I can't drive." Huang Fu Miao Miao stuttered, feeling confused. She seemed to see a hint of regret on Feng Ling's face. "That's a shame." Feng Ling retracted his gaze and continued to stare at the lunchbox. "I'll teach you some other day. Driving is a very useful skill." Huang Fu Miao Miao, "I don't want to learn. I don't want to kill the boss either. I know you are testing me, just give up. I won't be fooled." Feng Ling's meal has been heated up. She broke open the disposable bamboo chopsticks and glanced at Huang Fu Miao Miao again. Her eyes were full of encouragement, as if saying, "Don't you really want to try it?" Huang Fu Miao Miao turned her head and shrank further inward. Feng Ling became a little bored, so he opened his lunchbox and started eating. She didn't eat fast and tried to observe her body's reaction. After eating 3 boxes in a row, the burning sensation in her stomach was slightly relieved, but she still felt hungry. Feng Ling continued eating. The food goes down the esophagus into the stomach and is quickly broken down and digested. I finish 8 boxes of self-heating rice one after another. I am finally not hungry anymore, but I can't feel any obvious fullness. This made her a little depressed. Originally, my monthly salary was just enough to make ends meet, but now it is so difficult to even have enough to eat. How can I live in the future? I really hope that the bonus will arrive soon. Feng Ling sighed with pity for himself, packed up the leftover lunchbox and threw it into the trash can on the side of the road, then began to think about this matter. No matter how I think about it, it doesn't make sense. The clue I got at the beginning was clearly, you have a strong physique and endless power. Where did she get endless power? She only had an endless appetite. Especially after the body consumed energy to repair the wound, the feeling of hunger in the body was unforgettable. Could it be that endless power needs to be obtained by eating? There is no eternal energy in this world. Even the sun will collapse and go out one day. But if energy can be accumulated in large quantities and accumulates to a certain level, can it create the illusion of being inexhaustible? Feng Ling felt that his line of reasoning was very interesting and worth a try. She thought for a moment, knocked on the wall of the carriage, and said, "Come on, come home with me to move some things." Huang Fu Miao Miao poked half of her skull mask out of the carriage and was very surprised. Go home? Feng Ling has already sat in the driver's seat. Huang Fu Miao Miao jumped out of the car and hurriedly climbed onto the passenger seat. While fastening her seat belt, she asked, "Will it be dangerous?" What if the offline player finds helpers to come to your house for revenge? Feng Ling started the engine, held the steering wheel, and asked if she knew how to find help. Why didn't she find help to go to the supervisory bureau to kill me at the beginning? Huang Fu Miao Miao was stunned. She went to the supervisory bureau to kill you? But she didn't say that. She said she went to the supervisory bureau to pick up leaks. She didn't mention that she met a hidden boss. Ah, I know. Huang Fu Miao Miao suddenly realized she was reluctant to share the points with others. So, she concealed the information. Feng Ling asked curiously, how many points am I worth? The exact amount is unclear, but for a boss-level player, he would have at least 3,000 points, Huang Fu Miao Miao replied. Feng Ling asked again, how many points do you usually earn by completing tasks? 6 points. I was lucky last week and received a task worth 10 points. Huang Fu Miao Miao looked very satisfied. Feng Ling. I want to mock the other person by saying he is really promising, but then I remember my own human position, and it becomes difficult to comment. Never mind. The two of them were chatting casually in the car, unaware that the other person was already waiting for them to get angry. At the entrance of Shuyuan Mansion, a man with messy hair squatted beside a motorcycle and made a phone call. Su Yuqing, can you be more reliable? I've been waiting downstairs of the apartment building for almost 2 hours, and I didn't see a single ghost. Did you tip her off and let her hide? She made me waste 2 hours of sleep. I'm going to kill her. It was already late at night when Feng Ling arrived at Shuyuan Mansion. She wanted to do an experiment, to see how much food she could eat. So before coming to the apartment, I went home first, packed some clothes, took the necessary documents, and emptied the rice and grain stocks in the refrigerator and cupboards. Feng Ling found Su Yuqing's apartment according to the house number engraved on the key, and opened the door and couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's good to be rich." Huge floor-to-ceiling windows, gorgeous crystal chandeliers, soft cloud sofas, and solid wood floors throughout the house. The old and run-down house she used to live in was not even half the size of Su Yuqing's living room. However, this apartment has indeed not been occupied for a long time. The air in the room is stuffy and the furniture is covered with a layer of dust. Feng Ling did not despise it. She walked around happily, opened the window to let in fresh air, and then studied the smart appliances and the full set of high-end kitchenware in the kitchen. Huang Fu Miao Miao was not idle either. Feng Ling found an unused tablet computer in the room, plugged it into charge, and asked Huang Fu Miao Miao to enter the sorted forum information into the memo. If you can't type, you can use voice input. Huang Fu Miao Miao was already dizzy because of the pile of information in the car. She didn't expect Feng Ling had no intention of letting her rest and asked her to work as soon as they arrived at the apartment. Considering that this was an opportunity to gain the boss's trust, Huang Fu Miao Miao gritted her teeth and decided not to sleep tonight at 2 o'clock in the morning. Huang Fu Miao Miao was passionately inputting information, while Feng Ling was washing rice and cooking. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Huang Fu Miao Miao was entering information with difficulty, while Feng Ling was cooking frozen dumplings. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Huang Fu Miao Miao was drowsily entering information while Feng Ling stuffed the frozen buns into the microwave and boiled a large pot of water for instant noodles. It was 5 in the morning and daybreak. After eating until he was 7/10 full, Feng Ling went to brush his teeth and take a shower. Then he walked out of the bathroom wearing a bathrobe, wiped his wet long hair, came to sit next to Huang Fu Miao Miao, and asked, "Are you done?" "I think it's done," Huang Fu Miao Miao said with 2 deep dark circles under her eyes. "The information on the cards is too much and too complicated, and it will change according to the characteristics of the main cards. I'm not sure if there will be any errors in the information. I have tried my best to organize it." Feng Ling picked up the tablet and quickly scanned the text. There were quite a few typos, but fortunately, they did not affect the reading. Information asymmetry can sometimes have fatal consequences. If you deliberately falsify these materials, distort the facts, and induce me to make wrong judgments, I might lose my life in the future. Feng Ling said with a smile as he read. "I didn't." Huang Fu Miao Miao's eyes suddenly widened, feeling extremely aggrieved. This is the result of her hard work all night, without any water in it. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm just saying it casually. Feng Ling smiled easily. We humans also have our own forums, which have a lot of information about cards. I can compare the two sides and take a look. If I find any contradictions, it means you're not honest, and I will kill you. Of course, if you change now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Go and compare. Huang Fu Miao Miao couldn't stand being wronged. Even if there are contradictions, it must be that the information on your forum is wrong. I didn't cheat. Feng Ling looked at her with a half smile. Really? Then let me take a look first, you go take a shower. Huang Fu Miao Miao went to the bathroom angrily. Feng Ling withdrew his gaze and looked at the complicated information in the memo again. The record seems to be quite comprehensive, but unfortunately this little alien doesn't know how to classify and format it, so all the contents are squeezed together, which gives people a headache to read. As she read, she divided the text into sections, corrected typos, listed titles, and highlighted keywords in red. Cards are the product of genetic technology. Gene fusion can bring about evolution, but it can also bring about pollution. Low-level cards are not necessarily weak, and high-level cards are not necessarily strong, but the evolutionary limit of high-level cards is definitely better than that of low-level and mid-level cards. She had finished reading most of it without realizing it, then switched to the browser and logged into the alien forum. After taking a bath, Huang Fu Miao Miao returned to the living room wrapped in a bath towel and said awkwardly, I don't have any clothes to change. Wear mine first and look for it in the suitcase yourself. Feng Ling replied without raising his head. Then she heard the sound of rustling footsteps. After a while, the footsteps came back again. Can I wear this? Feng Ling looked up and suddenly wanted to laugh. Huang Fu Miao Miao picked out a loose gray t-shirt, but she was too thin, and the t-shirt looked like a big cloth bag on her body. She also wore a skull mask, which looked really funny. Feng Ling has learned from the information provided by Huang Fu Miao Miao that players, aliens, will be affected by the cards and perform some behaviors that conform to the characteristics of the cards. Huang Fu Miao Miao's love for wearing skull masks is a vivid example. Demons are born to instigate, intimidate, mystify, and play pranks. Huang Fu Miao Miao is too cowardly. If someone else holds this card, who knows what kind of trouble they would cause? Feng Ling felt that she might have been affected by the card. Otherwise, how could she have the idea of raising it when she saw Huang Fu Miao Miao's aggrieved look? Feng Ling held her chin and imagined the scene, which felt even funnier. What are you laughing at? Huang Fu Miao Miao was a little annoyed, but because she was afraid of Feng Ling, she didn't speak in a strong enough tone. I will wash the clothes. When I wash the clothes tomorrow, I will return this dress to you. Feng Ling continued browsing the forum. You can keep it for yourself. At this moment, I saw a post with a very eye-catching title, looking for partners to defeat the aliens together. Only for card holders. Feng Ling clicked in to take a look. The poster's IP address was very close to hers, and his nickname was Chao Chong Chao. He said that he accidentally discovered an underground tunnel that contained many sick and injured aliens. This super powerful guy wants to gather a team to catch all the alien species in the tunnel in order to get a generous bonus. He also said that the card he holds is Golden Grass, which can cure diseases and save lives and will ensure everyone's safety. Feng Ling glanced at the information recorded by Huang Fu Miao Miao. Cards are the product of genetic technology. They can be divided into low-level insect cards, mid-level animal cards, and high-level character cards. In the information you provided, there is no mention of plant cards. Is this the error you mentioned? Or is it a deliberate concealment? Huang Fu Miao Miao's eyes widened. Plant type? There is no plant type in the cards. Feng Ling still had a smile on his face. What should I do? Someone said that his card is Golden Grass, which has the ability to quickly heal. This is impossible. Huang Fu Miao Miao stood up suddenly. He is lying. The fusion of plant genes and human genes will have serious side effects. Currently, only human gene trees have been realized, but those trees are used as tombstones. They can't speak or think. They are just trees with human form. There is no way such a card can exist in the game. Really? Feng Ling turned his head and looked at her with a smile. But there is nothing I can do. I must always believe in my own kind. Huang Fu Miao Miao's face turned from pale to red, and she was shaking all over. She didn't know whether it was because of fear or anger. She clenched her fists and shouted, "This is not fair. It's not fair. Everything I said is true. I didn't lie. You can't kill me." She was so wrong that she was going crazy, and the looming bone blade was about to touch her neck. The foam Ling in front of her was like an emotionless executioner. He lent her clothes in a friendly manner 1 second, but wanted to kill her the next. But she could not sense any malice from Foam Ling. This pervert. This lunatic. If she had known this would happen, she shouldn't have been so smart as to seek cooperation with humans. Humans hate players to the core and will only find excuses to kill her. She is so stupid. Huang Fu Miao Miao was filled with remorse and cried loudly, "I didn't sleep all night to collect information for you. Why don't you believe me? He is obviously lying. He is lying." Foam Ling tilted his head to admire the tears flowing from the skull's eyes and raised the corners of his lips. "You're still pretty stubborn." Huang Fu Miao Miao became more and more desperate. She knew that no matter how she explained, it was useless, and she closed her eyes with a dead heart. The fat man's hideous face as he tortured me emerged in my mind, and I couldn't stop crying. She was going to die, really die this time. If you don't have enough points to rebuild your account, you will die even if you log off. Maybe it would be better to die. She no longer had to hide from place to place, no longer had to complete tasks and accumulate points, and no longer had to live in humiliation in this world that did not belong to her at all. Huang Fu Miao Miao. After waiting for a long time, nothing happened. When I opened my eyes, Foam Ling was browsing the forum as if nothing had happened. Huang Fu Miao Miao touched her neck, a little dazed. "You're not going to kill me? Why should I kill you? I'm just teasing you." Foam Ling lowered his eyes and browsed the replies under the post. Many people had already asked how to participate. Some people also questioned in the post, "Why not report to the Alien Safety Supervision Bureau?" Chao Chung Chao's reply was, "No one cares about small cities, so they can only rely on private forces for support." This is true. Even Xinjiang City is facing the dilemma of shortage of staff, and those third- and fourth-tier small cities are even more vulnerable. Among the hundreds of cities across the country, less than 1/3 have successfully established alien monitoring bureaus. Foam Ling joined in the fun under the post. "Do Shalo. I have a card, add me one." Huang Fu Miao Miao looked at her typing with a gloomy look in her eyes and said unwillingly, "He is lying." "I know." Foam Ling refreshed the page and found an additional short message from the website. I clicked on it and saw that it was a friend request from that super powerful person. Foam Ling accepted the friend request. "You knew he was lying, but you still added him as your friend?" Huang Fu Miao Miao was very unhappy because she was almost scared to death by Foam Ling just now because of this person. Foam Ling smiled indifferently. If the aliens are injured, they can use recovery potions. If the injuries are too serious, they can also log off and change bodies. It doesn't make sense for them to gather together in groups when they are injured. What's the point of them gathering together? What's their purpose? Are they queuing up for doctors to heal their injuries? This super powerful guy either concealed some key information, or he lied and deliberately lured a large number of humans holding cards to go there. If that's the case, this matter is interesting. She sent a hello to Chao Chung Chao and continued to say to Huang Fu Miao Miao, "Think about it. What will happen if a group of people holding cards are gathered together?" Huang Fu Miao Miao was stunned for a moment. Her eyes slightly widened. "You mean to say that this person called Chao Chung Chao is a player? He wants to steal the cards?" "It's very likely," Foam Ling said. At this time, the other side responded, "Chao Chao, what abilities does your card have? We value teamwork. If your card abilities are not suitable, we cannot take you with us. He's online at 5 in the morning, and he replied to my message within seconds. He seems to be in a hurry." Foam Ling curled his lips and sent a message. "Do Shale, what kind of abilities do you need? If it's not suitable, I won't bother you anymore." Huang Fu Miao Miao glanced at Foam Ling silently. The tone of the text was really too friendly. "Chao Chung Chao, we already have a healer and a main attacker, and now we need some support personnel. Dosha. .. I can do that. My card is a jellyfish, and I can grow transparent tentacles. The man held his phone and muttered, "Jellyfish? What card is jellyfish?" The companion beside him whispered tremblingly, "Brother Chow, it." It woke up. The man called Brother Chow raised his head and looked into the dark shadows deep in the cave, where a pale dead face slowly emerged. A hoarse, weird phlegm sound came out of the dead man's mouth, and sticky corpse fluid dripped down the corners of his mouth. Not enough.
Still.
Not enough. This face once belonged to their companion, but now it has become the monster's mouthpart for making sounds. Chow swallowed nervously, his knees weakening uncontrollably. "I've called someone over. They'll be here soon, very soon." The human face opened and closed its rotten lips in the darkness. "I want
more.
More cards." "I know," Brother Chow said through gritted teeth. "The people I called this time are all humans with cards, and they will definitely satisfy you." The face slowly retreated into deeper darkness and disappeared. The two men huddled together in the cave, and it was a long time before they dared to move. Brother Chow wiped the cold sweat from his face and used swear words to relieve his fear. The companion cried and whispered, "Otherwise, or else, call the police. Let someone from the Supervisory Bureau come." "What if the people from the Supervisory Bureau can't kill it? Do you think it will let us go?" "And wealth and honor come with risk." Look over there. Brother Chow pointed to the other side of the cave. Near the rock wall, there were several corpses lying in a mess.
"Did you see that?"
"Those are all wanted alien criminals. I recognize their faces. As long as we take the bodies out, we can get at least tens of millions in reward. Then we will become multi-millionaires. We will be the best of the best." He looked at the corpses of the aliens as if he were seeing countless treasures, and even his breathing became rapid. What does it matter if a few people die? As long as the monsters are fed, this cave will become our money-printing machine. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. There is no need to blame me for these idiots on the forum. If they want to blame someone, they should blame their own useless cards. Since the strong cannot sacrifice themselves to fight against alien species, the useless weak should show their own value. So, it's you, useless jellyfish. Bite. He actually agreed? Huang Fu Miao Miao was extremely surprised. Even if the opponent doesn't know much about the cards, he should be able to tell from the name that the characteristics of the jellyfish card are more suitable in the water, and it is difficult to exert its power in the tunnel. It's expected. Huang Fu Miao Miao picked up the tablet and looked at it, then turned to look at Feng Ling. "Do you want to go?" "Go." Feng Ling looked at her with a smile. "You come with me." "I want to go too." Huang Fu Miao Miao was anxious. "I haven't slept all night, and I haven't eaten yet." "Jelly? It's the thing you smoked in the car," Feng Ling said. Huang Fu was stunned for a moment, then reacted. "That's a nutritional supplement. You need to use points to buy it. 2 points to buy a small bag." 2 points? Feng Ling wanted to laugh and asked Huang Fu Miao Miao, "How many points do you have left?" Huang Fu Miao Miao's mouth drooped and she replied, 16 points. This time Feng Ling couldn't help laughing while holding the hair dryer. She always thought she was poor, but she didn't expect this little alien to be poorer than her. 16 points, it was outrageous. "You want to sign a contract with me at 16 points and give me 50 milliliters of recovery agent for free every day?" Feng Ling laughed at him. "You're not going bankrupt after just 2 days, are you?" Huang Fu Miao Miao bit her lower lip, a little unconvinced. "If I sign the contract, I will definitely do as many tasks as possible to earn more points." Feng Ling thought she was quite inspiring. "There are 2 bags of instant noodles in the kitchen. If you want to eat, just cook them yourself.
I'm going out for a while."
Feng Ling put down the hair dryer, smoothed her hair a few times, tied it into a simple ponytail, and went to the bedroom to change clothes. Both of them were women, so Feng Ling had nothing to be shy about and did not close the door. Huang Fu Miao Miao followed her like a tail and asked her anxiously, "Where are you going? What are you going to do? When will you be back? Don't you need to rest? Aren't you tired?" Feng Ling really didn't feel tired. She seemed to have extra energy. It was just that she ate too much instant noodles at night, all of the same flavor, which made her feel a little nauseous. "You have too many questions. You're only allowed to ask one. Feng Ling put on a hoodie and sweatpants. Huang Fu Miao Miao wanted to say something but stopped herself, opened and closed her mouth, and watched Feng Ling take out his ID and bank card from the suitcase with a conflicted look on her face, then walked towards the door. Seeing Feng Ling was about to leave, she finally couldn't help but chase him to the door and asked, "What if we meet a player outside?" Feng Ling said, "Call the police, Huang Fu Miao Miao." It's so weird, it feels like a madman suddenly says words that only a normal person would say. Click, the door was closed. Huang Fu Miao Miao stood at the door for a while, then returned to the sofa and sat down in a daze. The house was very big, and it seemed even more empty after Feng Ling left. Huang Fu Miao Miao felt a little at a loss. She was very hungry, tired, and sleepy. She had not had a good rest since she was caught by the two men, one fat and one thin. The sofa here is so soft. Why not take a nap first? But what if a player encounters a hidden boss? She just settled down and didn't want Feng Ling to get hurt. Huang Fu Miao Miao opened the player forum and carefully read today's new posts. She would click on every post with the words "Defeat the boss" in the title to take a look, for fear that Feng Ling's whereabouts would be exposed on the forum. As she looked at them, the words seemed to be coated with paste, becoming sticky and abstract. Her eyelids began to droop, and she finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep on the sofa. When Feng Ling came back, Huang Fu Miao Miao was sleeping soundly. The thin body was curled up on the sofa, his cheeks and mask were covered by messy hair, and his broken arm was exposed on the outside, looking particularly pitiful. Although the wound had recovered due to the injection of medicine, the melted half of the arm would never grow back. Feng Ling watched her from the side and thought, "She looks like a dog." She actually likes small animals very much, but since she was a child, stray cats and dogs would avoid her when they saw her, and the animals in pet shops would also show their teeth when they saw her, so she has never had any decent pets. Who would have thought that she would now raise alien species? Feng Ling put the children's clothes, shoes, and socks she had bought next to the sofa, then sat aside and took out her newly bought mobile phone. That Chow Chong Chow wanted to invite her to join the group. It was inconvenient without a mobile phone, so she went out early in the morning, found an ATM to withdraw money, and then went to the business hall to handle business. She also applied for a secondary card for Huang Fu Miao Miao. In short, she was busy for the whole morning. Feng Ling installed the commonly used apps and joined a super powerful group. As soon as I joined the group, I saw someone complaining that he was too pressed for time to buy a suitable train ticket. Chow Chung Chow said, "You don't know how to buy a plane ticket?" The man directly retorted, "You want me to buy a plane ticket when there's nothing about the alien species yet? You're throwing thousands of dollars into it without seeing a single cent of the bonus. Do you think other people's money comes from the wind?" Feng Ling thought to himself, "That makes sense." The next second, Chow Chung Chow kicked this person out of the group. Chow Chung Chow, enter the tunnel at 7 a.m. tomorrow at the latest. Those who can't come can leave the group on their own. Super strong. Those who stayed changed their names to forum IDs to make it easier to identify people. Some people left the group one after another. In the end, only 6 people were left. Someone named Energetic Girl Li Kuei said in the group, "Why not do it tonight? The sooner you finish, the sooner you can get paid." Chow Chung Chow seemed to be in a hurry too, and asked everyone, "Is it okay tonight? Can everyone come?" Feng Ling glanced at Huang Fu Miao Miao, who was sleeping soundly, and replied, "Time is too tight. Let's go at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning." Chow Chung Chow then said it at 7 o'clock. "You guys go to Jiangkou railway station first. I'll send you the detailed location at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Don't be late." Jiangkou City is a 4th-tier small city very close to Qinjiang City, and it only takes 2 hours to drive there. Feng Ling opened the map on his phone and zoomed in on Jiangkou City. The terrain here is relatively flat, and there are no industries such as coal mines and iron mines. Just looking at the map, you can't tell where the underground tunnels are. It seems there is no way to check the location in advance. Feng Ling felt a little regretful. She likes planned and organized actions. Although she couldn't check out the location, she still had to prepare the necessary things. The lighting conditions in the tunnel were probably very poor or even non-existent. She had to buy emergency lights and flashlights, as well as strong ropes, non-slip shoes, hammers, axes, and shovels. These things would also be good, as they could be used as both tools and weapons. Ling slid his finger across the screen, and pictures of products from the online shopping mall came into view. Why can't they buy it cheaper? An axe is priced at 1,800 yuan. Why don't merchants just buy it? Ding, a text message pops up. In the evening, Huangfu Miao Miao finally woke up. She sat up dazedly and looked at the sunset glow outside the window, unable to tell whether it was sunrise or sunset. You can sleep a lot. Ling looked at her with his chin in his hand. I slept for a full 12 hours. Huangfu Miao Miao was stunned for a moment. How long has it been since you had a good night's sleep since you logged in? I can't remember. She seemed to be living in fear every day, afraid of being caught by the supervisory bureau, afraid of having her cards taken away, afraid of not being able to complete the mission, afraid of many things. Later, she thought she could find help on the forum, but ended up falling into another disaster. If they were not forced into a desperate situation, who would be willing to take the risk of cooperating with the boss? Huangfu Miao Miao's mind gradually became clear, and her vision slowly focused, and she saw the new clothes, new shoes, and a cartoon watch around her. Is this for me? She picked it up curiously. Ling narrowed his eyes and smiled. Yes, I bought you a phone watch. The phone card is already inserted. I turned it to silent mode to prevent it from ringing suddenly after we enter the tunnel and affecting our movements. Huangfu Miao Miao. It seems that boss has to go on the tunnel trip. I also bought some things. I'll carry half, and you carry the other half. Ling dragged over 2 heavy outdoor backpacks, picked up the smaller one, and placed it in front of Huangfu Miao Miao without letting anyone refuse. Huangfu Miao Miao opened her backpack. There was food and water, ropes, shovels, flashlights, and a particularly heavy long-handled hammer hanging on the outside. After all, Huangfu Miao Miao is not a real human girl. Even though she is thin, her physical fitness is slightly stronger than that of ordinary people. She silently picked up the hammer, weighed it in her hand, and looked at Ling with mixed feelings. Want to try it? Ling held another alloy steel battle axe that he bought for 1,800 yuan and looked at her with particularly gentle eyes. I bought the hammer and axe from the same company. They were delivered to the same city on the same day. I don't know how the quality is. Huangfu Miao Miao. Obviously, Ling gave her the weapon not because he trusted her, but purely for excitement. And she would not give Ling any chance to provoke him. Huangfu Miao Miao pursed her lips, lowered her head, zipped up her backpack, put it away, and then put away the hammer. Ling was stunned. Right in front of her, the backpack and hammer that had just been placed in front of Huangfu Miao Miao suddenly disappeared. How did you do that? Ling couldn't help but reach out and touch the place where the backpack and hammer were originally placed. There was indeed nothing there. What kind of ability is this? It's not an ability. Huangfu Miao Miao explained. It's the player's backpack function. Each player initially has a 2-slot backpack. Initial state? Ling was very interested. In other words, the storage grids can be increased, right?
Yeah.
Huangfu Miao Miao counted on her fingers. I initially had a 2-slot backpack after logging in. I got 1 slot as a reward for completing a mission, and later I spent 10 points to buy another slot. Now I have a total of 4 slots in my backpack. Each slot can store items under 10 kilograms. Ling smiled and said, this ability is more practical than cards. Why don't you buy a few more slots? Huangfu Miao Miao pursed her lips and said in a muffled voice, it's too expensive. The first time you buy it, it only costs 10 points. The second time it will increase to 50 points. The third time is 200. The fourth time is 1,000. And the fifth time it will cost 5,000 points. What a pity. Ling thought, if this was a card ability, she would definitely not be able to resist killing a few more alien species to grab the grids. Huangfu Miao Miao looked at her ingratiatingly. Do you need me to help you put away your backpack? No need. Ling put on his bag and held the axe in his hand. If you put it away too cleanly, it will easily arouse suspicion. You should also take out the hammer, otherwise people will wonder where you got such a big thing from. That's true. Huang Fu Miao Miao nodded, and a hammer instantly appeared in her hand. Feng Ling checked the time and asked her, "Are you hungry?"
Hungry.
Huang Fu Miao Miao nodded honestly again. Feng Ling held up the axe and said, "Go change your clothes. I'll take you out for dinner. After we're full, we'll go to Jiangkou City." Huang Fu Miao Miao felt warmed in her heart when she heard this. As long as you don't consider the last sentence going to Jiangkou City, it's really great to have new clothes to wear and enough food to eat. The two went to a buffet restaurant with the best reputation in the city. In the past, this place was crowded, and you had to take a number and wait in line for a long time during mealtimes. Now business is not as good as before. Feng Ling walked into the restaurant and asked Huang Fu Miao Miao, "Are there any alien species here?" Huang Fu Miao Miao looked around carefully and shook her head. No.
No.
Feng Ling raised his hand and patted Huang Fu Miao Miao's head. "Let's eat." After filling his stomach, Feng Ling drove to Jiangkou City. There was a constant stream of vehicles along the road, and she asked Huang Fu Miao Miao again, "Are there any alien species?" Huang Fu Miao Miao stared for a while. No. Feng Ling leaned on the steering wheel and sighed. "There are so many cars. Why is there not a single alien species?" Huang Fu humanoid detector Miao Miao silently opened the blue light virtual screen and looked at the occasionally changing numbers in the upper left corner. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke. "There are currently 97,681 online players. If these people are evenly distributed around the world, there will be no more than 10 players in each city. It is normal that we can't meet them." Feng Ling perked up, stared into her eyes and asked, "Can you see the number of online players?"
Yeah.
Huang Fu Miao Miao took another look. Now it's 97,679 people. 2 died. There is an imperceptible sluggishness in the tone of voice. Huang Fu Miao Miao did not dare to show the slightest bit of sorrow and regret. Although she lost 2 compatriots, this number of logins also meant that Feng Ling lost more than 90,000 compatriots. She are 2 naturally hostile camps. Even if they are at peace now, sooner or later. She will kill me sooner or later, Huang Fu Miao Miao thought. This doesn't make sense. Feng Ling said as he drove, "There are alien attacks every now and then in Xinjiang City. I feel like there are a lot of aliens. I don't know." Huang Fu Miao Miao thought seriously maybe. Maybe it has something to do with the system's placement mechanism. Your world also has games, so you should be able to understand that players are usually placed in villages, not in monster camps in the wild. So, looking at the entire map, it is reasonable that some places have fewer people and some places have more people. Monster camp. Haha, interesting. Feng Ling's mouth curled up. "You are players and we are monsters, so interesting." She freed one hand, pulled out a tablet from the side of the seat and threw it on Huang Fu Miao Miao's legs, saying, "Write it down. This information is also very interesting. Write it all down." Huang Fu Miao Miao. Okay. The night is getting deeper. The number of vehicles on the road has visibly decreased. When Feng Ling drove to the train station in Jiangkou City, there was no one nearby. The tall street lights illuminated the empty road, which was quiet and deserted. "Look ahead." Feng Ling turned on the high beam and shone it on a van in front. "It's an alien species, right?" Feng Ling picked up the axe, eager to try. Huang Fu Miao Miao stuttered. "Yes, it's an elite monster." "Elite monster?" Feng Ling paused and didn't react for a short while. Huang Fu Miao Miao immediately wanted to slap herself. She quickly explained, No. What I mean is, yes." On the other side, the people in the van had already come out. The leading man walked towards them aggressively, cursing, "Who the Hades are you waving the light at? Get down here." Feng Ling got out of the car holding an axe. When the other party saw the axe in her hand, his steps became more urgent. "You are carrying a weapon. What's the matter? Want to rob in the middle of the night? The Supervisory Bureau is investigating the case. Put down your weapon." Supervisory Bureau? He wears a graffiti t-shirt and a black riveted leather jacket on the upper body and a pair of ripped jeans on the lower body. The trouser legs are torn like frangipani. Could this person be from the Supervisory Bureau? Feng Ling's first impression of the Supervisory Bureau was given by Su Yuqing. This person was far worse than Su Yuqing. She was about to question him, but the other party was stunned when he approached and said in astonishment, "Are you Feng Ling? Are you really that Feng Ling? If you are Feng Ling, why did you come to Junko City?" When they heard him calling out Feng Ling's name, several more people got out of the van, all looking at this side with burning eyes. Feng Ling didn't know that in just one day, she had become famous within the supervisory bureau. Zhou Chu became excited. He had checked Feng Ling's file and seen his photo. He recognized this face, and he remembered the smell of this truck. He moved his sight behind Feng Ling and looked at Huang Fu Miao Miao in the car. "Since you are Feng Ling, then the guy in the car should be the alien that escaped, right?" Huang Fu Miao Miao's face turned pale, and she shrank into her seat, not daring to move. Feng Ling turned his head to look at Huang Fu Miao Miao and said calmly, "Yes, it is an alien species."
Ha!
Zhou Chu laughed and raised his hands. "I knew you two were in the same group." The next second, his raised hand suddenly expanded into two beast claws. One of them rushed straight towards Huang Fu Miao Miao. The transparent bone blade blocked the mutant beast's claw. "You harbor an alien species, and yet you dare to resist?" Zhou Su was furious, and he swung his other claw at Feng Ling without any hesitation. Feng Ling jumped backwards to avoid the attack, but her truck was not so lucky. A layer of iron sheet on the side was torn directly by the beast's claws. Feng Ling's face changed color instantly, and he murmured, 1,000. "What do you mean, 1,000? Zhou Chu raised his claws and stared at Feng Ling fiercely. "Don't say nonsense to distract me. Harboring alien species and attacking inspectors, these charges are enough to put you in jail for 10 years. Feng Ling's face had turned from pale to blue, and his eyes were frighteningly cold. A bone spur suddenly rose from her other shoulder, and it sprang up like a bamboo stick after rain, unfolding a transparent bone blade and slashing towards Zhou Chu's face. Zhou Chu immediately raised his claws to block.
Clang!
The bone blade and the beast claw collided with each other, making a crisp sound close to that of metal. Zhou Chu sneered. "You have 4 claws?" He quickly released the power of his 2 claws, allowing the bone blade to chop down to the ground. At the same time, he quickly retreated and landed next to the van. He lowered his body and stared at Feng Ling vigilantly, like a cheetah. Feng Ling's eyes now looked like she wanted to eat someone. Zhou Chu immediately wanted to curse again. His beast claws were always invincible. Even if he faced Feng Ling's bone blade, he would definitely have a chance of winning. However, Feng Ling not only had the bone blade, but she also had 2 hands. Zhou Chu turned around and yelled at the team members around him. "Are you all dead? Come up and help." Several team members looked at each other, but no one said a word. One of the team members took out his cell phone and said to Zhou Chu cautiously, "Deputy Captain, this is a video call from Captain Su." Sure enough, a handsome and serious face appeared on the phone screen. Zhou Chu roared. "Who called him? I can handle this myself." But the Su Yuqing in the video ignored him and ordered, "Give the phone to Feng Ling." "Zhou Yu." The team member smiled awkwardly at Zhou Chu and went to Feng Ling with his cell phone in hand. "Ignore me?" Zhou Chu was stunned and immediately chased after him and asked, "Lao Su, do you believe her or me? Didn't you say you could handle it yourself? Then I'll handle her affairs." Su Yuqing said to him, neither harshly nor softly, "Zhou Yu." When Feng Ling saw Su Yuqing on the video call, his expression eased a little, but he still didn't put down the axe in his hand. "What's going on?" Su Yuqing asked her. "He damaged my car." Feng Ling stepped aside and pointed at the deep claw marks on the car door. "I rented the truck and paid a deposit of 1,000 yuan. If there is any damage to the vehicle, not only will he have to pay for the repairs, but the deposit will not be returned." She emphasized the last 4 words. Su Yuqing secretly gritted her teeth and asked Zhou Chu, "Deputy Captain Zhou, why did you damage her car?" Zhou Chu said as if it was a matter of course, "She is harboring an alien species." So Su Yuqing asked Feng Ling again, "Did you harbor any alien species?" "Of course, that's not what I meant. This is my card ability." Feng Ling waved at Huang Fu Miao Miao in the car. Come here. Huang Fu Miao Miao sat in the car with her toes digging the ground, not knowing what to do. She bit her lip and slowly got out of the car. She stood beside Feng Ling with her head hung, feeling embarrassed and at the mercy of others. Feng Ling said to her, "Call me Mom." Huang Fu Miao Miao stared and looked up. "The Mom?" Feng Ling pointed at Su Yuqing on the phone and said to Huang Fu Miao Miao, "Call me Uncle." Feng Ling smiled and patted Huang Fu Miao Miao's head again. "She can." At this time, Feng Ling said to Huang Fu Miao Miao, "See if there are any aliens among these people." Everyone's nerves were tense, and they stood still. Even Zhou Chu couldn't help but cast inquiring glances at his teammates behind him. Although he firmly believed that there could be no traitor in the supervisory bureau, but a what if? Fortunately, Huang Fu Miao Miao quickly shook her head. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Huang Fu Miao Miao pointed at them and said one by one, "Ordinary citizens, ordinary citizens, ordinary citizens." Pointing at Zhou Yu, she quickly retracted her finger, hid behind Feng Ling and said, "Elite monster." Zhou Chu raised his eyebrows upon hearing this, and the frustration he felt finally eased a little. "Huh. So this is how you aliens distinguish humans. You can see that I'm an elite. No wonder you're so scared." Feng Ling asked Huang Fu Miao Miao how many points are awarded for killing elite monsters. Huang Fu Miao Miao replied, "The points will fluctuate depending on the difficulty of the kill, usually between 200 and 500 points. Feng Ling was very satisfied, looked at Zhou Chu and said, "Me, 3,000 points." Zhou Chu's pupils trembled. "Impossible. Why do you okay?" Su Yuqing raised his voice on the video call. "Don't forget your mission to Jiangkou City." Zhou Chu's shock turned into anger. "Old Su, don't be so obvious about your partiality. She hasn't even joined the supervisory bureau yet, and you're just praising the new and trampling on the old?" Su Yuqing ignored him and asked Feng Ling, "Feng Ling, what are you doing in Jiangkou City?" "Someone on the alien forum is looking for help to kill aliens, so I came to take a look." Feng Ling paused and said, "I'll take a look. If there really is an alien, I will call the police." "Shujukin." Zhou Chu sneered, "Why are you pretending to be a law-abiding citizen?" The members of the special attack team came close to Zhou Chu and whispered a few words. Zhou Chu frowned, glanced at Feng Ling, and muttered, "Why is it her?" He took out his phone and looked at it, then looked at Feng Ling and asked uncertainly, "Are you the dosha in the group?" Feng Ling was slightly stunned and asked him, "Are you also in the Chao Chong Chao group?" "I'm not here." Zhou Chu raised his chin proudly. "I'm very busy every day, so I don't have time to join this group or that group. I just replaced a member in the group and prepared to go into the tunnel to see what's going on." Su Yuqing said on the phone, "Feng Ling, we are currently tracking down a group of alien species, but all the clues are cut off in Jiangkou City. It seems that they disappeared here inexplicably. Currently, Jiangkou City has not set up an alien species supervision branch. All alien species-related cases are under the jurisdiction of Qinjiang City. Since you have met Zhou Chu, it is a good opportunity for you to act together and take care of each other." Zhou Chu's cards are very strong. Feng Ling said nothing. She is thinking. As they are all human beings, there is no problem for them to take care of each other, but she doubts that the so-called care will turn into being ordered around at will. Feng Ling really doesn't like getting involved in troublesome interpersonal relationships. Su Yuqing added, "According to regulations, the Supervisory Bureau needs to report any alien species it discovers to the General Administration. Even if the alien species does not show any aggressive behavior, it still needs to undergo a series of tests at the Supervisory Bureau, and professionals will assess the danger factor of the alien species. But your situation is somewhat special, so I can temporarily suppress the news this time to avoid unnecessary trouble and misunderstandings. This is doing her a favor." Feng Ling thought about it, nodded and replied, "I will try my best to cooperate with him." Su Yuqing on the other end of the video call felt a little relieved. Zhou Chu explained the action plan to Feng Ling. "When the suspect sends his location, notify me immediately. I will retrieve the nearby surveillance footage and remotely assist you in the investigation." "I understand." Although Zhou Chu looked very unhappy, he still agreed. The video call finally ended. Zhou Chu put away his 2 animal claws that were completely inconsistent with the proportions of a human body and lazily returned to the van to catch up on his sleep, with no intention of explaining the situation. Feng Ling and Huangfu Miao also returned to the truck. However, a member of the Special Forces team came to Feng Ling and asked with admiration, "Can you add me as your friend?"
Feng Ling?
I mean, we need to invite you to join the group. Although the team member is tall and strong, he speaks shyly. We have a special group for the action team, and information is shared in the group. Now, no matter what you do, you have to join a group. Feng Ling took out his mobile phone to scan the QR code, added a friend, and soon received an invitation to join the group. She entered the group and saw that there were exactly 6 people in the group. Su Yuqing was the group leader. Everyone's group nickname is their real name, so Feng Ling changed his own group nickname to his real name as well. Qin Liang. Map DNF Qin Liang. Sister Ling, please take a look at the map to familiarize yourself with it. Our technicians have determined through cell phone signals that the suspect is roughly in this area, and no tunnel entrance has been found yet. Zhou Chu. How old is she? Why are you rushing to call her sister? Qin Liang said nothing. No one else in the group said anything. The group is cold. Feng Ling clicked on the map sent by Qin Liang, which showed a floor plan of a shopping mall. One could also view the internal structure of the mall. The technicians had really put a lot of effort into it. Will there be a tunnel in the mall? Huangfu Miao was puzzled.
Feng Lin de Blai, normally no.
As for abnormal situations, it's hard to say. The night is both long and short. While I was resting in the car, several more people arrived at the train station. They were all people who had received super strong super notifications. They were stopped and questioned by Zhou Chu. After learning the danger of the trip, they all voluntarily withdrew and let Zhou Chu's team members take over their identities and continue the operation. Huangfu Miao looked at him with envy. They all withdrew. Otherwise, we would also. When her eyes met Feng Ling's smiling eyes, she immediately retracted her head and remained silent. Feng Ling was very emotional. With your courage, how did you manage to accumulate 16 points? Huangfu Miao quietly defended herself. Not all missions are dangerous. Well, what tasks do you usually do? Feng Ling asked. There are many life-related tasks to do, such as, finding a way to get from the easternmost end of a city to the westernmost end, or climbing the tallest building nearby, or learning to use a vehicle. Huangfu Miao sighed with some regret. It's a pity that the points for these tasks are not high. Killing monsters gives the highest points. Kill monsters? Feng Ling laughed. So that means kill people? Her smile gave Huangfu Miao goosebumps. Huangfu Miao hurriedly explained, No, the general monster killing mission is to kill pollutants. A contaminated body, a failed product of genetic fusion. Feng Ling had learned something from the information provided by Huangfu Miao. All creatures holding cards would produce 2 results, evolution and pollution. And the road of evolution will inevitably be accompanied by countless risks of pollution. If a player who kills people randomly on the street is not a psychopath, he is likely to become a contaminated body. The contaminated body is bloodthirsty and brutal, and has no reason at all. Huangfu Miao said in a very low voice, in terms of eliminating contaminated bodies, in fact, our players and you humans have the same position.
Huh?
Feng Ling was listening to Huangfu Miao's chattering when he suddenly heard the tail end of her voice turn upward. Feng Ling immediately sat up straight and asked her where. No, I don't know. Huangfu Miao stuttered. This is a mission prompt. It won't tell the player the specific location. It will only give a range for the player to explore on their own. Feng Ling asked, Is there anything else in the mission prompt? Read it to me. Huangfu Miao looked at the virtual screen in front of her and read it to Feng Ling word by word. Deep in the dark cave, the monster is already hungry. You need excellent decisiveness and amazing courage to face it. Silence is the prelude to death, and light is the prelude to victory. You will be richly rewarded if you overcome fear. Do you accept the A-level subjugation mission? Huangfu Miao finished reading it. Her face turned very ugly. A level subjugation mission. If it is a level, it means that there are leader-level polluted bodies among the subjugation targets. Feng Ling listened carefully and asked, "How powerful is the leader?" Huang Fu Miao Miao looked embarrassed. I don't know. She had never encountered an A-level pollutant, so how could she know how powerful it was? The B-level elite monsters alone were enough to scare her to death. Huang Fu Miao Miao explained, "All the targets that can be killed in the game are divided into 5 levels: small monsters, elite monsters, bosses, lord bosses, and abyss bosses." Feng Ling asked, "The boss is ranked in the middle, so is its strength relatively average?" Huang Fu Miao Miao immediately shook her head like a rattle. "You can't count it that way. Among the 5 levels, the Abyss is the strongest boss directly generated by the system. There are only a fixed number of them in the world, and it is almost impossible to encounter them. Even if you encounter them, you can't beat them. They are usually not in the player's attention range, so the boss level is actually very strong. Even the weakest boss has high-level cards and has completed at least 3 digestions." Feng Ling pondered silently. Her cards were very special, most likely high-level cards, and she had also completed 3 digestions. So, if that was the case, would the strength of her as a hidden boss be comparable to that of the main boss? No, that's not rigorous. Huang Fu Miao Miao used the word at least. 3 times is the minimum. Perhaps this polluted body has been digested 5, 8, or even a dozen times. It must be digested many times, otherwise the pollution value will exceed the standard and become a pollutant. Chao Cheung Chao discovered an alien species in the tunnel, and you received a mission notification for the contaminated body. This shouldn't be a coincidence. Feng Ling thought for a moment and asked Huang Fu Miao Miao, "Is this mission visible only to you? Or can all alien species see it?" "This is a regional mission. All players within the area will receive the message," Huang Fu Miao Miao said. Feng Ling's mouth curled up slightly. "That is to say, we will not only have to face contaminated bodies, but we may also be attacked by alien species." Huang Fu Miao Miao remained silent. She knew that there were many crazy people among the players. They pursued the thrill of killing and the pleasure of violence. They were ruthless even to their compatriots, let alone the indigenous people of the earth. Feng Ling took out his cell phone and started typing, feeling the need to share this information with the group. "Feng Ling, Little Skeleton just received a task reminder that there is a Class A contaminant nearby. Su Yuqing, can the location of the pollutant be determined?" Feng Ling, "No. The mission information only gives the exploration range." Su Yuqing at Feng Ling, "Please share the exploration range with the group. I will ask the technicians to analyze the terrain." Feng Ling opened the map app on his phone and handed it to Huang Fu Miao Miao. "Draw a range, and I'll send it to them." Huang Fu Miao Miao took the phone and felt a little weird. She thought her name was nice, so why did Feng Ling call her by her name instead of Little Skeleton? And the people in the group immediately knew that Little Skeleton referred to her, without even needing to react for a few seconds. "It's done." Huang Fu Miao Miao returned the phone to Feng Ling. Feng Ling took a look and found that the scope was quite large. It not only covered the shopping mall, but also the surrounding residential areas and parks. She took a screenshot and sent it to the group. "Su Yuqing, got it. Su Yuqing, I will be responsible for organizing and coordinating the evacuation of residents. You continue to act according to the plan. Zhou Chu, I want a rocket launcher. Su Yuqing, heavy weapons are Plan B. If your operation does not go smoothly, I will apply for special operations permit in an emergency to carry out firebombing in the area. Feng Ling, if the tunnel collapses, we will be buried alive." No one spoke. The group is cold again. However, Feng Ling discovered an interesting detail. When she mentioned polluting body in the group, neither Su Yuqing nor Zhou Chu asked what the polluting body was. It seems that the Supervisory Bureau has more intelligence about alien species than she imagined. Su Yuqing sent a private message. "Su Yuqing, after this operation is over, I hope you will consider becoming one of us." Feng Ling, hee hee, let's talk about it later. 6 o'clock in the morning. Chao Cheung Chao sent a location message in the group, asking everyone to gather at the shopping mall. When the group arrived at the mall, Chao Cheung Chao sent a second message, narrowing down the location to Area C of the mall's underground second-floor parking lot. When they arrived at Area C, They lost contact with Chao Cheong Chao. No one replied to my messages and no one answered my phone calls. If Feng Ling hadn't known from Huangfu Miao Miao that there was a contaminated body nearby, he would have almost thought that Chao Cheong Chao was playing a prank. Boom, 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 a strange sound was heard, echoing in the empty underground parking lot. Zhou Chu had sharp hearing and immediately realized that the sound came from a nearby rolling door. They came to the roller shutter door and searched it. The door was not locked and there were messy shoe prints in front of the door, as if some chaos had happened. Zhou Chu did not open the door, but carefully reported the situation to Su Yuqing first. Huangfu Miao Miao was nervous, and she stuck close to Feng Ling and asked in a low voice, "What's behind the door?" Feng Ling took a look and said, "This is a privately owned garage used to park vehicles and store tools for car washing." Just as he finished speaking, the shutter door slammed shut again. Huangfu Miao Miao shuddered with fear, her face turned pale, and she clutched the corner of Feng Ling's clothes tightly. Feng Ling turned around and asked Zhou Chu, "When will the door open?" Compared with before, Zhou Chu seemed like a different person after entering the search state, with all his impetuousness and arrogance suppressed. He gestured calmly to his team members. Everyone retreated to the sides and raised their guns. Zhou Chu stepped forward alone, holding the handle of the rolling door with one hand, and with the other hand he made a ready gesture to the team members behind him. 1, 2, 3. He pulled the door open with all his strength. All the guns were pointed behind the door, ready to suppress any sudden danger. The rolling door rose up, revealing a huge pit inside. Zhou Chu was stunned. He imagined all kinds of situations that might exist after passing through the door, but he never expected there would be a pit inside. The angle of the pit was nearly vertical, and it was about 3 or 4 meters deep. 2 men were standing at the bottom of the pit, struggling to lift 2 bundled and extended shovels. Zhou Chu remained calm and shook his hands slightly behind his back. The team members exchanged glances and silently put away their weapons. One of the female team members deliberately raised her voice and said, "What's going on? Didn't they say there was a tunnel? Who dug such a big hole?" Zhou Chu also acted along. "I think the 2 people below are a bit suspicious and I don't see any injured aliens. Maybe it's a trap." The man at the bottom of the pit was anxious. "There are aliens. There are at least a dozen of them, all lying half dead in there. Come down quickly. Let's kill the aliens together and share the prize money." The female team member is called Xiao Li. She looks heroic, but is very good at acting with her soft voice. She and Zhou Chu work together. One plays the villain and the other plays the hero. She said, "Since we are here, why not go down and take a look?" Zhou Chu said, "How can we get down into such a deep hole? Look at the way they look. Maybe they can't even climb out and they want to trick us into going down." The man in the pit explained, "There is another way out, but that way is too roundabout. It's faster to come down from here." After that, he asked Zhou Chu suspiciously, "Are you the people who contacted me on the forum? Who are you?" The energetic girl Li Kuei. Zhou Chu had a constipated expression on his face. Feng Ling also came to the edge of the pit and looked down and asked curiously, "Which one of you is the strongest?" "I am." The man raised his phone and waved it. "I just posted a photo in the group. Once you see it, you'll know that what I said is true." Zhou Chu was very upset. "You only know how to send a message now. Why didn't you send a message just now? And why didn't you answer my call?" "The signal is bad down here. There's nothing I can do," the man replied. Feng Ling took out his phone and saw that there was indeed an unread message in the group, which was a super-posted photo. The photos showed some people lying on the ground. Because of the flash, the contrast between black and white was clear, and the outlines of the bodies looked strange. However, just by looking at the photos, it is difficult to tell whether these people are aliens or humans. Feng Ling was just about to ask Huangfu Miao Miao to look at the photo, but when he turned around, he found that there was something wrong with Huangfu Miao Miao, and his body seemed to be shaking slightly. "What's wrong?" Feng Ling reached out and touched her forehead. Was she frightened to the point of having something go wrong? Huangfu Miao Miao's face turned pale. She looked up and said 2 words to Feng Ling, "Malice." Feng Ling was slightly stunned. She remembered that demons could sense malice. Huangfu Miao Miao shrank her neck and whispered, very strong malice, right under that pit. I was so scared that I almost cried. Zhou Chu heard their conversation and came over to ask in a low voice, is there something wrong down there? Feng Ling thought, there must be a problem, and I have to go down. The contaminated body is most likely underneath. We cannot just leave it alone. Even if we cannot defeat it, we have to investigate. Otherwise, even if Su Yuqing brings in heavy weapons, he can only bombard it randomly. At this time, the man below seemed impatient and began to urge, are you going to come down or not? Can you please stop wasting time? I have been waiting for you for a whole day. If we wait any longer, what if those aliens recover? You should also know that aliens have strong recovery abilities. If it weren't for our brother's inability, we wouldn't have waited until now and would have gone to collect the bonus ourselves. Zhou Chu listened silently and looked at the team members behind him. Everyone looked at him. He knew that the show was almost over and he could not get any more clues from the man, so he should go down and find out what is going on. Okay, stop rushing me, he said to the people in the pit. I'll get the rope and go down right away. The rope was already prepared. Qin Liang wrapped one end of the rope around a nearby concrete pillar and handed the other end to Zhou Chu. Zhou Chu held the rope and wrapped it around his left hand a few times, then said to Feng Ling, I'll go down first and you follow behind me. Feng Ling nodded. Huangfu Miao Miao beside her looked at her pitifully. Her eyes seemed to begging, can I not go down? Feng Ling remained unmoved. The little trust she had just established in Huangfu Miao Miao was not enough for her to leave Huangfu Miao Miao alone. What if Huangfu Miao Miao escaped? What if she not only escaped, but also notified other alien species to come and add insult to injury? Feng Ling likes excitement, but seeking excitement by herself and seeking excitement with a group of members of the Supervisory Bureau are two completely different things, so she has to keep an eye on Huangfu Miao Miao. Moreover, Huangfu Miao Miao's abilities might be able to help. Zhou Chu held the rope tightly, jumped into the deep pit, and slid down to the bottom of the pit easily. Next is team member Qin Liang. Then there was the female team member Xiao Li. Finally, there is a male team member named Chao Hongyi. Feng Ling bent down and carried Huangfu Miao Miao on his back. He looked at the hole, held the rope with one hand and pushed the ground with one foot, and slid down quickly. The bottom of the pit was pitch black. Everyone's face was immersed in darkness, looking blurry and like a ghost. Feng Ling couldn't help but think of that sentence. Deep in the dark cave, the monster is already starving. Yeah, it's really dark. With a click, Qin Liang turned on the military high-power headlamp. The lights illuminated the surroundings, revealing the faces of the two men in the pit. They looked extremely haggard, with sallow skin and dark circles under their eyes, as if they had not seen the sun for several days, and their eyes were irritated by the strong light, and tears came out. The clothes he was wearing were also very dirty, covered with dirt and sweat, and draped loosely on his body, glistening with oil as if they had been covered with patina, and emitting an unpleasant, rancid smell. This kind of image, coupled with a strange expression that seems to be smiling but not smiling, does not seem like a normal person at all. Feng Ling gently pinched Huangfu Miao Miao and asked with his eyes, are they alien species? Huangfu Miao Miao pursed her lips and shook her head. No. Feng Ling frowned. If it wasn't an alien species, could it be an ordinary human? How strange. I'm Chao Chung Chao on the forum. You can just call me Brother Chao. Brother Chao tried to look normal, forced a smile and introduced himself, then pointed at the young man next to him and said, by the way, this is my brother, Feng Yi. The man named Feng Yi said timidly, hello, I'm Feng Yi. You can call me Xiao Yi. Feng Ling said, since you are all relatively young, don't call me brother. I will call you Xiao Chao and Xiao Yi. Brother Chao's face was slightly stiff and looked a little unpleasant. Feng Ling said calmly, Xiao Chao, where's the alien? Take us there quickly. Weren't you very anxious just now? In front. Follow me. Brother Chao turned around and walked in front, his sinister expression hidden in the shadows. Zhou Chu saw that something was wrong with this person, so he asked another person, Xiao Yi, what's going on with this cave? How did you find it? Fong Yi followed behind Brother Chow with his neck shrunk and answered in a low voice. We were working at a nearby car wash. When we came to help a customer pick up a car, we found a pit here. We walked over out of curiosity, and suddenly the edge of the hole collapsed. We both fell into the pit and couldn't climb out, so we thought about finding another exit. A story full of holes. If you fall into a cave and can't climb out, shouldn't you call for help first? Why would you have the courage to enter a dark cave with a flashlight at hand? Fong Ling listened to the brothers' nonsense in silence. Zhou Chu probably also sensed something was wrong, so he frowned and asked them, who closed the roller shutter door outside. If both of them fell into the hole, why was the garage door closed? Chow shook his head and said, I don't know. Maybe the parking lot manager saw the big hole and was afraid that someone would fall in, so he closed the door. This answer did not satisfy Zhou Rui, but he did not ask further questions. His eyes were always alertly staring deeper into the cave. The damp air brought with it a rancid smell. There's no telling what kind of danger lurks in the darkness. After walking for a distance, the road became steeper and steeper, and the air became more turbid and unpleasant. Apart from the sound of footsteps, the only sound left in my ears was the faint sound of breathing. Perhaps he couldn't stand the oppressive silence, so Qin Liang spoke softly. This cave is full of holes and potholes. It doesn't look like it was dug by humans.
Yeah.
Shaoli agreed. If it's dug manually, it should be relatively flat. But if it wasn't dug by humans, what could have dug it out? Everyone had different looks and fell silent again.
Ouch.
Chow Hongyi, the tallest one, covered his forehead with his hands and was hit by a protruding rock above. Zhou Chu said in a deep voice, Everyone be careful. Brother Chow, who was walking in the front, said, We are almost there. Fong Ling glanced at his phone, no signal. The hole was deeper and narrower than she had imagined, and she had no idea where it would lead to. Huang Fu Miao Miao followed her silently behind her, and no one knew how scared she was. After walking forward for dozens of meters, the team stopped. Fong Ling waited for a while, and then the people in front jumped down one after another. The sound of landing was very clear, as if it had landed on a lower platform. When it was Fong Ling's turn, she shone the flashlight downwards and found that there was indeed a flat ground below, less than 1 meter above the cave entrance. She jumped down lightly and swept the area with her flashlight. In front of me is an extremely spacious cave, which is nearly oval in shape and about the size of a basketball court. There are some dark hole openings scattered on the rock wall. Humans don't dig this weird shape. Fong Ling felt that this place looked like an insect nest. The alien species are here. Brother Chow took a few quick steps forward and pointed to one of the cave entrances, saying, There are a lot of alien species inside. Zhou Chu went forward to check suspiciously. On the other side of the cave entrance is a smaller cave, about the size of an ordinary classroom. There were 4 or 5 people lying inside. Just as Brother Chow said, they looked like seriously ill and injured aliens. They had lost the basic ability to move, tossing their bodies around incoherently, breathing slightly. Even when illuminated by strong light, they seemed to have no reaction, and their eyes were cloudy and unable to see. Brother Chow was very proud. See, I didn't lie to you, did I? You brought ropes. After we kill these alien species, we can tie up their bodies one by one, and then drag them back to the parking lot along the road we just came from. Then we can call the Supervision Bureau to claim the bonus and easily make tens of millions. Why is it so troublesome? Fong Ling asked in confusion. Wouldn't it be more convenient to just call the Supervisory Bureau and ask them to go into the cave to collect the bodies? Otherwise, we would have to go through the trouble of dragging the aliens out one by one. Isn't that unnecessary? Brother Chow was choked and looked at Fong Ling. Of course not. How can one person kill so many aliens? Anyone with a discerning eye can immediately see that something is wrong, so I called you here, drag a few aliens out first, get the money and wait for 10 days or half a month, then come back here and drag a few more out. Even if people from the Supervisory Bureau come to question, they will not think that there are sick aliens hiding here. It's a nice thought. Fong Ling felt amused. She called Huang Fu Miao Miao over and said, Take a look. Huang Fu Miao Miao was right next to Fong Ling. She only leaned over to take a look and then shrank behind her, pulling Feng Ling back with force. "What's wrong?" Feng Ling asked. Huangfu Miao Miao opened her lips and whispered, "They are all dead." Feng Ling glanced at the alien in the hole, then turned back and asked Huangfu Miao Miao, "Tell me clearly, who died?"
They.
Huangfu Miao Miao pointed into the cave, her voice trembling. "All of them are dead." "Dead?" Zhou Chu frowned and looked at the alien species on the ground. Qin Liang and others also found it incredible. "They're still moving. Why do you say they're dead?" "I don't know." Huangfu Miao Miao grabbed Feng Ling's clothes and said in a trembling voice, "I didn't lie. I can only identify living creatures, but those are corpses. They must have been done by the contaminated body. Let's get out of here quickly." Brother Chao sensed something was wrong and stood at the entrance of the cave, looking at them suspiciously. "What contamination? Who are you?" No one paid any attention to him. Zhou Chu took 2 steps forward, grabbed an alien species on the ground, and threw it out of the cave. The flesh and bones in its body seemed to sway, making gurgling sounds, and translucent yellowish mucus overflowed from its mouth and nose. When they got so close, everyone realized that what they saw was a corpse. Huangfu Miao Miao was right. This alien was indeed dead. Brother Chao and Feng Yi were equally shocked when they saw this. Although they had been guarding here for 2 days, they never dared to get close. In addition, the lighting conditions were limited. When they saw figures moving from a distance, they mistakenly thought they were still alive. Who would have thought that they were dead? All dead. The 3 Special Forces members were like they were facing a great enemy. They quickly drew their guns and aimed at the weird corpse that was wriggling non-stop. Feng Ling said, "Don't shoot. There are other things in this cave. The gunshots will make a lot of noise." Zhou Chu picked up another corpse from the cave and threw it over, saying, "That's right, don't shoot yet." Qin Liang, record the video. "It's been recording." Qin Liang replied in a deep voice. There is a miniature camera under his headlight that can transmit the images to Su Yuqing in real time. Even if there is no network signal now, the video and sound can be stored in the built-in chip. After the mission is completed, these will be submitted to the Scientific Research Department as research data. The corpse was shaking violently on the ground, as if the flesh and bones beneath the skin had all melted into water, or as if some living creature wrapped inside the skin was wriggling and surging. Everyone felt disgusted. Feng Ling touched the axe in his hand and asked Zhou Chu, "Can I chop it twice?" "Don't mess around." Zhou Chu turned back fiercely. "Follow my instructions." The chest of the corpse in front of me swelled up, surging upward in waves until the throat and cheeks were stretched to an incredible size. A fat white fleshy worm squeezed out of the mouth. "Everyone, get out of the way." Zhou Chu let out a low roar, and his right hand instantly turned into a beast claw. One claw pierced through the head, tearing the entire head apart. The fat fleshworm twitched and shrank back. Zhou Chu's claws dug into the throat, and with sudden force, the fragile corpse was cut right in half. Like a balloon filled with water being punctured, a large amount of mucus gushed out, and the corpse and the fleshworms dried up and flattened into a thin pool of skin, without any flesh, blood, bones, or internal organs. Qin Liang suppressed his nausea and took these photos. The inside of the body was eaten by insects. Although they look disgusting, their skin is very thin, and they are easy to kill. They are not threatening. Zhou Chu looked back at the other teammates and said, "Let's deal with these bugs first." Everyone followed him into the cave, where the alien species lived. Various lighting tools such as headlamps, flashlights, emergency lights, etc. illuminated the cave, and more aliens with strange limbs were exposed in the light. In addition to the few lying near the cave entrance, there are more than a dozen deep in the cave. Without exception, they were all dead bodies. Some of the corpses had a waxy pale complexion, some had turned black and rotten, and some had been eaten by worms. Their skin was as thin as paper, and one could even see the fat, white worms slowly wriggling inside their bodies through the skin. The team members each took out a dagger to deal with the body. Brother Chao, who was standing at the entrance of the cave, watched this scene and finally reacted. He said with a gloomy face, "You are not from the Forum, you are from the Alien Supervision Bureau." In stark contrast to Brother Chao's reaction, Feng Yi beside him showed joy on his face. Are you from the Supervisory Bureau?
Idiot.
Do you think they can save us? Brother Chow scolded him. Now all the alien species have been dealt with by them, and we can't get a penny of bonus. Fong Yu was timid and didn't dare to speak. No one paid any attention to the two brothers and just thought they were stupid. Even if they really dragged out these alien corpses, they would not be able to get the bonus. The complicated procedures within the Supervisory Bureau were not designed in vain. For each unusual case, the Supervisory Bureau would make a detailed analysis report. Coupled with the application and review process, the lies of the two brothers would sooner or later be exposed at some stage. The reason why Feng Ling's bonus was received so quickly was entirely because Su Yuqing personally guaranteed it. The sound of hacking and killing echoed in the cave. Each corpse was like a bag filled with water, too thin, too fragile, and too weak. Feng Ling lost interest after chopping them twice with the axe. She asked Huang Fu Miao Miao to try it as well to see if she could earn any points. Perhaps because these fat worms wrapped in corpses were not threatening, Huang Fu Miao Miao became a little bolder. With a serious face, he raised the hammer and beat one to death nearby. Feng Ling used the long-handled axe as a walking stick, lazily supporting the end of the axe handle, and asked, "How is it? Is there a point?" Huang Fu Miao Miao looked back at her and showed her first smile since entering the cave. Yes. She nodded vigorously at Feng Ling. Feng Ling smiled and asked, "How much?" 2 points. Huang Fu Miao Miao's eyes were full of excitement. Feng Ling, you must be crazy because you are poor. Are you so happy about 2 points? Never mind, 2 points are still points, and they can be exchanged for jelly in the Little Aliens Mall. Hey, Vice Captain Zhou. Feng Ling shouted to Zhou Chu, who was not far away. Sooner or later, they will get into trouble. Feng Ling agreed very much. Yes, who would be stupid enough to cooperate with alien species? Zhou Yu. Do you know I am scolding you? Feng Ling tilted his head to look at him. What's with that look in your eyes? Were you scolding me just now? Zhou Chu snorted coldly, picked up the 2 corpses with his claws and threw them over. Humph, playing dumb. Feng Ling smiled and said, I'm not cooperating with alien species. We are in a breeding relationship. She asked Huang Fu Miao Miao, who was beating the corpse. Is that right? Huang Fu Miao Miao paused, then responded with gritted teeth. Yes, Mom. Feng Ling smiled and raised his chin towards Zhou Chu. Zhou Chu glared angrily and tore a corpse beside him into pieces. At this time, Qin Liang, who had been in charge of filming, suddenly said, There's a discovery. Everyone looked over and saw Qin Liang standing at the entrance of a cave. He said, There is also a body in this cave. It has a very strange shape. Move aside, let me take a look. Zhou Chu frowned and walked over. Qin Liang couldn't help but lean into the cave. Something's wrong. There seems to be something under the body. Before he could finish his words, Qin Liang took a deep breath and stepped back quickly. At the same time, a blue-black reptile comparable to an adult's size jumped out of the cave. Its huge palatal teeth bit Qin Liang's military headlamp like lightning. Zhou Chu, who rushed over, shouted at Qin Liang angrily, I told you to follow my command. Who told you to act on your own? Qin Liang's expression was tense, his eyes wide open. He pulled out his gun, aimed at the hole and shouted, All out. 2 more blue-black reptiles tore open the corpse's skin and quickly crawled out.
Go. Zhou Chu shouted.
Everyone immediately exited the cave and returned to the large cave where they first arrived. 2 insects also crawled out of the cave at an incredibly fast speed, and with the same target, they rushed straight to the flashlight and the light and pounced on it. Zhou Qi waved his claws to tear the bugs to pieces. Hearing the rustling sounds of bugs crawling coming from the caves in all directions, he immediately ordered, Light up the incendiary bombs. Get ready to shoot. Everyone stood in a circle, with their backs to each other and their guns aimed at the surrounding cave openings. Xiao Li and Xiao Hongyi quickly took out incendiary bombs from their backpacks and threw them to the left and right, immediately illuminating the entire cave with great clarity. Centipede, like heads poked out from the dark cave entrances, with their tentacles swaying in the air, waiting for an opportunity to move.
Shot.
Zhou Qi gave an order, and gunshots rang out in the cave. The special attack team was composed of strictly trained sharpshooters. One after another, the insects were shot in the head and fell out of the cave, their body juices splashing everywhere, and their carapaces were shattered by bullets. Several of the sturdy insect monsters survived the gunfire and rushed over. Before Foam Ling could take any action, Zhou Chu rushed forward like a tigress protecting her cubs and tore them to pieces. Foam Ling stood among them and actually felt a sense of idleness. He also felt in his heart. Although Zhou Chu is not a likable person, he really works hard. She followed the Special Forces' combat rhythm and killed a few bugs. The gunshots continued until no more insects crawled out of the holes, and then they gradually stopped. The ground was covered with dead insects and smelly pulp. The team members still did not dare to be careless. They quickly replenished their ammunition and continued to aim their guns at the holes. The pungent smell of gunpowder mixed with the fishy stench made Zhou Chu, who had an overly sensitive sense of smell, extremely irritated. He kicked over a dead bug monster and cursed, "How disgusting. It's weird enough that there are fleshworms growing in the corpse, but there are even these black hard-shelled bugs. How many bugs are there in this hole?" Foam Ling squatted in front of an insect monster and looked at it carefully. The front half of this big insect's body is like a centipede, with a pair of very strong and sharp palatal teeth and a centipede-like blocky carapace. It does not have as many legs as a centipede, with a total of 12 legs in 2 rows. The back half of the torso drags a long and flat abdomen, which is slightly darker in color, has a thin outer layer of carapace, and is relatively soft. There are also 2 small hooks at the tail of the abdomen, which can help the insect body to be more stable when climbing rock walls. She had also seen this hook-shaped structure on white fleshworms. Foam Ling thought for a moment and said, "The white ones are probably juveniles, and the bluish-black ones with carapaces are metamorphosis. I don't know how many are left in the cave. Let's hurry up and kill them when they are juveniles, otherwise they will be very troublesome when they grow up." Foam Ling glanced at Huang Fu Miao Miao's strange expression and raised his eyebrows. He asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Huang Fu Miao Miao was startled and quickly shook her head. "Nothing, nothing." Huang Fu Miao Miao was always nervous, so Foam Ling didn't think much about it and turned to ask Zhou Chu, "Deputy Captain, what should we do now? The juveniles really need to be killed as soon as possible, but there are too many cave entrances here. If we just walk randomly, we will definitely get lost." Zhou Chu reached into Qin Liang's backpack and took out a black square box, complaining, "I didn't know the situation in the cave would be so complicated when I came down. Fortunately, Lao Su prepared this in advance." "What is this?" Foam Ling asked curiously. "The most advanced cave detector." Zhou Chu kicked away a few insect corpses to make some space, placed the black square box steadily on the ground, and then opened the lid. Inside is a pull-out LCD screen, the size of an ordinary A4 paper, with complex buttons of different colors below. When scientists designed it, why didn't they make the operation method simpler? Zhou Chu pressed the button a few times in frustration, but the instrument did not respond. Qin Liang whispered beside him, "You need to activate the small flying box below first." Zhou Chu suddenly realized it, slapped his forehead, and then started to work as fiercely as a tiger. A metal object with a diameter of less than 10 centimeters popped out from the square box, and its shape resembled a ladybug. This metal ladybug has a propeller at the bottom. After it starts up, it slowly takes off into the air. It doesn't fly very high, but hovers beside Foam Ling's knees with a buzzing sound. Then the microscanner on the top emitted a green laser and began to scan the cave in a circular motion.
All right.
Zhou Chu breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Liang, keep an eye on the monitor, and the others remain on guard. Foam Ling leaned over and took a closer look. The picture on the monitor was divided into 2 parts. The upper half was a 3-dimensional picture of the interior of the cave, and the lower half was data stream information that she could not understand. Qin Liang specifically explained to her, during the scanning process, the detector can record the temperature, humidity, and other data inside the environment in real time, and can also detect living things, helping users to have a more comprehensive understanding of the cave situation. Advanced Feng Ling stood up and asked Zhou Chu, "How much is this thing?" Zhou Chu sneered and glanced at her with pride. "It's not for sale within the Supervision Bureau, so there's no price." Feng Ling felt a little disappointed when he heard this. In the past, she would never have had any idea about this kind of advanced high-tech, but her savings had just exceeded 1 million, so it was inevitable that her heart was easily moved. The ladybug detector flew farther and farther, and then randomly flew into a hole and disappeared. Only the image data on the display was continuously transmitted back. "Deputy Captain, more than half of the ammunition has been used up. Do we need to return for resupply?" Shaoli asked Zhou Chu. Zhou Chu thought for a moment and said, "When the detector is done mapping, go back to the car and get some supplies." The special forces were traveling lightly for this operation, and most of the ammunition they carried had already been used up. If there was another insect attack, they would likely face a shortage of firepower. After thinking about this, Zhou Chu cast his eyes towards the two men hiding in the corner and said to Shaoli, "When you go out, take these two guys with you." Shaoli replied, "I understand." In the corner, Brother Chao's expression was uncertain, and he seemed to want to say something. Fang Yi beside him had a look of joy and gratitude on his face, and was obviously eager to leave here. Brother Chao suddenly said sinisterly, "You can't go back." Everyone looked over. Zhou Chu ignored Brother Chao and asked Fang Yi, "What's wrong with you, buddy? Is he mentally ill?" Fang Yi was embarrassed. His eyes were a little evasive, and he lowered his head and didn't dare to look at anyone. At this time, Brother Chao grinned again and said, "You are no match for it." Zhou Chu was so angry at this Brother Chao that he laughed. He came over and asked, "Really? Then who is this that you are talking about? Call it out, and let's compete with it." Brother Chao didn't say anything. He just raised his head and looked above the cave. Seeing this, Zhou Chu also looked up suspiciously. Although burning sticks and other items were used to provide lighting, the top of the cave was still dim and unclear. Several dark cave entrances were distributed above everyone's heads, emitting a deep and strange atmosphere. Zhou Chu had killed many alien species, including contaminated ones, and he was somewhat unwilling to accept the result at this moment. He heard the familiar sound of insects crawling and tried to figure out which cave it came from, but the caves here were connected to each other, making it difficult to distinguish clearly. He wanted to rely on his sense of smell again, but the cave was filled with a strong fishy stench, and he could not smell any other scent. The sound is getting closer.
Chilla.
Chilla. Everyone's heart was raised, and they gripped their weapons tightly, staring at the holes with vigilance. Finally, they saw a human face appear in the largest hole. A rotting green human face. It was so rotten that it was deformed, like a melted wax figure. When it opened its mouth, even the teeth fell out and fell to the ground. Brother Chao was excited when he saw this and took the initiative to run forward to express his loyalty. "I brought the people you wanted. Look, they all have cards. As long as you stay with me, I can bring you more people."
Puff.
The human face fell off, and the head full of decay rolled to the side. Brother Chao was hit directly and stood there in a daze with his head tilted back. In his vision, the huge palatal teeth opened, like the claws of a claw machine falling from the sky, suddenly approaching. The eyes were instantly dark. Zhou Chu was shocked. Shoot. The Special Forces members fired quickly. But the insect monster was so fast that it retracted into the hole the moment it bit Chao Ji's head, and all the bullets hit Chao Ge. His body was hanging in the hole above, bleeding profusely from the bullet wound, and fell down 2 seconds later.
What's going on?
Zhou Chu yelled at Fang Yi. "How come your buddy is still talking even though he's dead?" Fang Yi seemed to be frightened and stared at the corpse on the ground without moving. Zhou Chu became more and more furious upon seeing this. He stepped forward and kicked Fang Yi, knocking him to the ground. Although he had restrained his strength, Fang Yi still hunched over in pain, crying, "It's that monster. That monster. It can speak with a human voice." Feng Ling also asked Huangfu Miao Miao beside him, "Can it be like this?" Huangfu Miao Miao was so frightened by the scene just now that her face turned pale. "I don't know either." Although she's a player who has not seen much of the world and does not know much about contaminated bodies. Feng Ling said, "Read your regional mission again." Huang Fu Miao Miao opened the virtual screen and stuttered. In the depths of the dark cave, the monsters are already hungry. You need excellent decision-making and amazing courage. Silence is the prelude to death, and light is the prelude to victory. If you overcome fear, you will receive rich rewards. Do you accept the A-level subjugation mission? Feng Ling immediately said, "Accept." Huang Fu Miao Miao, Seeing her stupid look, Feng Ling couldn't help but want to imitate Zhou Chu and kick her. Accept it quickly. Huang Fu Miao Miao quickly pressed the confirmation button. I accept the A-level subjugation mission. A progress bar appeared in the task area, showing the current task progress. 0%. Huang Fu Miao Miao's mood was hard to describe. A-level crusade tasks, even if players form a team, must have at least 5 or 6 people. Most of the corpses in the cave must be from players. Can she and Feng Ling do it? Then she thought of Feng Ling's character, who loved to seek excitement, and her heart became more and more uneasy. If Feng Ling died here, where would she find a new protector? In fact, even if Feng Ling was alive, it would be impossible for her to live in peace with such a boss, right? Maybe it was a mistake to find Feng Ling in the first place. No, you can't think like that. If it weren't for Feng Ling, she would have been tortured to death by that fat man. Or she would have been caught by the inspector and sent for experiments, with tubes all over her body. Huang Fu Miao Miao's face turned pale and blue, and she was scared to death by the various images in her mind. Feng Ling was completely unaware of Huang Fu Miao Miao's messy thoughts. She pulled out the bone spurs from her shoulders and raised 2 transparent bone blades high, eager to try. She had killed so many bugs just now that she couldn't feel anything at all. It was like eating a bowl of white noodles with clear soup and no taste. It would be very satisfying to kill this big one, right? Get out of the way. Zhou Chu waved his claws rudely. This is my home ground. Everyone, stay away. I'm going to kill you. Go big? Feng Ling shook the bone blade on his shoulder and looked at Zhou Chu curiously. How to open it up? In front of her eyes, Zhou Chu's shoulders and back expanded rapidly. His shirt was soon torn. Thick and long silver gray hair grew out of the pores of his skin, and his entire head also changed dramatically. His pupils turned golden. Fangs grew in his mouth, and 6 animal ears broke through his skin and grew out. He suppressed his roar and turned into a dog.
Did you see that?
Zhou Chu bared his teeth at Feng Ling proudly. My card, Hellhound. Feng Ling. All right. She admitted that the name was quite intimidating, but the appearance didn't quite match her imagination of a hellhound. A bit ugly. A bit small, too. Although there are 2 dog heads on the back shoulders, the dogs have their eyes closed and look listless, making it difficult to evaluate them. Like a stunted werewolf. Feng Ling couldn't help but glance at Huang Fu Miao Miao. Even the devil is so useless, so it seems understandable that the hellhound looks like this. Huang Fu Miao Miao was stunned for a moment, and a flash of lightning flashed in her mind. She understood Feng Ling's eyes in a second. She said angrily, "There is a lot of room for improvement for high-level cards." That's right. Zhou Chu rarely agreed with the alien species that he hated the most. Feng attacked from all sides. Oi Ling murmured, "You guys should improve yourself for me to see." The rustling sound of insects crawling sounded again, and everyone stopped talking and entered combat mode. I thought the polluted body above the cave would reappear, but what came was blue-black reptiles from all directions. Zhou Chu was extremely irritable. He would rather fight the polluted body alone than clean up these running insects. Everyone retreat to the passage. Zhou Chu shouted loudly. His silver gray hair trembled, and then he pounced into the swarm of insects and killed them all. His strength and speed had made a qualitative leap. The insects under his claws were as brittle as pieces of paper. In just a few breaths, he had torn 3 or 4 insect monsters into pieces. Feng Ling stood on the other side, covering the Special Forces team's retreat. Her bone blade was slender and flexible, with a larger, controllable range. She cut the insect monster into 2 pieces, without much effort. Oh no! Detector! Qin Liang suddenly shouted. A bug monster seemed to be attracted by the light and pounced towards the display screen with its shiny black teeth bared. Qin Liang ran back in a hurry and hugged the precious detector in his arms. The insect monster's palatal teeth pierced through his backpack and pierced his back. Qin Liang groaned in pain, but he desperately protected the detector with both hands. Hurry up and go. Zhou Chu rushed up and grabbed the insect monster, and his steel-like claws directly tore the insect monster into two pieces. The abdominal cavity sprayed out smelly black and green mucus, which poured all over Qin Liang. He didn't bother to wipe it off and picked up the detector and ran into the passage desperately. Feng Ling said with emotion, "You are quite considerate." Zhou Chu stared at the remaining insect monsters with an unusually cold look and said, "This is my home ground. I won't allow anyone to get into trouble in front of me." Feng Ling wanted to mock him by calling him middle school student. But when he said this, his voice was very low, and it didn't sound like he was speaking to others. Rather, it sounded like a self-determination, so she gave up the idea of complaining. The burning sticks were extinguished one by one, and darkness was approaching them. Zhou Chu's visibility became smaller and smaller, and he became more and more anxious. The size of the underground cave was far beyond expectations, and the team was in urgent need of supplies and had to return to the surface as soon as possible. Fortunately, the swarm of insects was basically defeated, and they successfully retreated into the passage and walked back along the way they came. The passage became increasingly rugged and difficult to navigate. Feng Ling remembered that there should be a protruding rock above the road, which hit the team member's head, but he didn't see it after walking for a long time. Just when she felt something was wrong, she heard Fang Yi, who was at the front, scream, "What's going on?" Zhou Chu was at the end of the team and couldn't see what was happening ahead. Shaoli said anxiously, "This road is wrong. There is a pothole ahead." Fang Yi and Lao Chao both fell down.
Zhou Chu said angrily.
"Save me! Save me!"
Fang Yi shouted in horror.
Feng Ling squeezed over to take a look and found that this road was indeed wrong. There was a deep pit at the end, which was at least 7 or 8 meters deep. Fang Yi fell, and his head was bleeding. Chao Hongyi was also in a bad condition, lying on the ground holding his leg bone. Ah! Seeing this face again, Fang Yi was so frightened that his soul flew out of his body, and he desperately cried for help. "Help! Help me!" A monster with a human face was lurking in the darkness, but the people standing above the pit were limited in their vision and could only see Fang Yi yelling and Chao Hongyi shooting continuously. Just when everyone was hesitating whether to go down to rescue people, Feng Ling jumped down with a flashlight. The flashlight swept across a huge monster, and Feng Ling's heartbeat accelerated. She felt excited for the first time in a long time. Unable to wait to see the target clearly, she swung the 2 bone blades at the moment she landed. Piercing the face, piercing the shell, and cutting the muscles, these real feelings made her heart numb and excited. Like a lion who had tasted the sweetness, she wanted to pursue the victory after one hit, but the monster quickly crawled out of the range of the light and disappeared from her sight. Feng Ling swept the flashlight around, but saw nothing except a few dark holes. Escaped into the cave again? She frowned and checked the bloodstains on the ground. Unlike the bugs just now, the blood shed by this monster was bright red. She heard the sound of something heavy falling behind her and turned around to see that it was Zhou Chu, who jumped down. Then Xiao Li and Qin Liang also slid down with ropes tied to their backs, and finally it was Huangfu Miao Miao, who followed carefully behind the Special Forces members. "Why are you coming down too?" Feng Ling walked over and asked. Qin Liang wiped the sweat off his face, raised the black box in his arms and said, "I just checked with the detector, and I can get out from the bottom." Xiao Li continued, "And our lighting equipment is basically in Lao Chao's bag. Even if we leave it up there, we still need sufficient lighting for operations." Zhou Yu frowned and asked Chao Hongyi, "How are you? Can you still walk?" Chao Hongyi sat on the ground, holding his calf and shaking his head. "I can't move. It must be broken." Zhou Chu frowned even more. There was no signal in the cave, so he couldn't seek help from outside. And he still had a long way to go to get out. What should he do? You guys go first, don't worry about me. Chao Hongyi didn't want to be a burden to the team, so he said, I can find a smaller cave to hide in. Those bugs may not find me. Hide? Zhou Chu cursed angrily. Do you think you'll be fine if you hide? If this contaminant can't be eliminated, the worst result will be that heavy weapons will be brought in for a range bombing. If you stay here, you'll be buried alive. Chao Hongyi moved his lips, lowered his head, and said nothing. Every member of the Special Forces team regards the mission as more important than his own life. Now that he is a burden to the team, he feels worse than anyone else. Zhou Chu probably understood the mood of his teammates. After yelling twice, he became silent and angrily. Xiaoli silently put down her bag and took out the emergency medical kit to treat Chao Hongyi's leg injury. Qin Liang also put down the detector in his arms and packed up the remaining lighting tools one by one. There are still 4 burning sticks, 2 headlamps, and 2 small flashlights. Zhou Chu said irritably, Is this all that's left? Qin Liang explained in a low voice, I still have some burning sticks in my backpack, but I just dropped them into that big cave. Zhou Chu became even more annoyed after hearing this, and waved his claws in the air in frustration. There were so many problems. How could he continue the mission? After he was upset, he was dissatisfied with everything. He saw that Qin Liang's back was still bleeding, and he cursed, Don't you know that your back is bleeding? When the blood stops flowing, you expect me to carry you out. Qin Liang was stunned after hearing this. In order to protect the expensive detector, he was bitten by an insect just now. Although the pain was unbearable at the time, he was so busy retreating that he forgot about the injury on his back, and now he doesn't feel any pain at all. Xiaoli threw a small spray bottle over and said in a deep voice, It's more troublesome if it doesn't hurt. It may be a paralysis-type toxin. There is no antidote now. Let's spray disinfectant first. Qin Liang's face was tense, and he stopped talking. He took off his shirt and struggled to spray disinfectant on his back. The contaminated body hid in the cave and refused to come out. The team lost supplies, and 2 people were injured. Now the morale is at a low point. Even Feng Ling couldn't help feeling a little depressed. The terrain here is too favorable for the pollutant, and the lighting conditions are poor. She suspects that even if the pollutant appears again, she may not be able to get rid of it. What should we do? Xiaoli said, Deputy Captain, I think lighting is the key to this mission. When using flashlights and headlamps, the light is too strong and will create shadows, resulting in partial blind spots in vision. There will also be a halo effect when moving, which is very unfavorable for combat. The number of burning sticks is currently seriously insufficient. If we enter a large cave, we must light at least 2 at a time, which means that we only have 2 chances to fight at most. She took a deep breath and looked into Zhou Chu's eyes solemnly. We only have 2 chances. After 2 chances, we must find a way out, otherwise we will be in a tough fight. Zhou Chu was upset. Of course I know all this, but that guy always runs too fast. Moreover, even if I can catch up with it, I can't see it. Unless I can lead it to a place with light, I will definitely kill it. Feng Ling listened to their conversation and fell into deep thought. The contaminated body appeared twice in total. The first time it bit Chao Qiangqiao to death, and the second time it tried to attack Feng Yi, but was stopped by her. From this it seems that the contaminated body is not as irrational as Huang Fu Miao Miao said. In fact, it has a certain degree of intelligence and is good at creating opportunities. Do you find one thing strange? Feng Ling said slowly after thinking, Every time the contaminant appears, it is alone. I mean, why doesn't it attack us together with the bugs when they attack us? Zhou Chu frowned and thought for a while, it's indeed wrong. When the contaminant appeared, the insect swarm had already retreated. When the insect swarm came again, the contaminant disappeared again. It's obvious that it would have a greater chance of winning if it attacked us during the chaos. Why did it have to attack alone? Feng Ling thought of another detail. If I remember correctly, when the insect swarm first appeared, almost all of them went for the lights and flashlights. At first I thought it was just the insect's tendency to move toward light, but now I think these insects may have done it on purpose, destroying our lighting equipment and putting us at a disadvantage. It was because the environment was too dark that we entered the wrong cave entrance, giving the pollutants an opportunity to take advantage of us. Have these bugs become spirits? Qin Liang asked in astonishment. Feng Ling said, they are not ordinary bugs. They are the product of gene fusion. It is not surprising that they have intelligence. Moreover, the task prompt that little skeleton received said, silence is the prelude to death, and light is the prelude to victory. Light is easy to understand. If there is no light in this dark environment, we really cannot win. So, what does silence mean? It kills people with sound? Feng Yi and the crowd suddenly spoke up. Feng Ling looked at the other party with some surprise. This super powerful little follower had no sense of existence. Even though he fell down and his face was covered in blood just now, no one noticed. Feng Yi was embarrassed after he opened his mouth. He was like an outsider who interrupted a family meeting without permission. A small pack of wet wipes suddenly fell into his arms. Feng Yi was stunned for a moment, then looked up and saw that it was Feng Ling who threw it to him. Wipe it off, Feng Ling said. Feng Yi felt a warm current in his heart and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Thank you. Thank you. He opened the wet wipes package, and when he looked up at Feng Ling again, her gaze had already turned to Zhou Chu and Xiaoli, continuing to discuss countermeasures with them. Every word in the mission prompt is not nonsense. Silence is the prelude to death, fits the attack pattern of this pollutant. Before each attack, the swarm will either die or retreat. The cave will become very quiet, and our voices will stand out. You mean to locate us by sound? Then as long as we don't make any sound, the pollutants won't be able to attack us. Is that what you mean? That's possible. So far, the contaminant has not made any consecutive attacks. After each sneak attack, it immediately retreats into the hole. This means that it knows very well that it is no match for us in the presence of light. That it seems we need to make sure there are no problems with the lighting equipment. As long as there is light, we have a chance of winning. But what about the bugs? There are too many of them, and they can easily destroy the lighting equipment. No matter how many bugs there are, they can't be endless. If there really is a huge bug nest underground, Junko City should have experienced a large number of missing persons cases long ago. Feng Yi watched them talking silently. Qin Liang next to him whispered to him, "You have a sharp mind. I didn't even think that the contaminant would attack with sound. By the way, what's your name?" In fact, Feng Yi introduced his name when they first met, but no one paid attention. "My name is Feng Yi." He paused and subconsciously glanced at Feng Ling. Feng means ambition, and Yi means fertile land. Feng Ling was still concentrating on the combat meeting and didn't pay attention to this side. Qin Liang smiled and said, "This name is not bad. My name is not good. It was given by my grandfather. Back then, my grandfather." "Qin Liang, come here." Zhou Chu interrupted their chat and said, "Bring up the topographic map drawn by the detector and have a look." "Here I come." Qin Liang opened the black box and retrieved the three-dimensional terrain image. Judging from the three-dimensional images, the structure of this underground nest is much simpler than they imagined. One side is a regular rectangular image, and the other side is also a regular rectangular image. This shape can only be an artificially constructed underground parking lot. There is a huge deep pit between the two underground parking lots, with a rugged passage extending on each side of the pit, connecting the two parking lots. As for the cave entrances they saw, they were actually connected to each other internally. No matter which cave entrance they entered, they would eventually lead to the only rugged passage and reach the central pit. The reason why they always feel that the terrain is complicated is actually because of insufficient light and low visibility, and the brain cannot make accurate judgments about the terrain. After reading the map, Zhou Chu gained confidence. As long as we send the map information out, Lao Su will be able to help us from outside. Qin Liang pointed to the parking lot on the left side of the map. "We came down from here. Captain Su is always thorough and will definitely send someone to guard the entrance to the parking lot." He pointed to the parking lot on the right and said, "But if a bug monster escapes from another parking lot, it will cause serious loss of life and property to local citizens. Zhou Chu took a breath and said in a deep voice, "Both sides are important. We cannot let any insect leave the nest, but who will pass on the message?" Everyone was silent. After a few seconds, everyone's eyes turned to Feng Ling. Feng Ling looked at the three-dimensional picture without saying anything. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about?" Zhou Chu pushed her. Feng Ling came back to his senses. Hearing this, everyone looked at the monitor again. Such a special shape would not be without meaning. I suspect there are insect eggs or larvae hidden there. Indeed. Qin Liang nodded vigorously and pointed to a data stream at the bottom of the screen. At the bottom of the pit, the data of life signs is very active. Even if there are no insect eggs there, there must be some special creatures. Zhou Chu thought for a moment, weighed the pros and cons, and said to everyone, "Rest here for 10 minutes. We will try to make as much noise as possible to attract the pollutants back to the nest. Feng Ling will take the opportunity to send out the data from the detector. The others will stay on standby." "I don't agree." Xiaoli stood up and said, "I still have ammunition, and I can support you with Qin Liang." Chao Hongyi also said, "Deputy Captain, let Xiaoli go. My leg is broken, but I still have 2 hands. I can protect myself even if the bugs come." Chao Hongyi could see that Zhou Chu didn't bring Xiaoli with him in order to leave someone to look after him. Zhou Chu gritted his teeth, walked back and forth a few steps, and made a decision. "Okay. Does anyone else have any questions?" Zhou Chu looked at Feng Ling again. "Can you send the data from the detector? However, it is indeed more important to send the data and notify Su Yuqing to do a good job of blockade at the 2 entrances. Otherwise, she and Zhou Chu will kill a lot of insects underground, and the insects will flee to the ground. If any one of them escapes, it will cause immeasurable consequences. I don't know how Su Yuqing's evacuation work is going. Now is the time when the elderly go out to buy breakfast and do morning exercises. Even if the insects don't bite people, scaring them can cause a series of heart diseases and high blood pressure." After thinking about it, Feng Ling said, "I have a question." Zhou Chu said angrily, "What's the problem? Tell me now." Feng Ling asked, "Why do we need to rest for 10 minutes? Zhou Yu?" Feng Ling glanced at everyone in confusion. "Are you tired? Do you need to rest for so long?" If she remembered correctly, they had been in the cave for less than half an hour, so why did they need to rest? Were their physical strength so low? Zhou Chu roared at her, "Am I too tired? Don't you know that using card abilities consumes a lot of energy? What are you trying to show off? What are you putting on airs? Why are you pretending to be cool?" Feng Ling didn't mean it. She smiled, clenched her fists and stretched her muscles, and said, "I think it's okay." Feng Ling didn't understand why Zhou Chu emphasized his identity as captain. But she figured out another thing. No wonder Zhou Chu only had his 2 arms turned into beast claws most of the time instead of maintaining the hellhound form all the time. It turned out that he did this to conserve his physical strength. She turned her head and asked Huang Fu Miao Miao, "Does the little jelly you drink work for humans?" Huang Fu Miao Miao was stunned for a moment. "It should work. Give him a bag." Feng Ling pointed at Zhou Chu. "If you are deficient, you need to replenish it." Zhou Yu. Huang Fu Miao Miao. The expressions of both of them were very unhappy. A product that excludes the use of xenobiotics. The other is reluctant to spend the points he has worked so hard to accumulate. Huang Fu Miao Miao reluctantly used her points to exchange for a small bag of nutrient supplement and handed it to Feng Ling. Feng Ling turned around and threw it to Zhou Chu. Zhou Chu freed up one of his animal claws and turned it back into a human hand, catching it in mid-air, and silently prepared himself mentally. "I must put the overall situation first. Put the overall situation first." The taste is similar to concentrated juice, slightly gelatinous and slightly sweet. After drinking it, the feeling of fatigue gradually subsides, the whole person becomes energetic, and even the brain is excited. The effect is amazing. But Zhou Chu couldn't relax. This was a tough job for the technology of alien creatures, and the better the effect, the greater the pressure on him. Zhou Chu looked at Feng Ling solemnly and asked, "Will there be any side effects?" Feng Ling said, "I haven't drunk it, so I don't know." Zhou Yu. Feng Ling said to Huang Fu Miao Miao, "I think the recovery potion is also very useful. make a copy for Lao Chao. In fact, she was not familiar with Chao Hongyi. The reason she called him that was simply because she had forgotten Chao Hongyi's name. Huang Fu Miao Miao wanted to cry. That's very expensive. If I exchange it, I only have 2 points left. Feng Ling said in a relaxed tone. You can ask the supervisory bureau to write you an IOU. Aren't there points for killing those bugs? If you exchange 1 dose of medicine for a few bugs, won't you get your money back? Hey, don't act on your own. Zhou Chu couldn't stand it anymore. Asking the supervisory bureau to write an IOU to the aliens sounded ridiculous. Feng Ling smiled indifferently. That bag of jelly just now is also a bug. You've already drunk it. Don't think of denying it. Zhou Chu was choked. Feng Ling then continued calmly. We have already wasted quite a bit of time here. If we dawdle any longer, the contaminated body might hatch a few more worms. Let's hurry up and heal our leg injury so that we don't have to worry too much when making plans. Having said that, there is really no reason to refuse. The only person who felt uncomfortable was Huang Fu Miao Miao. She exchanged for a recovery potion and saw that her balance had turned into a thin and pitiful two. Her heart ached suddenly. She couldn't bear to look at it a second time and stuffed the injection into Chao Hongyi. Injected in the leg.
Huang Fu Miao Miao said sadly.
Zhou Chu was beside him, feeling upset. I'll pay you back with interest in the future. Huang Fu Miao Miao pursed her lips, still looking distraught, which made Zhou Chu even more irritated. Feng Ling saw Chao Hongyi inject the medicine. While it took a while for the medicine to take effect, she closed her eyes silently. Just now, she used Mother's thoughts when she attacked the contaminated body. Red mist appeared before my eyes. Feng Ling's gaze followed the guidance of the fog, trying to find the whereabouts of the contaminated body. However, after tracking for more than 10 meters, she had to give up, because it was too dark in the cave. Every passage was pitch black and nothing could be seen, which made her ability to track marks meaningless. Feng Ling opened his eyes in a bad mood. At this time, Chao Hongyi's leg injury had mostly recovered. Although he could not walk briskly, it basically did not affect his walking. Everyone was happy for Chao Hongyi. Even Zhou Chu's face looked much better. However, when he saw Feng Ling's cold face, he immediately put away his smile. Not wanting to lose his momentum in front of Feng Ling, don't worry. I will leave enough insects later, and will not bring the debt I owe you out of the cave. Zhou Chu said seriously. Feng Ling said absent-mindedly, let's proceed as planned. Zhou Yu. No, I've given you so much face. Why are you giving me such a cold face? Zhou Chu was annoyed. He really couldn't understand Feng Ling. She was just discussing with him how to deal with the contaminated body with great enthusiasm. Now, she suddenly became aloof. What happened? He didn't provoke her. Of course, we have to act according to the plan. Zhou Chu gritted his teeth unhappily and looked at Qin Liang, export the data to her. Qin Liang operated the detector for a few times, took out the internal chip, and handed it to Feng Ling solemnly.
You've just looked at the map.
You should have memorized everything, right? Zhou Chu carefully and patiently instructed Feng Ling about the mission. These cave entrances are connected to each other. After you go out here, just keep turning left and you will return to the passage leading to the parking lot. I will make as much noise as possible to attract insects and pollutants to buy you some time.
Got it.
Feng Ling put away the chip. Zhou Chu took out a combat dagger, handed it to Feng Yi and said, Feng Ling needs to send the map data out as soon as possible, so he can't take you with him, so you can only follow us. Although we will try our best to ensure your safety, if an emergency occurs, you'd better find a way to protect yourself, because we may not be able to rescue you in time. Feng Yi took the dagger nervously and nodded vigorously. I will try not to cause you any trouble. Zhou Chu exhaled, stood up and said, okay, action. The team split into two. Feng Ling and Huang Fu Miao Miao left first, and their figures quickly disappeared into the darkness. The rest of the people, led by Zhou Chu, entered another cave entrance with caution. Feng Ling walked very fast. Huang Fu Miao Miao followed her closely, not daring to move even half a meter away from her. There were intermittent loud knocking sounds coming from the distance, which should be the noise deliberately created by Zhou Chu. Without the interference of insects, Feng Ling quickly found the entrance to the parking lot. The flashlight illuminated the passage. Not long after walking, she saw the protruding rock that hit Chao Hongyi's forehead. If she walked a little further, her cell phone would have a signal. She could call Su Yuqing directly and ask him to send someone to get the chip near the pothole in the parking lot. This would save time. Chilla. Feng Ling paused and looked back sharply. Huang Fu Miao Miao, who was following behind, almost bumped into her. Before she could ask what was going on, her collar was grabbed by Feng Ling, and her body was thrown into the air in front of the passage. And from where she was originally, a bug monster with a human face pounced on her. Feng Ling's eyes were cold, and the two bone blades quickly crossed in front of him to block the attack of the contaminated body. The strong light of the flashlight shone on the contaminated body, and every limb and every line was clearly visible. This mutated body has the appearance of the insect monsters mentioned earlier, but also has human hair and skin. The two biological characteristics are deformedly mixed together. The body is even larger, and the neck can stretch to several meters long like a geoduck. The palatine teeth at the front of the neck were tightly clamping a human head, squeezing and pulling it, making the face show a weird and exaggerated expression, and the vocal cords also imitated human speech. I want
cards.
Feng Ling drew up the bone blade and stabbed the face. The neck of the contaminated body quickly retracted, so she missed the target. Then the head slid deep into the throat, and the palatal teeth at the neck turned outwards ferociously, attacking Feng Ling like a harvester with a fishy wind. At this time, she should swing the bone blade to cut off this flexible neck. But the narrow passage restricted her ability to use it. The bone blade could not be swung widely, so she could only stab forward. Feng Ling was extremely annoyed. He quickly retreated while attacking the contaminated body. He wished he could leave this small space immediately and go to a more open place to kill someone. The huge palatal teeth of the contaminated body kept opening and closing, and her bone blade gradually fell into a disadvantage. Although it had stabbed the target several times, the wounds caused by the stabs could not cause obvious pain to the contaminated body. The holes made by the thorns do not cause any pain or itching to the contaminated body. The passage is almost at the end. If we continue to retreat, we will reach the nearly vertical pit in the parking lot, and then we will need to climb up with the help of ropes. Once she retreats to that point, she will become even more passive. Huang Fu Miao Miao was also panicked. She only had one arm, and without Feng Ling's help, there was no way she could climb up. At this time, the palatal teeth of the contaminated body opened again, revealing a human face deep in the throat. Feng Ling suddenly felt something was wrong. Chao Chengchao's face was shot. Why is there no scar on this face? Is this face Chao Chengchao's face? Whether it is true or not, she has to find a way to change the current situation that restricts her hands. How to change? Since piercing the neck, carapace, and appendages doesn't cause enough damage, try piercing its weak points. Feng Ling gritted his teeth, and the bone blade suddenly stabbed towards the center of his palate. She had already made herself as fast as possible, but when the bone blade pierced into the mouth, it was still tightly bitten by the palatal teeth on both sides. The pain came, Feng Ling's whole body tensed up, and cold sweat poured down her forehead. This was like a tug of war. She would not pull out the bone blade, and the contaminated body would not let go of its palatal teeth. She began to feel slightly dizzy, and heard a sizzling sound similar to that of metal scraping against a blackboard, followed by a snap. The huge bite force penetrated the bone blade. Feng Ling screamed in pain, and her body trembled uncontrollably due to the severe pain. Crunch, crunch. The palatal teeth were still exerting force, and her bone blade was about to be chewed to pieces. Huang Fu Miao Miao hid behind Feng Ling and was so frightened by this scene that tears came out. With the hammer in hand, she hesitated whether to go forward to help her. However, as soon as she raised the hammer, she was glared at by Feng Ling fiercely. Back off. Feng Ling growled, turned around and stabbed the other bone blade between the two palatal teeth. Her eyes were red, her face was covered in cold sweat, her gums were bitten and bleeding, and she looked extremely embarrassed, but Huang Fu Miao Miao interpreted an incredible pleasure from her fiery eyes. Crazy. Really crazy. Huang Fu Miao Miao murmured tremblingly. She didn't understand what kind of person Feng Ling was. Feng Ling took a deep breath and forced himself to get used to the huge pain transmitted by the bone blade. Then control the other bone blade and saw it hard like cutting a steak. The sharp serrations on the blade began to take effect, and the contaminated body roared. Sensing Feng Ling's intention, it opened its palatal teeth and tried to escape. Feng Ling couldn't let it do what it wanted. The bone blade that was bitten through tilted hard, firmly holding the palatal teeth, and the other bone blade continued to cut the insect body like sawing wood. The contaminated body was nailed to the mouth parts, and the rest of the body struggled desperately in the passage, twisting crazily. For a moment, the whole passage was shaking, and dust was flying. Feng Ling still did not let go. Blood and mucus gushed out as the painfully struggling insect body was finally cut open by a blunt knife like grinding meat, and the human head inside was crushed into pieces. The noise disappeared. The dust has settled. Feng Ling exhaled and sat down on the ground exhausted, his back already wet. She pulled out the bone blade that had been bitten through. There was not only a palm-sized hole on it, but also bumpy cracks and blood-stained cracks. It had lost its sharpness and edge. Huang Fu Miao Miao, who was frightened out of her wits, finally found her voice and cried, "I don't have any points to redeem potions for you." Feng Ling sat on the ground and took a rest, with no expression on his face. He said, "This is not the contaminated body from before."
What?
Huang Fu Miao Miao couldn't believe it. You mean there is more than one contaminated body in the cave? I don't know how many there are, but it's definitely not the one just now. Feng Ling slowly stood up with the help of the rock wall. I marked the contaminated body. This one is not it. I think something bad will happen to Zhou Chu. Huang Fu Miao Miao was at a loss. Then, what should I do? Go out first, then save people. She turned and walked upstairs. No matter what, the chips must be sent out first. What about your injury? Huang Fu Miao Miao was anxious. Can you recover in a short time? Let's go back. If another contaminated body comes, you won't be able to hold on. Feng Ling suddenly stopped, turned around, and stared at Huang Fu Miao Miao without saying a word. Her face was immersed in darkness, her eyes were dim and unclear, and the bloodshot at the corners of her mouth made her look as cold and fierce as a vampire. Huang Fu Miao Miao's heart skipped a beat, and she forgot what she was going to say. Feng Ling just watched quietly. After a few seconds, look away and continue walking forward. Huang Fu Miao Miao was frightened by Feng Ling's appearance and dared not speak anymore. What she didn't know was that Feng Ling was hungry again. The moment he cut open the contaminated body, Feng Ling felt a strong desire to eat. Feng Ling was very familiar with this feeling because when he obtained the Killer Bee and Mantis cards, he also felt hungry and wanted to eat. There was no way she would eat the corpse of an alien species. I also cannot accept dirty, ugly, polluted bodies.
So, what should she eat?
Is this also the effect of the card on the holder? Feng Ling wondered. What card did she get? Fortunately, her current pollution value is only 7%. If the data is higher and she encounters a strong appetite, she is not sure what kind of madness she will go. Then Feng Ling thought again. Maybe it's not because of the card, but because the injury is too serious, and the energy stored by eating before is all used to repair the injury, so I'm hungry again? I really don't understand it at all. The front suddenly became brighter. The light was so strong that Feng Ling couldn't see anything for a moment, just like a person on the stage under a spotlight. She heard a chaotic voice coming from above. Someone is coming out. Is that Brother Zhou? Not the vice captain. Why didn't Brother Zhou come out? A little further away, she could hear a report coming from the loudspeaker. Please follow the instructions of the Alien Safety Supervision Bureau to evacuate. Don't panic and get on the bus in an orderly manner. The Alien Supervision Team will do its utmost to protect the lives of the citizens. Now repeating the report. Feng Ling. Suddenly someone called her name. It was Su Yuqing's voice. Feng Ling squinted his eyes to adjust to the light, raised his head, and saw Su Yuqing's face appear at the cave entrance above. She remembered Zhou Chu's instructions, took out the chip and threw it high up. There is a parking lot a few hundred meters away from here. The underground insect nest is connected to the two parking lots. There is a topographic map in the chip. Zhou Chu asked you to find a way to block the entrance to prevent the insects from crawling out. She explained the situation briefly. I'll take care of it. Su Yuqing asked quickly, how's the situation with Zhou Chu? Not good, it might be over. Feng Ling rubbed his eyes. Can you give me this headlight? And your loudspeaker. The tired panting sound was particularly clear in the empty, deep pit. Zhou Chu struggled to pull the bloody claw out of the corpse, his vision already blurry. Broken insect carcasses were piled up around him, and the smell of ammunition lingered in the air for a long time. The only remaining flashlight illuminated an area around him with a diameter of no more than 10 meters, but in the darkness 10 meters away, he didn't know how many polluted bodies were waiting for him. Which one is this? We've been fighting for so long that I can't remember. He had killed contaminated organisms before. At that time, Yi Zheng, the best inspector in the city, had not been transferred away. He followed Yi Zheng on missions, and all the contaminated organisms he met were individuals, without exception. Including in the learning materials provided by the General Administration of Supervision, there are also long passages of text arguing that pollutants are unable to work in groups due to their lack of rationality. Why is this time different? Why is it different? Zhou Chu's step staggered, his breathing became sluggish, and he felt very tired. It's like being stuck in an endless war of attrition, where we can never kill all the enemies. How many enemies are still hiding in the darkness? Fatigue accumulated in every part of his body, and his hands were so heavy that he could hardly lift them. Those polluted bodies must be wandering around, and he had to remain highly alert, but why was he so tired? It seems that the alien jelly is not that powerful. It only made him energetic for a short while. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Zhou Chu's lips. Suddenly, a fishy wind blew in my face. He retreated and instinctively swung his claws at the approaching shadow. It was a human neck that stretched for several meters, with hard palatal teeth at the neck, and the rest of the body was almost completely insect-like. Zhou Chu's claws should have torn the long neck into pieces, but the long battle had left the claws covered with solidified plasma and sticky body fluids, affecting their sharpness. The heavy muscles in his shoulders and arms also resulted in insufficient strength, so this swing of the claws only left a scratch. Zhou Chu took a breath and thought feebly, is this the limit? No way. He is the only inspector in Xinjiang who can fight. He can't fall down. If he falls down, Su Yuqing will definitely be in trouble, right? Another shadow came. Zhou Chu turned around to hide again, but his movements were too slow, and a pair of palatal teeth instantly pierced his waist. His entire body was hung in the air by the monster, and then his right arm was torn apart and bitten by the palatal teeth of another contaminated body. He didn't feel much pain. Is it the brain's defense mechanism that activates and numbs all the pain? Zhou Chu thought in a daze. They are not going to dismember me, are they? I didn't expect that my final death would be so ugly. It's really not cool at all. There was a red light in front of my eyes. The throat is full of fishy and sweet taste. He spat out a mouthful of blood and felt his body was about to fall apart. Then he thought, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have tried so hard. At least I could have died quickly. Fortunately, before he died, he asked his team members to evacuate, and the map data of the detector should have been handed over to Su Yuqing, so everything is not too bad. As for his unwillingness, his resentment, and his regret, maybe next life. I'll make up for it in my next life. The sound of hurried footsteps suddenly rang out, and the impact caused him to fall to the ground. Zhou Chu opened his eyes and saw a few familiar figures in his blood-stained vision. He was immediately furious and shouted, "Who told you to come back? Get out!" He thought his tone was intimidating enough, but in reality, his words were choked with blood and had no momentum at all. Shaoli stabbed the contaminated body's neck with a short knife and twisted the knife tip viciously, forcing the contaminated body to loosen its palate teeth.
She shouted, Lao Gao.
Take Deputy Captain Zhou away. Chao Hongyi rushed over from somewhere and carried Zhou Chu, who was in half-human form, up with all his strength. Qin Liang used his few remaining bullets to cover their evacuation from a distance. Zhou Chu cursed, "What a bunch of idiots. You are no match for them. Are you all running back here to die?" Xiao Li tightly gripped the hilt of the knife and said in hatred, "It's better for us to die than for you to die. Don't you always say that you are the god of Qinjiang City? 3 people in exchange for 1 god. It's worth it." The neck under the knife twisted and contracted, and she was thrown away like a long-necked turtle tumbling in the river.
Only.
Qin Liang exclaimed from a distance. He watched Xiao Li fall out of the illuminated area. He could not see anything in the darkness, let alone provide any support. Idiot!
Idiot!
Idiot, 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 idiot. Zhou Chu was extremely angry. He cursed and struggled, and fell off Chao Hongyi's shoulder. He wanted to save Xiao Li, but his limbs were completely out of control, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get up. Chao Hongyi picked him up again and ran towards the exit without saying a word. Zhou Chu was furious. Chao Hongyi. Chao Hongyi remained unmoved, his voice as flat as a straight line, repeating what Xiao Li had just said. "Deputy Captain, it's worth it for the 3 of us to exchange for 1 god." Zhou Chu wanted to curse again, but he choked on blood and couldn't utter a word. Only hatred and unwillingness surged in his heart. Hated it. He hated it so much. He hated these endless pollutants. He hated why he was not strong enough. If he had persisted a little longer, perhaps the team members would not have had to sacrifice.
Now.
He wanted to protect this place and these people. The dim pit suddenly became as bright as day. Zhou Chu's eyes were a little dazed because of the strong white light. He vaguely saw a figure appear in the bright light. The light was too dazzling and he couldn't see clearly. He just felt that the scene was too sacred and couldn't help but wonder if he was hallucinating before he died. Hearing Feng Ling's voice must be an illusion, right? He must be too helpless and want to change the situation, so his brain has such an exaggerated and outrageous reaction. How could Feng Ling appear in a holy, white light? At this time, Chao Hongyi shouted to the front, almost losing his composure. "Feng Ling, save Xiao Li." The sound made Zhou Chu's ears buzz. Huangfu Miao Miao, who was above, held up a headlight with a thick, long wire connected to her back and responded with difficulty. "Kik, it's very hot." Feng Ling couldn't hear, so she turned on the portable speaker as soon as she reached the bottom of the pit, and the deafening sound of music instantly filled the bottom of the pit. This was requisitioned by Su Yuqing from a nearby resident's home. She usually used it when dancing in the square. It had a loud volume and enough power, and it was just right to use it to deal with the pollutants here. The passionate rhythm vibrates at the bottom of the pit, and the powerful incandescent light illuminates every polluted body. Relying on sound to determine their position, they froze for a moment. When they realized they had to flee, Feng Ling's bone blade had already stretched out. Swish! A section of the stretched neck was split into 2.
Swish!
A row of black side legs were neatly cut. The soprano pushes the chorus to the key of C, and Feng Ling smashes his palatal teeth with a battle axe. She was agile and courageous, and she jumped nimbly onto the back of a polluted body. The sickle bone blade swung in a beautiful arc in the air, harvesting the constantly expanding and contracting neck. Music conceals her whereabouts. Lights illuminate her vision. Even if she can only use a bone blade, she can start a massacre in a wide enough area. This is a massacre. A massacre that belongs to her alone. Qin Liang and others in the distance were already stunned, watching Feng Ling slaughtering more than a dozen contaminated bodies, and for a moment they could not tell who the monster was in this insect nest. And is this killing? Smashing the palatal teeth, splitting the neck, cutting off the appendages, and leaving the huge insect body to roll and struggle heavily on the spot, is this Ling Qi? Everyone was unable to comment and could only stare in amazement at what was happening before their eyes. Among the contaminated bodies, there was one that was particularly large and had been lying quietly in the corner. Its palatal teeth are broken and aging, its neck muscles are loose, and even its appendages on both sides are shorter than those of other pollutants. From the carapace to the abdomen, there is a large pool of thick and sticky substance attached, as if it is carrying a pile of swollen and soft seaweed mud. There was a corpse wrapped in the seaweed mud, and something could be vaguely seen wriggling inside the corpse. Feng Ling walked over with an axe. Huang Fu Miao Miao stood on a high place and shouted, "Be careful." Right in front of Feng Ling, the chest of the corpse in the seaweed mud was stretched open, the skin was torn, and a polluted body covered with blood and mucus crawled out from it. It was still in the confusion of just being born, and the two palatal teeth on its neck were groping around. It came across the head of a dead body with wet and disheveled hair, and it bit it and tore the head off the body. The human head was connected to the neck of the contaminated body, and its mouth opened and closed, as if it wanted to speak. Just as it uttered a syllable, Feng Ling chopped it off with an axe, and the young contaminated body was no longer able to breathe. Feng Ling continued to move forward, until it was one step away from this special behemoth. She was so close that she could touch the culprit with just a lift of her hand. Everyone subconsciously held their breath, staring at Feng Ling's back without blinking, preparing to welcome the end of this operation. Feng Ling thought quietly for a moment. He fell down due to nervousness and almost rolled in front of Feng Ling, with dirt all over his face. Feng Ling pointed at the contaminated bodies with broken teeth and severed limbs and said to Huang Fu Miao Miao, "Kill them all."
Oh.
Huang Fu Miao Miao picked up the hammer and looked around hesitantly. Each one of them was a Class A contaminated organism, an existence she dared not even think about, but now they were all lying in front of her without any power to resist, waiting for her to slaughter them. Huang Fu Miao Miao gripped the handle of the hammer tightly, her tongue felt dry, and she pursed her lips, feeling that everything was so unreal. "You can go a little slower," Feng Ling said. "Wait until Vice Captain Zhou dies before killing the contaminated bodies to exchange for points. The people in the Supervisory Bureau will be magnanimous and will definitely not hold it against you." Huang Fu Miao Miao. "You killed an A-level contaminated body, fake, and the points reward is 200. 200. Huang Fu Miao Miao looked back at Feng Ling in surprise. "I have 200 points now." Feng Ling looked very calm, exchanged the injections, and sent them to them. Okay. Huang Fu Miao Miao nodded excitedly. She immediately exchanged 3 tubes of recovery potion, ran to give Zhou Chu 2 injections, and gave Xiao Li 1 injection. Xiao Li was also injured when rescuing Zhou Chu. If the injury is too severe, it will take longer to recover than before. Huang Fu Miao Miao reminded them, then hurried back to the bottom of the pit and continued to beat the contaminated body. "You killed an A-level contaminated body, fake, and the points reward is 210. You killed an A-level contaminated body, fake, and the points reward is 220. You killed an A-level contaminated body, fake, and the points reward is 180. Messages popped up one after another, and Huang Fu Miao Miao was busy and happy. Feng Ling was not idle either. He dragged the contaminated bodies killed by Huang Fu Miao Miao back into the sticky substance that looked like seaweed mud again and again. In a short while, the sticky substance was filled with corpses. The members of the Special Forces team felt complicated as they watched the 2 men busying around. Qin Liang thought, "If this scene were seen by the higher-ups, I wonder what kind of storm it would cause." I subconsciously touched my forehead and found it was empty. Only then did he remember that the headlamp and the connected micro-camera had been bitten to pieces by insects when he first entered the cave. For some reason, he felt relieved. He turned to Zhou Chu and asked, "Deputy Captain, what is our next move?" "Pack up the team and report back." Zhou Chu cursed while coughing up blood. 2 perverts. The players all knew who he was scolding. Everyone looked at each other, wanting to laugh for some unknown reason, but all held it back tacitly. They helped Zhou Chu out of the cave. Under the pit, just as Feng Ling guessed, the dead bodies in the sticky substance hatched new contaminated bodies. You killed an A-level contaminated body, fake, and the points reward is 110. You killed an A-level contaminated body, fake, and the points reward is 80. Message panels kept popping up, and the reward points gradually decreased. Huang Fu Miao Miao was panting while holding the hammer. She wiped her sweat and said to Feng Ling, "The points have been halved. There is a fake mark after the name of the contaminated body, and the task progress has always been 0%.
I don't know why.
Feng Ling said calmly, "Continue." Huang Fu Miao Miao smiled foolishly at Feng Ling. "Okay. That's how you get rich overnight." Huang Fu Miao Miao felt as if she was in heaven at this moment, and her mood was indescribably wonderful. This special pollutant carrying the sticky substance seems to have the ability to give birth to life. As long as the corpse is stuffed into the sticky substance, a new pollutant will hatch out in a short time. No wonder they were able to exhaust Zhou Chu's strength through a series of round-the-clock battles. However, it is not known whether it is because the corpse has been reused too many times and has lost its nutrients. The contaminated body that hatched later is not only small in size, but also looks similar to the ordinary reptiles encountered at the beginning. As usual, Feng Ling chopped off the most aggressive palatal teeth and left the rest to Huang Fu Miao Miao. Now the reward points are only 10 points. Huang Fu Miao Miao swung the hammer skillfully and said while working hard, 10 points is quite a lot. She never thinks it is too little. Feng Ling said after killing this one, kill the big one too. Huang Fu Miao Miao paused, turned her head and looked at Feng Ling, a little uncertain. Can I do it? Feng Ling was calculating the time silently in his mind. Hearing this, he raised his eyebrows and said, "What's wrong with that? You'd better hurry up. The Supervisory Bureau will send someone down soon. It has been such a long time and no one has come down." Feng Ling guessed that Zhou Chu must have told Su Yuqing about the situation below. The two knew that she was earning points for the little skeleton, so they intentionally left time for them to take advantage of the situation. Huang Fu Miao Miao looked embarrassed. It's so big. Huang Fu Miao Miao has no confidence in dealing with such a large pollutant, which is Class A. If it were any other time, Feng Ling would probably tease her. But now, enduring waves of hunger, Feng Ling had long lost his patience. He frowned and grabbed Huang Fu Miao Miao's hand, forcing her to hold the hammer tighter, and then swung it at the contaminated body. Perhaps Feng Ling was too strong, or perhaps the repeated breeding of life had caused this contaminated body to be extremely weak. Don't stop. Feng Ling let go of his hand and motioned Huang Fu Miao Miao to continue. Huang Fu Miao Miao gritted her teeth and swung the hammer down again with the same posture and strength as before. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and pus splashed everywhere. She didn't dare to stop, and kept smashing until her palms became sticky and slippery, and she could hardly hold the hammer handle. Finally, the task progress jumped from 0% to 100% in an instant. At the same time, a prompt message pops up. You killed an A-level contaminated body, and the points reward is 850. 850. Huang Fu Miao Miao's eyes lit up, and she was so excited that she forgot her previous timidity and hesitation. This contaminated body is worth 850. She was eager to share this happiness with Feng Ling, but was shocked by the scene before her. Silver cards began to emerge from the huge polluted body. 1, 2, 3, 4. Huang Fu Miao Miao's eyes widened, and her heart almost stopped beating in shock. 8, 9, 10. Still precipitating. She had never seen so many cards. The forum said that most of the cards of the contaminated body will collapse due to genetic contamination, and it is considered lucky to extract more than 2 cards. Why does this contaminated body have so many cards? 13, 14, 15. The precipitation has not stopped. Huang Fu Miao Miao was completely stunned. If she wasn't afraid of the news leaking out, she would have taken a photo and posted it on the forum for all the players to see.
So many.
So many. Feng Ling's expression was much calmer than Huang Fu Miao Miao's. She thought this was normal. The specific effect of the card can only be known after it is absorbed, but a rough judgment can also be made through the pattern on the card. Feng Ling carefully examined the abstract patterns on each card, muttering as he looked. Ants, spiders, centipedes. Is this a bird, a crow, or an eagle? I can't tell. Why is there another centipede? Ants, centipedes, centipedes, what is this? A lizard. Squirrels, centipedes, centipedes. A total of 17 cards overflowed. Among them, The centipede card and the ant card are repeated the most, and the remaining cards have only one copy of each.
Feng Ling thought about it.
Although the centipede and the mother of the world seem to have nothing to do with each other, the centipede and the mantis feel very similar. When she digested the killer bee and mantis cards, the pollution value only increased by 3%. Does this indirectly mean that she can also safely digest the centipede? Moreover, there are a lot of duplicate centipede cards, so as long as one card is good, she can take them all. The cost-effectiveness of choosing centipede brand is very high. Feng Ling thought for a moment and asked Huangfu Miao, "You said before that the boss has a high-level card, right?" Huangfu Miao was shocked for a long time before finally coming to her senses. Yes, the boss has a high-level card and has digested it at least 3 times. Can high-level cards digest high-level cards? Feng Ling asked. Huangfu Miao nodded again and said solemnly, "In theory, it is possible, but the risk is very high. If it is not a particularly compatible card, the pollution caused by digestion will be very serious." Feng Ling pondered for a while after hearing this, and cast his eyes on the 17 cards that were shining with silver light. If she had to prioritize high-level cards, she would probably choose that one the card had 2 lizard-like creatures standing back-to-back in a symmetrical pattern. Compared to ants, spiders, and centipedes, this twin lizards card is most likely a high-level card. High-level cards are always more attractive than other cards. But the risks brought by high-level cards are also greater than those of other cards. Feng Ling thought about it and decided to be safe, so he reached out and grabbed a centipede card. The card absorbs immediately upon contact. You obtain the card Red Devil Centipede. Red Devil Centipede can move freely in a completely dark environment, is extremely fast, and has teeth and claws with amazing bite force, but the card holder is prone to losing reason and tending to become an insect. Feng Ling waited patiently for a while. The words in my mind began to change. The Red Devil Centipede has been digested. The deck grows. Pollution value 8%. New arms grow in your body, which can quickly transform into indestructible claws. At the same time, your night vision ability is enhanced. Please name your new skill. Feng Ling's mouth curled up. She guessed right. The pollution value only increased by 1%. The centipede card was indeed similar to the mantis card. Not only was the pollution value very low, but the new skills gained after digestion were also similar. She touched her abdomen. Was it an illusion? After digesting this card, the strong feeling of hunger seemed to be alleviated. This greatly relieved Feng Ling's anxiety and made him feel much happier. Text reminders kept appearing, and when the last centipede card was digested by Feng Ling, the pollution value rose to 14%. The skill Mother's Hug becomes 4. She has 4 arms with teeth and claws, and her overall hardness and speed are improved. At the same time, the burning hunger in my stomach almost disappeared. She even felt warm and comfortable. Feng Ling touched her belly and looked at the remaining cards with anticipation. She couldn't explain why, but she had a feeling that if she just digested 1 more, or 2, she would be full. There were 10 more cards in front of him: a spider, an unknown bird, a squirrel, a bat, some kind of long-necked creature, a high-level card of 2 lizards standing back-to-back, and 5 ant cards. Which one should I choose? Feng Ling looked at the lizard he had already liked. The pollutant can continuously produce its own kind, which must be due to its core strength, that is, its main card ability. This power was so tempting that Feng Ling couldn't control himself from having an appetite for it. The reason why he suddenly became drooling over Huangfu Miao when he was hungry was probably because Huangfu Miao held the high-level devil card.
Cards.
High-level cards. I really want high-level cards. Feng Ling was thinking this in his heart, and suddenly felt that this sentence was familiar. Thinking carefully, didn't the contaminated body that attacked him before also mutter about wanting a card? It seems that the influence of 14% contamination value is a little greater than 7%. Feng Ling raised his fist and tapped his forehead lightly as a warning. Keep calm and don't let the alien game mechanics confuse your mind. But then again, why is Huangfu Miao so strong in controlling cards? Feng Ling glanced to the side. Huang Fu Miao Miao was staring at him nervously, without even looking at the cards. How is it? After digesting so much, is there any problem with the pollution value? Huang Fu Miao Miao asked nervously. Feng Ling avoided her question and asked, do you want to pick one? It's time to level up your demon. After hearing this, Huang Fu Miao Miao blinked slowly, his eyes moving left and right, finally stopping on the cards hanging in the air. They are silvery, quiet, and mysterious, like beautiful flowers waiting to be picked. But in her eyes, besides being beautiful, they could also be deadly poisonous. Huang Fu Miao Miao withdrew her gaze with difficulty and shook her head gently. Let's not use it. I think there is no matching card. Not even one? Feng Ling smiled. You are too picky about food. Huang Fu Miao Miao. Feng Ling asked, then help me pick one. Which one do you think is suitable for me? Huang Fu Miao Miao showed resistance. You have already digested 7 cards. Most players will not have more than 3 cards in their decks. Firstly, it is really hard to come across suitable cards. Secondly, once the pollution value exceeds the safety threshold, it will be difficult to recover. Therefore, every card will be chosen with great care. Perhaps it is because Feng Ling is a human being and has never experienced the horror of pollution values, so he is so bold? Huang Fu Miao Miao thought so. Feng Ling smiled kindly and said, pick one. I just want to see if your understanding of the card's characteristics is the same as mine. Huang Fu Miao Miao frowned in embarrassment, her eyes wandering between the cards. I thought, is she testing me again? I think. The characteristics of the mother nest may be warm, stable, safe, and reliable. Huang Fu Miao Miao thought hard. The smile in Feng Ling's eyes deepened. Yes, that is indeed the characteristic of the mother nest. It turned out to be the mother nest. What do you think of the spider? Huang Fu Miao Miao tilted her head and analyzed. The spider seems to fit in with the mother nest better. What do you think? Spider, let me think. Feng Ling looked at the spider card. After hatching her babies, the mother spider often stays where she is and allows the little spiders to eat her alive to help her offspring grow. This can be interpreted as a reflection of maternal nature. In addition, the spider's web also reminds people of a nest. Therefore, Feng Ling also believes that the characteristics of the spider and the mother nest are likely to be compatible. However, among the cards she has digested so far, except for a ghost jellyfish, the rest are all low-level insect cards. It's not that low-level cards are bad, but when the answer becomes less suspenseful, she will feel a little bored. Otherwise, choose the bad. It is a mid-level card after all. The mother nest reminded her of a secret, dark nest. This kind of environment and aura was also quite suitable for bats. Moreover, bats had radars. Maybe the card had some extraordinary abilities. Feng Ling no longer hesitated and reached out to hold the bat card. Huang Fu Miao Miao on the side. She still doesn't trust me. I chose spider, but she didn't choose spider. That has been digested. The deck grows. Pollution value 15%. The night is like the day to you. Any movement will not escape your eyes and ears. Your spatial memory ability has also been greatly improved. All the roads you have walked will form a map in your brain. This skill is a passive skill, and there is no need to name a new skill. Feng Ling almost laughed out loud. Another 1% pollution value. With only 1% pollution value, she was able to gain such a valuable ability. Her luck was beyond imagination. Are all the cards here contaminated at 1%? Are high-level cards also contaminated at 1%? Feng Ling was ready to make another move. Looking for excitement. How is it? Is the contamination value still safe? Huang Fu Miao Miao nervously observed her reaction after digestion. Feng Ling raised the corner of his mouth and replied with pride, 1%. That's great. Huang Fu Miao Miao breathed a sigh of relief. However, before she could show a completely relaxed smile, she saw Feng Ling's right hand raised again and grabbed another card. Huang Fu Miao Miao was so shocked that her eyes almost fell out. You! She was speechless, wondering if you were crazy. This is the 9th one. 9! You are not picky about food at all. Feng Ling was full of confidence, with his hands on his hips, waiting for the text prompts in his mind. You obtain the card Mirror Salamander. Mirror Salamander can create replicas through a special cell division method. The required materials are fresh blood and flesh. The more sufficient the blood and flesh supply, the higher the quality of the replica, and it shares the ability of the card held with the original body. When the number of replicas is too large, it will cause the original body's abilities to be blunted. Fengling was very satisfied. As expected of the high-level card she had chosen, this ability would be terrifyingly powerful if used properly. Mirror Salamander has been digested. How is it? What's the pollution value? Huangfu Miao Miao stared at the changes in Fengling's expression the whole time, and she already felt that something was wrong. Is it because of the repulsion of the characteristics? Is it more than 20%? Say something. Fengling didn't expect that he would fail. 8 consecutive 1% results made her complacent. The gambler's mentality can cause great harm to people. She touched her nose uncomfortably and replied, "It's a little over the limit." When Huangfu Miao Miao heard her say that the pollution value was exceeded, she immediately moved 8 feet away from her, her face full of fear. "So, how do you feel now?" Huangfu Miao Miao stood far away and asked with great vigilance, "Are you angry, anxious, uneasy, or have any abnormal emotions? How's your heartbeat? How's your blood pressure? Do you have auditory or visual hallucinations?" Fengling took a serious and responsible attitude towards himself and felt it carefully. "I don't feel anything special." She paused and said, "Maybe it's because I'm in a good mood now. Please don't irritate me later." Huangfu Miao Miao wanted to cry to death, thinking, "How dare I provoke you? I even want to part ways with you. Is it too late to say that the cooperation is no longer valid? TT, will it irritate the boss?" Fengling was also worried about herself. She remembered that Huangfu Miao Miao had said before once the pollution value exceeds 20%, there is a risk of getting out of control. If the rate exceeds 30%, it will be difficult to maintain sanity and symptoms such as auditory and visual hallucinations will occur. If it exceeds 50%, it is basically equivalent to being crazy and completely impossible to communicate with. When it reaches the level of 60% or 70%, the body will either rot and disintegrate, or the person will die suddenly. Fengling adjusted his mindset quickly, thinking that it hasn't even reached 30% yet. Of course there are troubles. She has to find a way to find that maze and that statue as soon as possible. At this moment, the words in her mind changed again. "You are the source of life. You are the mother of the world. You have a strong body and endless power. As long as there is a glimmer of life, it is almost impossible to be killed. You can bring new life, but also bring destruction. Life is your authority." Fengling was slightly stunned. This description has one more sentence than the previous one. You can bring new life, or you can bring destruction. Life is your authority. Fengling murmured to herself, feeling confused. Her thoughts seemed to be shrouded in a fog, and the information in the text was not enough for her to immediately understand the true meaning. Life is authority? What does this mean? But when she saw the quietly floating card, everything became clear, and she suddenly understood this is the advanced ability of the mother nest. Just like an inherent talent, it will automatically appear once you grow to a certain stage. For example, spiders can weave webs, frogs can hibernate, and swallows can carry mud. She already knows how to do it without any teaching. Fengling reached out to a card, with only one thought in his mind: build a nest. Huangfu Miao Miao, who was standing by, was about to be driven crazy by Fengling. She couldn't help but scream in fear. "You've already exceeded 20%, and you still hold the card?" The next second, Huangfu Miao Miao was dumbfounded. She saw Fengling really holding the card. The card did not melt, nor did it enter the body, but slowly flowed and changed in Fengling's hand, and finally turned into a silver ring. "What's going on?" Fengling did not explain, but just concentrated on holding the ring, and kept holding it. It was not until an eye was imprinted on the ring by some force that she finally exhaled and put the silver ring on her wrist. Then, she repeated the same trick with another card, also turning it into a circle and creating an eye. These two simple actions seemed to have consumed a lot of her physical strength, because Huangfu Miaomiao found that Feng Ling's face changed and his forehead began to sweat. She really wanted to ask Feng Ling what he was doing and what had happened. Before she could ask, a system message suddenly popped up on her virtual screen. Announcement: the hidden boss nest has advanced to a sub-adult form. The danger level is unknown. Players are requested to find the nest. Clear it as soon as possible. Huangfu Miaomiao was speechless. When she first saw the announcement of the birth of the hidden boss, she didn't feel much except a little fear, because she felt that it had nothing to do with her. But who would have thought that at this moment, she was standing next to the advanced boss? Huangfu Miaomiao looked at Feng Ling with extremely complicated feelings. The boss pollution value is too high, which is bad. The advanced boss pollution value is too high, which can't be worse. She didn't even dare to think about who could stop Feng Ling once he went crazy. Feng Ling, who had built a nest twice in a row, exhaled slowly, let his hands hang down weakly, turned around and walked slowly out of the cave. The two rings with eye patterns on them were worn on her wrists, occasionally flashing silver light in the dark cave. Feng Ling now feels as if he has been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights. She complained in her heart, "It's so fatal to build a nest only twice. I hope the next result will not disappoint me." Huangfu Miaomiao followed Feng Ling from a distance. She was very nervous and uneasy at first, but after following for a while and seeing that Feng Ling showed no signs of going crazy, she mustered up the courage to chase after him. The two left the cave and returned to the ground along the passage that led to the original parking lot. Zhou Chu and the special attack team members had already been sent to the hospital for treatment, and only Su Yuqing was on the scene directing the work. Su Yuqing was surprised when she saw Feng Ling and Huangfu Miaomiao. Just now, the team members praised Feng Ling a lot, saying how powerful she was, how she turned the tide, and how killing the contaminated bodies was easier than peeling potatoes. Why does Feng Ling look like he's about to die? Su Yuqing frowned, wearing a neat uniform, and strode towards Feng Ling. "Is it serious? Do I need to take you to the hospital?" he asked. Feng Ling shook his head weakly. His voice was also weak. "I know what you want to say. Do you need me to cooperate with the investigation so that it will be easier for you to write the report? But can you wait until I finish my meal? I'm really hungry now." Su Yuqing hesitated to speak. He really had a lot of questions to ask now. Feng Ling leaned exhaustedly on the short Huangfu Miaomiao and asked Su Yuqing, "Where is the nearest restaurant?" Su Yuqing sighed helplessly. "There's a good private restaurant here. I'll drive you there." Feng Ling opened his lips and slowly uttered 2 words that hurry up. She was really afraid that she would starve to death on the way. Feng Ling didn't know how private the private restaurant was, because she had her meal in Su Yuqing's car. The emergency evacuation operation in Jiangkou City attracted a large number of reporters, and there were a lot of people nearby. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Su Yuqing asked Feng Ling to stay in the car. He packed food from the restaurant and brought it back to the car for her to eat. Feng Ling ate 7 or 8 dishes and asked Huangfu Miaomiao for 2 bags of jelly before he slowly recovered. She didn't expect that nest building would have such a strong aftereffect. As she was eating, she felt tired and fell asleep leaning on the car seat. Su Yuqing and Huangfu Miaomiao stared at each other in the car. The awkward atmosphere spread silently. Finally, Su Yuqing pressed his forehead helplessly and with a headache, and asked, "What's going on with you?" The boss ate 9 cards. The boss ate too many cards, causing the pollution value to exceed the limit. After the pollution value exceeded the limit, the boss ate cards again, and inexplicably turned the cards into bracelets, and then became weak and dying. Even Huangfu Miaomiao, a player, couldn't figure out what was going on. If it wasn't inconvenient in front of Su Yuqing, Huangfu Miaomiao would have wanted to open the forum right now and post a question to ask all the players. She was in a mess when Su Yuqing's phone rang. The call was connected. "Captain Su, the cleaners have arrived. Should we arrange for them to enter now?" The cleaners refer to the professionally trained cleaning team within the supervisory bureau, who are specifically responsible for cleanup work. "Have you completed the card recycling?" Su Yuqing asked. "It's completed. A total of 6 cards have been recovered. The reply came from the other end of the phone. Su Yuqing raised his eyebrows slightly, quite surprised. He didn't expect to collect so many cards this time. Usually the contaminated body would only drop 1 to 3 cards. Do you have a squirrel brand? Su Yuqing asked. Yes, there is indeed a card with a face that looks like a squirrel. Su Yuqing nodded slightly. It's okay. Submit it to the general administration. The ability of the squirrel card is hoarding. It can hoard cards in the body without digesting them. Therefore, the holders of the squirrel card often act as merchants among aliens. There are records of this in the alien files of the Supervisory Bureau. Captain Su, what arrangements should be made for the person named Fong Yi? If he's not injured, send him for a comprehensive physical examination and make an appointment with a psychologist for him. Su Yuqing said calmly, I'll talk to him when I get back. Okay. Su Yuqing hung up the phone, thought for a moment, and looked at Huangfu Miao Miao. Huangfu Miao Miao's whole body immediately tensed up. Without Feng Ling as a shield, she had to face the people from the Supervisory Bureau alone. It was really stressful. Fortunately, Su Yuqing did not embarrass her and said, this evacuation of residents has a wide impact. Many reporters have come, and there are also many people watching nearby. Maybe there are people like you among them to get information. You and Feng Ling had better stay in the car and don't come out. I will let a reliable driver take you back to Qingyang City. A warm current surged through Huangfu Miao Miao's heart, and the skeleton's eyes were full of gratitude. What a good person. Su Yuqing looked at Feng Ling, who was sleeping soundly, and said, if she wakes up, tell her that I will send someone to repair the truck, and I will also help her get the deposit back. Huangfu Miao Miao nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. I see that you have no problem communicating with others, so there should be no problem of being controlled by Feng Ling, Su Yuqing said calmly. Zhou Chu said that an alien drug was used in the cave. Originally, this kind of transaction was strictly prohibited, but you saved them, and I want to express my gratitude for this. Thank you. Huangfu Miao Miao. The little face turned red. Su Yuqing sighed softly. You and I are on different sides. You helped us this time, and I can suppress your identity as an alien, but the next time we meet. As the head of the Xinjiang Supervision Branch, I must report your situation to the General Administration. Huangfu Miao Miao. His face turned from red to white. After Su Yuqing finished what he had to say, he turned around, got out of the car, and closed the door. Huangfu Miao Miao in the car was in a trance again. She thought, am I being warned? Is that so? Is that so? She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Feng Ling, full of grief and indignation. You are sleeping soundly. In the small conference room, the secretary gently placed a cup of tea in front of Feng Yi, then sat down beside him, opened his laptop, and prepared to take notes. The door of the conference room opened, and Su Yuqing walked in hurriedly. Sorry to have kept you waiting. I just got back from Jiangkou City. Su Yuqing sat down on the sofa opposite Feng Yi, showing the same elegant and gentle demeanor as when he first met Feng Ling. You must be Feng Yi, right? How do you feel after the physical examination? Is everything normal? Feng Yi had completed the physical examination, washed his hair and took a shower, and changed into clean clothes provided free of charge by the Supervisory Bureau. He waved his hands nervously. It's nothing serious. The Special Forces team let me be the first one to evacuate. Everyone took good care of me and didn't let me get hurt. It is our duty to protect the lives and property of the citizens. Su Yuqing smiled and said, don't be too nervous. I just asked you to come here for routine questions and to understand some of the situation. Feng Yi nodded in agreement. Yeah, okay. Su Yuqing said, tell me how you first discovered the cave. I saw your personal information on the road. You served 1.5 years in prison for theft and were recently released from prison. You are currently unemployed. Why did you appear in the underground parking lot of the mall? Feng Yi's face turned pale instantly. You guys, are you going to send me back to prison? Su Yuqing shook his head slowly, still keeping a decent smile on his face. The Supervisory Bureau is only responsible for handling cases related to alien species. Other matters are not within our jurisdiction. Feng Yi relaxed a little after hearing this. But then he heard Su Yuqing say, but if there are things that are unclear, it is inevitable that other departments will be needed to assist in the investigation, such as the local public security department. You should be able to understand that, right?
Shoyukin smiled.
Understand. Fong Yi straightened his back and placed his hands nervously on his legs. I will cooperate. Then let's get started,
Su Yuching said.
Fong Yi nodded vigorously and then told everything he knew. An hour later, Fong Yi left the meeting room. The secretary typed the last punctuation mark and asked Su Yuching, "Is it okay to write the meeting minutes like this? Do I need to delete or modify it?" Delete all the content related to the alien species beside Fong Ling. Su Yuching looked at the sky outside the window. Don't mention anything about Zhou Chu and Xiao Li using the recovery potion. Understood. The secretary modified the document as required, his fingers typing rapidly on the keyboard. If Fong Ling enters the supervisory bureau with aliens by his side, I'm afraid it will be impossible to hide it sooner or later, the secretary reminded Su Yuching. Su Yuching couldn't help but laugh when he heard this, looked at a bird circling in the sky, and said, "She won't join us." The secretary was a little regretful. Really? I thought she would replace Sister Yi, which would also help Zhou Chu relieve some of the pressure. She can't replace Yi Zheng. Su Yuching smiled and turned back to say to the secretary, "They are two completely different people. No one can replace the other." Downstairs, Fong Yi walked out of the supervisory bureau building. He turned around and looked up at the tall building, his mind in a trance. It seemed that just a second ago, he was still connected to the fate of many important people here, and as he stepped out of this door, his fate returned to its original trajectory. He once again turned into that good-for-nothing, unknown nobody. His life had clearly gone through such a thrilling series of twists and turns, but it hadn't become any different. Fong Yi took out a small pack of wet wipes from his pocket. This was something Fong Ling casually threw to him in the cave. There was a piece of tissue left in it, and now it has become the only proof of this experience. Fong Yi looked at the wet wipes wrapper in his hand, feeling an indescribable sense of loss in his heart. The news from Jiangkou City shocked the entire internet. The scale of the underground cave shocked countless people and sparked a lot of discussion among netizens. For example, such a huge deep pit must have taken a long time to dig, so why did no one discover the excavation process? For example, where is the soil dug out from the cave? Did the sand and rocks disappear? The residential buildings above the cave are definitely not suitable for continued living. No one can be sure whether the ground will collapse. How will so many residents be resettled? How should the local government solve the safety hazards in the future? There was a lot of noise and buzz on the internet, but the Alien Security Supervisory Bureau remained silent. Yunhai City Alien Monitoring Branch. A young woman in a white blouse and black tapered trousers hurried across the corridor, stopped in front of an office, and raised her hand to knock on the door. She knocked urgently, and without waiting for the person inside to answer, she forced the door open and went in. "Sir, I request to be transferred back to Qinjiang City." Yi Zheng slammed his application on the desk. A middle-aged woman in a beige suit was sitting in front of the desk. When she saw Yi Zheng barging in, she took off her glasses calmly and said, "The transfer order for each inspector is issued by the General Administration. Even I can't change the result." Yi Zheng's strong breath suddenly leaked out, and a pleading look appeared on his face. "Sister May, just help me. As long as you sign my application, the General Administration may consider transferring me back." Mei Junyu picked up the application form on the table, glanced at it, and then put it down gently. "Is it because of the news about the underground cave in Jiangkou City?" Mei Junyu asked. Yi Zheng closed his eyes and nodded. The number of alien cases in Qinjiang City has increased too fast recently. Jiangkou is so close to Qinjiang City. Zhou Chu alone can't handle it. Perhaps you should learn to trust your companion. In my opinion, he completed the mission very well this time. Mei Junyu said calmly. The contaminant was successfully eliminated, and 6 cards were confiscated. This is just a moment of good luck. Besides, Zhou Chu was also injured, which means that the mission was not completed smoothly. Yi Zheng said anxiously, "I have been transferred to Yunhai City for such a long time, and I have never handled a heterogeneous case. I am not needed here at all. I should go back to Xinjiang." Mei Junyu remained calm. I understand your feelings, but you have to understand that where you are needed should not be judged by your subjective consciousness, but should be decided by your superiors. Sister Mei. Yizheng wanted to argue, but Mei Junyu opened the drawer, took out a document, and placed it on the desk. Look at this, Mei Junyu said. Yizheng frowned and picked it up. After looking at it for a while, his expression became serious. Is this information about the maze? That's right.
Mei Junyu nodded.
This is the labyrinth information that the Research Institute just sent over. The labyrinth's pollution is spreading. You're screaming about a hole in the ground in Junko City, but you don't know that crises that are dozens or hundreds of times more serious than the hole are right next to us. Yizheng, you need to look further ahead. Yizheng was silent, then asked, when will we take action? This operation is very dangerous, and the higher-ups are still considering candidates. Mei Junyu raised her eyes and looked at Yizheng. However, I can tell you very clearly that you are on the reserve list, and you are one of the main attackers. Yizheng took a breath, pursed her lips, and said, Sister Mei, I withdraw my application, but I want to take a day off before taking action and go back to Qingyang City. Mei Junyu looked at her deeply. After a moment he nodded. Okay, I approve. Qingyang City. After Feng Ling returned home, he slept soundly until noon the next day, and his biological clock was completely messed up. If he wasn't so hungry, Feng Ling felt that he could still sleep. She left her comfortable big bed and went to the kitchen to find food as usual. As soon as she walked out of the bedroom door, she saw Huangfu Miao Miao's face full of sorrow, grievance, anxiety, helplessness, and confusion. Feng Ling couldn't help but laugh. As soon as she smiled, Huangfu Miao Miao in the living room immediately looked over with an even more desperate expression. Something big has happened. Huangfu Miao Miao looked at her in despair. What's the big deal? Feng Ling walked over and asked. Huangfu Miao Miao pointed at the virtual screen that Feng Ling couldn't see, and she was about to cry. Then, how are they going to kill me? Feng Ling was very interested. Stop laughing, this is not a joke. Huangfu Miao Miao clicked on the most popular post. The characteristics and skills of the mother nest have all been exposed, and they are still analyzing your weaknesses, woo-woo. Feng Ling picked up the tablet computer next to him and handed it to Huangfu Miao Miao. Write down the content as it is, so that I can also take a look at your forum. By the way, what do you want to eat? I want to order takeout. Huangfu Miao Miao took the tablet with a sad face. I can eat anything. Then I'll order a little of everything. Feng Ling opened the food delivery app and studied it carefully. Huangfu Miao Miao looked at Feng Ling helplessly, thinking, how did she do it? How could she be interested in the fact that someone wanted to kill her and yet not care at all? Feng Ling was concentrating on ordering takeout. Her nest-building ability is very special. First, she needs to use cards to build a foundation, then accumulate a large amount of energy in the nest, and finally select suitable bones and flesh. Every step must be correct in order to give birth to new life. So, after building the nest twice in a row, the energy in Feng Ling's body was quickly absorbed by the nest, almost making her die of weakness. Even after absorbing all her energy, the nest did not fully develop, which shows how difficult it is to give birth to new life. Feng Ling decided not to go anywhere for the next few days and just stay at home and eat. Keep eating until her nest is complete. She ordered barbecue, pizza, hamburgers, sushi, spaghetti bolognese, lamb kebabs, crayfish, braised duck necks, sweet rice dumplings, spicy hot pot, bread, cakes, milk tea, various fruits, and a bunch of chocolate bars. I can't imagine how happy she will be when so much food is delivered. Oh no! Huangfu Miao Miao suddenly screamed. Feng Ling looked up and asked, what's wrong? Huangfu Miao Miao replied in panic. Someone exposed your location on the forum. Expose my location? Feng Ling looked puzzled. Yes. I was recording these replies, and suddenly I saw a reply saying that the hidden boss is in Qingyang City. Huangfu Miao Miao asked anxiously, what should we do now? There will definitely be a lot of players coming to Qingyang City to look for you. Feng Ling was also stunned for a moment. Who would know that I was in Qingyang? Could it be that there were alien spies inside the supervisory bureau? No, if there is a spy inside the supervisory bureau, they would not just expose the information that the hidden boss is in Xinjiang, but should provide more detailed information, such as the Jiangkou City operation she just participated in. Then, who only knew that she was in Xinjiang but didn't know that she participated in the operation in Jiangkou City. Feng Ling really thought of such a person in his mind. Feng Ling asked Huangfu Miao, "Does anyone believe it?" Huangfu Miao looked through the replies worriedly. Although no one has expressed their views yet, it is possible that they sent private messages to communicate individually. Feng Ling thought for a moment and said, "I'm going to take a shower. You keep an eye on the forum and translate every reply for me. I'll take a look later." Huangfu Miao nodded. After helping Feng Ling organize forum information last time, Huangfu Miao became more skilled at doing this kind of thing and learned how to column headings and align text. She was reading the forum replies while organizing documents using voice input and watching the players shouting and killing Feng Ling. She felt a sense of security that she was with the right boss, but also an anxious feeling of being implicated. It was extremely complicated. Chat, what does it mean that the hidden boss is announced twice in the system? Team formation, is there a hidden boss subjugation team? Group formation intelligence, all information collection post of the Mother Nest card chat, come in and discuss. What level of boss is the hidden boss? Really? There are more and more posts. It's so troublesome to organize them. Why don't these people look for mazes instead of browsing the forum? The points for mazes are much higher than those for defeating bosses. Huangfu Miao couldn't help but complain. Later, he found that his complaints had also been recorded in the document by voice, so he hurriedly deleted the text. She couldn't be distracted and had to finish the work quickly. Otherwise, Feng Ling would come out of the shower and have nothing to look at and might get angry. Huangfu Miao remembered that Feng Ling's pollution value had exceeded 20%, and he couldn't be stimulated. In the bathroom, Feng Ling took off all her clothes and stuffed them into the laundry basket along with the sheets, pillowcases, and blankets she had slept on last night. After fighting with a contaminated body in the cave, her body was covered with a lot of blood and mucus. She was too sleepy to wash it when she came back yesterday. Now that she woke up, she felt that she was almost pickled. Feng Ling stood under the shower head, letting the water wash over her body, and the light foam was washed to her feet by the water. The fresh fragrance of shampoo lingered in my nose, slightly alleviating the restlessness in my heart. She remembered seeing a post introducing aromatherapy online, saying that aromatherapy can heal the human spirit and relieve mania and anxiety. It seems to be really helpful. Feng Ling filled a tub with slightly hot water and decided to completely relax herself by taking a sweet bath. This bathtub is really nice, and it even has a water massage function, which is very comfortable. Feng Ling lay in the water happily and closed her eyes, thinking what a nice house it was, with ready-made decoration, ready-made furniture and appliances. The more she lived in it, the more she liked it. It would be better to buy the apartment directly from Su Yuqing. He wouldn't live in it anyway, and it would be a waste to leave it empty. At worst, she could just add a little more money on top of the market price, which would definitely not let Su Yuqing suffer a loss. She still has 3 million in bonuses to receive, so she is very confident. Feng Ling reached out and picked up her cell phone from the shelf in the bathroom and searched online for housing prices at Shuyuan Mansion. The same apartment type, unfinished house. Total price is 5.98 million.
Feng Ling.
Never mind. Actually, it's pretty good to live under someone else's roof. There was a gentle knock on the bathroom door, and then half of Huangfu Miao's head popped out. She asked cautiously, "I've sorted it out. Do you want to see it now?" Feng Ling waved at her. "Give it here. It's a good opportunity for you to come in and take a bath." Huangfu Miao hesitated. "Oh." She handed the tablet to Feng Ling, walked aside, and slowly took off her clothes. There was an obvious surgical scar on her underdeveloped body. Feng Ling took a curious look and asked, "Have you ever had surgery?" "I'm not too sure. When a player logs in, he only gets the right to use the body, but he doesn't have any memory of the body." Huangfu Miao thought for a moment. "I only know that the original owner of this body had cancer, and it seems that there was no improvement after several years of treatment. When I first logged in, I didn't even have any hair. I shaved it all off." Feng Ling curled his lips and said, Don't you choose a character when you log in? You need points. Huang Fu Miao Miao frowned seriously. After connecting to the system will randomly grab a character from the character library and then randomly issue a card. It all depends on luck. If the player is not satisfied with the character or card, he must spend points to draw again. The first time is 100 points, the second time is 500 points, and the third time is 2,000 points. Okay, I get it. Feng Ling smiled sarcastically. It's the same as your plaid bag.
Yes.
Huang Fu Miao Miao turned on the shower head and said with satisfaction, Actually, I'm pretty lucky. Although my character started out weak, I drew a high-level card. And when I did my first mission, the reward I got was a powerful healing potion that just happened to heal my body. I also happened to get a clue to the maze. I'm so lucky. Then you were kidnapped, and your arm was broken. Feng Ling continued. The smile on Huang Fu Miao Miao's face froze, and she pursed her lips in displeasure. In fact, she wanted to say that she was lucky to be saved by Feng Ling, but she soon remembered that Feng Ling's pollution value had exceeded 20%, and he might lose control of his emotions and kill her one day. This fate is full of ups and downs. Alas, she is also quite confused. Neither of them spoke in the bathroom. The fog is rising. The sound of water is rushing. One of them was worrying about her fate under the shower, while the other was browsing the Chinese translated player forum in the bathtub. There are so many boss monsters in the world, but apart from the Abyss, I have never seen any other boss appear in the system announcement. Is this hidden boss on the same level as the Abyss? Impossible. If it is the same level as the Abyss, it can be directly set as the 13th Abyss. Why make a separate hidden boss? The Abyss has a special name, and the hidden boss has no name, so it is estimated that it will not be too strong. I guess it may be about the same level as the boss. And did you notice? This is the first time I see the system directly expose the boss's card. It is simply telling us the weakness of this boss. It is very targeted. That's right, from the 2 consecutive announcements, it can be seen that the system seems to be eager for us to eliminate it, and its attitude is intriguing. You're overthinking it. What kind of attitude can an artificial intelligence have? I think the system feels that everyone has been playing the game passively recently, so it issued an announcement to stimulate us. We work so hard every day for few points. How can we be more active? If you push me too far one day, I will log off. Feng Ling couldn't help laughing when he saw this, and thought that this translation was great. Even the swear words were translated. As her eyes continued to move downwards, a reply caught her attention. Feng Ling. Is this talking about her? Not only did she find it strange, but players on the forum also found it difficult to understand. What's going on? Isn't this right? So the hidden boss's skill is to heal teammates? It doesn't even have a team-forming program, so where do the teammates come from? Note from Huang Fu Miao Miao. Any card's buff skills are subject to system restrictions and can only be used on oneself and team members, similar to how a nurse in a game can only heal teammates, but not monsters. No wonder the system is so anxious. This bug is so obvious. The boss was designed to attack the player, but it turns out that his skill is healing. Ha ha, hilarious. So funny. Why am I a little happy? We are defeated by the system every day, but I never thought that the system itself will be defeated one day. Haha. The Mother Nest is a rare card. When the system put this card into the deck, it probably didn't expect that it would be taken by humans. It's too early to say anything above. How can you be sure that it's a human and not some other animal? There are too many mutated animals recently. There are regional missions one after another, and I can't kill them all. Being able to evolve from a juvenile to a sub-adult so quickly, it must be a higher life form with intelligence. There is nothing to discuss. Am I the only one who envied the upstairs area for having so many quests? There haven't been any decent quests near my home for a long time, and I can't earn points. I'm planning to move. I recommend areas 1722, 2618, they're all pretty good. The following content will talk about points and tasks. Feng Ling looked back and found these alien species quite interesting. He didn't know if it was because Huang Fu Miao Miao's translation was too localized, but Feng Ling actually felt that there seemed to be no difference between the alien species and humans. They all join in the fun, love gossip, and tend to go off topic. Judging from the text, they are all ordinary people who could not be more ordinary, but that cannot change the fact that the moment they join the human race, they had already become executioners with blood on their hands. This also included Huangfu Miao Miao. The little girl who had been fighting cancer for several years disappeared forever the moment Huangfu Miao Miao logged in. Hyenas on the African grasslands will bite their prey until their stomachs are pierced and the intestines spill out, but when facing their own kind, they will also play and frolic, showing their warm side. Feng Ling's heart remained calm as he continued to look forward. In another discussion thread, the aliens gathered together to analyze the weaknesses of the mother nest, and the discussion was in full swing. Some people said that she should be sunk into the sea to prevent the mother nest's powerful recovery ability from bringing her back to life. Some people said that they should set a trap, lure her into a closed space, and then burn her to death. It would be safer to burn her to ashes. Others said that a team should be formed to attack the mother nest, and pointed out that there should be at least one member in the team who is good at using corrosive bacteria to interfere with the mother nest's recovery ability. Feng Ling saw a reply. The hidden boss is in Xinjiang City. If you want detailed information, please chat privately. Further on, there were some very common discussions, arguing about what kind of personnel configuration the expedition team should choose. No one mentioned Xinjiang City, as if they hadn't seen the reply. But how could I not see it? Feng Ling guessed that many people had already gone to privately chat with the person who replied to the post. She put the tablet on the shelf and fell into deep thought. Being used as a target is annoying. Although she didn't feel scared, it would be troublesome if too many alien species came to Xinjiang. She is now in the critical period of nesting, and the pollution value has reached 29%. The top priority is to find the maze, and she really doesn't want to be distracted by other things. What to do? Feng Ling stood up and put on a bath towel, then picked up a dry towel to wipe his hair, thinking as he did so. Little skeleton. She began. Huangfu Miao Miao raised her head. Feng Ling asked thoughtfully. Why do you players want to kill the boss? Because the boss's points are high. Huangfu Miao Miao replied. Then why do you need points? Feng Ling asked again. Because. Huangfu Miao Miao was a little confused by the question. In her opinion, earning points was as natural as breathing. Did she need a reason? Because if you don't have points, you will die. She tried to explain. Eating human food can only ensure that your body will not die, but maintaining the login status itself requires points. Also, during the game, you need to use points to buy nutrients and recovery medicine. If the character dies and logs in again, you also need to pay a lot of points, not to mention drawing characters and cards, which all require points. Feng Ling asked her, how many points do you have now? Huangfu Miao Miao was stunned for a moment, 4,520 points. Feng Ling helped her earn a lot of money in the cave. Feng Ling asked curiously, are these points enough for you to survive? Huangfu Miao Miao opened her mouth with a complicated expression. It's enough. Here, but if I go offline, I may only be able to survive for about 7 months. Feng Ling became even more curious. Why? Do you have to rely on points to survive after you log off? Huangfu Miao Miao uttered a series of strange notes, as if the sound was garbled. Was this censored by the system? Feng Ling felt so surprised. The system was so smart. Was it monitoring every player's speech in real time? Huangfu Miao Miao was unaware of this. She tried very hard to say a lot of things and then asked Feng Ling, you should understand now, right? Feng Ling laughed, haha, I don't understand. Huangfu Miao Miao. T to the power of T. Are you making fun of me again? Feng Ling smiled and said, in short, the driving force behind all your actions is for points. As long as a target with higher points than the hidden boss appears, it will distract the players. I think it's difficult. Huangfu Miao Miao sighed. After all, no boss outside the abyss has ever been on the system announcement. You are treated so specially by the system, so I know your score must be very high. Feng Ling quickly pulled out the bone blade, licked his lips and said, how about you try to kill me now? Huangfu Miao Miao stood under the shower and felt that the water temperature had dropped. Just a joke. Feng Ling smiled and retracted the bone blade. Huangfu Miao Miao. I don't find it funny. And please put on your clothes. she said to Feng Ling with a serious face. The system not only exposed your card, but also emphasized that you have advanced from a juvenile to a sub-adult. This is like a limited-time discounted item in a store. If you don't buy it, the price will go up. Therefore, a large number of players will definitely come to Xinjiang to hunt you down. Feng Ling smiled. If I'm already a mature body, would they still dare to come? Huangfu Miao Miao was slightly stunned when she heard this. If it were a mature form, perhaps not so many people would be interested in it. Just like the 12 Abyss bosses, the reward points are as high as 100,000, but no player dares to fight them, because it's too strong. After taking a shower, the takeout I ordered earlier arrived one after another. The dining table was piled with food. Feng Ling and Huangfu Miao Miao sat at the table, eating while studying the clues of the maze. Huangfu Miao Miao took this matter extremely seriously. You should have understood by now that cards are a special kind of gene chain. Any creature that comes into contact with a card will have a corresponding genetic mutation. The maze is a super large experimental field where various genetic mutations are constantly occurring. Huangfu Miao Miao took a disposable fork and gestured exaggeratedly with her arm, emphasizing, "It's very big, extremely huge." Feng Ling nodded in approval, peeling a crayfish in his hand. Huangfu Miao Miao said, "Because it is an experimental field, the genes inside the maze are extremely chaotic and unstable. A large number of creatures mutate, reproduce, and die here, forming a special biosphere. Among them, one creature will stand out and complete the final evolution. It is not only the winner of the experimental field, but also the master of the maze. The player's task is to defeat the master of the maze. Destroy the maze." Feng Ling understood. That's what the dungeon means. If you kill the dungeon boss, the entire dungeon will naturally disappear from the map. Yes, that's right. Huangfu Miao Miao nodded repeatedly. Killing monsters in the dungeon will earn you double points, so players are flocking to the maze dungeon. Is there a card after killing? Feng Ling asked. No, only stable genes can form cards. The creatures in the maze are in an unstable, chaotic state. No cards will appear after they are killed. But the maze master is different. Huangfu Miao Miao narrowed her eyes and said very slowly, "The maze master has a complete and stable gene chain. Once successfully killed, a unique rare card will drop." Feng Ling peeled a spicy crayfish, dipped it in the sauce, and put it in his mouth. "No wonder your idols are placed in the labyrinth," she said. Huangfu Miao Miao was slightly stunned after hearing this. Ah? To ensure that players can obtain rewards smoothly. Feng Ling glanced at her, continued to peel crayfish, and said slowly, "Obviously, the card of the Lord of the Maze is the most valuable reward in the entire maze, but the inconsistency of the card characteristics will produce serious pollution value. If I were a player, it would be enough to enter the maze to fight monsters. Why should I fight the Lord of the Maze? I may not be able to use the cards I get after killing it. This is very uneconomical. Therefore, in order to prevent the highest reward from becoming useless, the system sets up the so-called statue in the maze so that you players will no longer have to worry." Huangfu Miao Miao pondered for a while. It's true. I never thought about this before. Okay, tell me the clues you know." Feng Ling wiped his hands and looked at the durian pizza on the table. "Find a maze and go in together. You will get points, and I will get the statue. It's a win-win situation." She picked up a piece of durian pizza and took a bite. Huangfu Miao Miao stirred the spaghetti bolognese on the plate with a fork. "I'm not sure I can find it. The clue to the maze is a riddle with 3 sentences in total, and I only solved one of them."
Tell me about it.
Feng Ling said while eating. The frog in the top hat rushes to the sky, salivating and kissing the lone white bird, and the sky fire of the snake moon burns a gate in the ashes. Huangfu Miao Miao read out the riddle word by word.
Feng Ling.
Suddenly I felt that she might never be able to clear this 29% pollution value in her lifetime. The riddle of the maze is so confusing. So, which sentence did you decipher? Feng Ling asked. In the first line, a frog wearing a top hat soars into the sky. Huangfu Miao Miao ate a few mouthfuls of noodle seriously and said, Frogs can't wear top hats and they can't fly into the sky, so when I was doing the map running task, I would pay attention to the landmarks in the city that looked like frogs. Then I found that the Ferris wheel in the amusement park used cartoon-shaped cockpits. The outer layer of the cockpits was painted with rabbits, ducks, elephants, and so on. One of the green cockpits was painted with a frog wearing a top hat. Feng Ling felt slightly relieved. If that's the case, then the riddle doesn't seem that difficult. As long as we find the right reference, we should be able to find the entrance to the maze, right? The tickets to the amusement park are too expensive, Huangfu Miao Miao said. I don't have money to ride the Ferris wheel, so I went to the forum to find help. I thought that as long as I provided clues, they would more or less let me earn some points. Needless to say, Feng Ling already knew what happened next. Feng Ling stuffed the last bite of pizza into his mouth, opened the tinfoil box containing the charcoal grilled pork ribs, and said, "Let's go to the amusement park after we finish eating." Huangfu Miao Miao disagreed. Have you forgotten that your location has been exposed on the forum? In the next few days, many players will definitely come to look for you. Maybe someone in the player team will use the detection skill. It's easy to run into them if you go out casually. It's too dangerous. Feng Ling was a little annoyed. These players were too troublesome. Because of her mood, the pork cartilage made a crunching sound in her mouth. Huangfu Miao Miao pursed her lips and lowered her head silently to eat the pasta. After a while, Feng Ling said, "Go to the forum and send a message to that person, saying that you want to buy the information about the hidden boss and see how he reacts." Huangfu Miao Miao thought that she should indeed find out more. She opened the virtual screen and found the previous post discussing the hidden boss, and then found the reply that mentioned Xinjiang City among hundreds of replies. The forum is anonymous, and you cannot see the names of people who reply. You must add friends before you can communicate privately. Huangfu Miao Miao sent a friend request to the other party, and the application message read, "Boss information for a high price." The other party agreed to the friend request so fast. Huangfu Miao Miao stared at the virtual screen. The name is Yuang. This person should be a woman, and she has only been online for 2 days. She is either a new player or she logged in again after dying once. Let her name the price. Feng Ling was impatient. I was just asking. Huangfu Miao Miao was operating on the screen. When she saw the message from the other party, she was slightly surprised. She wants 2,000 points. After all, it wasn't money. Feng Ling didn't have much sense for the points, so he said casually, "Then it's 2,000. Ask her how to trade." 2,000 is too much. Huangfu Miao Miao was anxious. This price is totally unreasonable. Why does it cost 2,000 just to provide clues? The reward for killing the hidden boss may only be around 3,000 points. Feng Ling said irritably, "I won't really give her that many points. The key point is to ask her out or find out where she is." She said someone offered 1,800 points, so I have to offer 2,000 points before she will consider selling the information to me. Now I ask her where she is. Huangfu Miao Miao frowned. No, she is very alert and refuses to tell me. Feng Ling was even more annoyed after hearing this. How can we trade without telling the location? Huangfu Miao Miao was also anxious. When she was about to ask the other party again, she found that the message failed to be sent, and her face changed immediately. She deleted me as a friend. Feng Ling's heart was filled with anger, and he raised his fist and slammed it on the table. All the food was shaken out of place. Feng Ling was also stunned. Is her temper so bad? Or has the pollution level made it impossible for her to control her emotions? She frowned and thought, then got up and went into the house. After a moment, she came out with a bottle of air freshener in her hand and sprayed it on Huangfu Miao Miao. Huangfu Miao Miao was stunned. What is this? I found when I was taking a shower just now that the sweet smell helps me calm down. I'll spray some on you to prevent me from accidentally killing you. Feng Ling said. Huangfu Miao Miao. Please don't say such a shocking thing in a calm tone. Suddenly I can't eat anymore. No appetite. Huangfu Miao Miao had ketchup on her lips, and she looked like she had lost her soul. She sat there blankly for a while, and then she asked Feng Ling, "Can I go out and buy a bottle of perfume?" "Go ahead." Feng Ling took out a credit card and gave it to her. "Buy a good bottle. This one smells a bit inferior now." As her life was at stake, Huang Fu Miao Miao did not dare to delay. She took her credit card, changed her clothes, and went out immediately. By the way, you should know this. Feng Ling used a small fork to pick up a piece of watermelon at the dining table, and red juice flowed down. Don't even think about running away, I've marked you. Huang Fu Miao Miao shuddered suddenly. I know. She shrank her neck and went out. As soon as Huang Fu Miao Miao left, the apartment immediately became much quieter, with the only sound in the room being the faint sound of Feng Ling chewing food. She was still thinking about the fact that Huang Fu Miao Miao had been deleted as a friend. According to her speculation, the player named Yuang on the forum was most likely the alien that was burned to death by her in the villa. This ability is very tricky. Although its attack power is not very strong, it is too flexible and changeable. The insects can drill into various gaps and escape if you are not careful. It is not easy to eradicate them completely. According to the little skeleton, players need to pay a large amount of points to log in again after logging off. It can be inferred that the player named Yuang is now extremely poor, so he urgently needs points to save his life. Trading points with the information about the hidden boss can not only solve the temporary dilemma, but also indirectly avenge yourself, killing two birds with one stone. As for why I deleted Huang Fu Miao Miao as a friend, maybe it's because she has already reached a deal with someone else, so there's naturally no need to continue chatting. When Feng Ling thought of this, he couldn't help feeling restless and irritated. Affected by the pollution value, it seemed difficult for her mind to calm down and think. What to do? What to do? How to break the deadlock? Feng Ling ate a piece of watermelon at a time, fiddling with his phone unconsciously in his hand. He thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with any decent ideas. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. What Huang Fu Miao Miao said was right. When the pollution value reaches about 30%, it is indeed easy to have schizophrenia. She just sat here eating watermelon, and seeing the juice flowing, she would have a trance feeling as if her hands were covered with blood. She's going crazy. How can we expect her to come up with any good ideas? Feng Ling sighed. Feel sorry for yourself. If only someone could give her some advice. Unfortunately, she had no parents and could not rely on anyone. Her few good friends were all in her hometown. In Qingyang City, except for Su Yuqing, whom she had just met, there was no one else she could trust. Do you want to ask Su Yuqing for help? But how do you ask him about this? Because of me, a large number of alien species will come to Qingyang, so you better be prepared. Su Yuqing would definitely pack up her belongings and tell her to get out of Qingyang overnight, right? Feng Ling held his forehead in pain. After a while, she suddenly thought of something and looked at her phone. I'm so stupid. Feng Ling opened the Alien Forum app and muttered to herself, players have forums, and humans have forums too. The power of the people is infinite. I can definitely post on the forum to brainstorm. A purple star popped out and spun as the page loaded. The forum interface loaded after 2 seconds, and Feng Ling immediately went to the most popular section to post. She has already thought of the title family. What should I do if a group of aliens come to kill my friends? Creating friends out of nothing is a common practice, and Feng Ling believes that those who understand will understand. She just let it go in the main text, writing a paragraph. Dosha. What should I do? Family. My friend is in such a pity. She picked up a card, and it inexplicably turned into a hidden boss, and was hunted by an alien. She was just acting in reasonable self-defense, but that alien actually hated my friend and exposed her information. Now the aliens are forming a group to kill my friend. Woo 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 woo. What should I do? The whole thing is helpless, weak and pitiful. Feng Ling felt strange looking at the words he had typed out and murmured, I am really schizophrenic, too schizophrenic. Well, refresh the page first. Humans are really unpleasant. Dosha. What do you want me to believe in you? Mijia. Post the photo since your friend has got the card. Let her show the card's ability. Qingfeng. Please don't post cosplay photos, and please respect AI synthesized photos. Big Hamago. Let the OP post it. Ha 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 ha. I want to see it. Midsummer. I want to see +1. Xiaorong is going to sleep. I want to see +99. The number of replies suddenly surged. Feng Ling was speechless, thinking, where is the power of the people? The power of the people is used to eat melons, right? She was about to close the page when a new reply popped up. Blue Weasel 01. Don't send it. Qingwei 01. Photos may reveal your current location. Feng Ling was slightly stunned.
She knew this name.
He was a well-known porter in the forum. He was famous for porting all kinds of knowledge to the forum day after day. Moreover, this person rarely spoke, and was mainly known as an unknown porter. After the big boss of porting appeared, the popularity of Feng Ling's posts soared big hamagu. The Blue Weasel boss suddenly grew a mouth. Qing Feng, what do you mean, sir? Did you believe the host's lies? Xingxia, if what the OP said is true, it is really too dangerous to post photos. Luo Shi, what's going on? I woke up from my sleep. Does this mean that our resistance army has gained a new general? Or is it a hidden item? Xiaoyang is going to sleep. That seems to be the meaning. Mijia, I'm almost believing it. You, the host, please swear that you won't post ads, or I'll curse you for the rest of your life. Qingfeng at Qingso01. Big brother, please tell me something. Is the hidden boss real or fake? Qingwei01. Your friend should be yourself. Qingwei01. I read your posting history. 2 days ago, a user with the ID Chao Chang Chal posted a post to recruit people to fight against alien species. You replied to the post and signed up and revealed that you had a card. After that, a giant unknown creature's nest was discovered in Jiangkou City. The user Chao Chang Chal has been offline and has not appeared since. Feng Ling was surprised. As expected of a big boss in forum reposting, he is very sensitive to all kinds of information and found traces of her activities on the forum in such a short time. Feng Ling replied carefully, Do Shalo. Yes, I sign up. Do Shalo. What should I do now? I'm so scared, TT the boss quickly replied. Qingwei01. Don't be afraid. Pack your luggage now and rush to Yunhai City as soon as possible. Do Sha. Going to Yunhai City? Qingwei01. Yes, Yunhai and Yanjing are currently the safest cities in the country. The strongest monitoring warriors are concentrated there, suppressing the activities of alien species. Your IP address is in Xinjiang City, which is relatively close to Yunhai City, so I suggest you go there to hide.
Feng Ling thought about it.
She can't go to Yunhai City. She has to find the maze. The pollution value of 29% cannot be left there alone. Do Sha. Is there any other way? The cost of living in Yunhai City is so high. I don't have money. I can't afford to eat or stay. When ordinary people see this kind of reply, they would probably get angry, which is more important, money or life. But this forum boss is extremely patient. Qingwei01. Don't cry. It doesn't matter if you can't go to Yunhai City. Just reply to the post and say that you decided to go to your friend who works at the Yunhai City Supervision Bureau. This will confuse people a little. Feng Ling frowned slightly. What this means is, aliens also visit alien forums? It is indeed possible. The aliens have a strong ability to learn. Those who logged in early have lived in the human world for more than half a year and have already learned how to use mobile phones and computers. It is not uncommon for them to accidentally learn about the Alien Star Forum, register as users, and lurk here. Following Qingyu01's suggestion, Feng Ling returned to the post he had just posted and replied at the bottom, Dosha sad face .. Thank you for your concern. I have already discussed with the boss and will leave for Yunhai City to take refuge immediately. After replying to the post, she switched back to the private chat interface and found that Qingwei01 had sent several more messages. Blue Weasel 01. Would you mind telling me what information the alien has learned about you now? Blue Weasel 01. Do they know your exact address? Qingwei01. Try to find a safe place to live. If you are not financially well off, I can lend you some money. Although it is not much, it should be enough to cover the rent for a few days. Qingzhou01 also sent out his mobile phone number and asked her to add him as a friend so that money could be transferred. Feng Ling was a little confused. She knew that this man was a good person. After all, collecting, organizing, and moving information took a lot of time and energy. He was able to persevere for more than half a year and was completely selfless. But she didn't expect the other party to be so nice to her that he would directly transfer money to her. This made Feng Ling alert, and he started to wonder if this man was a creepy guy. Now that I've asked her to add me as a friend, should I ask her for photos and videos and have an in-depth conversation with her? Feng Ling flipped back through the posts she had posted. Her online comments were somewhat divisive. She liked to use repeated words, liked to use emoticons, and her personal information also stated that she was female and 20 years old. It was easy for people to regard her as an innocent young girl, so it seemed reasonable that she would attract strange uncles with ulterior motives. Feng Ling bit her lip, feeling quite distressed. Could it be that I am judging others by my own standards? What if the other person is really a good person without any impurities? Instead of guessing, why not add friends and see what happens? She put the phone number into her address book, added him as a WeChat friend, and tentatively sent him a hello. There was no response from the other side. After waiting for 2 full minutes, a transfer message suddenly came. Are you really giving me money? Feng Ling's eyes widened in surprise. I clicked it and saw there was 1,350 yuan in it. Feng Ling. What kind of number is this? She had seen people transfer 1,000, 1,500, or 1,314, but she had never seen such a strange amount as 1,350. Sanqing Palace Taoist Priestly Qing, prayer and fortune-telling spell. These are all I have for now. You can use them as an emergency measure. Feng Ling was startled again. I was only paying attention to the transfer amount just now, and now I realize that this person's name is also very strange. Aisha. Are you Blue Weasel 01? Sanqing Palace Taoist Priestly Qing, blessing and fortune-telling spell. You are being paste, right? Click to receive the payment. This WeChat name really hurt Feng Ling's eyes, so he added a name to his description. Taoist Priestly sent a long voice message. Feng Ling clicked it. The voice was unexpectedly youthful, calm, and gentle, with a few clear bird calls in the background. Taoist Priestly, take the money and rent a house outside, stock up on some food and water, and don't go out for the time being. If you encounter difficulties in life, feel free to contact me. I will try my best to help you find a solution. You don't have to rush to pay me back. Don't be afraid. Aliens are not as powerful as they are said to be on the internet. As long as you protect yourself, you will be fine. Feng Ling. She seemed to have really misunderstood others. Taoist Priestly, but the safest way is to go to Yunhai City. The prices there are indeed a bit high. You can try to apply to become an inspector. This way you can afford the living expenses of a big city and your safety can be guaranteed. I understand that some clerks in the supervisory bureau have very good benefits. You hold a card, so you should get extra points when you apply. Feng Ling thought. He wanted me to interview for the clerk position probably because I am too weak and pitiful and don't look like someone who can fight, and he is quite considerate. But it's really strange. Why does a Taoist know so much about aliens and cards? Is it just out of interest? Or is there another reason? Even Su Yuqing and Zhou Chu didn't know about the hidden boss. She posted it on the forum and everyone doubted her, but this Taoist believed her.
Why?
Could he really be a naive person who believes everything he is told? No, wrong.
No.
Feng Ling tilted his head, held his chin, and thought about it seriously. She could only think of one possibility: this Taoist priest named Li Qing can see the player forum. Because I saw the player forum, I knew that the players were preparing to take action against the hidden boss. Because he knew the player was going to take action, he believed her as soon as she posted it and transferred money to her without hesitation. Feng Ling suddenly developed a strong interest in this person. Interesting, very interesting indeed. He is meticulous, helpful, generous, and does not ask for anything in return. His knowledge of alien species and cards far exceeds that of ordinary people, and he is suspected of possessing a card with special abilities that can see the player forum. Feng Ling was just thinking about what excuse to make up to ask the other party out, when Su Yuqing suddenly called. She answered the phone. Su Yuqing on the other end of the phone spoke quickly. Is it you who posted on the forum? Feng Ling. The Supervisory Bureau responded so quickly. This doesn't seem like a good thing. Why don't you just not admit it?
Feng Ling denied, no.
Before she finished speaking, she heard Su Yuqing say, the network technician checked and found that the IP address of Do Shalo is in Shuyuan Mansion. No, I have to say it, Feng Ling said awkwardly. You guys are quite accurate in your research. Feng Ling. Su Yuqing's tone was filled with anger. Such an important matter. Why didn't you report it to the Supervisory Bureau? Do you know how serious the consequences of this matter are? Feng Ling was stunned. I don't know. If I knew the consequences would be serious, I would definitely report it. I didn't hide it on purpose. She asked sincerely, so, what are the consequences? Su Yuqing almost choked to death. Anyway, he took a deep breath and slowed down. Now, stay in the apartment and don't go anywhere. I'll be there soon. Follow my instructions for everything else. That won't work. Feng Ling refused. I have something else to do. On the other end of the phone, Su Yuqing stood in the office with an extremely grim expression on his face. His blood pressure kept rising, and his phone was about to be crushed. After a full half-minute of pause, he gritted his teeth and said, "Wait for me to come over, and then we can discuss it." After all, he was still living in someone else's house, so Feng Ling gave him face and replied, "Okay then." The call ends. Feng Ling returned to Taoist Li's chat box. The other side did not send any information. After such a long delay, isn't it a bit abrupt to bring up the video meeting again? Maybe next time. Next time, when the chatting atmosphere is harmonious, she will take the opportunity to ask for a meeting, and she believes that the other party will not refuse. Feng Ling put down his phone in a good mood, looked at the table full of leftover lunch boxes and tableware, turned around and went to the kitchen to get a garbage bag, then returned to the dining table, packed the leftover lunch boxes and bones one by one, and carried them downstairs to throw them into the trash can. I don't know who had a broken heart, but there was a big bouquet of roses in the trash can, paired with fresh love grass and beautiful wrapping paper. It smells quite nice. Feng Ling hummed a song, carefully selected a few flowers, brought them back to the apartment, and put them in a vase. When Su Yuqing arrived, she was fiddling with the vase, looking leisurely. He looked so anxious that he seemed like a fool. He walked to the sofa with an extremely ugly expression and sat down. Then Zhou Chu poked his head in from behind the door, with an expression that looked like he was eager to watch the fun, and found a chair in the restaurant to sit down. Then came 3 old acquaintances, Qin Liang, Xiao Li, and Chao Hongyi from the Special Attack Team. They walked in regular clothes, closed the door, stood separately behind the sofa, and took out guns from their bags, ready for battle. Feng Ling looked at them in surprise. Fortunately, the living room of the apartment is spacious enough, so it isn't crowded even with so many people coming. Why are you all here? Feng Ling asked. Don't you need to stay in the Supervisory Bureau and wait for the mission? Su Yuqing sat on the sofa with a sullen face and said, It's the same if we come here and wait. If there is a mission, it will probably be related to you. Feng Ling smiled. Captain Su, what you said is a bit stereotypical. Let's get to the point. Zhou Chu asked Feng Ling anxiously. Old Su urged me to come here, but he didn't explain it to me clearly on the way. What is the hidden boss? We are all card holders. Why are you the boss and I am an elite monster? Don't call yourself an alien. Su Yuqing said irritably, in a bad tone, having a card is C-level, having a high-level card and digesting it once is B-level, having a high-level card and digesting it more than 3 times is a level. Okay, I mean, why am I rank B? Zhou Chu raised his hands in surrender, being particularly obedient in front of the furious Su Yuqing. Which level of ABC does the hidden boss belong to? Feng Ling can't be S, right? What he was more concerned about was why Feng Ling's level was higher than his. It seems to be related to the card skills. Feng Ling said as he looked around, found the tablet, and handed the forum post translated by Huangfu Miao Miao to Zhou Chu. Actually, I just found out about this not long ago. According to the aliens, the Mother Nest card should exist as a powerful auxiliary, but it was accidentally obtained by humans, so the skill changed. The system wanted to get rid of me as a variable as soon as possible, so it gave me the title of a hidden boss to attract the aliens to get rid of me. Zhou Chu nodded after hearing this. So it's not because you are better than me. Feng Ling smiled and said, I admit that your explosive power is good, but your endurance is really not good enough. The burst time is too short, Deputy Captain Zhou. Zhou Chu said stubbornly, as long as I can meet the alien species, this amount of time will be enough. Su Yuqing stood up and walked over, took the tablet from Zhou Chu, and read it through at a glance. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter. There is an inspector at the headquarters who can possess an alien and use the alien's forum function. Although he cannot monitor the forum 24 hours a day, the headquarters will know about this sooner or later. They will definitely send someone to Xinjiang to investigate the hidden boss. Su Yuqing sighed. Maybe I'll be criticized in writing for not reporting what I knew. He looked at Feng Ling and said, Don't go anywhere these days. I'll let Zhou Chu and the special attack team stay to protect you. When the general administration sends someone over, we'll see how to place you later. Zhou Chu crossed his legs, a hint of sarcasm on his face. How else can we place them? We must recruit them directly, and then transfer them to Yanjing or Yunhai City. Feng Ling listened to them one after another, his expression speechless. I don't have time to wait for them to settle down, she emphasized again. I have other things to do. Su Yuqing no longer had the energy to get angry and said earnestly, It's already this late. Can't you just put it aside for now?
No.
Feng Ling shook his head. Su Yuqing was anxious. What could be more important than your own personal safety? Feng Ling pressed his forehead in embarrassment. She didn't want to tell them. Firstly, she was used to making decisions on her own. Secondly, her relationship with the people in the supervisory bureau was not that good. However, the journey through the maze may not be smooth, and the statue may not be found. Everything is unknown. Last time, she had taken a chance and suffered the consequences. It would be better for her to be more cautious this time, Feng Ling. Well, that's pretty much it. In case she fails to reduce the pollution level and cannot maintain her sanity, she will have to hope that the people in front of her will give her a quick death, so as to avoid causing a disaster and becoming a sinner for all eternity. Alas, this is the lifelong demon of East Asian children who are always afraid of getting into trouble outside. This sentence stunned both Su Yuqing and Zhou Chu. Maze. Zhou Chu looked at Su Yuqing in confusion. Is the maze she's talking about the source of alien contamination that must be tested in every supervisor training assessment the maze? Su Yuqing frowned, stared at Feng Ling and asked, Why do you want to enter the maze? That is a special game area for alien species, not a place for humans. Feng Ling picked up a bag of cheese-flavored potato chips from the coffee table and opened it to eat. My pollution level is 29%, she said. Su Yuqing and Zhou Chu's expressions changed. The reactions of the three members of the special attack team were even more exaggerated. They suddenly raised the guns in their hands and pointed them at Feng Ling without exception. Snap. Snap. The chips were crispy. Feng Ling looked at them calmly and said while eating, Put it down. You can't beat me. After a pause, she looked at Su Yuqing again. And I think I can still be saved. Su Yuqing pursed her lips and said nothing. The three agents looked at each other, and when they saw that Su Yuqing didn't say anything, they hesitantly put down their weapons. Zhou Chu gasped and muttered, Feng Ling, you are too outrageous. With your pollution level, you would be sent to the gas chamber if you were in the supervisory bureau. Gas chamber? Feng Ling looked at Su Yuqing in surprise. Don't listen to his nonsense, Su Yuqing explained with a frown. That's called a special observation room. More than 22% of the inspectors need to go in for observation for a period of time. Only when they are confirmed to be non-aggressive and emotionally stable will they be released to continue their mission. However, those who are released are also considered high-risk personnel, and there will be some restrictions on their daily travel. This is also for the safety of the citizens. Zhou Chu added, If you become emotionally unstable, furious, manic, and lose your mind, poison gas will be released inside the observation room, and you will die directly. Su Yuqing glared at him. That's a powerful anesthetic spray, not poison gas. What's the difference?
Zhou Chu stood.
They'll die after being sprayed anyway. It's just that there's no pain. It's just humanitarian destruction. Feng Ling was shocked. You are so cruel to your compatriots. This is a helpless move. Su Yuqing raised her eyes and looked at her. Do you think that the contaminated bodies that the Supervisory Bureau clears every time are all mutants? It is better to die in the observation room than to have genetic collapse and become neither human nor ghost, and become the pollution itself. Feng Ling bit a piece of potato chip, chewed it twice, and suddenly felt a little nauseous. Zhou Chu whistled, his tone chilling. This is interesting. If the general administration knew that your pollution level was already 29%, I'm afraid that on-site recruitment would directly turn into on-site arrest. Feng Ling chewed potato chips even louder, feeling very unhappy. She glanced at Su Yuqing and asked, Isn't there still a maze? Why didn't the Supervisory Bureau send people into the maze to find the statue? You have as much information as I do. You should know that the statue can help the cardholder eliminate some of the pollution value. There have indeed been such cases, but... Su Yuqing lowered his head and pressed his brows in annoyance. The information about the maze is very scarce, and it is difficult to find the entrance. Moreover, the maze is full of dangers. It is very unrealistic to want to clear the pollution value by entering the maze. At least for now, prevention is more important than elimination. Zhou Chu also said to Feng Ling, Think about it, if we want to fight against alien species, we must improve the ability of the cards. To improve the ability, it will always be more or less polluted. This is our normal life, but the maze is small in number and high in danger. It is not a normal existence. Maybe before we find the maze, the pollution value has already begun to affect our mind. We can't wait at all. Feng Ling thought for a moment and said, I do have a clue to the maze, so I should be able to make it in time. Report it.
Su Yuqing said.
He felt that the current situation was too complicated, and he had to consult his superiors and hold 8 or 10 meetings before he could discuss a result. Report it to the General Administration of Supervision and have them send someone to assist you in finding the maze. At the same time, they can also supervise you from the side to prevent you from losing control. This is the safest way. Su Yuqing said tiredly. Zhou Chu disagreed and snorted softly. I don't think it's safe. Maybe when the people from the General Administration come, they will directly take Feng Ling to the gas chamber. Xinjiang City finally has a capable fighter. Are you willing to let him go? I told you that's not a gas chamber. Su Yuqing had a headache. That's a special observation room. Zhou Chu sneered unconvinced and turned his face to the other side. Feng Ling asked Zhou Chu, What is your pollution value now? Zhou Chu raised his eyebrows with a little pride. 2%. Hellhound main card, digested prairie wolf once. Su Yuqing said in a deep voice, Every time we collect cards, we will send them to the General Administration's Research Institute, and then the Research Institute will distribute the cards according to the characteristics of the cards of the inspectors in various places. The Research Institute will do its best to control the pollution value to the lowest range. Although mistakes may occur occasionally, but in most cases, the cards provided by the Research Institute are safe and reliable. He sighed and looked at Feng Ling again. I don't have to restrain you, but it's not a long-term solution for you to continue like this. Feng Ling, report it to the General Supervision Bureau. Whether it's the matter of the hidden boss or the pollution value, you need more mature advice. Feng Ling thought, if we report this to the Supervisory Bureau, won't the problem become more complicated? She thought about it seriously for a while and said, Well, it's not impossible if you can agree to one condition of mine.
You say.
Su Yuqing nodded calmly. I will do everything I can to meet your conditions. Feng Ling glanced at Su Yuqing. Although she felt a little embarrassed, but since Su Yuqing said so, she should be straightforward. Please transfer this apartment to me, she said. Su Yuqing. The living room was quiet for 2 seconds. Su Yuqing stood up abruptly, without even looking at Feng Ling, walked out of the door with a dark face, and slammed the door shut.
Puff.
Zhou Chu couldn't hold back and started laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha. Feng Ling was a little confused, and then looked at the other 3 Special Forces members, whose expressions were also unnatural. If you don't want to send it, then don't. Why is he reacting so strongly? Feng Ling asked Zhou Chu. A minefield. This is Lao Su's minefield. Ha ha ha. Zhou Chu still couldn't stop laughing wildly. Feng Ling was puzzled. He walked to the door, opened it, and looked outside, only to find that Su Yuqing had really left. She was incredulous. He just left like that? He left in anger without saying a word? Qin Liang suppressed his laughter and explained, Sister Ling, this apartment is the wedding room that our Captain Su prepared for himself. Feng Ling's eyes widened in shock. Wedding house? My goodness. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for her to live here? The wedding is off, and he still needs a wedding house. Ha ha ha. Zhou Chu laughed loudly, who told him to like Sister Yi. I don't think he'll ever get married in his lifetime. Feng Ling approached Qin Liang and asked, Can you tell me more about it? She also wants to eat melon. Qin Liang looked at Zhou Chu helplessly. Can we talk about this? Is it impolite to discuss the leader's private affairs behind his back? The 3 members of the Special Forces team talked about what happened one by one. It turned out that Su Yuqing had proposed to his girlfriend here. He thought he was romantic, so he bought a lot of flowers to decorate the apartment, prepared a love cake and ring, and invited all his colleagues. As a result, his girlfriend, Yi Zheng, the strongest fighter in Xinjiang City, rejected him very seriously. The reason was that she disdained to use a piece of paper to prove her feelings, and she also hated so-called surprises. Su Yuqing's proposal was a big shock to Yi Zheng. Although the two reconciled after communicating, Su Yuqing was deeply traumatized by the rejection of his proposal in public. Every time she thought about it, she felt extremely embarrassed and was unwilling to go back to the apartment, for fear that the memory would attack her. Yi Zheng saw Su Yuqing's concern and advised him to sell the house. Su Yuqing pretended to be magnanimous and said that he had forgotten about this embarrassing thing a long time ago, but in fact, he cared about it more than anyone else. So when Feng Ling suggested that Su Yuqing give her the house for free, Su Yuqing seemed to be back in her nightmare and failed to control her expression for a moment. After hearing the gossip, Feng Ling couldn't help but ask, if Yi Zheng is transferred to Yunhai City, won't the two of them be separated? Are you worrying about nothing? Zhou Chu smiled ambiguously. Captain Su's ability is to split himself into several bodies. He can split himself into as many bodies as he wants. Feng Ling's eyes lit up when he heard this. This ability is great, comparable to that of the mirror salamander. How are different bodies controlled? Do they share the same consciousness? If body A is in Yunhai City and body B is in Xinjiang City, and one is eating and the other is drinking, will the behaviors be confused? Will the consciousnesses interfere with each other? She asked curiously.
Zhou Chu stood.
You should ask Lao Su about this. I don't know either. After that, he teased Feng Ling again. I see you have no idea at all. The pollution value is already 29%, and you are still thinking about other people's cards. Feng Ling smiled and did not deny it. At this moment, Zhou Chu's cell phone suddenly rang. He looked down and suddenly laughed. It's Lao Su calling. Zhou Chu answered the phone, glanced at Feng Ling, said lightly, put down the phone, and said to Feng Ling, Lao Su asked you to post a message on the Alien Forum at 8 o'clock tonight, saying that you have arrived in Yunhai City. The network technician has changed your IP address to Yunhai City. Do the whole thing and fool as many alien species as you can. Feng Ling was very impressed after hearing this. Although Su Yuqing didn't tell her to pack up and leave directly, she had already mentally expelled her from Xinjiang. Okay, I got it. Feng Ling nodded and then asked Zhou Chu, what are your plans now? Are you not leaving? Hey, I can't leave, so I'll stay here. Zhou Chu lay down on the sofa, raised his legs, and said with his eyes closed, Lao Su asked us to stay and protect you. Because you are a rare hidden boss, it's more like monitoring me, because they're afraid that I'll go crazy. Feng Ling said helplessly, then you guys should take care of your own meals, and you have to pay part of the water and electricity bills. There are so many of you. That's a lot of nonsense. Zhou Chu waved his hand as if to shoo away a fly.
Don't worry about it.
We will ask the bureau to reimburse us. Feng Ling sighed. It's really inconvenient not to have your own house. I don't even have a reason to evict people. She no longer paid attention to Zhou Chu and went back to her bedroom with a gloomy look on her face. After a while, Huang Fu Miao Miao came back, and Feng Ling changed his clothes and prepared to go out. Zhou Chu immediately became alert and jumped up from the sofa. "Where are you going?" "Lao Su said you can't run around. He is not my father, so I can just listen to what he says." Feng Ling replied casually. Zhou Chu was stunned for a moment and felt that Feng Ling's words made sense. He stretched his arms and said, "It's really boring to stay in the house all the time. Let's go out for a walk. If we encounter any alien species, we will beat them to pieces." Qin Liang looked at the two men and hesitated. "Should we ask Captain Su for instructions?" "Please take your time to ask for instructions." Feng Ling put his cell phone in his pocket and went out. Huang Fu Miao Miao glanced at them, turned around and jogged to catch up with Feng Ling. "Hey, wait for me." Zhou Chu also chased out. The three team members in the room were in a dilemma. Xiaoli said, "Her pollution value is already 29%. According to the regulations." Qin Liang sighed. "According to the rules, we should go into the observation room, but even Deputy Captain Zhou doesn't follow the rules. Can the three of us stop him?" Chao Hongyi put the gun back into his bag and said, "Let's go quickly, so we don't get lost." The three of them sighed in unison. Alas. Feng Ling hailed a taxi at the gate of the community and headed to the largest amusement park in Xinjiang City. In the past, amusement parks were so crowded that they couldn't accommodate all the people. Tickets were divided into daytime and nighttime sessions, and people could play until 11 o'clock at night. Later, the aliens appeared, and Xinjiang City's night economy was basically destroyed. Only a handful of people came out to play, and tickets for the night shows were cancelled, while the daytime shows were extended to 7:30 p.m. It was just past 6 o'clock in the evening when Feng Ling arrived. The sky was still bright, the sun was hanging in the west and had not yet set, and the temperature had not dropped much. The colorful flags at the amusement park lay motionless in the hot air like dead fish. She bought a package of tickets for one adult and one child at the entrance of the amusement park and took Huang Fu Miao Miao to ride the Ferris wheel. In order to make Huang Fu Miao Miao look like an ordinary child, Feng Ling forced her to take off her skull mask. Along the way, Huang Fu Miao Miao kept her head down as if she was too embarrassed to face anyone. However, this look made Zhou Chu find her much more pleasing to the eye. He followed the two of them, teasing them from time to time, and was very rude. The three members of the special attack team were still nervously buying tickets at the door. They were worried that the tickets for the amusement park would not be reimbursed later. Not far away, a huge Ferris wheel was turning slowly. Against the blue sky, the brightly painted cabins hanging on the Ferris wheel are particularly eye-catching. Feng Ling walked towards the Ferris wheel with great anticipation. Because it was almost closing time, no one was queuing at this time. Couples and families of three kept getting off the Ferris wheel cabins. The staff also looked lazy and listless, just waiting to get off work. Feng Ling waited patiently for a while. Huang Fu Miao Miao saw that the cockpit with green frog paint was about to turn down, so she pulled Feng Ling's arm. "Almost there," she said, pointing to the green cockpit. "That's it." The frog in the top hat soars into the sky. Feng Ling curled the corners of his mouth and immediately strode over. Zhou Chu didn't understand what was going on, so he followed the two and asked, "What is it? Who is it? What are you two talking about?" Guessing game, Feng Ling turned around and smiled at him. "We are looking for the frog wearing a top hat. Now that we have found the frog, the next step is to look for the lone white bird." Feng Ling was full of confidence and felt that he had already achieved 33% victory. She bent down and sat in the cockpit with Huang Fu Miao Miao. Zhou Chu also squeezed in. After a shake, the cabin door closed and the cockpit slowly rose as the view gradually widens. The various brightly colored facilities in the playground began to look like toys. The altitude continued to rise. The distance between the blue sky and the white clouds seems to have become closer. "You can join us in the search," Feng Ling said excitedly. The clue to the maze is a riddle. The first sentence of the riddle is about a frog wearing a top hat soaring into the sky, and the second sentence is about kissing a lone white bird. "We have found the frog wearing a top hat, and now we need to find the lone white bird."
Huh?
Zhou Chu was confused. He looked around. Where were the birds? And it specifically refers to a solitary, white bird. It certainly can't be a real bird in nature. It should be a metaphor, right? There are pedal boats shaped like big white geese on the lake. There are not only big white geese but also little yellow ducks. But the problem is, it's 1,000,000 miles away. How can I drool and kiss it? Zhou Chu thought it was unreliable, but he still pointed it out to Feng Ling. Hey, is that the boat? Feng Ling took a look and asked Huang Fu Miao Miao beside him. Look, does that ship look like a white bird? Huang Fu Miao Miao was a little uncertain. She looked at the lake, then at Feng Ling. It seems like it, but it feels like something is wrong. Feng Ling held his chin up and thought, it's a little off. Huang Fu Miao Miao hesitated and said, besides, the riddle is about a lone white bird. This ship it's not alone either. There is more than one pedal boat on the lake. What does it mean to be alone? Zhou Chu said, being alone does not necessarily mean that there is only one pedal boat. It may mean that there is only one such boat. That makes sense. Feng Ling nodded. It seems that the three of them can be better than one zhuge liang. Let's go down and ask someone later. If there is only one white boat in the entire amusement park, it means we have found the right one. Feng Ling said. Everything is going well, and she feels that she has achieved 66% of the victory. Keep it up. The cabin reaches the highest point of the Ferris wheel. Zhou Chu was admiring the scenery and did not notice anything else that looked like a white bird, but he unexpectedly saw the building of the Supervisory Bureau. From here, you can see the Supervisory Bureau. Wow, you can also see the Qingjiang No. 1 bridge. Zhou Chu couldn't help but take out his phone and took a few photos of the scenery. This angle is really good. Hearing this, Feng Ling also looked towards the bridge in the distance. In order to facilitate transportation, Qingjiang City has built many bridges, and Bridge No. 1 is considered an antique. When she passed Bridge No. 1 by car in the past, she always felt it was old. She didn't expect it to be so beautiful when viewed from a high place, like a big snow-white bird spreading its wings. White bird? Feng Ling's heart skipped a beat, and he looked carefully again. But as we descended in altitude, the bridge began to seem less bird-like. Could it be an illusion? Feng Ling was a little unsure. If you want a clear answer, you may have to ride the Ferris wheel again. The cabin slowly descended, and the vast view gradually narrowed. The nearby houses and trees surrounded them like giants, blocking the distant scenery. Feng Ling got out of the cabin and went to the lake cruise area. When she was on the Ferris wheel, the lake seemed quite close to her, but when she walked towards it, she realized it was very far away and the road was very winding, which made her feel annoyed unconsciously. When passing by the candy house and smelling the sweet scent wafting out from inside, the frenzy in his heart eased a little. Feng Ling realized the change in his mood and immediately stopped vigilantly. Why don't you leave? Zhou Chu asked in surprise from behind. Feng Ling took a deep breath of the fragrance and asked Huang Fu Miao Miao beside him. Where's the perfume? Feng Ling picked up a bottle and sprayed it on himself and Huang Fu Miao Miao. Zhou Chu, who was following behind them, immediately covered his nose in disgust. Too close, the scent was too pungent for him. You two are crazy. Why are you spraying perfume when you are doing serious work? He protested. Feng Ling ignored him and continued walking forward. There is a small house on the shore of the lake area, which is the fee collection office for boat rentals. As Feng Ling walked over, he saw a park staff member standing on the wooden plank road, hooking a returning pedal boat with an iron hook. There are more than a dozen empty boats neatly lined up on the shore. At a glance, there are 4 pedal boats in the shape of big white geese, not counting the one floating on the lake.
No.
Feng Ling frowned. This thing is not a lone white bird. She decisively returned to the Ferris wheel. The others didn't understand why, and just followed her. The frog cockpit had already been rotated up, and it takes 15 minutes to complete a circle. Feng Ling kept his composure and waited patiently for the frog cockpit to turn down again. Huang Fu Miao Miao, who was standing by, observed Feng Ling anxiously, wanting to spray the perfume in her hand but not knowing whether to do so. She felt anxious and nervous. Not to mention Feng Ling, whose pollution value exceeded the standard. Even Zhou Chu was a little annoyed. staring at the cockpit and cursing it's like a turtle pulling a mill. Huang Fu Miao Miao thought about it and quietly sprayed perfume on Zhou Chu twice. What are you doing? Zhou Chu jumped to the side with a big step, his hair about to explode. Don't spray that stuff on me. Feng Ling stared at the cockpit intently. It's almost down. Let's go over there. The three of them sat in the frog-painted cockpit again. This time, Feng Ling kept looking in the direction of Qingjiang Bridge, fearing that he would miss any details. I just thought that Qingjiang Bridge looks like a big white bird. You should take a look at it too, Feng Ling said. Zhou Chu rubbed the spot where he had just been sprayed with perfume in disdain, frowned and said, there are triangular iron cable racks on the bridge, one on each side, which look quite like wings, but there are several Qingjiang bridges, and they all have similar shapes. How do you know which bridge it is? Feng Ling thought carefully and looked at the river on the other side. In fact, the distance between each bridge is very far, but because of the special position of the Ferris wheel, the bridges in the distance appear to be very close. Only bridge number 1 facing the frog cabin is lonely, which fits the metaphor of a lone white bird. Feng Ling felt that it was almost certain. The lone white bird refers to the Qingjiang number 1 bridge. But there was one thing she still couldn't understand. What did drooling over a kiss mean? The frog was in the sky. The white bird was on the river. They were completely unrelated. How could they kiss? Let's go to bridge number 1 and take a look, Feng Ling said. Are you sure? Zhou Chu frowned. The bridge is very congested right now with a lot of traffic and people. You might be discovered by the aliens. Aliens may not come to the amusement park, but bridge number 1 is the route many people take to and from get off work every day, and there may be aliens among these people. Feng Ling didn't care. I'm sitting in the car. The alien may not see me. Besides, don't we have the little skeleton with us? If there is an alien, she will definitely be the first to find it. She looked at Huang Fu Miao Miao. Huang Fu Miao Miao immediately nodded vigorously to show her loyalty. Yes. Zhou Chu was speechless, curled his lips and said, Okay, then let's go to bridge number 1. Anyway, I have already reminded you. When they got off the Ferris wheel again, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Feng Ling sat in the car, his face gloomy to the extreme. It was too overwhelming. The journey was less than 10 kilometers, but she was stuck in traffic for an hour. She watched the sun sink lower and lower, and finally it sank completely to the bottom. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the city street lights were lit, illuminating the gradually cleared roads. But what was the use? It was pitch black. After I got on the bridge, I could see nothing except the road illuminated by the headlights, and the river water on both sides was as black as ink, merging with the night sky. Frogs, white birds, all of them can't be seen. Zhou Chu said slowly in the car. This road is usually congested, and there was a traffic accident today, so it is even more congested. Anyway, it's getting dark, let's walk around the bridge, and then go back.
Go back.
Feng Ling felt disappointed. Come back tomorrow and have a look. If we find the white bird tomorrow, will we be able to find the entrance to the maze? Zhou Chu asked her. Feng Ling glanced at him and said, There are 3 riddles in total. The last one is that the sky fire of the snake moon burned out a gate in the ashes. Zhou Chu said calmly, It's just 3 sentences. I already have some clues for the first 2 sentences. The 3rd sentence will be found very quickly. There's no need to rush at all. Feng Ling closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair and replied angrily, 29%. Zhou Yu. Well, we still need to be anxious. The car fell into an eerie silence. Half a minute later, Zhou Chu regained his spirits and said to Feng Ling, I think we should not be idle now. Even if it is dark and we can't see the white bird, we can use this time to study what the 3rd sentence means. Let me think about it. The sky fire of the snake moon. Zhou Chu racked his brains and peered out the car window. I can't even see the moon. You can't be so direct, right? Feng Ling frowned. Snake moon is the moon that looks like a snake? Sky fire is the fire in the sky. Huang Fu Miao Miao was also thinking hard. The fire in the sky. Is it either the sun or a meteor? Feng Ling was annoyed. The sun is for daytime. Meteors only appear at night. Do you want people to enter a maze this complicated? Zhou Hui thought to himself. The maze was not a place prepared for humans. Before he could even open his mouth to complain, he saw Huangfu Miao Miao nervously shaking her head at him in the rearview mirror, her mouth opening and closing slowly, and it looked like she was saying don't.
Want to
Stimulate her?
Zhou Chu.
Otherwise, it would be better to persuade Feng Ling to go into the gas chamber. The pressure that could erupt at any time is too terrifying. No one spoke in the car, and Feng Ling was not in the mood to chat. She opened her phone in a distracted state and unexpectedly found that the Taoist priest had sent her a message. Master Li is transferring 650 renminbi to you.
Please accept it.
Master Li, have you found a safe place to stay? Have you prepared food and water? Feng Ling's face became noticeably brighter. How could it not be charming to receive money? She clicked the payment button without any psychological burden and happily received 650 yuan. Her whole face exuded a pleasant expression, which made Huangfu Miao Miao and Zhou Chu in the car dumbfounded. Who sent you the message? Zhou Chu couldn't control his curiosity. A good person. Feng Ling's eyes curved, and he lowered his head to reply to the message. Aisha. Found it, _W_, Aisha. Taoist priest, would you like to be my guest? I'll treat you to a meal masterly. Don't tell me your address, and don't tell anyone else. They will be here soon.
Coming soon?
Feng Ling narrowed his eyes slightly. Aisha, but I already said on the forum that I was going to Yanhai City. Masterly, not all players will pay attention to posts on human forums. Masterly, some of them will form alliances to hunt lone, high-scoring prey. Polluted bodies and bosses are their targets. You have to be careful. Feng Ling wondered if there was any new development on the player forum. Aisha, how many of them are there? Are they very powerful? The Taoist priest hasn't replied yet. She waited for a moment and sent a question mark. There was still no response from the other party. I wonder if he was busy with something else. Feng Ling flipped to the front of the chat history, thought about the transfer of 650 again, and then turned off the phone. Huangfu Miao Miao and Zhou Chu, who were in the car, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that she was calm. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening when Feng Ling returned to the apartment. He opened the chat box again, but still hadn't received any news from the Taoist priest. How strange. She didn't think too much about it, and habitually opened the food delivery app and started ordering food. The 2 nests on her body were absorbing energy all the time, so she had to keep eating a lot to meet her body's needs. Otherwise, she was really worried that not only would she not be able to feed the nests, but she would also starve to death. There are very few restaurants open at night, few delivery riders, and the errand fees are shockingly high. After all, at night when aliens are more active, everyone is using their lives to make money. Feng Ling didn't have many choices, so he found a Shaxian snack bar that was still open and ordered all the items on the menu. She was even worried that there wouldn't be enough to eat, so she went to the kitchen to cook frozen wontons. Zhou Chu was amazed at her appetite, and even a little envious. He said with emotion, "If you eat like this every day for a few days in a row, will you not need to eat for the next year? It's a special period recently, so I eat a lot." Feng Ling said while eating. Special period? Zhou Chu asked, sitting opposite her. What special period? It's a bit hard to describe. Feng Ling thought for a moment, swallowed the food in his mouth, and explained, "You can understand it as, I'm pregnant with twins, and I need a lot of nutrition." Zhou Chu was stunned when he heard this. "You are pregnant? It's just a metaphor." Feng Ling continued eating. "It doesn't matter if you don't understand it." Zhou Chu was a little confused at first, but after listening to her, he couldn't help but get angry. "Why can't I understand? It's obviously you, who didn't explain it clearly. What woman would use her own pregnancy as an example?" Huangfu Miao Miao silently raised the perfume bottle beside her. "Zhou Yu." Suddenly, I felt a little guilty. Zhou Chu carefully observed Feng Ling's reaction and was relieved when he found that she was still eating calmly and showed no signs of anger.
Then,
he asked hesitantly, "Then when will you, give birth?" "Anytime," Feng Ling replied. Zhou Chu was silent for a long time. What does this anytime mean? Is it what he thinks it means? He silently looked at Feng Ling. No matter how he looked at her, She didn't look like she was about to give birth. Zhou Chu always thought he was fearless, but why did he feel so terrified when he thought about Feng Ling getting pregnant and giving birth?
It was simply terrifying.
Will you give birth tonight? Zhou Chu asked courageously. Feng Ling shook his head, as if he had really thought about this matter seriously, and replied, "The alien species may appear at any time. The maze has not been found yet, and the problem of pollution value has not been solved. There are a lot of things waiting for me to do now. The timing is not right. It is not the time to raise a cub," she said, shaking her left wrist. The 2 silver bracelets on his wrist suddenly turned into 2 silver cards. Floating beside Feng Ling, Zhou Chu's outstretched hand froze, and he dared not move at all. Feng Ling's words were truly terrifying. He would rather hear "otherwise you will die" than hear her say that she would give birth to him. "I'm talking to you." Zhou Chu took a deep breath, stared at Feng Ling, and asked, "Could it be that you have become a contaminated body? Who else would have such a weird skill?" Feng Ling frowned slightly and flicked her wrist again. The 2 cards returned to her wrist like 2 silver lights in an instant and turned into bracelets. "This is the advanced ability of the mother nest called nest building," Feng Ling said. "I am still trying to figure out the specific method of use. At present, I can only be sure of one thing. After the nest is built, the nest can transform flesh and blood into new life. The more energy the nest contains, the stronger the life form that is born will be." She glanced at Zhou Chu, gently stirred the wonton soup in the bowl, and continued, "I don't want the physical fitness of the life form I raise to be too poor, so I want to try to save more energy for the nest." "Zhou Yu, why do you have to glance at me when you want to talk? Are you pointing at me?" Ding, the doorbell rang. Huang Fu Miao Miao walked to the door very consciously, stood on tiptoe, and looked outside through the peephole. After confirming that the person outside was not an alien, she made a safety gesture to Feng Ling, then opened the door and took the takeaway ordered by Feng Ling from the errand boy. Feng Ling ordered so much food that the errand boy had to make several trips to deliver it all. It would take a lot of time to finish eating so much food. Feng Ling ate while silently feeling his own nest. When cards were needed to build the nest, she deliberately chose a spider card that seemed to be highly compatible with the mother nest, and a bird card that seemed to be very incompatible with the mother nest. The reason for this choice is that she wanted to know whether the success rate of the mother nest in nurturing life is related to the compatibility of the cards. She hasn't gotten any test results yet, but she has discovered another problem. The nest built with spider cards is almost full of energy. The nest built with the unknown bird card only has more than half of its stored energy. Why is this happening? Is it because of the different degrees of fit that the speed of energy absorption is different? Or is it because spider cards are low-level cards and can hold less energy than mid-level cards? But, to be precise, spiders are arthropods, not insects, so they are not necessarily low-level cards, right? What exactly caused the huge difference in nest development speed? Feng Ling was thinking about it, and Zhou Chu asked her, "Besides building nests, what other abilities does your card have? Can it heal teammates?" She came to her senses, looked up at Zhou Chu, and then continued to eat with her head down. "The card's genes have mutated, and I don't have any ability to treat it. TSK, the Research Institute will definitely be very interested in you. Your evolutionary route is completely unknown."
Zhou Chu ate gleam.
He wanted to tease Feng Ling a few more times, but when the words came to his lips, he felt that this matter should be taken seriously. After all, the unknown evolutionary path meant that Feng Ling would face greater risks in digesting the cards in the future than others. "Why don't you join the Supervisory Bureau and let the old men and women at the Research Institute help you find a solution?" Zhou Chu said, stroking his chin. "Actually, I didn't agree with you joining the Supervisory Bureau, but your current situation is indeed quite dangerous." Feng Ling picked up the soup bowl, took a few sips of the wonton soup, and then began to open the chicken leg rice box. "Why don't you support me joining the Supervisory Bureau?" she asked casually. "Are the benefits there not good?" Zhou Chu frowned. "It's annoying. No matter what we do, we have to submit reports. We also have to hold weekly meetings."
And
he paused, turned his head and glanced at the 3 Special Forces members in the direction of the living room, then turned back and said to Feng Ling in a low voice, "Besides, I am from Xinjiang.
What?
Feng Ling blinked. Zhou Chu glared at her with disdain. Don't you understand? I said I'm from Xinjiang, so of course I have to take care of my hometown. I don't care about the overall situation. I just know that if I'm transferred, Xinjiang City will be left with no one. If you join the supervisory bureau, you will definitely be transferred as well. Feng Ling said, but if your superior wants to transfer you away, you have no choice but to do it, right? They won't transfer me away. Zhou Chu mysteriously took out a flat stainless steel wine bottle from his arms. I have this. Feng Ling tilted his head and looked at the wine bottle for a while, but couldn't figure out what was going on. What's the use of this thing? The secret is, don't be too obedient, Zhou Chu said with a tone of experienced senior, chuckling. I've had 5 drunk driving accidents and 3 public property damage accidents. If the higher-ups want to transfer people, they will definitely give priority to those inspectors with good performance. As for me, I'm very safe. Feng Ling couldn't help but laugh. She thought Zhou Chu was the type with strong limbs and a simple mind, but she didn't expect that he had so many twists and turns in his mind. Feng Ling Zhou Chu put the bottle back in his arms, restrained a smile, and asked her seriously, will you return to your hometown in the future? Feng Ling thought about it and said, I don't think so. She didn't have many fond memories of that native land. That's great, Zhou Chu grinned. You can stay with me in Xinjiang. Feng Ling raised his eyebrows when he heard this. I am the hidden boss. Your old Sue would like to kick me out of Xinjiang City. Zhou Chu showed his bright white fangs. You must become stronger. So strong that all alien species dare not come to Xinjiang. Feng Ling smiled, picked up the chicken leg, and took a big bite. She will become stronger. She was so strong that those people no longer dared to regard her as a weak target to be bullied. The next morning, Feng Ling went to Xinjiang No. 1 bridge as planned. There are sightseeing walking trails on both sides of the bridge. She, Huangfu Miao Miao, Zhou Chu, and 3 Special Forces members walked from one end of the bridge to the other. After walking back and forth twice, the clues seemed to be broken here. Feng Ling could see the Ferris wheel in the distance on the bridge, but she couldn't figure out where the snake moon and the sky fire were. It is now the end of May, there is no shade on the bridge, and the temperature is rising as time goes by. Zhou Chu was sweating profusely. Xinjiang is good in every way except that it's too hot. It's only May, and the temperature today is at least 34 degrees. Huangfu Miao Miao nodded in cooperation, but she was too hot in the sun to speak. Feng Ling looked at the Ferris wheel in the distance and thought, why are there no clues? After finding the frog with the top hat, she found the white bird. According to this rule, when she finds the white bird, she should find the clue to the next riddle. But why can't she see snake moon and sky fire? Feng Ling paced back and forth on the bridge, thinking, is it because the 4 words drooling kiss have not been solved? Yes. That must be the reason. She found the frog in a top hat, and when the frog soared into the sky, that is, reached the highest point of the Ferris wheel, she discovered the white bird. Then the clue to the 3rd riddle can only be obtained when the frog drools over and kisses the white bird. Feng Ling frowned and looked gloomy. He searched the river and saw a ferry. Feng Ling threw down a sentence, go to the dock, and hurried forward. No one understood why. Zhou Chu chased after him and asked, hey, why are you going to the dock all of a sudden? Did you find any clues? Feng Ling walked in a hurry. She didn't want to waste time because of traffic jam like last night. The frog has to soar into the sky to kiss the white bird, which means the frog should be below the white bird. We are standing on the bridge now, so the angle of view is wrong, so no matter how we look at it, we can't see the angle of the kiss. Feng Ling said quickly, we need to find a position with a low enough viewing angle. Zhou Rui was in a daze. Yes, the lowest angle of view here is right on the river surface. He understood and was immediately excited. He caught up with Feng Ling in front and said, you can do it. Feng Ling, you have a pretty good brain. Feng Ling was a little proud of himself for solving the mystery. I'm in a very happy mood. The group arrived at the dock, where passengers of the ferry were queuing up to board. They boarded the ferry along with other passengers. This is an ordinary ferry with only 3 stops, which travels in a triangular trajectory on the river. Feng Ling sat around but didn't find a perspective that satisfied him. How about trying a sightseeing cruise? Zhou Chu suggested after studying the route map. Feng Ling glanced at the time. It takes too much time to take a round trip on the ferry. If we can't get any clues today, we have to start all over again tomorrow. Moreover, although the sightseeing cruise has more stops, its routes are relatively fixed and cannot help them find clues. It seems that we can only charter one boat. Feng Ling felt a pain in his heart as if his flesh was being cut. Zhou Chu scratched the back of his head. The river patrol has yachts. Can I borrow one? Feng Ling was perked up after hearing this, and looked at Zhou Chu with bright eyes, and even his tone became gentle. Can I borrow it? Let's give it a try. Zhou Chu took out his cell phone and made a call. This is a serious mission for us, so we should be able to ask the river patrol team to provide hardware support. Feng Ling thought he would call the patrol team directly, but she didn't expect Zhou Chu to call her Lao Su first. Old Su, this is what happened. Zhou Chu recounted the difficulties they encountered. There was an angry roar from the other end of the phone. Stop scolding, stop scolding. Zhou Chu couldn't help but pick his ears. I know I shouldn't let her go out, but we're not going out to play. The sooner we find the maze, the sooner Feng Ling can reduce the pollution value. Please contact the river patrol team quickly. I'll wait for your news. After he hung up the phone, he did not forget to comment on his leader. Old Su is good in every way, but he is too old-fashioned and doesn't know how to adapt. Feng Ling nodded in agreement. Although Su Yuqing always likes to talk about the rules, he is still very reliable. Not long after Zhou Chu made that call, he received a call from the patrol team. After communicating the number of people and the location, the patrol team sent someone to deliver a small patrol boat with a driver. With a patrol boat, it is much easier to find a position on the river. Feng Ling ordered the patrol boat to pass through the Qingjiang No. 1 bridge, sail forward, and stop in the center of the river. Then, across the bridge, he finally saw with his own eyes the cabin at the highest point of the Ferris wheel overlapping with the top of the bridge. The frog in the top hat soars into the sky, salivating and kissing the lone white bird. This should be it. Zhou Chu squinted his eyes and looked at the Ferris wheel in the distance and sighed, finally found it. The relaxed mood only lasted for half a minute. Feng Ling's expression gradually turned cold, with a hint of irritation and annoyance showing on his face. Because she still couldn't find the snake moon and the sky fire. Huangfu Miao Miao carefully looked at Feng Ling's face and said, how about we try again tonight?
Feng Ling nodded, yeah.
Everyone had spent too much time on the river and was almost sunburned, so they all wanted to go ashore and rest. Feng Ling nodded, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They found a place to eat near Qingjiang Bridge, rested until the sun set and the moon rose, and then set out again to look for clues. The patrol team members were also very cooperative and took Feng Ling and his group on a few rounds on the river. Unfortunately, there has been no progress. The evening breeze is blowing, and the river is surging. Such beautiful scenery could not soothe Feng Ling's anxiety. She stood on the patrol boat without saying a word. The wind blew in with moisture, blowing through the sweat-soaked cotton shirt and bringing a chill that penetrated the skin. Looking up at the moon, it seemed to be about to disappear into the clouds. Where exactly is the maze? No one spoke on the patrol boat. Zhou Chu signaled Huangfu Miao Miao with his eyes. Huangfu Miao Miao shrank her neck, lowered her head, put on the hood of her hoodie and pretended not to see it. Zhou Chu looked at the three members of the special attack team again and found that every member was looking at him eagerly. Zhou Yu. Never mind. If I don't go to Hades, who will? Ahem, that. Zhou Chu said to Feng Ling. How about we do this tonight? It's normal that it's difficult to find a place as special as the maze. We should also be mentally prepared for a long-term battle. Let's go back? Well, let's go back. Feng Ling said. The tone is very depressed. Zhou Chu was not in a good mood either. He sighed softly and walked to the front to let the patrol boat get to the shore. Feng Ling picked up his phone and took a picture of the Qingjiang Bridge, intending to continue studying it after returning. The Taoist priest sent her another message. Masterly, are you okay? Feng Ling thought. Are you worried that I'll die? She replied with 2 words in a sullen voice. Aisha, not good. Masterly. What's wrong? Are you injured? Aisha, about the same. Masterly, where are you injured? Is it serious? Aisha, my brain is damaged. I'm almost going crazy guessing riddles. There was no message from the other end of the chat box for a long time. Maybe I'm speechless too. But Foam Ling didn't care. She urgently needed a way to vent, so she just kept chattering into the chat box. Aisha, I can't figure out what the skyfire of the snake moon means no matter how hard I try. Aisha, I thought the snake moon was the reflection of the moon in the water, so I went to the river to enjoy the breeze all night, but I ended up seeing nothing but the light show. Aisha, I thought the sky fire was a shooting star at night, but it happened to be cloudy tonight, and even the moon appeared and disappeared. Aisha, I really want to cut my head open and see what's inside. Aisha, Taoist priest, didn't you say that the aliens would come to find me? Why haven't they come yet? Aisha, Master, I have a severe headache now. Masterly, how much is your pollution worth? Foam Ling was venting his anger and was slightly stunned when he saw the sentence, and his fingers that were typing passionately stopped. She suddenly stopped being manic. I still want to laugh. Aisha, Taoist priest, I don't understand. What is the pollution value? There was another long silence. Foam Ling stared at the message sent by Taoist Li in a daze, and a storm of emotions surged in his heart. There was both surging ecstasy and exasperated anger, because the last sentence of the riddle was too far-fetched. If you didn't know about Taoism, who would have thought that the snake month refers to the sea month? Oh, by the way, what month is the sea month? Aisha, Master, when is Mitsuki? Masterly, the 4th month of the lunar calendar has passed. Now it is the 5th month of the lunar calendar, the month of the horse, which is protected by the holy light Yuanshan. Foam Ling's heart suddenly sank. Already passed?
May?
Could she still find the maze? Foam Ling didn't want to beat around the bush anymore, so she grabbed hold of her last hope and sent a message to the Taoist priest. Aisha, the Supervisory Bureau has provided me with an absolutely safe place to live, but I need to solve the test they gave me to find out where the place is. Do you know the meaning of the phrase, the skyfire of the snake moon burned out a gate in ashes? Aisha, the Taoist priest taught. Masterly, I'm not sure I can help you. I feel like this riddle is incomplete. Masterly, the snake moon refers to last month. The sky fire should be the fire clouds, which are the red clouds that appear at sunrise or sunset. The fire clouds at sunrise become brighter and brighter, and the fire clouds at sunset become darker and darker, and finally turn into black and gray, close to the meaning of ashes. So the meaning of this sentence is to look for the gate in the direction of sunset at sunset last month. Masterly, but the direction of sunset is too wide and too vague. I think there should be another part of the riddle. Otherwise, it is difficult to find the exact location based on the clues in this sentence alone. Aisha, taught. There is indeed a part of the riddle, and I have solved it, but I didn't expect that it is no longer the snake moon. What should I do? Masterly, the sunset time in the snake moon is about 20 minutes earlier than it is now. Aisha, will the sunset position shift? Masterly, yes, but the snake month and the horse month are adjacent, so the offset will not be too obvious. It should not affect your puzzle solving. Unless it is a large time span like summer and winter, then the sunset point will be significantly different. Foam Ling breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that all his efforts throughout the day had not been in vain. Aisha, thank you, Taoist priest. I would like to treat you to a meal.
Masterly, no, I'm fasting.
Aisha, I'll treat you to a movie? Masterly, no. Thank you. Aisha, then I'll donate some money to Sanqing Temple. Taoist priest, I want to thank you in person. Masterly, no need. Actually, I can only do so little to help you. I don't deserve your thanks. I hope you can find a safe place to stay as soon as possible. Remember not to go out recently. Learn to protect yourself, stay alert at all times, and don't be too scared. Once the hidden boss incident is over, everything will be fine. Foam Ling was thinking, why is this person so stubborn? What does it mean that he refuses to meet her? At this time, another message came from the other side. Masterly, if you feel like you are on the verge of losing control, You can try meditation, place your favorite aromatherapy in the room, and play soothing music, which will help regulate your emotions. After he sent this message, he also sent a red envelope of 50 yuan. The red envelope said, "Buy aromatherapy." Fengling didn't think it was too little and happily accepted it. Aisha, thank you, Taoist priest. You know a lot. Aisha, Taoist priest, can I learn from you? If I go to Sanqing Palace, can I see you? The Taoist priest stopped talking after handing out the red envelopes. This wasn't the first time. This Taoist priest, Li, would often disappear in the middle of a chat. But Fengling couldn't be angry because it was her fault for accepting other people's red envelopes. She looked up at the night sky with a smile, and at that moment she suddenly realized that the night view on the river was really nice. The patrol boat approached the shore. Fengling made an appointment to use the boat again at 6 o'clock tomorrow and went home happily. Zhou Chu and Huangfu Miao were both puzzled by her change of mood. After getting home, we had another big meal as usual. The two nests she built. The spider's nest was like a balloon filled with water and could no longer hold a drop of energy, and the other nest of an unknown bird was almost full. Once we find the entrance to the maze, we'll deal with these two nests, otherwise it'll be a burden to carry them around every day.
Fengling was thinking this way.
The next day the sun was shining brightly. Fengling stayed at home for a whole day, which was very rare, and only set out for the pier in the evening. As the weather enters midsummer, the sunset time is gradually delayed until almost 7 o'clock the sun slowly sets. Fengling boarded the patrol boat again. The wind from the river blew suddenly, blowing away the hair that was stuck to her cheeks by sweat. She was in a very good mood and took the initiative to send a message to the Taoist priest. Aisha, Taoist priest, the sun is about to set. In the distance, the setting sun dyed the entire river into a dazzling red gold, and the mountains were painted by the sunset and lost their original color. Fengling stared at the bright red sky fire without blinking. His heart was flying. Zhou Chu and Huangfu Miao also had all their attention attracted by the setting sun. Everyone is waiting for the moment when the sun sets, where will be burned to ashes by the sunset. Suddenly, Fengling saw a striking light in the magnificent sunset. It reflected the last of the sunlight like gold, and lasted only for a short half-minute before rapidly dimming. Fengling narrowed his eyes, trying to identify where the light came from, and suddenly he heard the sound of water in his ears. The next moment, something pierced her chest from behind. Enemy attack! Qin Liang shouted. Gunshots rang out on the river, causing waves of splashes. Fengling looked at the hole in her chest in disbelief. Everything happened so fast that she didn't even see clearly what attacked her. When she came to her senses, blood was already gushing out like a waterfall. Huangfu Miao stared at her bleeding, her face pale. Zhou Chu angrily yelled on the yacht. It's an alien. The alien is in the water. His ability was completely useless underwater. Get to the shore immediately. Zhou Chu yelled, then turned to look at Fengling and asked anxiously, Hey,
can you hold on?
Her brain seemed to be disconnected, and she wondered in confusion. Why at this moment? They are chasing us. Chao Hongyi shouted, raising his gun and shooting at the waves at the rear of the patrol boat. The waves surged, and unknown creatures were chasing us rapidly underwater. The sun has set, and the dark river water has become their best hiding place. Fengling looked at the place where the light had just appeared. It had become dim and had lost all color, blurring and blending into the clouds.
Just a little bit.
She was just a little bit away from finding the entrance to the maze. Drive faster. Zhou Chu roared. If they dare to come ashore, I will tear them to pieces. The patrol boat suddenly shook violently. It was like being hit hard from the side. Fengling. Zhou Chu rushed over and stretched out his hand to grab her, but his grasp was empty. The dark red blood surged to the surface of the river and quickly disappeared without a trace with the waves. When the patrol boat regained its balance, they could no longer tell Fengling's location. The 3 team members were on guard all around and stopped firing, fearing that inadvertent bullets might hurt Fengling underwater. Zhou Chu looked around angrily on the patrol boat, but He could see nothing except the rising and falling waves. He was so angry that he grabbed Huang Fu Miao Miao beside him and shouted, "What are you doing? You didn't even warn us when the aliens came?" Huang Fu Miao Miao was so frightened that she started crying only at this moment. "I don't know. The player is in the water. I can't see him." Zhou Chu pushed her hard, took out his cell phone and made a call. "We were attacked on the west side of Qingjiang No. 1 bridge. The enemy is lurking underwater. We need support. There's movement on the water." Qin Liang suddenly shouted, "Don't shoot." Shaoli said in panic, "It's Feng Ling." A familiar figure emerged from the dark water waves. Before they could see clearly if it was Feng Ling, they saw a sharp black thorn piercing the figure. Zhou Chu's heart almost jumped out of his throat, thinking that Feng Ling was definitely dead. When the splashing water receded, he found that it was only a set of clothes that was pierced. "Where's Feng Ling?" Zhou Chu's heart was pounding, and he wished he could jump into the water and fight those guys right now. But would it be any use if he jumped in? Being able to swim and fighting in water were two completely different things, and his claws were covered in thick hair, which would only be a burden underwater.
And
Zhou Chu's face was tense as he stared at the dark water surface. Moreover, Feng Ling might have already died at this moment. Since we can't save the other side, we shouldn't make unnecessary sacrifices. The top priority is to return to the shore, evacuate nearby ships and passers-by, and seize the initiative of the attack. As an inspector, ensuring the safety of citizens is always the primary goal of my actions.
Duck.
Zhou Chu gave the order: wait for support, reorganize the team, and then clear out the alien species along the coast. Huang Fu Miao Miao cried loudly on the boat. Zhou Chu looked at her coldly. "Why are you crying? It's not your compatriots who died." Huang Fu Miao Miao sobbed that "I don't know." In fact, Feng Ling was not nice to her at all. He always ordered her around, didn't trust her, and liked to scare her out of the blue. But Feng Ling died and she didn't know why. She felt very sad. In the cold river water, Feng Ling could feel his body slowly sinking. The rolling mud and the blood gushing out of her body polluted the vision of those alien species, buying her a glimmer of hope. The body is trying to repair itself. But the river water from all directions continued to press on her chest and lungs, and the feeling of suffocation was like death approaching. Feng Ling recalled the posts on the player forum and was absolutely certain that these alien species came for her. In order to curb the mother's ability to repair herself, they deliberately attacked her over water, so that even if her body functions recovered, she would drown over and over again. At this time, she should swim out of the river as fast as possible and breathe deeply. But Feng Ling looked at the alien species that kept roaming around and felt that maybe he could wait a little longer.
1, 2, 3.
Feng Ling counted silently. The dark bottom of the water was as bright as day to her. Except for the turbid mud and sand that occasionally affected her vision, she could see everything clearly most of the time. She was attacked by 3 monsters that looked like fishmen. Their faces still looked like humans, with gills growing from their cheeks down to their necks, and 2 sharp spikes growing from where their arms should be. Just now, she was pierced through the body by their long thorns. To be precise, it is not a spine but a thorn-like pectoral fin. The pectoral fins can be spread out like sails for paddling, or retracted into spikes for attacking. In addition, the sturdy fish tail in the lower body may also cause harm to her. Feng Ling saw their body structure clearly and felt much calmer. She continued to wait. At the same time, I am also very curious. In the deep water, will she be more afraid facing 3 monsters, or will she be more afraid facing them without knowing where the boss is? The aliens were in a state of tension, like headless flies after losing their target. After searching for a while, they decided to expand the search range, unwilling to let go of the hidden boss that was right at their fingertips. Feng Ling waited patiently for one of them to approach. The body that had become completely transparent did not attract the attention of the alien. When the two almost passed each other, the bone blade hidden in the water was suddenly pulled out. The bone blade cut the Murloc's neck. She pounced on him, and, taking advantage of the moment when he lost his ability to move, She grabbed the fishman's head with both hands, stepped on his back, and used the force to kick him off, jumping out of the water. Fresh air filled her lungs, and she didn't have time to feel it. The next second, she dived into the blood gushing out of the murloc's corpse and saw 2 murlocs rushing towards her. Feng Ling's speed underwater is completely incomparable to that of the merman. For long thorns attacked her, and she had no way to avoid them, nor did she want to avoid them. The bone blade with increased hardness blocked the attack directly from the front. Then she used the water flow to push it away to the sides. The long thorns immediately pierced into the air. The fishman swung his tail violently, trying to adjust the direction and stab again. Feng Ling's 4 claws reached out at the right time, biting their shoulders. Snap! The long thorns were bitten off from the root by the claws, like a dragonfly with its wings ripped off, with only its skinny body struggling desperately. Feng Ling continued to hold their wounds tightly with his claws, watching the gills of the fish open and close violently and the tail of the fish swinging wildly with cold eyes. The already turbid river water became even more turbid. They rolled their bodies painfully in the water, trying to shake off Feng Ling. They swam in a mess and their balance was terrible. Feng Ling still held on tightly. Unless the oxygen in her lungs was exhausted, how could she bear to let go of this trophy? She still had 2 bone blades. She stretched out a sickle bone blade and cut off the gills of one of the murlocs. She saw mud and sand pouring into its mouth, and its face was distorted and hideous. She also cut off its pelvic fin. Next is the tail fin. It gradually became unable to swim. She began to scrape off the fish scales, layer by layer, until she scraped out the white fish paste. The river water was completely dyed red, and everything was dark red. The other fishman was almost scared crazy by Feng Ling. It opened its mouth wide as if to shout something, but the sound was mixed in the water, and Feng Ling could not hear anything. But she still cooperated and loosened her claws, because she was worried that the alien would shout offline, which would be too boring. As soon as the claws loosened, the fishman fled like mad. Feng Ling looked at the other fishman in his hand. It was dying, in tatters, with its shoulders bitten by her 2 claws and its body swaying weakly with the undercurrent of the river. Feng Ling thought for a moment, then, as if showing mercy, he gently loosened his claws and let the fishman go. The fishman's eyes were closed, and his broken body was floating like a dead body gradually emerging from the water. Feng Ling stared at it quietly. She wanted to ask, "Do all of you aliens disregard the lives of your companions like this? You ran away so fast." Suddenly, the fishman opened his blue-gray eyes. Then the huge fish tail whipped like a whip. Such a strong force could knock a person unconscious in the water in an instant. But Feng Ling seemed to have anticipated it. Before the fish tail got close, the 4 claws had already pounced on it, until it bit through and tore off 4 large pieces of flesh. The fish man turned over and struggled in the water, letting out a shrill wail. The wail was only halfway through before it was interrupted by the sweeping bone blade. Its head floated on the surface of the river, swaying with the waves, and its face still retained an expression of fear and regret before death. Feng Ling surfaced to breathe. Seeing the head gradually drifting away, a happy smile appeared on her face. As expected, she still prefers prey that struggles. Unfortunately, the pleasure brought by killing is too short-lived, like a little bird that gently lands on the tip of your heart and then quickly flies away. The smile on her face finally disappeared, and she turned her head and looked expressionlessly towards the already dark west. Emotions are like the dark river water before my eyes, sinking into the deepest and coldest bottom of the water. She was just a little bit more, and we can solve the whole puzzle. The quiet anger is like an invisible undercurrent in the river. Feng Ling closed his eyes and began to look for the red mist in his longing. The ribbon like red mist twisted and messed in the water, sinking several times and struggling to float up several times, unable to swim out a smooth curve. The fishman who was fleeing in panic lost both arms and stumbled all the way, swimming hard towards an inconspicuous fishing boat on the shore. It is now a fishing ban period, and fishing boats are usually docked on the shore for tourists to take pictures, or rented to some photography enthusiasts for river photography. What is in front of you is such a fishing boat, with a photography tripod placed there in a pretentious manner, and a man wearing a long sun protective suit standing on the boat. He sensed the movement in the water and immediately reached out to grab the fishman's shoulders, trying to pull it onto the boat. However, the feeling in his hand made him realize that the fishman's arm was gone. What happened? The man asked in surprise. After the fishman got on the boat, he turned back into human form, but there was nothing below his shoulders, and the missing arm could never be restored. It collapsed on the boat, gasping for breath, like a truly dried-up fish, unable to utter a single word for a long time. "You're the only one back." The man asked. "I didn't receive any points reward." "Did you fail?" "As long as you are in team mode, no matter how far away you are, you can still share the points reward earned by your teammates when they kill the target." The fishman took a few seconds to regain the strength to speak, and the first thing he said was, "Run away." "Escape?" The man was extremely disappointed. "You really failed. The information is wrong." The fishman opened and closed his mouth with great effort. "The hidden boss has the ability to make his body transparent. We can't see it." The man thought this was an incompetent excuse. "Even if you can't see the hidden boss, can the hidden boss see you?" "Before we formed a team, who boasted to me that the murlocs were as fast as lightning underwater and that their dark gray scales would allow you to hide in the water without anyone finding you? What do you say now? I spent points to hire 3 murlocs, and now only you are left. I didn't kill the boss either. All my points were wasted." The fishman sneered. "2 of my teammates died, and I haven't come to you to settle the score yet. If the intelligence you bought wasn't wrong, they wouldn't have died." The man looked at the fishman with disdain. Buying information on the forum is inherently risky. No one can guess all the abilities of the cards. In the final analysis, it's because you are too incompetent. If I had known this would happen, I would have done it myself. The fishman laughed sarcastically. "Then try it yourself." The fishing boat suddenly shook. The man's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly grabbed the edge of the boat. "What's going on?" The thick rope that secured the fishing boat broke at some point, and the boat shifted in the rising and falling waves at night and was swept towards the center of the river by the current. The fishman's heart sank suddenly. He knew that the hidden boss was chasing him. The environment surrounded by water should give him an advantage, but having lost both arms, he is like a lamb to be slaughtered and can do nothing.
"Hey!
Think of a solution quickly," the man shouted. The fishman wanted to remind the man to be careful, but he felt that since things had come to this point, there was no point in reminding him. He continued to sneer. "Are you scared so soon? Wouldn't it be better if the boss came? It would be convenient for you to do it yourself." The man looked tense and angry as he looked at the fishman. The waves hit the hull, and the buzz of a helicopter could be heard in the distance. "If we delay any longer, even if we are not killed by the hidden boss, we will become the target of the Supervisory Bureau's sniper attack. Although those bullets would not easily kill them, not easily does not mean impossible." The fishman pondered for a moment and said to the man, "You can't escape. You should log off." "What a joke." The man cursed. "Every time I log in again, the points consumed will double. I won't log off until the last minute. Don't think I'm as cowardly as you." There was a sudden chill on my neck. The man's words stopped at his lips, and his whole body froze. The 2 claws were gripping his weak throat, and it seemed that if he exerted a little more force, his throat would be pierced. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart, and his mind went blank.
"Down."
As soon as a syllable came out of his mouth, the sharp claws penetrated his skin, dug into his jawbone, and tore his jaw off. Blood was gushing out from his nose and below. His tongue was gone, and a large amount of blood gushed out from the depths of his throat, mixed with the sound of despair, staining the entire cabin red as he fell to the ground and struggled. At the stern, a completely transparent woman propped up her arms, climbed onto the boat, and watched the man roll, scratch, tremble, and convulse until he lost all his strength and fell on the boat in a twisted posture, his pupils gradually dilating. A silver card emerged from the corpse. Foam Ling ignored it. Her pollution value no longer allowed her to digest any more cards. Besides, this man was very weak, so the cards probably had no value. So as long as I can't say that word, I can't log off. She thought to herself, her eyes sweeping over the fishman at the other end of the fishing boat. The fishman looked at her with horror. Feng Ling glanced at it, then his eyes fell on a transparent waterproof bag containing clothes on the boat. There are 3 sets of men's clothing inside, probably prepared for the fishmen. After all, according to their plan, they need to change back into human form after killing the hidden boss. Feng Ling took out a set of clothes and put them on slowly in front of the fishman. There was nothing to be ashamed of. Firstly, her body was as transparent as water, and secondly, the other person was just a dead fish in her eyes. So, what's there to be ashamed of in putting on clothes in front of a dead fish? Feng Ling is always curious about alien species. Curious as to why they appear. Curious how they will disappear. She was curious about the abilities of their cards and how much pain their genetically modified bodies could endure. In this regard, she could even be inhumanly cold. But facing a creature with broken arms, blood all over its body, curled up in a human body, Feng Ling still felt uncomfortable about killing his own kind and felt bored about bullying the weak. Of course, we cannot rule out the influence of cards that represent overflowing maternal love. She still hopes that the Murloc can turn back into a Murloc, and then his angry abuse, or his hateful counterattack, and his best efforts to survive, are all good entertainment. "Don't kill me," the fishman said in a trembling voice. Feng Ling was already dressed neatly and was looking at the fishman with encouragement, hoping that it would continue speaking. "I was just hired, and he is the one who wanted to kill you." The fishman may have seen that there was no murderous intent in Feng Ling's eyes, so he mustered up the courage to defend himself. But Feng Ling was not satisfied with such an explanation. She asked the fisherman, "How did you know I was on the river?" "The employer bought your information on the forum for 2,000 points, including your name, appearance, the main abilities of the cards, and your movements." The fishman replied, "My movement trajectory?" Feng Ling tilted his head slightly, feeling curious. Does the person who sold the information have the ability to search and track? "I'm not sure." Yuren whispered, "I only know that they conduct offline transactions with players at Mingjia Hotel. As long as you pay enough points, you can buy anything. I've only been there once, and I'm not familiar with it, so I don't know which player has the search ability." Feng Ling became more interested. If players want to trade, who should they contact at Mingjia Hotel? The fishman hesitated for 2 seconds, then said in a lower voice, "Contact the front desk and request to stay in a room above the 4th floor. The waiter will register the guest's information and fill in the forum nickname. Then someone on the forum will send a friend request and inform the house number of the transaction room." It looked up at Feng Ling, then quickly lowered its head, abandoning all dignity and begging, "Whatever else you want to know, I can tell you, as long as you don't kill me." Feng Ling thought for a moment and slowly asked, "Is the person who sold me the information in the Mingjia Hotel now?"
She should be
here. After hesitating, the fishman nodded. Her name is Yueying, and she seems to have a close relationship with the hotel owner. Feng Ling narrowed his eyes. "I need to verify whether what you said is true or not. Go back to Mingjia Hotel and find the person in charge of this transaction. Tell them that because of the wrong intelligence, 2 of your companions died, and you want compensation. They will definitely not agree to compensation." Yuren frowned. They dare to do the transaction offline, which means they are not afraid of being troubled by any player. "I know," Feng Ling said with a smile, "but you have to go, and go as soon as possible." The bone blade on her shoulder protruded from the wide collar, shining coldly in the night. "Or you can choose to die now." There was a flash of struggle in the fishman's eyes. Obviously, although it was afraid of Feng Ling, it was also afraid of the players in the hotel. "If I do what you say, will you let me go?" It continued to bargain. Feng Ling smiled without any emotion. "I will only give you 2 hours. After 2 hours, if you haven't arrived at Mingjia Hotel, I will kill you." The fishman pursed his lips and tactfully did not ask Feng Ling how he would find him. The fish's tail flashed a silver-gray light on the dark surface of the river and disappeared into the waves. In the distance, a helicopter was hovering, and the headlights at the bottom illuminated the dark river surface, creating one bright circle of light after another. Feng Ling stood alone on the small fishing boat. The river breeze almost dried all the moisture off her body, and her transparent body gradually returned to its original appearance, except that her long hair was wet and still stubbornly stuck to her body. Her clear and cold eyebrows made her look like a water demon that had just transformed, rather than a human being. The helicopter's headlights finally shone on the blood-red fishing boat. Looking down from a high place, the fishing boat stood out like a solitary blood lotus blooming on the river. "Deputy Captain. Alien spotted." One of the team members shouted nervously. Zhou Chu glared and cursed, "You alien." "That's Feng Ling. Quickly put down the rope ladder." The team member hurriedly grabbed the rope ladder and was about to throw it down when he was stopped by Zhou Chu. "Wait a moment." Zhou Chu looked down anxiously, his expression conflicted and tangled. He really wanted to save Feng Ling, but the smell of fish and blood filled his nose. The scene below was so tragic that Feng Ling must have had a big fight with those alien species. Although Feng Ling looked calm now, but no one knew if she was truly calm. What if she's already gone crazy? Letting her get on the helicopter will kill everyone. Zhou Chu felt a chill on his back when he thought of this possibility, but was he going to leave Feng Ling alone? Zhou Chu gritted his teeth and asked the other team members in the helicopter, "Did you bring perfume?" The team members were all confused. Who would bring perfume when carrying out a serious mission? Zhou Chu angrily scolded, "What a useless thing. You don't even have a bottle of perfume." A team member asked weakly, Flower, floral water. Is that okay?" Another team member was surprised and asked, "You actually brought floral water? There are a lot of mosquitoes on duty at night recently. Take it out quickly, take it out."
Zhou Chu uget impatinti.
He snatched the toilet water from the team member's hand, sprayed it on himself in front of everyone's shocked eyes, and then carefully instructed the team members, "I will go down first. If she attacks me, you retreat immediately. Have the Soviet team dispatch destroyers and never let her land." Zhou Chu put the toilet water into his pocket, grabbed the rope ladder, and jumped out of the helicopter. The rope ladder swayed in the air and swayed onto the fishing boat. Feng Ling looked up at Zhou Chu descending from the sky and said with emotion, "What a huge helicopter." Zhou Chu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she was speaking in a normal tone. "Old Su has withdrawn all the boats and sent helicopters over. He doesn't allow us to go into the water because he's afraid something might happen." Then he saw the bodies and cards on the boat and couldn't help wiping the sweat off his face. "You were right not to touch the cards. They're already 29%. Don't digest them anymore. There are still 2 dead ones in the water. I don't know if the cards can be fished out." Feng Ling said, "Don't even think about it. It can't be fished out." Zhou Chu said with a grin, "It will most likely be absorbed by the fish in the river. If there's a sudden news of a water monster or fish monster being found in Xinjiang, it's probably because some unlucky fish absorbed the card and mutated." He held the rope ladder and handed it to Feng Ling. "Let's go back to the shore first." Feng Ling frowned, looking unhappy. "What's wrong?" Zhou Chu was impatient, but didn't dare to urge her. Bright yellow cordons were erected along the coast. The river was empty, and all ships were temporarily out of service. The helicopter flew to the cleared dock. At this time, only people from the Inspection Bureau and the River Patrol were on standby at the dock. As soon as Feng Ling got off the plane, he saw Su Yuqing's serious and tense face, as if someone owed him 80 million. Standing beside him were 2 rows of fully armed Special Forces members, including Qin Liang and others. Feng Ling looked around and didn't see Huang Fu Miao Miao. Then he saw a small skull hanging from the window of a van in the distance.
"Tell me."
Su Yuqing's eyes swept between her and Zhou Chu. "What's the situation now?" Feng Ling retracted his gaze and said to Su Yuqing, "For aliens bought information to kill me. I killed 3 of them, and 1 escaped. They bought information about the hidden boss at the Mingjia Hotel. I have to go to the Mingjia Hotel in 2 hours to get rid of them. I can't leave a group of aliens who know my name, address, appearance, and card abilities running around in Xinjiang City, and they also have the ability to track and search." Su Yuqing secretly took a breath of cold air. If that's the case, Then isn't the Mingjia Hotel the hiding place for the aliens? I will immediately dispatch personnel to block the streets around Mingjia Hotel within 2 hours. Su Yuqing thought for a moment and asked Feng Ling, but why 2 hours? Feng Ling opened her collar, revealing a large area of skin below her collarbone. There was a fist-sized hole at her sternum, a literal hole through which you could see the fabric of her clothes on her back. Feng Ling closed his shirt expressionlessly and said, I need 2 hours to recover. Zhou Chu felt pain for her after just one look. Hurry up and find little skeleton to give her a shot of recovery medicine. I don't want to become dependent on that kind of thing. Feng Ling glanced at him. It's good now. It allows me to clearly know the endurance limit and recovery limit of this body. Su Yuqing also felt pain, and her eyebrows were so tight that they could kill a fly. Go to the car and have a rest. The van is usually used exclusively by Zhou Chu. It is similar to the nanny car used by celebrities. It has a large interior space, a medical bed, and supporting first aid supplies, ready to provide support to the wounded in action at any time. As Feng Ling opened the car door, a strong smell of perfume hit her in the face, and it took her 2 seconds to recover. Huangfu Miao Miao in the car silently retracted her hand holding the perfume bottle. Feng Ling. She bent over to get into the car, lay down on the medical bed to rest, closed her eyes, and said to Huangfu Miao Miao, Go to the player forum and see if there are any new posts about the hidden boss. If you have any clues, write them down and tell Captain Su. Okay. Huangfu Miao Miao quickly opened the player forum. She quickly flipped through more than 100 posts and did not find any titles containing the word hidden boss. Most of them were about helping with tasks or points trading. It has been 2 days since the last system announcement, so it is normal that the popularity of the hidden boss has decreased. Huangfu Miao Miao continued to search. At this time, Feng Ling, who was lying on the medical bed, said, Is it true? Huangfu Miao Miao looked at her. How do you know there is none? The alien that escaped said that its employer bought my information at the Mingjia Hotel. It seems that there are people among the players who specialize in this kind of business of selling information. Feng Ling closed his eyes and said softly, and the aliens seem to be quite afraid of those guys who sell information, so I guess. The other party has a certain strength and prestige among the players. When necessary, they can monopolize the forum information to ensure a smooth transaction. Huangfu Miao Miao looked at her blankly. I never knew. Feng Ling opened his eyes irritably, rolled his eyes at Huangfu Miao Miao, and then closed his eyes again. I really don't know how you survived the past 2 months. Huangfu Miao Miao pursed her lips and said nothing. Feng Ling added, You should also get ready. When I have rested, I need you to go to Mingjia Hotel. Huangfu Miao Miao widened her eyes. I will go?
But I.
Feng Ling frowned slightly. Shut up. She was too impatient to explain the reasons now. The car became quiet. 30 minutes later, the car door was open. Su Yuqing and Zhou Chu came in one after another and closed the car door carefully. Su Yuqing said, I have deployed personnel near the Mingjia Hotel. In order to prevent alerting the enemy, I have asked them to stand 150 meters away from the hotel, disguised as road maintenance personnel, and be on standby at any time. After you have rested, Zhou Chu will act with you. If you need any facilities or weapon support, you can ask for it now. Feng Ling opened his eyes and thought about it seriously. They found 3 fishmen and deliberately attacked me when I was on the river. They wanted to take advantage of the environment. This time when I went to Mingjia Hotel, I also wanted to create an advantage for myself. She looked up at the sky outside. There was no moon tonight. Is there any way to cut off the power supply in the area where Mingjia Hotel is located? Feng Ling asked. Su Yuqing said, I can ask the Power Bureau to cooperate, but hotels usually have backup power supplies. Zhou Chu immediately said, I'm going to smash the backup power supply. Su Yuqing still felt it was inappropriate. It might cause panic among the hotel guests. The most difficult thing about dealing with alien species is not that they possess all kinds of strange abilities, but that they are always mixed in with the ordinary people and are difficult to distinguish. If you can ignore the lives of civilians, directly bombing the hotel is the most efficient and convenient method. Feng Ling said, Is there a mini camera that can broadcast live? Let the little skeleton take the camera to the hotel and make a secret signal whenever he encounters an alien species. Su Yuqing looked at Huangfu Miao Miao, hesitated for a moment, and replied, "Okay." The reason for his hesitation was that he was not sure whether Huangfu Miao Miao was willing to cooperate. But this is indeed a relatively safe plan. Letting an alien species try it out is always better than letting the people from the supervisory bureau take risks. Feng Ling exhaled, closed his eyes again, and murmured, "I must kill them. All the aliens who know the hidden boss information, not a single one can be left alive. I must kill them all." Huangfu Miao Miao stood beside him, hugging her knees in silence, with her head buried even lower. Su Yuqing looked at them and said, "Do you continue to rest? Zhou Chu and I will go out." The two got out of the car and closed the door. Zhou Chu stretched his shoulders and legs and said excitedly, "Maybe we'll have a big fight tonight." Su Yuqing looked at Zhou Chu helplessly. He discovered that combat-type cardholders all seemed to have some serious illness. They would become easily excited whenever they encountered a fight. This was true for Feng Ling and Zhou Chu as well. Yeah, the medical team might also have to do something big. Su Yuqing sighed. "I really don't understand what you are so excited about. The personnel and financial pressures behind every operation only give me a headache." The fishman finally swam ashore. He passed by a clothing store, his lower body turned into a fishtail and smashed the glass, then entered the store, and with his arms missing, he wrapped himself in a long windbreaker. A lot of time was wasted doing all this, so he didn't dare to choose shoes and walked barefoot to Mingjia Hotel. In his plaid backpack is a precious and powerful restorative agent that can help limbs grow back. But considering that he didn't know what would happen next, he decided to wait until he was done before injecting himself to ensure the effectiveness of the drug. He had tried his best and was almost exhausted when he arrived at Mingjia Hotel. His feet were covered with blisters. Since he was not wearing a watch, he didn't know whether he had exceeded the 2-hour time limit Feng Ling gave him. The receptionist on duty at night was a young man. When he saw the miserable state of the fishman, his expression changed slightly, but he still said calmly, "Welcome." The fishman walked towards the front step by step. "I live in room 410, and I accidentally lost my door card. Excuse me, sir, what is your name?"
"I'm silent."
"Okay, we've checked in and found that you're indeed staying in room 410. I'll give you a spare door card now." The embarrassing thing was that when the receptionist handed the door card to the fishman had no hands to take it. The receptionist holding the card paused for 2 seconds and finally inserted the card into the outer pocket of Yuren's windbreaker. The fishman turned and left. Instead of taking the elevator, he went up the fire escape stairs on the right. He did not go to room 410, but stopped outside a room without a house number and kicked the door twice. He didn't use too much force and remained cautious throughout, as if he was in awe of the person inside the door. The person who opened the door was a woman wearing a floral-printed silk pajamas. She was tall, with her hair tied behind her head and no trace of makeup on her rosy skin. When the woman saw the fishman, she was shocked and asked, "How did you get into this state?" The fishman lowered his head and said, "My employer is dead. I want to see Lao Mo." The woman stared at the fishman suspiciously. Just as she was about to ask him why he wanted to see Lao Mo, a hoarse voice came from the room. "Let him in." The woman curled her lips, stepped aside to let the fishman in, and then closed the door. Inside the room, which was the size of an ordinary double room, a man called Lao Mo was lying on the bed, his lower body covered by a thin sheet. The bulge in the sheet was uneven in shape, and it was obvious that the part it covered was not human legs. "What do you want to see me about?" Lao Mo asked. The fishman raised his head, glanced at the person on the bed, then lowered his head again and said, "The information provided by Yueying is wrong. The hidden boss has not only 2 tentacles with blades, but also 4 tentacles with claws, and it can become invisible underwater. My employer and my 2 brothers are all dead. I demand compensation." "She can become invisible underwater?" The woman's eyes suddenly widened. She must have killed Ding Hai. Ding Hai's card is a ghost jellyfish, which will become transparent when it encounters water. Lao Mo frowned and said, "Yuang, You should have said this earlier. The woman called Yueying said irritably, I thought Ding Hai's card was received by the supervisory team. When I went offline, Ding Hai was not in the villa, and only Fatty rushed out at that time. The hidden boss is not dead, so we shouldn't be paid. However, we do have some responsibility in this matter. Let Yueying pay you 200 points as compensation. Lao Imo said calmly. 200? The fishman thought it was ridiculous. If it's 200 per person, that's about right. You should also give me compensation for the 2 brothers who died. Yueying disagreed and looked at Lao Imo. You said you would guarantee my safety, so I sold the information to you for 1,800 points. Now you want to cut, and he wants compensation. Am I going to lose money by selling the information? Lao Imo leaned on the bed and said gloomily, So, how do you think this matter should be resolved? Yueying glanced at the fishman and said with a smile, If I kill him, there won't be any problems, right? The fishman took a half step back and stared at Yueying vigilantly. Lao Imo nodded slightly, Okay, but don't do it in the hotel. I don't want the players in zones 1722 to be afraid to trade with us in the future. The fishman asked coldly, Aren't you afraid that I will expose you on the forum?
Oh?
Lao Imo raised his head and looked at the fishman calmly. What are you exposing us for? I have always kept my word. As long as you are in the hotel, we will provide you with protection. Of course, the room rate is 20 points per day. Believe me, this price is already very affordable. The fishman squeezed out a thank you from between his teeth, then turned around with a dark face and left, returning to his room 410. After the fishman left, Feng Ling could no longer see the people in the room. She opened her eyes, thoughtfully. The marking tracking can only see the picture but not hear the sound, so she didn't know what the fishman and the aliens talked about, nor was she sure which one was the alien that was selling information. To be on the safe side, it's best to kill them all. Especially those aliens that have the ability to explore the whereabouts of the boss, must not be allowed to stay. She opened her clothes and looked at the wound. Although it had recovered almost completely, she didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that the recovery speed was not as fast as before. Feng Ling suspected that the mucus on the fish's surface was toxic in some way. I also suspect that it is because I carry 2 nests on my body, and my body's instinct is to supply energy to the nests, thus affecting my recovery speed. Was resolved before hatching the 2 nests, but now it seemed that continuing to carry 2 burdens would only increase the risk of her actions. She needs to hatch early. If you want the mother nest to give birth to new life, you first need to use cards to build a foundation. Similar to laying a foundation, then you need to accumulate a lot of energy, similar to laying bricks, and the last step is to let fresh flesh and blood fill the nest, which is equivalent to decorating the exterior. Feng Ling is only 1 step away. She sat up from the medical bed and asked Huangfu Miao Miao, Where is my phone? Did it fall into the water again? Feng Ling got a headache when he thought of this possibility, wondering if he was incompatible with water. The last mobile phone was sacrificed in Tianshui River just a few days ago. Huangfu Miao Miao hurriedly took out her phone from her bag and handed it to her. It fell on the patrol boat. I picked it up. Feng Ling felt slightly relieved. She took the phone and looked at it. The screen was still stuck on the chat interface between her and Taoist Li. Aisha. Taoist priest, the sun is about to set. Master Li, have you found the place? 10 minutes after this message, the Taoist priest sent another message. Master Li, are you okay? Feng Ling thought about it and sent a message to reply to the other party.
Aisha, I'm fine.
I just had a small accident. I can only come back tomorrow to wait for sunset. Master Li, be careful. Feng Ling thought to himself. I will pay attention to safety tonight and make sure everything goes well. She closed the chat box and opened the map to search for nearby vegetable markets and large supermarkets. If you want to get fresh blood and meat, the fastest way is to find a merchant selling fish and meat. Feng Ling stood up and got out of the car. Su Yuqing was working out an action plan with Zhou Chu, and when he saw her come out, he immediately asked, Are you fully recovered? Feng Ling hesitated for half a second and replied, I'm a little hungry. Let's go find a place to eat something. Then you go quickly. Zhou Chu turned around and explained to Su Yuqing, she has a huge appetite. She will die if she doesn't eat. Feng Ling put on the headphones and lavalier walkie-talkie required for the operation, then borrowed a car from the supervisory bureau and drove to a nearby large supermarket. The supermarket must be closed at this time, but she couldn't think of a better way, so she planned to pry open the door of the supermarket and break in, and then let Su Yuqing help her clean up. What she's worried about now is not how to pry open the supermarket door, but whether the meat in the supermarket's cold storage is fresh enough. One of the conditions for hatching is fresh flesh and blood. But she was a mother for the first time, so how could she know what was considered fresh? 6 hours after death? 12 hours after death? Or, as long as it was not decomposed, it was considered fresh?
No.
Feng Ling suddenly braked halfway through the drive and couldn't help but hug his head. Have I been fooled by the pollution value? The meat in the supermarket is all processed and there is almost no blood.
Ah!
Feng Ling shouted irritably. Is it the only way to go to the slaughterhouse? But the slaughterhouse is very far away from the city, and it will probably take until dawn to go back and forth. If she had known this, she should have used the corpse on the boat. Although it's a bit disgusting, at least it can help her relieve the burden immediately. It's too late. During the 2 hours she rested, the scavengers came in and cleaned up all the blood and debris.
Ah!
I'm so angry. Feng Ling held his head and banged it hard against the steering wheel. Huangfu Miao Miao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, held her seatbelt tightly and dared not make any sound. She had secretly sprayed perfume several times just now. If it didn't work again, she didn't know what to do. Feng Ling was in a manic mood and began to consider whether to take Chow directly to the hotel, but the little bit of rationality she had left told her that it was too dangerous to do so. The number of aliens in the hotel is unknown, and their abilities are also unknown. She must ensure that she is in the best condition, at least not taking a long 2 hours to recover after being fatally injured. The mother nest is almost impossible to be killed, but it is not absolutely impossible to be killed. So she has to mobilize all the energy in her body. All. She thought that the ability after the advancement would come in handy. Why did it fail at this critical moment? Suddenly, a cat's meow was heard in my ear. Feng Ling was stunned and looked out the car window. A skinny orange cat on the side of the road was barking at the car, and it was walking over with its tail up to rub against the wheel. This is obviously a wild cat. If a wild cat that no one cares about dies, no one will care, and it will not violate any laws. Feng Ling opened the car door and got out. The cat immediately came close to her, meowing and rubbing against her trouser leg. It was really rare. All the wild cats she had encountered before ran away when they saw her, without exception. When Huangfu Miao Miao saw Feng Ling get off the car, she hurriedly got off as well. After seeing the orange cat, she took out a sausage from her bag, tore open the wrapping paper, and fed it to the cat. The orange cat smelled the food, meowed, ran over, and squatted at Huangfu Miao Miao's feet to eat it. These wild cats usually do not approach humans on their own initiative. Only when they need help from humans will they show some closeness and become intimate with humans. Feng Ling watched coldly, and after a while, he asked Huangfu Miao Miao, "Where did you get the ham sausage?" "Oh, I have a lot more in my bag." Huangfu Miao Miao took out a heavy backpack from her storage compartment. It contained not only sausages but also biscuits, potato chips, milk, self-heating hot pot, and other foods. Didn't we plan to enter the maze? I didn't know if there was any food in the maze, so I prepared a lot. Huangfu Miao Miao looked at Feng Ling nervously. "Do you want to eat?" "Actually, I wanted to ask you in the car just now, but I saw that you didn't seem to be in a good mood." Feng Ling was indeed in a bad mood. "Nothing went her way today. Have you finished feeding? Leave quickly after that," she said expressionlessly. The thought of killing the cat flashed through my mind and quickly disappeared. It's not because she's kind, but killing the weak makes her feel extremely self-loathing. She only likes to challenge the strong. Killing cats? That's stupid. "Hey, don't you want to eat anymore?" Huangfu Miao Miao brought the sausage close to the wild cat's mouth, but the cat took a few steps back and continued to meow at her. "It's so strange. Why don't you eat it?" Huangfu Miao Miao hesitated. "How about I put the sausage here?" Feng Ling raised his eyebrows. "It wants you to follow it."
Ah?
Huangfu Miao Miao asked blankly. "Why?" Feng Ling was even more annoyed. How should I know why? Just follow them and see for yourself. Huang Fu Miao Miao was indeed very curious, but after hesitating, she did not move. Didn't you say you wanted to find a place to eat? Let's. The orange cat meowed even louder. Meow, meow, meow meow. To add to the annoyance, Feng Ling even wanted to kill the cat. Stop letting it bark. Huang Fu Miao Miao was so frightened that she shuddered and quickly took 2 steps towards the orange cat. This cat was indeed very smart. When it saw Huang Fu Miao Miao coming, it immediately ran away for a distance and continued to call at them. After walking and stopping for a while, the wild cat led them to an alley full of garbage. In a broken cardboard box, they found 4 kittens. Huang Fu Miao Miao suddenly realized, it wants us to take care of its baby. The mother cat bit the kittens' necks and carried them to Huang Fu Miao Miao's feet one by one. She then nudged the kittens' weak little bodies with her head and meowed at them anxiously. What should I do? Huang Fu Miao Miao looked at Feng Ling in embarrassment. Feng Ling frowned, squatted down, stretched out his fingers, picked up one of the kittens, and took a look at it. It was too small, probably only about 1 month old, with a lot of dirty secretions around its eyes and a lot of moss on its ears. This one is dying. She put down the kitten in her hand and poked the other 3. This one is dying too. This one and this one are already dead. Meow, the orange cat called at her again. Feng Ling thought for a moment, then put the 4 kittens in his clothes and said to the mother cat, I'll go find a doctor for them. If they can be saved, I'll find them a reliable owner. As for the 2 that died, consider them as gifts from you. The she-cat sat there and looked at her. Feng Ling didn't expect a cat to understand human language, so he turned around and left with a kitten in his arms. Huang Fu Miao Miao hurriedly followed her footsteps and couldn't help but look back at the female cat. She found that the female cat did not chase her, but buried her head and began to enjoy the sausage she had just put down. Huang Fu Miao Miao retracted her gaze, followed Feng Ling, and asked, Where can we find a doctor? Feng Ling said nothing, but walked forward with big strides, returned to the car, opened the back door, put the 4 kittens on the car seat, and then flicked his left hand. The silver ring suddenly turned into 2 cards, floating around her body. She picked up 2 dead kittens from the car seat and threw them at the cards without hesitation. Hatch! In an instant, the kitten's body, wrapped in silver light, fell on the grass by the roadside. After hatching, the first thing Feng Ling felt was not the joy of successful hatching, but relief. It was as if the heavy weight pressing on her body suddenly disappeared, and she felt extremely relaxed all over. Strength filled her body. The chest wound is recovering quickly. All the fatigue and irritability were swept away, and Feng Ling felt great at the moment. Only then did she begin to pay attention to the 2 little guys on the grass. Too small. They were only slightly larger than the dead kittens. This made Feng Ling wonder if it was because there was not enough fresh flesh and blood. If we can find the body of a recently dead bear, or a rhino, hippopotamus, elephant, etc., can we breed a larger life? We can only wait until the next nest is built to verify this. Huang Fu Miao Miao was dumbfounded the whole time. She never knew that Feng Ling could create a monster. Feng Ling picked up the spider and the bird, put them in the back seat of the car, and prepared to leave. When they saw the 2 dying kittens in the back seat of the car, they immediately became very excited, especially the black cat spider, which showed its sharp palatal teeth and wanted to pounce. Huang Fu Miao Miao was surprised and asked, They don't recognize their own compatriots? It's normal that you don't recognize them. It's not like I was reborn or resurrected. Feng Ling caught the cat spider and cat bird and said calmly, I just used the blood and flesh of the kitten to create another species. This is probably the biggest trump card of the mother nest. You can bring new life, or you can bring destruction. Life is your authority. The cat spider and catbird calmed down and lay motionless on Feng Ling's shoulders. From the moment they are born, their thoughts are connected with those of the mother nest. They can recognize Feng Ling's likes and dislikes, and can also recognize some simple commands. Feng Ling didn't allow them to treat the kittens as food, so they stopped their spontaneous hunting behavior. The car started again, and Feng Ling turned on the intercom switch at his collar while driving. "Where are you now?" "I need a doctor." Su Yuqing's voice came through the headset. At the intersection 150 meters away from Mingjia Hotel, near China World Trade Center. Feng Ling stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the China World Trade Center. In fact, she was quite embarrassed, but time was tight, so she could only entrust the kitten to a relatively reliable person before taking action. The medical staff of the Supervisory Bureau were the best candidates. Feng Ling handed the two kittens, who couldn't open their eyes, to the doctor without changing his expression. He coughed and explained, "I know I should go find a veterinarian, but I'm afraid they won't survive until the end of my operation." "Oh, it's okay. We've learned veterinary medicine, too." The doctor acted even more calmly than Feng Ling. He took the kitten and wrapped it skillfully in a blanket.
Feng Ling?
Another doctor explained with a smile, "When some inspectors are injured, they cannot transform back into human form. Their bodies are half human, half beast, so we also need to reserve some veterinary knowledge." The two doctors complained, "Half human, half beast is easy to treat. The most troublesome thing is insect transformation." That's right. Feng Ling had never expected this situation. Not far away, Su Yuqing called her. Feng Ling looked in the direction of the voice, walked over and asked, "Is everything ready?" Zhou Chu's eyes widened, and he pointed at the cat spider. "Little pollutants?" The cat spider didn't like being pointed at, so it grabbed Feng Ling's ponytail with its 8 furry cat claws and climbed to the top of her head and lay there. As for the other one, the catbird, forget it, let's just call it the cat owl, because the way it squatted on Feng Ling's shoulder with its neck shrunk looks very much like a white owl. Feng Ling raised his empty wrist and said proudly, "I hatched the nest last time. If I get pierced in the chest again later, I will be able to recover in half an hour at most." Zhou Chu exclaimed, "Are you looking for a place to give birth?" Su Yuqing interrupted them. "Let's talk about this later. Let's discuss our next move first." He took out the hotel's internal structure drawings and explained, "This is a small express hotel with only 6 floors. Currently, only 17 rooms below the 4th floor have been booked. In other words, as long as the guests in these 17 rooms are evacuated from the hotel, we can greatly reduce the casualties of ordinary citizens in the operation." Zhou Chu looked at the blueprint and said, "The hotel only has one fire escape staircase, which is convenient for us. As long as we cut off the power and stop the elevator, the aliens will not be able to escape even if they have wings. According to your request, the power will be cut off in this block in 8 minutes." Su Yuqing handed Zhou Chu and Feng Ling a black waste bag each. It contains grenades and flashbangs. The grenades are for your emergency use. Be careful when using them and don't hurt your companions. The flashbangs are to provide support for the snipers and gunners outside. Once there is light in the window of a room, we will immediately fire small caliber rockets at that room. Be careful to avoid them when the time comes. Zhou Rui whistled. "Cool, Captain Su." A team member rushed over. "We found a suspicious person who just climbed out of the window and left the hotel. Do we need to stop him?" Su Yuqing frowned, picked up the tablet and looked at the surveillance footage sent by the technical department. The video shows a man staggering forward, wearing a long windbreaker and looking like he has no arms. Don't intercept them, so as not to alert them. Su Yuqing made a quick decision. Let everyone be alert and take action immediately in 8 minutes. Team member, yes. Su Yuqing looked at Huangfu Miao Miao, who had been hiding behind Feng Ling, and took out a pair of headphones for her to put on. Although Feng Ling and Huangfu Miao Miao are not regular staff members, Su Yuqing made arrangements for them without any ambiguity. Your task is to find out how many alien species there are on the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors so that we can adjust the plan at any time. After making the arrangements, you should also give the other party a sweet treat. If you complete the task, I can guarantee that you can live a normal life in my jurisdiction without being troubled by identity issues, said Su Yuqing. Huangfu Miao Miao glanced at Feng Ling and thought, I don't have a choice. Su Yuqing said to Zhou Chu and Feng Ling, after Huangfu Miao Miao leaves, you break into the hotel through the window of the second room on the west side of the first floor. We have checked, and the backup generator is placed there. I understand. Zhou Chu grinned, and the veins on his arms bulged, instantly turning into exaggerated animal claws. Feng Ling looked at the Mingjia Hotel in the distance, his palms itching. Let's go. Lao Mo, we may need to leave here. It was still the same double room, and the dwarf sitting in the corner suddenly spoke. His body was like a child of 7 or 8 years old, but his face was like a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. His forehead was full of wrinkles. He sat in the corner motionless, almost blending into the entire room, making it difficult to notice him. Lao Mo turned his head and asked, "What's wrong?" The dwarf said, "The hidden boss is approaching here."
Oh.
Lao Mo sighed. It seems that the hidden boss has anti-tracking skills. The information provided by Yueying has too many omissions. Lao Mo, I don't want to fight any boss. The dwarf said, there are endless bosses in the game, but the player's chance to start over is limited. Lao Mo asked, how far is the hidden boss from here? Dwarf, 50 meters. Lao Mo laughed out loud when he heard this. It's too late. The dwarf was silent for a moment, then said, should we notify the tenants?
Yeah.
Lao Mo smiled faintly, notify them and make everyone happy. The phone in the room suddenly rang. Lao Mo answered the phone. It was the front desk clerk calling. There's a new tenant. Can we go up now? A new tenant coming at this time. Lao Mo thought for a moment. Let the guest come up. Okay. The front desk clerk smiled politely at Huangfu Miao Miao and said, Sir, please take the elevator to the 4th floor. The room number will be sent to you via text message. Huangfu Miao Miao nodded nervously and walked towards the elevator in a daze. She didn't expect to see her own kind clearly as soon as she entered the door. Before that, she always thought that there were not many players in Xinjiang City. When we reached the 4th floor, the corridor was quiet. She looked around and remembered the tasks Su Yuqing had assigned to her. But how do we know how many players there are here? Do we have to knock on every door? Huangfu Miao Miao was in a dilemma. At this moment, a message popped up on her system virtual screen. Someone had applied to add her as a friend. The number 414 was written in the application message. Is this the room number? Huangfu Miao Miao looked up at the house numbers of each room. 410, 411, 412, 413. Huh? 415? Huangfu Miao Miao looked carefully and found that there was a room without a house number between room 413 and room 415. This should be 414, right? Why not put up a sign? Huangfu Miao Miao tried knocking on the door. The door opened quickly, but she didn't see who opened it. When she opened the door, she saw 2 players in the room. A thin man was leaning against the bed. Another man who looked like a dwarf was sitting on a sofa in the corner of the room. Is there anything you need, guest? Accommodation fee is 20 points per day, and security can be provided. The man on the bed said in a flat tone, as if this sentence had been repeated dozens or hundreds of times. Huangfu Miao Miao asked nervously, Here, can I hire help here? Yes, sure. The man nodded slightly. What kind of help do you want to hire? The stronger the better. Huangfu Miao Miao pursed her lips and carefully observed the other person's expression. Are there any strong ones here? The man laughed. It depends on how many points you can afford. Huangfu Miao Miao asked hesitantly, Is there a player who is, stronger than the hidden boss? The man narrowed his eyes. This kind of thing is not cheap. Is this true? Huangfu Miao Miao became nervous. If he was more powerful than Feng Ling, she would have to notify everyone to retreat immediately and not come in to die. There was a sudden knock on the door. Without waiting for the person inside to speak, Yueying rushed in and said angrily, Lao Mo, the fishman ran away. He actually ran away. I thought he listened to you and would at least use the few days in the hotel to heal his wounds before leaving, but when I went to his room just now, it was empty. Lao Mo showed some displeasure on his face. Although he did not think Huangfu Miao Miao was a big customer worthy of entertaining, he still disliked being interrupted when discussing a deal. Just run away. He didn't ask you for compensation. Isn't that enough? He said indifferently. Yueying was still unhappy, feeling as if she had been tricked. She turned around and prepared to leave, but she caught a glimpse of Huangfu Miao Miao. The skull mask was so iconic, and with the broken arm, Yueying recognized it immediately. It's you? Yueying grabbed Huangfu Miao Miao. Why are you here?
Ah!
Huangfu Miao Miao was startled. The other party's voice and appearance changed completely after logging back in. Huangfu Miao Miao had no idea why the other party suddenly attacked. Yueying, don't scare our guests. Lao Mo expressed his dissatisfaction. Lao Mo, you don't know. This little girl was also present when I went offline. Yueying pinched the back of Huangfu Miao Miao's neck and held her tightly. Fatty said, she knows the location of the maze. We can't let her escape. Does she know where the maze is? Lao Mo's eyes suddenly widened, and the bedsheet on his lower body rose and fell violently, squeezing out large flowers from it. Each flower had thick fleshy petals, and colorful tubes grew in the stamens, entangled Huangfu Miao Miao's legs. Those tubes were like colorful earthworms, desperately drilling into Huangfu Miao Miao's flesh. Yueying immediately let go of her hand in disgust. You can no longer control your form? What's the pollution value? It doesn't matter. Lao Mo stared at Huangfu Miao Miao with greedy eyes. As long as we find the statue, all problems will no longer be problems. Huangfu Miao Miao screamed and struggled. I don't know where the maze is. I really don't know. Snap! The lights in the room suddenly went out. Not only was the house pitch black, it was also dark outside. The entire neighborhood was without power. At the same time, Su Yuqing, who had been observing the scene through the micro-camera carried by Huangfu Miao Miao, also had his vision turned dark. He connected to Feng Ling's channel and said an accident happened.
Little skeleton was caught by them.
He is in room 414, which has no house number.
Where are you now?
Computer room. Feng Ling replied. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the computer room was opened, and the person who came in was the front desk clerk who had just received Huangfu Miao Miao. He saw Feng Ling suddenly open his eyes wide, and before he could react, Zhou Chu, who was standing on the side, emptied his stomach with a claw. The waiter collapsed to the ground. Feng Ling asked, Aren't you afraid of killing the wrong person? No doubt about it. Zhou Chu pulled out his bloody claws and laughed. When ordinary people see a stranger in the computer room, their first reaction is that a thief has entered, but when he saw you just now, he acted as if he had seen something incredible. Feng Ling curled his lips speechlessly. A card was extracted from the corpse on the ground. The two ignored each other, stepped over the corpse, and continued to move upstairs. Su Yuqing monitored everyone's screen while issuing instructions. The aliens on the first floor have been cleared. The special forces will enter the hotel to evacuate the guests. The evacuation order starts from the first floor and proceeds in sequence. Pay attention to safety. Feng Ling and Zhou Chu had just arrived on the third floor. Just as he was about to continue moving forward, Feng Ling paused and stared at the wall ahead vigilantly. Wall? Zhou Chu also looked up. Feng Ling can move freely in the dark, but Zhou Chu can't, so he still brings a small flashlight. The flashlight turned on a circle of strong light, shining on the wall, which immediately attracted Zhou Chu's attention. What the Hades? Zhou Chu leaned in and sniffed. Is this house moldy? The light-colored walls were dyed bright colors by some substance. Red, yellow, blue, and green, colorful as flowers, but flowers usually evoke beautiful associations, and these things in front of people only remind people of rotten mold. The higher you go up the stairs, the more numerous and thicker the mold becomes. When the two arrived at the fourth floor, Feng Ling discovered that the ceiling above his head was covered with a layer of mold, crisscrossing, dark and colorful, with various shapes, some growing leaves and some blooming flowers, giving the vision a psychedelic feeling. Is this thing poisonous?
Zhou Chu Muta.
Things with bright colors always make people feel dangerous. Feng Ling said, I'll go up and take a look. Are we going to 414 to rescue people? Zhou Chu asked in a low voice. Feng Ling looked at the stairs above and said, I'll be down soon. Please keep an eye on it for me. Then hurry up.
Zhou Chu ziplit.
Feng Ling ran upstairs with light steps. When he reached the fifth floor, he found that the mold was no longer thinly attached to the walls and ceiling, but had become swollen and thick, squeezing the originally straight aisle into only a narrow gap. How to put it? She felt like she had entered the body of some creature, which was filled with organs and tumors of various colors. Feng Ling continued to go up, but he became impassable after only walking halfway up the stairs. The 6th floor was filled with this kind of stuff. Feng Ling took out his phone to take a photo and sent it to the previous task group. Then he went downstairs and informed Su Yuqing using the intercom. The 5th and 6th floors of the hotel are full of slime-like creatures. They have not shown any aggression so far. I suspect there are pollutants in this hotel. Su Yuqing thought for a moment and replied, "After the personnel are evacuated, I will arrange for the blasting personnel to enter the site." "When will the evacuation be completed?" Feng Ling asked. Su Yuqing replied, "The tenants on the 1st floor have been cleared out, and the special forces have just arrived on the 2nd floor." Feng Ling didn't say anything. She had returned to the fire escape on the 4th floor and found that Zhou Chu had turned off the flashlight. "Don't you think it's a bit strange?" Zhou Chu lowered his voice and said to her, "After the power outage, there should be many tenants coming out of their rooms, such as complaining about why the hotel has a power outage and wanting to contact the waiter. But this floor is so quiet, no tenant came out." Zhou Chu murmured, "Even if all the tenants on this floor are aliens, don't they think it's strange that the power went out suddenly? There was no movement at all. It's like they were prepared in advance." "I'll try," she said. "Hey, be careful." Zhou Chu reminded her, "The evacuation of people downstairs has not yet been completed. Then you stay here and don't let any alien species escape." Feng Ling pushed open the fire door in the corridor, making a creaking sound. Zhou Hui nodded in agreement. After nodding, he felt something was wrong. Why was he becoming more and more like a supporting role? He had always been the main force. Moreover, he had a staff position, so why should he listen to the orders of an extra staff member?
Hey.
Zhou Chu wanted to discuss it with Feng Ling again, but Feng Ling had already passed through the metal fire door and knocked on the door of the room closest to the fire corridor. The 2 knocks on the door were particularly obvious in the silent corridor. "Who is it?" asked the person inside the door. "There's a power outage. I'm delivering candles to the guests." Feng Ling answered calmly. "Oh, I'll open the door right away." There was a rustling sound from the door. Feng Ling waited patiently. The sound is getting closer. The door in front of her suddenly exploded. A harpoon-like weapon pierced through the door and rushed straight towards Feng Ling. She was prepared and twisted her body to avoid the attack. At the same time, the claws hanging above her immediately pressed down, hooked the harpoon and lifted it up, pulling out a human head from the cracked door. It turned out that the harpoon was actually a sharp horn growing on the other person's head. Feng Ling grabbed the alien with his claws and forcibly detained it on the wall and asked, "Do you have the ability to search and track it?" The alien pressed his cheek against the wall and answered with difficulty, No. Blood sprayed in fans on the wall. The alien had barely time to react before the bone blade had already cut off its neck. The corridor became quieter. There was clearly a twitching, bleeding corpse, but for some reason, it felt quieter than before. It was as if every living thing in the room was holding its breath and waiting for something. Feng Ling turned and walked towards the door opposite, raised his hand and knocked twice. "There's a power outage, so I'm delivering candles to the guests," she said. There was no sound from the door. Very quiet. "Is there no one living in this room?" Feng Ling murmured. "Forget it. Let's go to the front and take a look." She pretended to move forward. After taking 2 or 3 steps, I heard a slight sound coming from the door behind me. The door lock was slowly turned and was about to turn to the position of opening the door. Feng Ling couldn't help but laugh. The claws on its back pounced at the door like a swift snake. A short figure ran out in panic. The other claw quickly bit it. The sharp teeth bit through the back spine and hung it straight up. It is very small, about the same size as Huangfu Miao Miao, but its entire face is hairy, like a mutated giant rat. Not cute at all. Feng Ling asked it, "Do you have the ability to search and track?"
No.
"No." It struggled and screamed, its voice extremely harsh. "It's the dwarf. The dwarf can detect the boss's location." "Dwarf?" Feng Ling thought. "Don't you look like a short guy? Is there anyone shorter than you?" Behind me, the sound of doors opening could be heard one after another. Feng Ling's teeth and claws exerted force again, biting the dwarf's spine and breaking it. She threw away the corpse and turned around, and saw that more than a dozen doors on both sides of the corridor on the 4th floor were opened. Strange creatures walked out of the rooms and stared at her in the dark. The young cat spider on her body sensed the danger and made a threatening hissing sound, and another cat owl also flapped its wings uneasily.
Wow.
Feng Ling said with a smile, "You finally showed up? Then who among you is the short one?" No one spoke. Feng Ling took out a grenade from his waist bag and said, "How about you form a team together? That way, no matter who kills me in the end, the others can get points." The aliens in the darkness looked at each other and seemed to be somewhat tempted by Feng Ling's proposal. If he rushed up alone to fight the hidden boss, what if someone else got the upper hand in the end? Feng Ling pulled off the ring on the grenade and laughed in his heart. A bunch of idiots. Taking advantage of the alien's brief distraction, she suddenly threw a grenade. Then he turned and rushed to the fire door of the corridor and quickly hid in the door. He slammed the fire door shut. Zhou Chu behind the door didn't understand what was going on. He only heard Feng Ling say "lie down," and then a powerful explosion shook the entire floor. The building stopped shaking for just 1 second, and Feng Ling pulled the ring of a grenade again, counted to 2 seconds, opened the door, and through it Zhou Chu only saw the action of Feng Ling finishing the throw in the bright light at the moment of the explosion. "You come again?" Zhou Chu exclaimed, thinking that these weapons were given to us by Su Yuqing for emergency use. "Why are you throwing them so freely as soon as you come on the field?" "No, I want to throw too. This is called attacking the enemy by surprise." Feng Ling laughed. They definitely didn't expect that I would throw a second one go. Feng Ling suddenly grabbed Zhou Chu and ran upstairs. The sound was so loud that Zhou Chu almost thought Feng Ling had thrown the 3rd grenade. He took out a flashlight and shone it, only to see a strong man in armor knocking open the sturdy fire door. The strong man in armor was illuminated by the light and could not open his eyes immediately, so he raised his foot and was about to run downstairs. Feng Ling hooked the opponent's leg with his claws and shouted, "Come and help. There are tenants on the 3rd floor. We can't let it escape from here." Zhou Chu rushed over, holding the other party firmly with his 2 claws, cursing, "It's so dark that it's convenient for you. I can't see anything clearly. The aliens can't see clearly just as well as you can. Besides, didn't Lao Su prepare night vision goggles for you?" Feng Ling loosened his claws and turned to look at the corridor on the 4th floor. The aliens that can survive after 2 bombings are the targets she needs to take seriously. The closest one was a purple-skinned monster crawling on the ground. It looked like a catfish, and the skin on its back had been fried to a crisp. Behind the catfish monster stood 2 alien creatures that looked like knights. Of course, they were not wearing armor, but their skin and bones had mutated into the shape of armor, and even their hands were in the standard shape of a sword and a shield. Feng Ling knew that cards were the product of genes, but he was still a little surprised that they could change the body to this extent. Behind the 2 knights was a woman's torn body. The woman was trapped in a pool of blood and flesh, with her hair disheveled. She shouted in panic, "Lao Mo! Lao Mo, come out! Who is Lao Mo?" Feng Ling was curious, but what concerned her more was that the pool of blood and flesh under the woman's body looked very familiar.
Oh.
Would she still be a woman after logging back in? She thought that aliens could be either male or female. Feng Ling observed them quietly. The darkness prevented these alien species from acting rashly. In fact, only a few seconds had passed since the explosion. At this moment, a ball of sparks suddenly exploded on the back of the catfish monster on the ground. Feng Ling was slightly stunned. Then another burst of electricity exploded. It was bigger and brighter, lighting up the aisle for a brief moment. The 2 knights behind the catfish monster saw Feng Ling's position and rushed over with swords raised. Even the sound of their footsteps was similar to the sound of metal armor. They swung their swords. Feng Ling was unable to dodge, and blocked it head-on with 2 bone blades.
Clang.
The harsh metallic sound hit the eardrums, as if 2 real steel knight swords were coming at him. The knight's sword was gradually pressed down. Feng was somewhat struggling in a 1-on-2 situation. She didn't want to resist head-on. She maintained the confrontation angle of the bone blade, quickly fell to the ground sideways, supported herself with one hand, turned over and moved behind the two night aliens. The two claws on the shoulders pounced on the knight, one on each side, biting the knight's neck firmly. However, this time the claws encountered a tough opponent, and the sharp teeth were like buckling on a thick iron rod, unable to hurt the skin and flesh. For the first time, Feng felt overwhelmed. She grabbed the cat spider and cat owl on her shoulders and threw them out like grenades. "You two should do something useful for me." The cat spider's hair exploded. The cat owl also flapped its wings like a frightened chick. Feng felt a little regretful. Was it a wrong move to hatch them early? The size of these two was really not big enough. Throwing them out was like feeding them. The two night aliens turned around at the same time, raised their swords, and slashed again. Feng hurriedly retracted the bone blade and claws and quickly retreated. The catfish on the ground was too much of a nuisance. If it hadn't frequently emitted electric sparks, the knight wouldn't have been able to see her position at all. But then again, which part of its body does it rely on to generate electricity? Feng gritted his teeth and deliberately created a noise on the left side of the aisle. The two knights moved at the sound. The moment the long sword was about to chop, she dodged and leaped to the right, strode towards the catfish monster, grabbed the opponent's skull with her teeth and claws, and lifted it up suddenly. The noise she made when she rushed forward was so loud that the knight's sword turned sharply and stabbed at her. With a puff sound, Feng turned around, and the catfish monster he had just picked up was pierced through by the two long swords. Blood sprayed all over Feng's face. The smell of blood made her furious. The two bone blades were quickly raised and placed on the knight's necks again. Although they could not cause any harm, they bought her time to dodge. Feng passed through them sideways, and one of the night aliens actually swung its shield-shaped arm to hit him. My left shoulder felt like it was hit by a solid rock. The bones were almost shattered. She staggered to her feet, and in anger, she pulled out her claws and bit the knight's armor at the knee and pulled hard. The knight fell to the ground and struggled to get up. Feng kicked him hard in the back the second he bent down and stood up. Another knight's sword arrived accurately and chopped off his compatriot's head with one sword. Feng could see that her bone blade was not hard enough, and she would only suffer if she continued to fight against this monster. Two shadows, one black and one white, pounced on the knight. They were the two cubs she had just thrown out. Feng felt slightly relieved. And she didn't know if it was her illusion, but the size of the two cubs seemed to have increased slightly. She took a deep breath and observed the knight in the precious few seconds when he was interrupted. His whole body hardened into armor, his hands transformed into a sword and a shield, and the only weak joints were tightly hidden in the armor, making it almost impossible to chop those places accurately. It would be great if there was a river nearby. This thing wouldn't float if it fell into the water. Besides, how else could she deal with it? Her sickle bone blade was sharp enough, but too thin and fine, and it was difficult for her claws to deal with such a hard thing. It would be better if she had a blunt weapon at hand, preferably a big hammer with strong striking ability. Iron hammer? Little skeleton. Feng was so angry that he remembered that Huangfu Miao Miao was still in room 414, so he turned around and ran. The grenade had shattered many doors, and now she couldn't tell which room 414 was. She ran through several rooms and finally saw Huangfu Miao Miao in a room full of fleshy vines and flowers. Huangfu Miao Miao was hung upside down on the wall by those slime-like things. When she saw Feng, she burst into tears out of grievance. Feng used a bone blade to cut off the slime mold on Huangfu Miao Miao's legs. It felt like cutting off a piece of fat, slippery, and very disgusting. Huangfu Miao Miao fell to the ground, crying and taking out the hammer. In fact, Feng should have asked who tied Huangfu Miao Miao here, but she had to go save the cub and had no time to ask. The knights outside were hacking and slashing around, and she didn't know whether the two little creatures she had just hatched were dead or not. She ran out with the hammer in her hand. The cat owl still had some brains. It had already retreated and landed on the dead catfish monster, tearing off strips of meat and swallowing them into its mouth one bite at a time. The cat spider was still circling around the knight's arms and legs, wrapping its silk around and around, persevering. The problem was that it was too small, and the stickiness of the silk didn't have time to work before it was torn off by the knight. It couldn't restrain the opponent's movements at all. The little cat spider tried to bite with its teeth, but it was completely ineffective. Unable to get any food, it was so anxious that it continued to spin around in circles on the spider's silk. Feng Ling couldn't help but doubt his ability to advance again. She must have made a mistake somewhere, otherwise how could she be so incompetent? She raised the hammer, aimed at the knight's head, and hit him with a clang. The knight was stunned for half a second. Feng Ling didn't give it a chance to react, and used all his strength to hit it hard again. Against this armored creature, a hammer is indeed much more useful than a sickle. The knight almost had a concussion and retreated repeatedly, leaving no room for counterattack. The knight finally raised his shield to block, and the hammer smashed down on Feng Ling, causing his palm to go numb. At this time, Zhou Chu pounced on the knight from behind. His powerful claws slammed the knight to the ground. Its back was facing upwards, so Feng Ling naturally stopped being polite. He raised the big hammer in his hand high up and brought it down heavily. Boom. Feng Ling and Zhou Chu both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Su Yuqing's voice came from the headset. Can you hold on for another 5 minutes? The special attack team is evacuating the tenants on the 3rd floor, and the demolition team is ready to enter at any time. Okay, no problem. Zhou Chu replied easily. The toughest part has been dealt with, and he feels there should be no problem on this level. Feng Ling suddenly saw a thin figure disappear at the end of the aisle. She was slightly startled, and immediately said to Su Yuqing, "Let the special forces on the 3rd floor be on alert. It seems that an alien species has escaped." "What?" Zhou Chu turned around and chased after him. Su Yuqing said in the headset, "Our team members are guarding the corridor and no suspicious persons have been found." Zhou Chu paused and looked back at Feng Ling. "There is only one staircase here." "It didn't go downstairs." "Did it go upstairs? Did you see it wrong?" "I didn't hear any footsteps." Zhou Chu was still somewhat confident in his hearing, and he indeed did not hear any footsteps just now. Feng Ling frowned. "I'm not mistaken. That figure is short and small, and the way he moves looks like he's floating. He's probably the dwarf the aliens mentioned. The blasting team will be here soon. I'll go upstairs to check the situation. You go save the little skeleton," Zhou Chu said as he hurried to the 5th floor. Feng Ling turned around and went to find Huangfu Miao Miao. It's strange. She had clearly rescued Huangfu Miao Miao, but Huangfu Miao Miao was still lying in the room crying and hadn't come out. Feng Ling came to room 414 again and was stunned. The room was noticeably more crowded than before. Those thick, fat, and colorful slime molds bloom one gorgeous flower after another like vines, and the flowers continue to produce tangled vines, just like countless earthworms embracing each other growing out of the flowers. Although the slime mold on Huangfu Miao Miao's legs was cut off just now, it did not disappear. It was still stuck to the floor, and some of it was deeply embedded in Huangfu Miao Miao's flesh. Now there was a tendency to merge with the surrounding slime mold, so she stayed in the house and did not come out. Something's wrong. Feng Ling's heart skipped a beat, and he forcibly pulled Huangfu Miao Miao up. She found that the slime mold was expanding rapidly. When I ran out of the room, I saw that the corpses of the alien species.
Zhou Chu,
"Come downstairs immediately."
come downstairs.
Feng Ling shouted into the intercom. I was running downstairs. Zhou Chu cursed into the intercom. What the Hades is that thing upstairs? Its grown eyes. Feng Ling raised his head vigilantly. The slime molds on the ceiling had expanded dozens of times in size at some point, and some of the particularly thick and fat vines actually had eyeballs growing on them. Eyes blinked in the dark corridor, searching for the location of food. Feng Ling grabbed Huangfu Miao Miao's arm and ran towards the stairs. A large mass of slime mold flowed down from the 5th floor, flooding the road ahead. She turned around and looked for an empty room. intending to escape by jumping out of the window. Jumping from 4 floors was dangerous, but it was better than staying here and being used as feed. Her cat owl made a sharp cry because the food it was eating was taken away by the slime mold. The growth rate of the slime mold is accelerating. Feng Ling rushed into a room. The windows were densely covered with slime mold, leaving only a few gaps that were impossible for people to pass through. She threw out the grenade, pulled Huangfu Miao Miao out of the room, and continued running forward. The explosion behind them was deafening, and the airflow caused the 2 men to tumble forward, looking extremely miserable. Huangfu Miao Miao couldn't help crying. "I'm going to die. I have no choice but to log off." Feng Ling slapped her immediately. With a snap, the skull mask was also blown away. Huangfu Miao Miao was stunned. "What about after you log off? Log in again?" Feng Ling gritted his teeth. "Do you think I will let you go if you log in again? Will the Supervisory Bureau let you go?" Huangfu Miao Miao's mouth pursed, and tears streamed down her face. "I don't want to die," she cried. "There's no point in living, but I don't want to die. I don't want to die." "If you don't want to die, find a way to live." Feng Ling pulled her back to the room where the explosion had just happened. However, the blasting effect is not satisfactory. I don't know if it was because there were too many explosions, or because the quality of the hotel building was poor, but not only did she fail to remove the slime mold attached to the windows, she also blew down the ceiling. Now the slime mold on the 5th floor also fell down, filling the room. Feng Ling had no time to regret. He held Huangfu Miao Miao's hand and continued to run forward. Feng Ling took a breath. This might be the last chance. Without any hesitation, she pushed Huangfu Miao Miao forward with all her strength. "Go digest her cards." As she spoke, she called the cat spider and cat owl to her side, grabbed them in her arms, and rushed to the last room at the end of the corridor. Huangfu Miao Miao, who was absorbing the card, was also dragged in by her. The door was closed and locked. There are also slime molds here, but less than outside. Feng Ling knew that she couldn't hold out for long, so she was just buying time. She broke the glass and threw the cat spider and cat owl out of the window first, then turned around and asked Huangfu Miao Miao, "Have you digested it?"
Ghost.
Huangfu Miao Miao muttered the name of the new skill, and her body suddenly melted away, with her clothes scattered on the ground. She turned into a pool of black slurry, flat and thin, attached to the ground like a shadow. Feng Ling felt relieved. She was right. Find a hole to get out. Feng Ling urged. Huangfu Miao Miao poked half of her head out from the shadows and asked Feng Ling, "What are you going to do?" Su Yuqing's voice came from the headset. "Feng Ling, evacuate as soon as possible. The unknown slime mold on the 6th and 5th floors is moving downwards." After a pause, Su Yuqing reminded again, "The rocket is very powerful. Make sure you stay away from the explosion range." "I haven't found the dwarf yet." Feng Ling gritted his teeth, looking at the increasing number of slime molds around him, feeling unwilling. That guy can detect the location of the boss. If we can't get rid of him today, there will be endless trouble. She remembered that the dwarf ran upstairs. Isn't it afraid of these swollen slime molds? Feng Ling turned around, opened the door, and went out. "Where are you going?" Huangfu Miao Miao, who was half a head taller than her, followed relentlessly. Maybe because she had a new skill, she became a little braver and stopped crying. Feng Ling returned to the aisle carrying a big hammer. After the grenade exploded just now, the ceiling of the corridor collapsed in the middle, and the slime mold from the 5th floor was pouring down, drowning the alien corpses along the way. But the strange thing is that the slime mold avoided the cards floating on the corpse without exception. Why avoid cards? Is it because the pollution value is too high that they dare not digest any card? Su Yuqing quickly replied, "Yes, but you must leave the 4th floor as soon as possible, otherwise you will be crushed underneath."
Got it.
I'll use the flashbang as a signal. After Feng Ling finished speaking, he observed the changes in the slime mold around him, ran to a nearby card, and swung a hammer at the slime mold on the wall. The hammer smashed the vine like slime mold and the eyes on the slime mold, but it seemed to have no pain and was soon wrapped up, covered, and swallowed by the slime mold that surged in from nearby. At the same time, above Feng Ling's head, slime molds were gathering rapidly, and a large mass of fungi was gushing out like pus, trying to stick to Feng Ling. Feng Ling didn't move. She slowed down her breathing and focused all her attention on the slime mold that was about to drip from her head. When it almost touched her hair, she lowered her body and dodged like an arrow. The slime mold instantly wraps around the card and absorbs it in an instant. At that moment, Feng Ling seemed to hear a hoarse male voice screaming. "Who is it?" She looked around vigilantly and found that the eyes of people everywhere began to become bloodshot and seemed to be getting angry. Unfortunately, in the pitch darkness, they could only roughly determine her direction but could not capture her exact location. Feng Ling couldn't help but laugh. She was right. This guy was a half-contaminated body on the verge of collapse. As long as the ceiling of this floor was completely blown through, the slime mold on the 5th floor would fall down due to lack of support, just covering all the cards here. She had just killed a lot of alien species and extracted a lot of cards. Once the contaminated body absorbs and digests all these cards, she won't need to do anything. The contaminated body will collapse and disintegrate on its own. Feng Ling took out a flash bomb and prepared to signal Su Yuqing. At this moment, a beam of light suddenly shone on her. Her position was completely exposed. All eyes turned to her. All the slime molds also rushed towards her. Although their speed was not fast, they blocked all the roads in front, behind, left, and right of Feng Ling. Huang Fu Miao Miao couldn't help but exclaimed, "Why haven't you left yet?" Feng Ling became angry. The black shadow tried to move in the gap. I want to help." Feng Ling didn't bother to scold her. He stretched out a claw and lashed at the end of the light. Snap! The fragile flashlight was shattered by the claw, and the corridor returned to darkness. However, the figure who had just held the flashlight nimbly dodged the attack. Feng Ling guessed that it must have picked up the flashlight left behind by Zhou Chu. "Lao Mo, there is a traitor here." In the darkness, a short figure floating on the 5th floor said. Then another voice sounded. "Why would the player be with the game boss? Controlled by the boss's skills?" The dwarf analyzed. "We're all going to die anyway." Another voice replied. Feng Ling heard their questions and answers clearly, and she was now extremely sure that the figure floating on the 5th floor was the dwarf. He couldn't be allowed to live. Feng Ling threw out a claw again, and the two claws were like two grappling hooks, biting the floor of the 5th floor tightly, and then using the claws as a fulcrum, she jumped up and pulled herself up to the 5th floor. This series of actions happened in a short moment. When the dwarf on the 5th floor realized that something was wrong, Feng Ling's bone blade approached like a flying wing. It tried hard to dodge, but it was in vain. It only avoided the fatal throat attack, and both its legs were cut off at the root. It could no longer stay suspended and fell into the slime mold with a plop. The slime mold began to wrap around its body and it sank into it powerlessly, but a smile appeared on its wrinkled face. Because it saw that after Feng Ling's bone blade attacked it, it was caught by the slime mold above, and her two claws were wrapped up and hung up by the slime mold. She was now like a poor little insect whose wings were wrapped in a large amount of thick honey, and she had lost all the capital to struggle. However, its smile only lasted for a second, because the next second, new claws grew on Feng Ling's back. They pounced on it and tore off its jawbone. The dwarf was puzzled until his death. Why did the hidden boss tear its jaw? Feng Ling pulled out another bone blade and cut off all the arms wrapped by the slime without hesitation. The body falls. The moment she landed, the ground was covered in blood. "Hurry up!" She threw a flash bomb behind her and rushed to the room at the end of the corridor. The window of the room was clearly broken by her just now, but now it is filled with slime mold and no exit can be seen. Huang Fu Miao Miao asked anxiously, "How are you going to get out?" Feng Ling didn't care too much. He pulled up the hotel bedsheet and draped it over himself, then rushed out of the window in his memory. The rocket hit the 4th floor, and the huge blast force made the whole building tremble. Feng Ling was also blown away by this force and flew directly out of the window. In order to avoid getting the slime mold on her, she wrapped herself in the sheets and couldn't see where it landed. By the time she reacted, the violent impact made her internal organs seem to have shifted, and it hurt so much. Feng Ling. Zhou Chu, who was downstairs in the hotel, was terrified and ran over in a hurry. Feng Ling rolled on the ground for several rounds before he stopped. He stood up with difficulty and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. After Su Yuqing saw Feng Ling fall down the stairs, he ordered to continue firing. Rockets are fired one after another, as if they are free of charge. After the 9th rocket bombarded the Mingjia Hotel, it finally couldn't hold on and began to collapse from the 6th floor, rumbling into ruins. The slime mold inside the building all turned foul, smelling and burnt. With such a loud noise, nearby residents couldn't help but pay attention. Everyone looked over here in horror and curiosity, but it was too dark at night, and no one could see clearly what was happening. However, the news about Feng Ling spread quickly and caused a stir on the internet. Late at night, Yizheng opened his eyes on the bed, and seeing that there was no one around him, he got up, put on his slippers, and walked out of the bedroom. The light was on in the study. She walked over quietly and could hear the sound of keyboard tapping clearly. Su Yuqing heard the noise and looked back at her. "Did I wake you up?" "No, I had a dream, and then woke up." Yizheng stood behind him, holding the back of the chair, and saw that there was already a lot of words written in the document in the computer. "Use small-caliber rockets to attack the Mingjia Hotel?" Yizheng saw the words on the document clearly and frowned. "Has another contaminated body been found in Xinjiang City?" Su Yuqing said, "We found a trading den with a large number of alien species. One of them had a pollution value that exceeded the safety threshold. 2 floors of the hotel were almost entirely filled with its body tissue. We used heavy firepower weapons to clear out all the alien species. This time, the commotion was huge, and it will probably be on the news tomorrow morning. So I want to finish writing the report as soon as possible and report this to the general administration before the news comes out." "Is Zhou Chu okay?" Yizheng asked worriedly. She knew that Zhou Rui's card abilities were very strong, but it was too dangerous for one person to face off against so many alien species. "He's fine, but the other person was injured." Su Yuqing smiled and held Yizheng's hand on the back of the chair, saying, "It's the girl I told you about last time. Fortunately, she is here this time, but she is not from the Supervisory Bureau, so I can't recommend her for credit." Although Su Yuqing's clones were located in 2 different cities, they shared information at the same time, and he had talked with Yizheng more or less about Feng Ling's situation. Yizheng smiled and said, "This girl has a lot of personality. It's better for her not to join the Supervisory Bureau, so as not to be constrained. Remember to apply for a bonus for her." After a pause, she whispered, "When I get out of the maze, it will be considered a meritorious service. Then I will ask Sister May to help me apply for additional personnel for Xinjiang City. The general administration has confiscated a lot of cards recently. When the training of the new batch of inspectors is completed, there should be good news. We do need some help." Su Yuqing sighed. "Zhou Chu is always smiling, but I know he's under a lot of pressure." Su Yuqing looked up and asked her, "How are you doing? Have you decided on the itinerary for the maze?" "Still waiting for notification, but I estimate it will be within the next 2 days." Yizheng said with a melancholy tone. No one expected that the pollution of the maze would spread outside. The copy that was supposed to be solved by the alien species has now become a problem for us humans. Su Yuqing also remained silent after hearing this. The maze is an independent copy and will not interfere with the real world, so humans have always kept a distance from mazes. However, starting from this month, the number of genetically contaminated organisms in certain areas has skyrocketed. People from the Research Institute believe that there are maze copies in these areas, and the maze is acting as a source of pollution, continuously polluting the real world. The genetic mutation effect of the cards is visible, but the pollution of the maze is invisible. Similar to nuclear radiation, organisms in the contaminated area will mutate inexplicably. The Research Institute and the Supervisory Bureau jointly formed an expedition team to enter the maze to obtain research data. Every member of the expedition team is an elite among elites, and Yizheng is one of them. Su Yuqing was proud of her. At the same time, I am also worried. No human has ever left the maze alive, and no one knows what they will encounter or what will happen inside. So when he learned that Feng Ling wanted to enter the maze, his first reaction was absurdity. But then he couldn't help but feel hopeful, thinking that if Feng Ling could succeed, he might be able to provide Yi Zheng with some information help. But Feng Ling was seriously injured in the battle just now. While he was writing this report, Feng Ling had just been carried on a stretcher. She had fractures of varying degrees in various parts of her body, a comminuted fracture of her left shoulder with lacerations, and her 3 arms on her back were chopped off by her own hands. It was not known whether her internal organs were intact. Can this body still enter the maze? Su Yuqing thought about this and became more silent.
Don't worry, I'll be fine.
Yi Zheng smiled deliberately to ease the atmosphere. I won't disturb you from working. I'm going to sleep first. You can rest early after you're done.
Yeah. Suyukin Narid.
He watched Yi Zheng return to the bedroom, and his heart was unsettled. He didn't want to sit there and wait for death. Since he is not qualified to join the investigation team, he has to think of other ways to help Yi Zheng. He has to try every possible way and do everything he can. But what should he do? In Xinjiang City, the night is not over yet. After escaping from the hotel, Yuman immediately realized that something was wrong. The road maintenance workers who appeared on the street were really suspicious. He lurked in the dark, observed for a moment, and discovered that those people launched an action against the hotel. With a subtle desire for revenge, Yuan did not contact those people in the hotel through the forum, but chose to watch the fight from the sidelines. It wasn't until he saw the entire hotel collapsed that he was completely relieved. He escaped from the hidden boss and Moon Shadow, and would not be pursued by Lao Mo and the dwarf. Next, he plans to move to another city to recuperate. The first thing to do now is to find a secluded place where no one will disturb you and inject yourself with a powerful recovery agent. It was just a little strange. He always felt like someone was following him. But when the dust settled, even the people in the supervisory bureau were exhausted. Who would track an alien species in the middle of a night? The fishman just thought that he witnessed the collapse of the hotel throughout and had some emotional fluctuations, so he had an illusion. He went into a secluded alley, sat down against the wall, and took out the precious potion from the storage compartment. But without arms, it was difficult to inject, and he had to bend down and use his mouth to hold the syringe that fell on the ground. The fishman was trying to reach the syringe on the ground when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps. The fishman's brain suddenly buzzed. Then the stick rained down like a torrential rain. It hit his head, his neck, his back, his waist, and his legs. The fishman who lost both arms was powerless to resist, and was beaten to death in this alley. You obtained the card Murloc. You are a warrior of rivers, and a warrior of the deep sea. Your fish scales will automatically simulate the color of the environment. Your fin-like arms increase your underwater speed while ensuring excellent attack power. However, fishmen are never limited to one form. Feng Yi sensed the words appearing in his mind, and was so shocked that his breathing almost stopped. This is the card. So this is the extraordinary power. Feng Yi just suspected that this man was an alien, so he followed him all the way and wanted to call the police. But as he followed along, seeing how weak the other party was, he couldn't help but have some other thoughts in his mind. So he picked up a stick on the side of the road. When Feng Yi saw the alien conjure up an injection out of thin air and tried to inject it, he finally took ruthless action. The alien on the ground was motionless. Feng Yi picked up the injection. The glass tube is filled with light blue liquid, which is obviously a very important medicine. Otherwise, the alien would not hide here secretly to inject it. It's a pity that no one knows what the effect of a medicine is. Regardless, tonight is a night of great harvest. Feng Ye's heart was beating exceptionally fast. He felt that his life was about to become different. With this card, he would have a connection with those big shots. Maybe he would also become a hero, protecting Xinjiang and the country. This thought made Feng Ye's blood almost boil. He looked up at the dark night sky, eager to see the sunrise. As soon as the day broke, he would go to the supervisory bureau to sign up to become an inspector. The next day dawned. During the morning rush hour in Xinjiang City, almost everyone is checking the news on their phones. Because just last night, the Mingjia Hotel was bombed into ruins, and the horrifying explosion was heard throughout the city. The residents living nearby were even more terrified. Who could have imagined that aliens would live in the Express Hotel next door? And judging by the scene, there must be a lot of aliens. Among the tenants who were evacuated that night, someone secretly took photos and posted them online. Some of the photos were taken before the hotel collapsed. In the night, large tumor-like unidentified objects were hanging on the windows and exterior walls of the hotel. Some of the photos were taken after the hotel collapsed. Several strong lights shone on the ruins. The foreground showed the medical team carrying the wounded onto stretchers, and the background showed team members in combat uniforms checking the scene. These photos are all good news materials and immediately became popular on the news list. Netizens' eyes were always sharp. Someone drew a circle on the stretcher and asked, "Is this the new inspector of Xinjiang City?" Another person drew a circle under the stretcher and asked, "Why is there a 6-legged cat here? Or maybe 7 legs?" These days, cats are more likely to become trending topics than people. Everyone started discussing why a cat with obviously abnormal biological characteristics appeared at the scene, and none of the staff at the scene showed any surprise. Mozio. Although I can't see exactly how many legs this cat has, it's obvious that it has more than 4. According to the Supervisory Bureau's style, any organisms with genetic contamination must be eliminated, but no one at the scene expressed any objection, which means that this cat is not an ordinary genetically contaminated organism. Zhuozhua. Upstairs. You seem to have explained everything, and yet you seem to have explained nothing. Miaoelizi. Is there anyone here? Come out and tell us what's going on with this cat. Xiaobai too. My bestie and I stayed at the Mingjia Hotel last night. At about 10:30 p.m., we suddenly heard a knock on the door. When we opened the door, we saw many special police officers with guns. They said the hotel was dangerous and asked us to evacuate immediately. I feel like I was dreaming now. It was so scary. Xiaobai too. Thank you to all the heroes who participated in the cleanup operation last night. Without you, I wouldn't be alive today. Oh, all. Although I admire the members of the Supervisory Bureau, isn't the above person too exaggerated? Most alien species will not kill people casually. Even if the Supervisory Bureau did not take action last night, you probably wouldn't be in any trouble if you slept in the hotel for one night. Qingzhu, are you sick? I wish you and the alien will sleep in the same hotel every day in the future. Oh, all. Stick to the facts and avoid personal attacks swaying the stars. My classmate lives next to the Mingjia Hotel. He said it was not a cat, but a big spider and an owl, which followed the injured into the medical vehicle. Bear hug. Did your classmates take pictures? Did they take pictures? Did they take pictures? Swaying the stars. He took a video, it was quite blurry, and he couldn't post it. Once he posted it, it showed illegal operation. Gu Zhili, it's better not to post it. The latest cybersecurity regulations do not allow the disclosure of any information related to the Supervisory Bureau. If an alien species analyzes the weaknesses of the supervisor through photos and videos, it will bring danger to the supervisor himself. The few photos that can be seen on the internet now will probably be blocked in a while. Rice ball. Oh my god, that's so scary. Hua Xiangrong. That's right. Every inspector is risking his life to protect us. Ling Moran. Why do I feel like a lot of information has been leaked? There are several arms on the medical bed in the photo, which means the injured person is definitely not an ordinary police officer, so the injured person at the scene is the new inspector of Xinjiang, assumed, and the skill is multiple tentacles, assumed. There are strange creatures at the scene, which are suspected to be the control skills of the new inspector, assumed. The figure with animal claws next to him is obviously everyone's old acquaintance, Deputy Captain Zhou. We all know that Deputy Captain Zhou's catchphrase is that as long as he is here, no one will get into trouble. So we can infer that last night's action was mainly carried out by the new inspector, and it is even possible that the new inspector eliminated the alien species in one fell swoop, and Deputy Captain Zhou assisted from the side, and there was no direct encounter with the enemy, which led to this situation. Rice ball. Aw, big guys, stop analyzing. What if we are really seen by the aliens? Gu Zhili. Let's wait for the official announcement. Usually there will be an announcement around 10 a.m. Su Yuqing flipped through the comments below the online news and let out a sigh of relief. In fact, he had thought about whether he should temporarily suppress Feng Ling's matter, because hidden bosses and pollution values were two sensitive topics. But the commotion last night was so loud that he considered it over and over again, and finally wrote down every detail in the report he submitted. Fortunately, it was written into the document. Otherwise, once the news came out, his superiors would definitely think that he knew about the incident, but did not report it. Deducting his salary would be a small matter, but being punished would be a big deal. However, these online comments are too easy to be misunderstood. As a result, his phone never stopped ringing since 8 a.m., and it was all from supervisory agents from the city-level branches, asking him how the Xinjiang branch was going to get staff. After all, there was a shortage of staff everywhere. Su Yuqing could only explain over and over again. The wounded in the photos are not additional personnel, really not.
What?
You asked for the other party's identity? I can't tell you that. It involves citizens' privacy and must be kept confidential. When I was explaining it, I felt helpless but also a little bit subtly happy. It was very complicated. Just after finishing a phone call, the phone in the office rang again. Su Yuqing had an excellent memory, and he quickly remembered that Fang Yi was the person the team members rescued from the cave during the last operation in Jiangkou City. Fang Yi served a 1-year sentence for theft. After he was released from prison, he couldn't find a job, so he contacted his old friends. Then, at the instigation of his friends, several of them prepared their tools and sneaked into the parking lot late at night to steal. The result was bad luck, as he fell into a deep pit dug by the aliens. In fact, the owner of the garage has been logged in by aliens. Guided by the regional tasks, the aliens formed a team and went underground to fight against the pollutants. Su Yuqing guessed that those alien species were killed by the contaminated body, and Fang Yi and his accomplices were used by the contaminated body by accident. They were lucky to survive in the end. Su Yuqing was very busy every day and didn't meet everyone, but Fang Ye's visit still caught his attention. He replied, "Tell him to go to the meeting room on the 3rd floor first. I'll be there soon."
Okay.
Su Yuqing and his assistant received Fang Yi in the conference room. Fang Yi stood up awkwardly, his face flushed slightly because he couldn't suppress his excitement, and he looked very happy.
Captain Shou.
He shook hands with Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing smiled and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Fang Yi smiled, as if he was embarrassed, and said, "I want to join the Supervisory Bureau, but I don't know if it's possible." "Join the Supervisory Bureau?" Su Yuqing was slightly stunned. "You mean you want to work for me? It's like this." Fang Yi nodded shyly, lowering his head and said, "I seem to... I accidentally got a card yesterday and it seems to have some abilities, so I wonder if I can become an inspector." Yesterday? Su Yuqing thought about last night's actions. The timing is quite coincidental, and the other party's statement of obtained it by accident is also quite intriguing. However, as long as it can expand the team of inspectors, Su Yuqing still welcomes it. He asked Fang Yi to sit down and introduced, "I am not in charge of the recruitment of inspectors at the moment, but I can help you submit your application. You will need to fill in some basic information, and then I will take you to take an ability test. The test results will be sent to the Human Resources Department of the General Supervision Bureau along with your information. They will then arrange your specific position based on your personality, expertise, way of thinking, and other comprehensive abilities." Su Yuqing's words made Fang Yi a little confused and a little disappointed. He thought that as long as he revealed that he had extraordinary powers, the Supervisory Bureau would enthusiastically recruit him. Why are there so many procedures? Su Yuqing saw the confusion on Fang Ye's face and said with a smile, "Of course, the Supervisory Bureau also has internal referrals, but even if I guarantee and recommend you, I can only skip the ability test part, and the other procedures still need to be followed. So that's how it is." Fang Yi smiled awkwardly. "Sorry to trouble you, Captain Su. Let's follow the normal process, shall we? Then shall I go and do the test now?" "Okay." Su Yuqing turned his head and instructed his assistant, "Take him to the testing site." The assistant stood up and politely bowed to Fang Yi, saying, "Please follow me." Fang Yi glanced at Su Yuqing hesitantly. "Go with him." Su Yuqing said with a smile, I will be in the observation room, and the test results need my signature. Fang Yi followed the assistant out. Su Yuqing looked at Fang Ye's back, thoughtfully, then left the meeting room and went to the observation room dedicated to the test site. The entrance test for the inspector mainly depends on the test taker's card potential and psychological quality. As for items such as physical fitness, weapon knowledge, and fighting level, they are bonus items, but they account for a very small proportion because the physical fitness of the card holder will be greatly improved, and these can be improved through later training. The only two things are card potential and psychological quality. One depends on luck, and the other depends on talent. Fang Ye's test results were mediocre, roughly at the lower middle level. When he returned to the meeting room, his face was very bad. After seeing Su Yuqing, he smiled awkwardly and said, I might be a little nervous and didn't perform well. Su Yuqing smiled and nodded, comforting him. It's better to be nervous. When performing tasks, inspectors will face tense situations. You need to be familiar with this state. Fang Yi nodded hesitantly. Captain Su is right. He hesitated and couldn't help asking, then what kind of job can I apply for in my situation? Your card is a murloc and you may be sent to a coastal city. However, if you want to go on a formal mission. Su Yuqing looked at the test results. You may need a period of training and learning. Fang Yi looked gloomy. If I fail the training, will I be unable to become a formal inspector? Su Yuqing thought for a moment, looked into Fang Ye's eyes, and said seriously, I always believe that hard work pays off. All your efforts will not be in vain. In addition, the functions of an inspector are multifaceted. Some are more combat-oriented, some are coordination-oriented like me, and some are search-oriented or rescue-oriented. Fang Yi lowered his head, thinking silently. Although this is the case, only combat-type inspectors can be called heroes. For example, now, who in the whole Xinjiang city doesn't know Deputy Captain Zhou? Yizheng used to be even more famous and was regarded as an idol by many people, but how many people knew Su Yuqing? Su Yuqing said, I will send your information and test results to the Human Resources Department. There should be news in 3 to 5 days. Please leave your contact information. Fang Yi hesitated for a while, then looked up at him apologetically. Captain Su, I want to think about it again. Is that okay? Su Yuqing nodded. Of course. Come and see me anytime when you've thought it over. He handed the test results in his hand to Fang Yi. Fang Yi took it and said, Okay, then I won't disturb Captain Su's work. Thank you. The assistant escorted Fang Yi out. After a while, the assistant returned to the meeting room and sighed intentionally or unintentionally. Su Yuqing laughed and asked him, What's wrong? Nothing, I just felt very emotional, the assistant sighed after comparing. I realized that the one on the bed is really gifted. Su Yuqing laughed out loud. He patted his assistant's shoulder and said with a smile, Let's go. It's a good opportunity to go see how she's recovering. The ward on the 11th floor was quite lively at this time. When Su Yuqing came in, Fengling was playing with his cell phone, Huangfu Miao Miao was eating snacks, and the nurses were chatting and laughing while giving physical examinations to Cat Spider and Catall. The ward was piled with greeting cards, gift boxes, and large bouquets of flowers. Fengling's identity has not been exposed yet, so who would send flowers to express condolences? It must have been prepared by the medical staff here. Bad news. Fengling said, without hesitation. Su Yuqing was slightly startled. I thought that with your personality, you would choose the good news first. Fengling said, Then let me tell you the good news first. She doesn't care.
Su Yuqing looked somewhat helpless.
The good news is that the number of alien species last night has been counted. Not counting the contaminated body that was killed by the rocket, you killed a total of 11 alien species. When I was writing the report, I also applied for a bonus for you. It will be credited to your account in the next 2 days. Fengling felt relieved after hearing this news. What about the bad news? She asked. Su Yuqing smiled again. The bad news is that the reward for killing an alien has been reduced to 800,000 instead of the previous 1 million. Why is it reduced? Fengling was shocked. This was bad news. Su Yuqing explained, It used to be difficult to kill alien species, and humans who could fight against alien species were very scarce, so the bonus was set relatively high. However, as more and more humans hold cards, it is relatively easier to kill alien species, and the bonus has gradually decreased.
You can think of it as
Inflation in a sense? Feng Ling was speechless, and after a while he said, "No wonder you wanted me to hear the good news first." Su Yuqing smiled but said nothing. "According to what you said, will the bonuses get lower and lower in the future?" Feng Ling asked. "It will decrease, but not too much. If it is an alien species that poses a major threat to society, it will increase." Su Yuqing asked her with a smile, "Are you short of money? I remember you just received a bonus of 1 million. Have you spent it all?" "The more the better." Feng Ling replied. "Don't worry, I won't give you any less of the bonus you deserve." Su Yuqing said, looking at her injuries, "How is your recovery?" Feng Ling sighed. "It's almost healed, but my shoulder still hurts." She tried to move, slowly pulling out a bone blade from her back shoulder, then another tooth claw, and then another. "There are only 3 left now." Feng Ling sighed again. "I don't know when the 3 that were cut off will grow back. It's like you've cut off a part of your body." "It definitely won't recover that quickly," Su Yuqing said. I was also impressed by Feng Ling's courage. Most people might not have the heart to cut off their own arms if they encountered such a critical situation. Then he suddenly realized something and looked at Huangfu Miao Miao beside the bed. In his impression, Huangfu Miao Miao's arm was missing half, but now her 2 hands were intact and holding the potato chip bag. "How was this cured?" Su Yuqing asked in surprise. Huangfu Miao Miao grinned foolishly, sitting on the chair with her legs dangling back and forth. Asked her to digest a card. Feng Ling turned to Huangfu Miao Miao and said, "You go and talk to Captain Su." Huangfu Miao Miao said with a smile, "Bloodworms have 2 properties, decomposition and aggregation. They can decompose the body into tiny bloodworms or aggregate to repair any damage to the body. After my demon card digested the bloodworms, my arm was repaired, and she won't be afraid of losing her hands or feet again in the future." "What about the pollution level?" Su Yuqing asked. "How much has it increased?" Huangfu Miao Miao. "Hey, 2%, no wonder he's so happy." Su Yuqing smiled helplessly, looked at Feng Ling, and reminded them, "Be more careful next time. Huangfu Miao Miao's position is very delicate. If the pollution value is too high, there is no guarantee that the general administration will not have any objections." Su Yuqing believed that Feng Ling should be aware of this. "By the way, Feng Yi came to see me just now. He absorbed a card and wanted to join the supervisory bureau." Su Yuqing said to Feng Ling. Feng Ling was stunned. "Who is Feng Yi?" "She never thinks about unimportant people. It's fine if you don't remember." Su Yu glanced at the ward and prepared to go back to the office.
"Have a good rest.
Let me know when you are discharged from the hospital. I will arrange for a driver to take you back to the apartment." "Captain Su, don't leave yet." Feng Ling hurriedly called him, sat up from the bed, and said sincerely, "Captain Su, can you help me contact the people from the river patrol? I was just a little bit away from finding the maze yesterday." Su Yuqing stopped and turned to look at her. "You are so injured, but you still insist on entering the maze?" Feng Ling felt that Su Yuqing's eyes were weird, and what he said was strange. Of course, she had to enter the maze. What else? "I have 29%. Feng Ling said. "Su Yuqing." He just asked this question unnecessarily. "Tell me in advance when you need a boat, and I'll make arrangements." Su Yuqing replied, and left the ward. The assistant followed him. The 2 entered the elevator one after the other, and Su Yuqing couldn't help but feel inexplicably familiar. He thought about it and realized that at this time last week, he had seen Feng Ling for the first time in the same ward. The little girl who nearly died at the hands of the alien 7 days ago now has the capital and courage to enter the maze 7 days later. She is growing so fast. Su Yuqing was touched and spoke out what was in his mind unconsciously. The assistant beside him felt the same way. Indeed, he is so fast that he seems to be born to fight against alien species. Su Yuqing glanced at the assistant. The assistant said, "If Feng Ling had done Feng Ye's test today, the result would have been completely different." Su Yuqing nodded slightly. Feng Ling's combat awareness is indeed stronger than that of ordinary people. Many times, the gap lies not in physical fitness, but in awareness. It's like if a football suddenly flies towards you, some people will dodge it, some will kick it back, some will close their eyes in fear or stand there not knowing what to do. In real battles, many situations happen in a split second, and the combatant's reaction in that instant is crucial to the outcome of the battle. The assistant continued, I checked her personal information. She grew up in an orphanage. She showed her athletic talent in middle school and was enrolled in a specialty class by her physical education teacher. Later, she was admitted to a physical education college to study free fighting. She has participated in some competitions and won prizes. If everything goes well, she should become a professional fighting athlete. But for some reason, she suddenly dropped out of school in the second half of her sophomore year and came to a nursing home in Xinjiang City to work as a cleaner. She worked there for 3 years. After 3 years, she suddenly left the nursing home for some reason and has been unemployed since then. Her current job is as a sparring partner in a fighting club, but she was fired by her boss because she was absent from work for a week. Su Yuqing laughed after hearing this, glanced at the assistant, and teased. Although I asked you to check her, I didn't expect you to check so carefully. Are you also worshipping Feng Ling like those medical staff upstairs? At 10:45 in the morning, the official announcement that netizens had been eagerly waiting for was finally released. The full text is as follows. After reports from enthusiastic members of the public, the Xinjiang City Alien Species Safety Supervision Branch discovered that the Mingjia Hotel on Wanjiang Avenue was a major suspect, and confirmed that evening that the front desk staff, manager, and operator of the Mingjia Hotel were all alien species. In accordance with the Alien Species Biological Safety Supervision Act and Urban Safety Management Regulations, the Xinjiang branch launched a clearing operation against the Mingjia Hotel, killing a total of 12 alien species and 1 large contaminant, grade A, and safely evacuating all guests. This operation was a complete success, ensuring the safety of citizens' lives and maintaining urban public security and order. Here, the Xinjiang Supervision Bureau would like to express its sincere gratitude to the enthusiastic people who participated in this operation. This is to announce. As soon as the announcement came out, everyone felt relieved, as if they had found a backbone. Then the online class representatives began to analyze the notice word by word. Jia Miao 1. It's not such a coincidence that the front desk, manager, and operator of a hotel were all logged in by an alien. It is very likely that the hotel operator was logged in by an alien, and then this alien summoned its partners and arranged them into the hotel as employees. Meerkats don't snore. What are so many different species trying to do by gathering together? Yang Xiangxing. Let's do the mission. Don't all aliens like to call themselves players? Let's team up and do the mission together. Erling BB. No matter what they want to do, so many alien species gathered together is a huge safety hazard. Don't forget how many people died in Times Square not long ago. There are still blood stains in the cracks of the bricks of the square. Bird. Yes, the aliens will do whatever it takes to complete their mission. They kill people like stepping on ants, without any feeling. Luo Jiao. Fortunately, there are enthusiastic people reporting this time. Otherwise, the Mingjia Hotel bomb would have exploded sooner or later. Koibenli. How did the enthusiastic masses discover that there was something wrong with the Mingjia Hotel? Wu Yuzi. Please pay attention to the last sentence. The Supervisory Bureau expressed gratitude to the enthusiastic people who participated in the operation. This shows that this enthusiastic person not only reported it, but also participated in the operation. The Supervisory Bureau's cleanup operation is not something that everyone can join. So this is obviously a big shot with card abilities. Otherwise, the announcement would not be so polite. I guess the next step is for the big shot to join the Supervisory Bureau. Xingji. I'm really excited to think that there is a big boss in Xinjiang City. Yuan Chiumo. Jingnan City. Please bring a big boss. The serial dismemberment cases here have caused panic among the people. I want to move out, but I have a mortgage. Bird. Wuzhou City should also have a big boss. Since our deputy Captain Li died, there has been no new inspector in office. The city's inspection branch is equivalent to an empty shell. Ali. Let's have a big boss from Lansha City. We don't even have an empty shell here. Qiu Qian. Let's have a big boss in Hanshui City. The comment section below the announcement is filled with requests for help from the big boss. Sanqing Mountain. The breeze blows gently in the mountains and forests, and the birds sing melodiously. The quaint blue-gray Taoist temple is hidden among the trees. A young man dressed as a Taoist priest walked slower and slower on the rugged mountain path, and finally stopped. He had a handsome appearance, and had the elegant and free-spirited temperament that was unique to practitioners. However, he looked a little different because he was holding a mobile phone covered with cartoon beads. The content on the mobile phone screen was exactly the announcement issued by the Xinjiang branch this morning. His expression showed doubt, and as if to confirm something, he tapped the screen with his finger and switched to the WeChat chat interface.
Aisha, I'm fine.
I just had a small accident. I can only come back tomorrow to wait for sunset. Sanqing Palace Taoist priest Li Qing, blessing and fortune-telling spell be careful. Li Qing stood there, sorting out his thoughts. The information he knew now was that Aisha was a hidden boss. Someone on the forum was selling information about the hidden boss. The hidden boss was in Xinjiang City. Some players had bought the information and hired helpers to prepare to defeat the hidden boss. And then there was the incident where the alien nest at Mingjia Hotel was raided last night. If the hidden boss is successfully defeated, the system will definitely issue an announcement. So, although it is unclear what exactly happened last night, the current result is that the hidden boss is still alive, and the player trading point in Xinjiang City has been cleared out by the Supervisory Bureau. Li Qing switched the interface to the news announcement again and read it again. At the same time, he also saw a lot of comments below asking for help from the big guys. This feeling is really like a player going to fight a hidden boss, but being killed by the boss instead. Is the hidden boss the big boss that netizens are talking about? Is she that powerful? He thought about it, opened the Alien Forum app, and found the backstage chat record between himself and Do Sha La Do Sha La. What should I do now? I'm so scared. TT Qingwei 01. Don't be afraid. Pack your luggage now and rush to Yunhai City as soon as possible. Li Qing. Was he deceived? Whatever. At first, he just felt that humans were so innocent to be dragged into this meaningless game, especially the girl who was forced to be the boss by the system. At such a young age, she became the target of players' attacks against her will, which was tantamount to having her entire life destroyed. Alas. So, based on the principle of helping whenever possible, he gave the other party some advice and some money. It now seems that the other party has the means to protect himself and does not need his help. Considering that the other party should have teamed up with the people from the Supervisory Bureau, if he continued to chat with her, his identity would be easily exposed. After careful consideration, Li Qing deleted Aisha from his friend list. After deleting the friend, I still feel something is wrong. He took out a small tortoise shell from his arms, put a few ancient copper coins in it, then found a slightly flat stone platform beside the mountain path, shook the tortoise shell, and poured the copper coins onto the stone platform. At this time, 2 Taoist priests passed by and greeted with a smile. Junior brother Li Qing, why are you telling fortunes here? Kuan on the bottom and Jen on the top. This is the peeling hexagram of the mountain peeling. Not good at all. Li Qing was a little embarrassed and changed the subject. Where are you two going, brothers? Oh, go down the mountain and buy some milk tea. Junior brother, would you like some milk tea? Junior brother, you'd better not go. The interpretation of the peeling hexagram in the divination of the heaven is that the mountain is peeling off because it is high and dangerous. This is a time when the yin energy is extremely strong. A gentleman should be cautious and forbearing and not act rashly. This hexagram shows that yin is strong and yang is weak. It's dangerous. Very dangerous. Li Qing nodded awkwardly. What the 2 brothers said is correct. The 2 Taoists walked and talked as they went down the mountain. Li Qing looked at the copper coins on the stone platform, sighed, and reached out to put the copper coins and tortoise shells away. The hexagram is not auspicious, so it's better not to go down the mountain in the next few days. In the evening, Feng Ling came to the river again. The same place, the same time, the same light flashed by in the afterglow. She checked the map and finally figured out the location, which was a 5A level tourist attraction, Sanqing Mountain. However, she couldn't tell which peak the light was on, so she could only take a photo and then ask local people to identify it after arriving at Sanqing Mountain. Feng Ling looked at the rejection message and fell into a long silence. The river breeze blows on my face, and the sunset disappears. She dialed the cell phone number in desperation, but the call was not connected. She opened the alien forum again and sent a private message to Qingwei01, but it showed that she was blacklisted by the other party and the message failed to be sent. Feng Ling was furious and turned to Huangfu Miao Miao, who was about to spray perfume, and shouted, "Stop spraying." Huangfu Miao Miao shuddered and silently put away the perfume she had just taken out. Feng Ling stared at his mobile phone with a gloomy face, emotions churning in his heart. She couldn't figure out why Li Qing deleted her. When did he delete her? What did he notice? Was it necessary to even block her from the forum? Why did you delete me as a friend? Feng Ling murmured, taking a deep breath to try to calm down. Su Yuqing had arranged this speedboat for today. The driver didn't know her, so he took over the conversation. "Oh, there's no reason. I just don't love you anymore." Feng Ling was slightly stunned. The other party said, "Forget him. Once a man makes up his mind, there is no redemption." Feng Ling knew that the driver had misunderstood and was too lazy to explain. He sneered and asked, "What if I insist on redeeming it?" The driver turned around and sincerely advised her, "Girl, a forced melon is not sweet." There was a hint of ferocity in the smile at the corners of Feng Ling's lips. "I don't care whether it's sweet or not. I just twist it." The puzzle-solving activity on the river has come to an end. Feng Ling returned home in a bad mood and began to prepare for the journey into the maze. What a coincidence. The location indicated by the riddle is Sanqing Mountain, and the Taoist priest Li who deleted her as a friend is also in Sanqing Mountain. She hadn't originally intended to do anything to this person, but being able to keep in touch and seek advice from him online from time to time felt pretty good. But being deleted as a friend really irritated her. Feng Ling had already made up her mind that before entering the maze, she must find this person and have a good chat with him face to face. "Why did you delete me as a friend? You have done nothing wrong. Why did you delete me as a friend? You also blocked me." If the other party couldn't give her a satisfactory answer, she would probably have to beat him up to vent her anger. In order to avoid escalating emotions and leading to loss of rational control, proper venting should be good for her. Feng Ling booked a motorhome and tickets to the Sanqing Mountain scenic area on a car rental app that night. The next morning, the RV was delivered to the bottom of the apartment building. Feng Ling stuffed the 2 cubs into pet-specific airline boxes, then moved them and her own suitcase into the RV. She took Huangfu Miao Miao with her and immediately headed for Sanqing Mountain. Before the car got on the highway, she received a call from Su Yuqing asking her to go to the supervisory bureau as soon as possible. Ever since he found out he had been deleted, Feng Ling's mood has been unstable. Now that my trip was interrupted by a phone call, I naturally felt bad and refused without thinking. Su Yuqing smiled and said on the other end of the phone, "Your bonus has arrived, and there's some other gifts. Don't you want them?" Feng Ling's mood turned from gloomy to sunny. "I'll be there in 15 minutes, she replied. 15 minutes later, Feng Ling was in Su Yuqing's office, looking at this strangely shaped mobile phone on the table with a puzzled look on his face. "Is this the gift you mentioned?" Feng Ling picked up the phone and tried to weigh it. "This size and weight is almost as big as the old mobile phones." Su Yuqing smiled and said, "Remember the contribution point system I told you about last time? It will be officially implemented from today. The name given is the Hunter Alliance Plan, but I think it is more appropriate to call it Bounty Hunter." He took the phone and opened the hidden card slot on the side of the phone. He stretched out his hand to Feng Ling and said, "Take out your SIM card and install it in this new phone. Then you can use it like a normal phone. It has all the functions that a phone should have, and even functions that a normal phone doesn't have." Feng Ling frowned and took out his cell phone, pulled out the SIM card and handed it to him. "What functions does it have?" Su Yuqing installed the SIM card and demonstrated to her while operating it. We have rebuilt an internal forum modeled after the alien forum, which can only be logged in and used by inspectors and hunters. There is a firewall with the highest security level for communication here, and there will be no information leakage. In addition, you can see your contribution ranking and the usage of contribution points here. Foam Ling's eyes widened slightly. The interface that Su Yuqing showed her showed that she had 16 contribution points, and the items that could be exchanged for these contribution points listed below actually included a rocket launcher. Shocked. No wonder Su Yuqing sounded so confident on the phone. He must have guessed that she would be interested in these things. Foam Ling took a deep breath, her heart beating. In fact, her injuries have not yet healed completely, and she has no idea about the situation in the maze. These weapons really touched her heart. She loves them so much. Although I also think you need it, but in the absence of any practical experience, I suggest you choose other weapons with better controllability. Su Yuqing kept smiling and said tactfully. Foam Ling slowly calmed down. What Su Yuqing said made sense. After all, she was just an amateur and couldn't even load ammunition. It would be better for her not to do something so exciting all at once. If I had enough time, I could arrange a weapons training schedule for you, but your contamination level is already 29%, so I don't think it's appropriate to delay any further. Su Yuqing said, this phone also has an important function, which is to store cards. Do you see that small piece of red glass on the top? After turning on the storage function, point the glass at the cards. You can store up to 2 cards at a time. Foam Ling suddenly realized. No wonder the phone is so thick, it turns out it can also store cards. Seeing that she had understood most of it, Su Yuqing continued, there is one more function you need to know, but I hope you will never use it. He turned the phone over and found an inconspicuous bulge in the lower right corner. He pressed it gently, and a miniature drawer structure popped out. There is a blue pill in the drawer. Once you find that your pollution value is out of control, I hope you can take this pill before you completely lose your mind. It will help you get rid of it. Su Yuqing said. Foam Ling was very surprised. He looked at the small pill and asked, so in terms of pollution value, you let civilian hunters rely entirely on self-awareness? This is the country's trust in you.
Su Yuqing sighed slightly.
The Hunter Alliance plan is currently in trial operation. The number of such mobile phones distributed nationwide will not exceed 100. If any unexpected accidents that we don't want to see happen during this period, it may cause the plan to fail. Then we will have to draw some more people from the already scarce monitoring team to deal with civilian hunters whose pollution values are out of control. Foam Ling couldn't help but ask, Captain Su, isn't your remark too obviously targeted? There are nearly 100 of these phones distributed nationwide, and you're sure that I will be the first to lose control? Su Yuqing said apologetically, because among the hunters currently participating in the plan, your pollution value is the highest. Foam Ling. Let's go. I'll take you to the warehouse to look at the weapons. Su Yuqing stood up and said with a smile, it's more intuitive to see the real thing than to look at the pictures on your phone. Foam Ling regained his spirit and went to the armory of the Supervisory Bureau with Su Yuqing. Her 16 contribution points may not seem like much, but they can actually get her a lot of good stuff such as grenades. 1 contribution point can be exchanged for 480 grenades. It's really quite generous. However, this number reminded her of the Taoist transfer, which also had both zeros and whole numbers. She couldn't understand how the person who designed this exchange system calculated the result. Some other weapons were also very tempting, but Foam Ling had not received any systematic training in weapons knowledge, so he only took 120 grenades, 30 in a box, exactly 4 boxes. In addition, she also exchanged for a military drone and a terrain detector that Qin Liang treasured last time. There is a video explanation of the operation instructions on the exchange interface, but when it comes to actual use, it will probably still give her a headache. Su Yuqing and her assistant helped her load the weapons into the car, giving Foam Ling a sense of pleasure after returning home with a full load. She sat in the driver's seat in a good mood and was ready to go. Like an old mother, Su Yuqing told her outside the car window, "Call me when you get there." There is no alien supervision branch in Sankingshan. It is currently under the supervision of Yuchuan City. If you encounter trouble, you can contact Captain Shun of Yuchuan City. He is an agent of the branch like me.
I've already said hello to him.
If anything happens, he will take care of you. Feng Ling nodded frequently. I know. Su Yuqing added. The maze is different from the outside. Weapons alone are not enough. Food and water are equally important. The terrain of Sanqing Mountain is steep, and your car may not be able to drive up it. How are you going to solve the problem of luggage load? Is there any backup plan? You have to take these into consideration. Feng Ling's ears were almost calloused from listening to this, and he couldn't help but say, Captain Su, how can Yizheng stand you? Su Yuqing's face darkened, and he immediately asked, Who told you? Feng Ling. Su Yuqing stared at her unhappily. Instead of caring about gossip, you might as well think about how to improve and optimize your trip preparations. I tell you the truth, Yizheng will also enter the maze in the next few days. She is going to the north. Except for 5 scientific researchers, the rest of the team are all the strongest inspectors selected by the General Administration. The number of weapons and equipment they carry is dozens of times more than yours. Do you really think you're going on a trip? Feng Ling wondered if he had touched Su Yuqing's trap. How could he change his face so suddenly? Su Yuqing stared at Feng Ling's face and said in a deep voice, If you can get out successfully, all the information you know about the maze will help them. But if you can't get out successfully, no one will go in to save you, understand? I understand. Feng Ling replied helplessly. Feng Ling, Su Yuqing said, you must come out alive. Feng Ling curled his lips and said, Actually, I don't have any obsession with living. I just want to see what the statue looks like, so I want to go in and take a look. She turned her head to look at Su Yuqing and sighed. I know you think this matter is very serious, but I really can't be nervous. If you can live, live.
If you can't live, die.
It's no big deal. I never felt sad for anyone when I was alive, and no one will shed tears for me when I die. Anyway, I promise you, I will try my best. Su Yuqing's cold face revealed a strange expression. If you die in there, someone will go to your grave and cry. The assistant nodded. Haha, Captain Su, you are so humorous. Feng Ling stopped talking and waved his hand. I'm leaving. She took the steering wheel and drove the RV away. In the rear-view mirror, the figures of Su Yuqing and his assistant became smaller and gradually disappeared. Huang Fu Miao Miao moved to the co-pilot seat and said to Feng Ling, Actually, the maze is not that scary. I have searched for maze strategies on the forum. There is an absolutely safe area in each maze, which is a place specially provided for players to rest and replenish supplies. We can kill monsters near the safe area and hide when we earn enough points. Hee.
She had a nice idea.
Feng Ling glanced at her and asked, Does the safe zone you mentioned work for humans? Huang Fu Miao Miao was stunned for a moment. I don't know. Feng Ling held the steering wheel and stared ahead, saying calmly, You are players. If you can't beat them, you can hide. If you can't hide, you can log off. What can we humans do? Haha, just bear it. Huang Fu Miao Miao pursed her lips and remained silent. Feng Ling looked at the mountains in the distance, thought of Su Yuqing's repeated instructions, thought of Yi Zheng's fully armed team, and compared it with Huang Fu Miao Miao's ease. He felt only irony. She touched her lips lightly and made a tisk sound. When Hui shot down the sun, the 10 suns were playing wildly outside, never thinking that they would make life miserable for the people on Earth. When people go on weekend outings and set up tents and camp in the wild, they never think about how many ants they will step on and kill. The principle is basically the same. I just don't know how long she, an ant, can live. Feng Ling freed one hand, pressed Huang Fu Miao Miao's head, and rubbed her hair with a smile. Huang Fu Miao Miao didn't dare to move. She thought Feng Ling was so scary. As we got closer to the scenic spot, there were more and more vehicles on the road. Feng Ling found that most of the cars had children. Just when I was feeling strange, I saw a bus full of parents and children passing by, with a slogan hanging on the body of the bus. Happy Children's Day Parent-Child Study Tour.
Oh.
So today is Children's Day. Feng Ling looked curiously. Why don't you take your kids to the playground or go hiking on Children's Day? What do parents think? When we arrived at the outskirts of the scenic area, All vehicles lined up in an orderly manner and entered the parking lot. Feng Ling took Huangfu Miao Miao out of the car. The two of them stood together with these parent-child groups and looked surprisingly harmonious, as if they were part of them. "Wow, are you traveling on your own in an RV?" "So cool," a young mother wearing a sun hat greeted them, accompanied by a pair of twins about 7 or 8 years old. Feng Ling said casually, "Yes, we happened to pass by here while traveling, so we stopped to rest. There are so many children here today. It's Children's Day, and it happens to be a weekend, which is a good time to bring the children out to get in touch with nature." The young mother replied with a smile. Although it was a bit presumptuous, Feng Ling still asked the question in his heart, "Why didn't you take the children to the amusement park?" It is not easy to raise a child nowadays. 2 adults and 4 elderly people in the family would like to revolve around the child and raise him, her with all the family's strength. If the child is invaded by an alien species halfway through, it would be devastating to think about it. It's no wonder that parents would go crazy and pray to gods and Buddhas everywhere. Feng Ling returned to the car, first sent his location to Su Yuqing, then opened the pet box and let the cat Spider and cat all come out for some fresh air. After all, they are not serious pets. They have been stuck in the cage for nearly 2 hours, which is their limit. As soon as they came out, they started to show their teeth and claws to vent their energy. If Feng Ling hadn't deliberately suppressed them, I'm afraid they would have dismantled the car by now. The reason why she chose to rent a motorhome was because she considered that the 2 children needed space to move around. It's not easy to raise a cub. If the cub she raised was suddenly inhabited by an alien species and had a new core, she would probably go crazy. Huangfu Miao Miao asked beside him, "Are we going up the mountain now? Or should we wait until there are fewer people before going up the mountain to find the maze?" "I need to find someone first," Feng Ling said. "He's someone I met on the forum before. His name is Li Qing. He works as a Taoist priest here. After we find him, we can let him lead the way. It will be much better than wandering around the mountain by ourselves." Huangfu Miao Miao immediately said, "Then call him and arrange a meeting place." Feng Ling. "What's wrong?" Huangfu Miao Miao blinked. "Don't you have his phone number?" Feng Ling frowned, bit his lip irritably, and said to Huangfu Miao Miao, "You stay in the car and watch these 2 guys. Don't let them run away. I'll go out and find out what's going on first."
"Oh."
Huangfu Miao Miao nodded obediently. There were too many people outside, and she was reluctant to leave the RV. Last time in the hotel, Feng Ling slapped her, and her skull mask was knocked off. Feng Ling left Huangfu Miao Miao and the 2 cubs in the RV and went to the scenic spot alone. Sanqing Mountain is right in front of you, but it is still a long way to go up the mountain. It can be considered a pedestrian street with specialty goods. Only after passing through the pedestrian street lined with various shops on both sides can you reach the cable car station going up the mountain. Feng Ling strolled along the street. She walked into a specialty cultural and creative store and casually bought 2 refrigerator magnets. While checking out, she took out her mobile phone, showed the clerk the photo of sunset she had taken on the river, and asked him if he could tell where the bright light was. The clerk looked left and right and said uncertainly, "It looks a bit like Yuhua Peak, or maybe Goddess Peak." Feng Ling thought that these 2 mountains, one to the west of Sanqing Mountain and the other to the south of Sanqing Mountain, would take several hours to run back and forth. Feng Ling asked the clerk again, "I have a friend who works as a Taoist priest here. Do you know where to find him?" "Oh, the Taoists are all in Sanqing Palace. Go to Yujing Peak, which is on the north side of Sanqing Mountain," the clerk replied. Feng Ling. "It's really great. It's almost gone around the whole circle. If you are not here for tourism, there is actually no need to go up the mountain. The Taoists will come down the mountain anyway," the clerk added. Feng Ling was stunned after hearing this. "Go down the mountain?" "Yes," the clerk said with a smile. "It's so hard to spend the night on the mountain. You must go home to sleep after get off work, but they will leave people on duty to take care of the incense on the mountain." "Is that so?" Feng Ling thought about it and felt that it was right. Follow the natural way and be content with whatever happens. She has a narrow vision. Taoists from some factions can get married and have children just like ordinary people. If they open their minds, they might even drink milk tea. Junior brother Li Qing, come down the mountain with us to buy some milk tea. Yes, going up and down the mountain is also a form of practice. If you stay here every day, the incense will not be more prosperous. Two Taoists appeared behind Li Qing and asked him to go down the mountain together. Li Qing felt inexplicably frightened today and had a bad feeling. Two senior brothers, let me tell you a fortune first. He took out the tortoise shell he carried with him, skillfully put ancient copper coins into it, and shook it a few times. The Taoist priest next to him was surprised and asked, "Why is it the peeling hexagram again?" The other Taoist priest was also surprised. A magpie met a magpie and stayed in the forest at night, but it didn't know that there was an eagle in the forest first. Although they were in the same place, they had bad feelings. If the hexagram meets this, right and wrong will not be taken lightly. Junior brother, your fortune is really not good. It has been the peeling hexagram for 2 consecutive days. 5 ens are below, and 1 yang is above. En is strong and yang is lonely. It is dangerous. Li Qing looked at the hexagram with an unsightly expression. Since it's dangerous for junior brother to go down the mountain, we can only stay on the mountain, alas. Wait a minute, junior brother. Why don't you tell me another fortune and tell me if you'll be in trouble if you stay in the mountain? Yes, junior brother's divination is always accurate. Why don't you do it again? Maybe you can find a way to solve it. Junior brother, tell me another divination. The 2 Taoists were talking to each other. Li Qing's original habit was to tell a fortune every day, but now he was so moved by what they said that he wanted to try again. Coins were scattered across the table. The 3 of them fell silent for a moment. Li Qing's face became even uglier. Although the bow hexagram is unlucky, it is also a medium to low hexagram. But the hexagram in front of him is actually a very bad hexagram. This is Qinghua. The Taoist looked at his companion. Do you remember the Qinghua's words? A bright moon shines in the water, but only its shadow can be seen, and no trace can be found. A foolish man thought it was treasure and went down to take it, but after searching for a long time, he found nothing. Another Taoist sighed. This hexagram is the same hexagram repeated, with 2 cans on top of each other, which is dangerous upon dangerous. There are many obstacles. Junior brother, have you offended someone recently? Otherwise, why are you so unlucky? Li Qing recalled it carefully. Although he is a foreigner, he has not killed anyone since he landed. Even the body he is using now is actually a picked-up corpse. How could he possibly offend anyone?
No. Li Qing raplia sincerelli.
The 2 Taoists looked at each other, feeling helpless. It's unlucky anyway. Why don't you come down the mountain with us and drink milk tea? Li Qing thought about it and nodded. His body is a living corpse and he cannot eat or drink, but in order to appear sociable, he sometimes has to put on some effort to save face. The Taoist priests don't use cable cars to go up and down the mountain, relying entirely on their legs and feet, so this trip can also be considered as practicing martial arts. When they reached the foot of the mountain, the 3 of them went straight to the milk tea shop. The pedestrian street at the foot of the mountain is particularly lively today, with many parents walking on the street with their children. Li Qing couldn't help but feel moved by the scene full of human warmth before him. At this moment, a bright red warning symbol suddenly appeared in the field of vision. The symbol points to a place with a line of text, Danger. Hidden boss appears. Li Qing's breathing stagnated, and he ran away without even thinking. Junior brother? The 2 Taoists exclaimed. The sound caught Feng Ling's attention. He looked in the direction of the sound and found a Taoist priest running very fast. No matter how fast the corpse ran, how could it be faster than the boss? Li Qing had only run a few dozen meters when Feng Ling grabbed his shoulder from behind. She used her 5 fingers to grab the shoulder bone and threw him backwards. Li Qing staggered and fell backwards. Feng Ling raised his hand and pushed his back, knocking him down. Li Qing knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands to avoid getting his face hurt. Feng Ling looked at him and sneered. The last person who had such a big reaction after seeing me in public was an alien, and I killed him. She glanced at the enthusiastic tourists who were gradually gathering around her and reached out to grab Li Qing and moved to a secluded place to talk. As a result, as soon as he reached out his hand, a furry thing suddenly jumped out from his collar, stepped on Li Qing's shoulder, grinned at her, and cackled. Feng Ling frowned. He couldn't figure out what this creature was. It looked like a weasel, but its fur was gray, not yellow. While she was stunned, Li Qing suddenly stood up, rushed through the crowd, and ran towards the mountain. He is a Taoist priest and can enter and exit Sanqing Mountain freely. However, Feng Ling still has to buy a ticket if he wants to go up the mountain. Feng Ling stood still, staring sinisterly at the Taoist priests running away. Li Qing ran with all his might. In order to prevent himself from being caught up by Feng Ling, he didn't even take the normal stone steps, but instead climbed over the railing and went straight into the dense forest. An ignorant young child pointed at him and shouted, "Mom and Dad, look. That Taoist priest can do Qigong. Baby, you're wrong. That's a monkey from the mountain." Li Qing was almost exhausted, but the red warning did not disappear. A red skull logo was always floating in the upper left corner of his vision. He finally stopped and felt something was wrong. Why is this happening? He was clearly more than 100 meters away from the hidden boss, so why didn't the warning symbol disappear? Could it be that he couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried? Li Qing paced back and forth in the woods anxiously. He is different from other players because he can see the skill status. The bright red skull logo makes him uneasy. He is almost certain that this mark was put there by the hidden boss. It was indeed extremely dangerous to go down the mountain today. What should I do now? What should I do? She had already seen his face and knew his name. Even if she didn't come to kill him, she would call the police and inform the supervisory bureau. Then he would be doomed. By the way, why did the hidden boss appear in Sanqing Mountain? Shouldn't she be seriously injured and recovering in Qingjiang City? When she saw him just now, she didn't kill him immediately. Maybe she came to Sanqing Mountain for other things, so he was not facing a dead end. The hexagram you see before going down the mountain is Kansas. According to Duan E. Tianji, Kan is a dangerous and difficult situation. At this time, one should maintain confidence so that one can suddenly see through it. The two waters overlap, and the Kan water is dangerous. It is dangerous to advance, and it is also dangerous to retreat. The dilemma of advancing and retreating describes his current situation. If you want to overcome difficulties, you must remain cheerful, have a positive attitude, and work hard to create conditions to change your situation and turn danger into safety. Li Qing sorted out his thoughts, took a deep breath, turned around, and walked out of the forest. He wanted to turn passivity into initiative, fight to the death, and confront this hidden boss head-on to see what the other party wanted to do. After Feng Ling marked Li Qing, he had no intention of chasing him. There were too many people around, especially children. She was worried that she would get caught up with the Taoist priest and couldn't help but pull out a claw to slap him in the face. It would be inevitable that blood would be spurted out, leaving behind a childhood trauma. Anyway, it has been marked, so it will be the same to chase it after the tourists disperse at night. Feng Ling was about to return to the parking lot when the Taoist figure appeared in his field of vision again. His Taoist robe stood out among the crowd wearing fancy sun protective clothing. He actually came back by himself. Feng Ling raised the corners of his lips and looked at him leisurely. Li Qing was also carefully looking at the hidden boss. She looked very young, about 20 years old, with a ponytail, tall and straight figure, standing out in the crowd like a crane among chickens. Her legs were straight and thin, but not the skinny type, but as slender and firm as a cheetah's. When he got closer, he found that the girl's demeanor was like a cheetah, with her thick eyelashes drooping nonchalantly and her eyebrows and eyes inadvertently revealing a hint of coldness. She has a frightening calmness when facing her prey, as if she is determined to win. Li Qing walked slower and slower, his mind full of the words that Dou Xiaolu had sent him on the forum. What should I do now? I'm so scared, TT, so what exactly is he afraid of? Li Qing couldn't understand. He didn't reveal anything when they were communicating on the forum. Was there any need for the other party to pretend to be weak to test him? He stopped 5 steps away from Feng Ling, thinking quickly of a strategy in his mind. Feng Ling looked him up and down and asked with a smile, "Master, how about we talk somewhere else? There is no room for rejection. Where shall we go to chat?" Li Qing asked cautiously. Parking lot, Feng Ling said with a smile. Let's talk in my car. Li Qing stood still observing her vigilantly. Are you not going to hand me over to the supervisory bureau? Feng Ling raised his eyebrows, his eyes filled with anger, and he took a few steps forward, took his arm, and said with a smile, I'll say it again, go to my car and talk. Li Qing. Li Qing made up his mind on the way that no matter what, he had to calm the hidden boss's emotions first. This time it was because he was not calm enough that the boss realized that he was an alien. Fortunately, the boss doesn't know his other identity yet. When he arrives at the place, he can pretend to cooperate and wait for the boss to let down his guard before escaping. It's just that this body can no longer be used. Alas, it is not easy to get a fresh corpse from the morgue nowadays. Li Qing's thoughts were in a mess. He had always kept a low profile in the 6 months since he logged in, and with the help of his divination skills, he had successfully avoided countless crises. This time, he ran into the hidden boss head-on, which was a big shock. Feng Ling opened the car door, and the cool air inside the car blew towards her, easing her depressed mood a little. She pushed the Taoist priest into the car, followed him in, and then slammed the door shut. Huangfu Miao Miao heard the noise, turned around and looked over, and was immediately shocked. Li Qing was also shocked. Why is there a player in the car?
Ah.
Huangfu Miao Miao pointed at Li Qing and yelled, May's manager. What May's manager? Feng Ling frowned and looked at Li Qing. Li Qing stood in the car, his whole body stiff. He had never expected that there would be a player in the car. Huangfu Miao Miao was surprised and said, This is also the first time I have met a maze manager. Oh my god, the maze manager is here, which means that the direction we are looking for is correct, and the maze is nearby. Li Qing's expression changed again after hearing this. You want to enter the maze? You know the maze. Feng Ling narrowed his eyes and stared at Li Qing. Why didn't you react at all when I asked you a riddle? It's normal that he doesn't know the riddle. He is only responsible for opening the maze like a key. Huangfu Miao Miao jumped over, her face full of curiosity, and she couldn't help but put her hand to touch Li Qing. Huangfu Miao Miao was extremely excited. Being able to get in touch with the maze manager made her feel as if she had become a high-level player and her level had been raised. Feng Ling frowned and looked at Li Qing. You are a game administrator, and you are copying alien information to the human forum. Why are you pretending to be a good person? What do you want to do? Li Qing explained stiffly, I have no ill intentions. I discovered your forum by accident and saw that many of the information posted there contained errors, so I helped sort it out. Feng Ling approached him and said sarcastically, Should I say thank you to you on behalf of all mankind? Li Qing took a half step back and defended himself. I know you suspect that I have ulterior motives, but I really have no ill intentions. At that time, the balance of the game was already facing collapse, and human participation in the game was an inevitable trend. As an administrator, I just did this in accordance with the trend. Game balance? Collapse?
Trend.
Feng Ling laughed. If it's broken, why don't you get out? Aren't you an administrator? Don't you have the authority to shut down the game? No. This was Huangfu Miao Miao's answer in a low voice. Feng Ling glared at her unhappily. Li Qing saw the interaction between the two. He inferred that since Feng Ling did not kill the player Huangfu Miao Miao, there was room for negotiation. He took a deep breath, raised his hands in surrender to Feng Ling, and said, Can we have a frank talk? Feng Ling stared at him coldly. The small animals hidden in the Taoist robes were peeking out from the collar, while her cat Spider and cat Owl had been hungry for a long time and were squatting nearby, ready to make a move. She thought about it, looked at the soft sofa in the RV, walked over and sat down first, leaving the seat opposite vacant, and signaled Li Qing to come over with her eyes. Li Qing silently glanced at the cat Spider and cat Owl not far away, pursed his thin lips, lowered his head, walked over and sat down. You helped me solve the puzzle, so I have no reason to kill you. Feng Ling said, but not killing you doesn't mean I can trust you 100%. She turned her head and looked at Huangfu Miao Miao. Didn't you say before that you can sign a contract with any intelligent life form? Now, let him sign the contract. From now on, every word he says to you must come from the heart. There must not be any adulteration. Otherwise, he will die suddenly. Huang Fu Miao Miao muttered softly. A contract requires both parties to have exchange conditions, and it cannot unilaterally restrict one party. Feng Ling said, Then why don't you just promise not to lie to him? Huang Fu Miao Miao did not expect that her first devil contract would be used as a lie detector, and she felt a little complicated. But she didn't dare to reject Feng Ling's request, so she looked at Li Qing silently, raised her hand to call up the panel, and entered the content of the contract. Soon Li Qing received a system message. A demon invites you to a contract. As long as you are always honest with the demon will also be honest with you. Once the contract is reached, both parties cannot regret it, otherwise you will die suddenly. Do you confirm? Li Qing. He hesitated. As an administrator, the information he possesses is his greatest confidence and support. Once Feng Ling knows all of it, his fate will be unpredictable. Feng Ling slowly pulled out a sharp bone spur from his shoulder, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. Master Li, are you unwilling? She smiled intriguingly. Li Qing's heart sank. He remembered what Feng Ling had just said. If you help me solve the puzzle, I have no reason to kill you. She wanted to kill him. She just lacked a reason to kill him. To ease the atmosphere, Huang Fu Miao Miao sprayed perfume into the air while advising Li Qing, This contract is already very kind to you. It just asks you to tell the truth. It neither requires you to betray the player group nor prevents you from resisting the hidden boss. You can also get the devil's honesty. It's really a good deal. Li Qing. No. How can there be such a player in the game? He felt something was wrong. His temples were throbbing, and Feng Ling's eyes had changed. Her gaze became wandering, as if she was looking for where to operate on his body. I do.
Li Qing answered reluctantly.
He signed the contract. There was a flash of light in the air, and the words changed. The devil's contract begins to take effect. Li Qing felt like he was having a heart attack. Feng Ling and Huang Fu Miao Miao might not know, but as the game administrator, he knows it very well. The devil's contract is not magic, but a powerful psychological suggestion. Once it takes effect, he must do as the contract requires. Otherwise, the subconscious mind that has been suggested will really cause the body to die suddenly. Very good. Feng Ling smiled with satisfaction. She tilted her head, resting her chin on her hand to admire Li Qing's unusually ugly expression, and said with a smile, I don't care whether you are an alien with ulterior motives or a peace ambassador of truth, goodness, and beauty. Now I want to ask you the first question. Where is the maze? Huang Fu Miao Miao repeated. Where is the maze? Li Qing replied in a low voice. I do have the authority to open the maze, but it needs to be opened at a specific time and place. Feng Ling showed him the photo on her phone. The riddle is, a frog wearing a top hat soars into the sky, salivating and kissing a lone white bird, and the sky fire of the snake moon burns out a gate in the ashes. Li Qing thought for a moment and replied, I see. The light in the photo is at Goddess Peak, and the time is about 20 minutes before sunset. I will open the maze for you at this location and time. Second question. Feng Ling smiled with a smile. What's in the maze? Huang Fu Miao Miao repeated. What's in the maze? Li Qing pursed his lips and shook his head after a moment. I don't know. Huang Fu Miao Miao turned to Feng Ling and said, he really doesn't know that the devil's contract doesn't allow him to lie, so he definitely won't lie. Feng Ling frowned. Is this reasonable? He is a maze manager. How can he not know what is in the maze? The maze is a genetic experiment site set up by the game system. It is constantly changing. No one knows how far the maze in Sanqing Mountain has evolved. Li Qing took a deep breath and explained, but what is certain is that the things in the maze will be affected by local geological features, biological species, cultural traditions, and other factors. What do you mean? Feng Ling asked him. There will be no Egyptian mummies in the maze of volcanic islands in the Aegean Sea, Li Qing replied. Feng Ling understood immediately. She looked out the car window at the rocks in the distance and was silent for a while. So, will there be pollutants like mountain goblins near Sanqing Mountain? No, Li Qing said without waiting for Huang Fu Miao Miao to repeat. I have fulfilled my duties as an administrator conscientiously and have not allowed the contamination in the maze to spread outside. Feng Ling was stunned for 5 seconds. There was so much information behind Li Qing's words that she couldn't react all at once. Huang Fu Miao Miao beside her was shocked and said, "You said the administrators were killed?"
Why? Who would do that?
Huang Fu Miao Miao was really scared. In her opinion, maze administrators were almost the most harmless existence. They would neither interfere with human life nor affect players' tasks. They would even provide game guidance when necessary. Why were they killed? I said before that this game is heading towards collapse. Li Qing replied in a low voice. At least 1/3 of the 122 administrators, including me, have been killed by players. Some of the remaining administrators went offline because the maze was breached, and some hid like me. Feng Ling frowned and asked, "Why do players want to kill the administrator?" "I don't know," Li Qing said sincerely. "I can only guess. Maybe the repetitive tasks make them feel bored, and the reward points of the tasks are not enough to attract them. They yearn for the double points in the maze, but don't want to go through the trouble of collecting maze riddles with extremely low drop rates. So they thought of a simpler way, which is to kill the maze administrator and let the maze slowly merge with this world. In this way, they don't need to solve puzzles, and they can get endless maze pollutants to kill and endless points to earn." Feng Ling couldn't understand such a big bug. The system doesn't care? Instead of punishing those players who indiscriminately killed administrators, the game system targeted her as the hidden boss. Is the game system crazy? These are just my guesses. They may not be correct. Li Qing said, "The reason may be more complicated than I thought, because they are clearly acting in an organized manner. Otherwise, they would not have killed nearly 1/3 of the administrators in such a short period of time. The mazes are scattered all over the world, and it is not easy to find and kill the maze managers one by one." Feng Ling thought silently. It seems that there is unrest among the aliens. They compete with each other for points, and now even kill the administrators. 1/3 of the 122 administrators have died, which means that at least 40 maze copies are inevitably spreading pollution and merging with the real world. She had to let Zhou Chu know about this, but she wasn't sure if the higher-ups already knew about it. As she was thinking, she heard Huang Fu Miao Miao say thoughtfully, "No wonder it's like this. I saw it on the forum before. Players complained that there were too few pollutants and they couldn't earn points. As long as the maze pollution spreads outside, there will naturally be more pollutant monsters. It's like a game map where all the monsters have been killed and won't refresh. Where can players go to increase their experience points? You can only play the dungeon, but the entrance to the dungeon is hidden. What should you do?" So the player breaks the dungeon's barrier, letting the monsters inside run out, allowing the pollution to spread, and all the creatures near the dungeon mutate into polluted bodies, becoming a way for players to gain points. Feng Ling asked Li Qing, "Since the maze is so polluted, will players be polluted when they enter the maze?" "All creatures holding cards will not be contaminated." Li Qing explained, "You can think of the card as the packaging shell of the gene chain. It is strong and safe, and can isolate external pollution and interference, so that the internal genes remain stable, unless the card holder digests other cards on his own and breaks the stability." Feng Ling was silent for a long time after hearing this. Complex emotions arose in her heart, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Li Qing became strange. Li Qing was a little anxious. "I didn't lie a word. After I help you open the maze, I will immediately find a place to hide. I can't be discovered by other players."
This is so weird.
Feng Ling frowned, picked up the phone, and dialed Zhou Chu's number. "According to what you said, not only can I not kill you, but I have to protect you, otherwise the maze will spread the pollution." Li Qing. Although he also felt that it was a bit shameless, but it was true. Zhou Chu quickly answered the call. "Feng Ling, what's going on?" "There are 2 pieces of bad news now. Which one do you want to hear first?" Feng Ling asked. "Zhou Chu, is there any difference?" "The degree of badness is different." Feng Ling sighed. The situation was too complicated, and she didn't even know where to start. Zhou Chu on the other end of the phone said, "Let's start with the worst-case scenario." Feng Ling said, There are currently at least 40 maze copies around the world that are spreading pollution. If nothing is done to stop it, the maze will eventually merge with the real world. I think this should be the worst news. Su Yuqing was shocked by the news. He has long known that the maze is spreading pollution, but only one source of pollution has been found in the country so far. The news from abroad is slightly delayed, but it will not exceed 10. Now Fengling is talking about 40 mazes. If these 40 mazes are really integrated with reality, the world will be in chaos. The order of human society may collapse. Fengling couldn't wait for Su Yuqing to respond and continued. Another bad news is that the maze will contaminate the genes of all living things, unless they hold a card, which can protect the holder from being contaminated. Didn't you say last time that there are still a few scientific researchers in the expedition team? Let them withdraw. No one knows what kind of monster they will mutate into after entering the maze. Su Yuqing felt a chill down his spine. He was extremely thankful that Fengling had set out to the maze first, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Su Yuqing immediately controlled his avatar to contact Yi Zheng and asked Fengling, "Is there any way to prevent the maze from spreading contamination?" Fengling looked at Li Qing. Li Qing shook his head. Once the maze administrator goes offline abnormally, the two spaces inside and outside the maze will begin to merge. The fusion speed is relatively slow in the early stage, but it will become faster in the middle and late stages. The only way is to eliminate the maze master as soon as possible. After the maze master dies, all the monsters inside the entire maze will be cleared by the system. Of course, this only applies to the inside of the maze. The system is powerless to deal with monsters that have already run outside the maze. Su Yuqing frowned. Fengling, who is talking? A living maze manager. Fengling glanced at Li Qing. Su Yuqing. On the other side, Su Yuqing's clone was calling Yi Zheng at his home in Yunhai City. Yi Zheng answered the phone with surprise, because Su Yuqing never called her during her working hours. "I'm in a meeting. What happened?"
Yi Zheng asked.
Su Yuqing said quickly. Fengling found a maze manager. The spread of the maze's pollution is irreversible. It will contaminate all living things. Only the card holder can avoid being contaminated. Your expedition team needs to be reorganized. It is best for scientific researchers not to participate. Yi Zheng frowned, pursed his lips, and said nothing. Yi Zheng looked towards the door of the conference room, where sat the members of the expedition team who were about to set off.
Well,
the scientific research team has taken protective measures and is mentally prepared to sacrifice at any time. Su Yuqing didn't know what to say. While he was talking to Yi Zheng, he was also communicating with Fengling. He learned that the contamination of the maze was caused by the death of the maze administrator, and he passed this news to Yi Zheng. Yi Zheng held the phone and whispered, "We have been preparing for this operation for too long, both in terms of personnel and materials. We are leaving tomorrow. It is impossible to cancel it temporarily because of a phone call. Moreover, the maze manager is an alien species. The alien species said that the spread of pollution is irreversible. Can humans only accept the irreversible result? We should give it a try. Even if we fail, at least we have tried."
Su Yuqing remained silent.
Of course he knew that the long-prepared operation would not be cancelled because of a phone call. He was just worried about Yi Zheng's safety. If the accompanying personnel might be contaminated and mutated, what difference would it make from carrying a bomb that might explode at any time? Fengling on the other side was still urging him. "Old Su, should we also post this news on the forum? Maybe someone is forming a gang to conquer the maze. After all, there are many civilian card holders. If you don't say anything, I will take it as your consent. Send it." Su Yuqing said in a deep voice. "You go to the forum and post. I will contact Captain Shun of Yichuan City and try to get the Yichuan City branch to give you reinforcements, and..." He paused for a moment and said, "Watch the maze manager beside you. Don't let it die." The call ends. Fengling looked at the phone in confusion and muttered, "Why does this guy seem to have suddenly become depressed? What kind of shock did he suffer? When are we going to the maze?" Huangfu Miao Miao was anxious. If there is really a group of players chasing the maze manager, should we enter the maze as soon as possible? Otherwise, if we encounter those players, We have to find a way to save him. She pointed at Li Qing, as if he was a drag. Li Qing sat with his head down and remained silent. Feng Ling was also troubled and sighed. I'll post on the forum first. She opened the Alien Forum app, edited a post, and posted it. Then I remembered that my new phone had a forum specifically for hunters, so I copied the text and pasted it to the Hunter Alliance forum. After a while of busy talk, Feng Ling felt that he had made efforts for world peace and the survival of mankind. Okay, that's it. She stood up, grabbed the cat spider and cat owl in the RV, stuffed them into the pet box, then picked up a box in each hand and said to the two people in the RV, "Let's go and take a look at Goddess Peak first." Li Qing hesitated to speak, but finally followed them out of the car. The process of the three people entering the scenic area was not smooth. First of all, pets are not allowed into the scenic area. Feng Ling asked Li Qing to help her carry the pet box. The scenic area staff could stop tourists, but they could not stop the Taoist priests. Then, when taking the cable car, Li Qing had no money to buy a ticket. Feng Ling had no choice but to advance the ticket money for him. Although Li Qing looked like he had no money, Feng Ling never expected that he couldn't even afford a cable car ticket. The three of them got into the cable car along with the two pet boxes. Feng Ling couldn't help but ask Li Qing, "Where's your money?" Li Qing was stunned. "I'll transfer it to you." "I mean the rest of your money." Feng Ling suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. "Is it all gone?" Li Qing frowned and explained, "There are still 25 left, which is indeed not enough to buy a ticket." "I really didn't lie to you." Feng Ling was convinced. He is so poor but still transfers money to her. I really don't know what's going on in this person's mind. When the cable car arrived at the station, it was crowded with tourists. Looking around, there are people selling water, grilled sausages, corn, blessing plaques, incense and candles, as well as intangible cultural heritage handicrafts. It is very lively. Only by continuing to move forward and away from the crowd can you experience the quiet and ethereal atmosphere of the mountains and forests. However, none of the three were in the mood to see the scenery, so after arriving at the station, they headed towards Goddess Peak. Li Qing led the way in front, with Feng Ling and Huangfu Miao Miao following behind. Huangfu Miao Miao was particularly excited. Ever since she luckily obtained the clue to the maze, she has been preparing to enter the maze. She has experienced many twists and turns in the process, but now she can finally achieve her wish. It's no exaggeration to say that after all the hard work comes happiness. When Huangfu Miao Miao thought of this, her short legs moved even faster. "Elder sister." A childish voice suddenly sounded. I don't know whose child it was calling sister. The three of them didn't care and continued to move forward quickly. Unexpectedly, the voice came after her, "Sister. Sister." Huangfu Miao Miao finally felt that the voice sounded familiar. She turned around and just stopped walking. A little girl about 4 or 5 years old came forward and hugged her, smiling and shouting, "Sister Shasha?" Huangfu Miao Miao's eyes widened in astonishment, and she immediately looked around. "Why are you alone? Where are your parents?" "I don't know," the little girl answered in a baby voice. "What's going on?" Feng Ling frowned and asked, "Hey, little skeleton, when did you get a sister?" Huangfu Miao Miao touched her face subconsciously. She had lost her skull mask, otherwise she wouldn't have been recognized. "She is the child of the family I registered. Her name is Huangfu Shasha." Huangfu Miao Miao picked up the little girl, a little embarrassed. She just started kindergarten and doesn't know anything. "Sister, why don't you go home?" The little girl said in a confused manner, "If you don't go home every day, your mother will spank you." Feng Ling was a little upset. "We are not going to look after the children here, are we?" Goddess Peak is just ahead, and she is still waiting to enter the maze. Li Qing said, "Let's hand the child over to the staff at the cable car. There are a lot of tourists today, so she might have gotten separated. Her parents should be nearby." Feng Ling let out a breath and walked back with heavy steps. "Okay, let's find the staff." They returned to where they had taken the cable car. "Before I saw the staff, I saw a young couple rushing over here." The woman rushed forward, her eyes red, and snatched the little girl from Huangfu Miao Miao's arms, yelling, "Don't touch her. Monster." The man's face was pale and tense, and he immediately pulled his wife and daughter behind him, as if he was afraid that Huangfu Miao Miao would hurt them. The little girl was hurt by being pulled, and when she saw her usually gentle mother suddenly become ferocious, she was scared and burst into tears. Other tourists looked over. Li Qing quickly explained, "You misunderstood. This child got lost just now, and we met her on the road, so we quickly sent her back." Li Qing has a handsome and gentle appearance, and wearing a Taoist robe, it is easy for him to win people's trust. The man protected his wife and daughter and said thank you to Li Qing. The woman hugged the child tightly, still staring at Huangfu Miao Miao with extremely hateful eyes. Huangfu Miao Miao didn't dare to look into the woman's eyes. She lowered her head and hurriedly followed Li Qing and Feng Ling. When the three figures went away, the woman's emotions collapsed, and she cried while holding her child. The man's eyes also turned slightly red. At the busy cable car station, there is always a young man wearing a straw hat squatting in a hidden corner. He raised the brim of his hat slightly, held the phone, and said, "I found the maze manager, but something seems a little wrong." "Hidden boss?" The voice on the other end of the phone sounded very surprised. "Yes, a human-shaped maze manager, a hidden boss, and a player." The boy in the straw hat sneered and smiled sarcastically. What a strange combination. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then someone said if it's not convenient to do it, change the target. The young man laughed softly. "Why? Are you afraid that I will die in the hands of the hidden boss? It's just a sub-adult form I may not lose. I just don't think it's necessary. Don't worry, I won't take any risks." The young man cast his gaze towards a couple with their daughter in the crowd, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I'll find a chance to test it out." Feng Ling walked quickly on the stone steps, looking back at Huangfu Miao Miao from time to time. Compared to the high spirits when she first set out, Huangfu Miao Miao now looks obviously wilted. "Hey, you're not going to do that, are you? Just because someone called you a monster?" Feng Ling raised his eyebrows and said, "To humans, you players are monsters." "He just told me the truth." Huangfu Miao Miao pouted unhappily. Feng Ling seemed to be heartless and said with a smile, "It's quite interesting to think about it. She called you a monster. Obviously, she knew that her daughter was replaced by an alien. But you are not on the alien wanted list, which means that the couple did not call the police. TSK, they are still too soft-hearted." Huangfu Miao Miao replied sullenly. "Actually, she was very nice to me at the beginning. It's good for her daughter, not for you." Feng Ling corrected her. "I know." Huangfu Miao Miao nodded helplessly. "I didn't expect this to happen when I logged in. By the time I figured out how to live in the human world, I had accidentally revealed a lot of flaws, and then I was kicked out of the house by the parents of that family. You can't hide it from your family and friends who live together every day, unless you happen to log into an orphan like me." Feng Ling laughed at himself and continued, "Otherwise, no matter who you log into, you will become the lifelong enemy of the other person's family. You should be mentally prepared." Huangfu Miao Miao sighed. "I didn't know this would be the case when I logged in. I don't have any family." Feng Ling was slightly stunned, turned around and asked her, "Are you an orphan too?" Huangfu Miao Miao shrugged helplessly. "What I mean is that the people over there all came from the breeding dish, and they don't have social relationships like parents and family members." Feng Ling exclaimed, "Then how did you grow up?" "There are public schools that help newborns socialize." Li Qing in front said, "It takes too long for humans to grow from cubs to adults, so after the popularization of genetic modification, scientists invented special breeding dishes. As long as the newborns soak in them for 1 to 2 years, their physical indicators can reach the level of about 11 to 13 years old." As he spoke, he turned around and looked at Feng Ling. "So, there are no children in our world." "That's right," Huangfu Miao Miao nodded and said with a smile, "When I first saw my sister, I thought she was so small and cute. Her fingers and toes were so small, it was incredible." Feng Ling felt something was strange, so he quickly caught up with Li Qing and walked side by side with him. She asked Li Qing, "You just said that human cubs take too long to grow up. Are you considered humans too?" Li Qing didn't nod or shake his head and replied carefully, "We are of the same origin as humans, but we are not in the same world. However, it is precisely because of the same genes that the system chose to play the game here. Feng Ling thought, we humans are so unlucky. She turned around and asked Huang Fu Miao Miao, if the entire early childhood stage is omitted, then your real age is only a few years old? Huang Fu Miao Miao was slightly stunned and said, my bone development age is already. It's not the age of bones. Feng Ling waved his hand. Just tell me directly. It took you several years to grow from a cell to this size. Huang Fu Miao Miao was very unhappy. Your way of judging age is not scientific at all. Then just tell me how old you are in an unscientific way. Feng Ling replied. Huang Fu Miao Miao pursed her lips and said, 7 years old. Feng Ling turned back contentedly. Huang Fu Miao Miao stomped her feet angrily. We're almost there. That's the goddess peak. Li Qing pointed to the distance. Feng Ling narrowed his eyes and looked forward. In the distance sits a huge rock, which is narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. Its outline looks like a woman with long hair sitting on the top of a mountain. Against the backdrop of the blue sky and clouds, it has a bit of the charm of a fairy mountain. The scenery is one of the unique features of Sanqing Mountain. Li Qing said as he walked, it is said that this goddess is the 23rd daughter of the Queen Mother of the West, named Yao Ji. One day, she came down to earth to play and met Meng Long, a herb collector. She was moved by Meng Long's diligence and simplicity, and the two got married. Later, the Jade Emperor learned of this and captured Yao Ji back to the Heavenly Palace. Meng Long was transformed into a giant python by magic and turned into the giant python peak here. After Yao Ji learned that Meng Long was killed, she escaped from the Heavenly Palace and turned into the goddess peak opposite the giant python peak. He pointed to the other side of the mountain. That's the giant python peak. Since the maze is based on the topography here, it might be helpful for you to know some of the legends here. Feng Ling laughed and said, these goddesses and fairies in ancient mythology don't seem to be picky about who they marry. They just get together with anyone they meet who is herding cattle, chopping wood, or collecting herbs. They are so free and easy. Huang Fu Miao Miao asked, why didn't the Queen Mother of the West intervene when her daughter married a mortal, but the Jade Emperor intervened instead? Feng Ling held his chin up and thought, maybe the Jade Emperor is Yao Ji's father? She didn't know much about mythology, but in the TV dramas she watched as a child, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother were a couple. No, they are not actually in the same system. Li Qing waved his hands quickly. The Queen Mother of the West appeared much earlier than the Jade Emperor. According to legend, she is the goddess of immortality who controls good and bad luck, disasters and plagues. She has boundless magical powers and an independent divinity. She is one of the ancestral goddesses of mankind. Later, during the Sui and Tang dynasties, people began to believe in the Jade Emperor and the folks called the Queen Mother of the West Queen Mother. Over time, the Queen Mother of the West became the consort of the Jade Emperor, and her image also changed from wild and fierce to more elegant and noble in line with folk aesthetics. Feng Ling laughed out loud, chuckling, thinking that breeding was indeed a traditional skill that even gods could not escape. She looked at Li Qing with amusement and asked, how do you, an alien, know so much? Have you learned it specially? Li Qing nodded and replied seriously, my card is guashe. The word guashe comes from Taoist culture. Understanding the relevant knowledge is basic homework. The deeper the understanding, the more helpful it is for me to judge which card to digest. Feng Ling's heart moved after hearing this, and he tilted his head to look at him. Then what type of cards do you think I should digest? Huang Fu Miao Miao asked seriously, what type of cards do you think the mother nest should digest? Li Qing lowered his eyes. I don't know. He doesn't know. Huang Fu Miao Miao immediately said to Feng Ling. Feng Ling raised his eyebrows slightly, and the smile on his face faded a little. No need to repeat this, I heard it. Li Qing clearly felt that the harmonious atmosphere just now had become a little colder. He looked at her and defended himself in a low voice. I know nothing about the word nest. I don't know where it comes from, nor do I know its extended meaning and symbolic meaning. Since you have been upgraded to a sub-adult, you should know more about this card than me. Sub-adult? Feng Ling looked puzzled. Huang Fu Miao Miao beside her whispered to her, every time you level up, the system will send a notice to all players. Your current growth progress is subadult. Fengling was very surprised. She always thought she was strong, but she was only a subadult, not even an adult. Speaking of which, the pollution value has risen to 29% at the subadult stage. How can it continue to rise? Fengling frowned in worry. She couldn't understand what the mother nest meant. The mirror salamander's proliferation skill was clearly in line with the mother nest's ability to reproduce, but the pollution value after digestion was as high as 14%. However, cards such as mantis and centipede that had nothing to do with the mother nest had a pollution value of only 1%. She was really confused. At this moment, the cell phone rang suddenly. Fengling answered the phone, and the voice on the other end was that of an unfamiliar young girl. Hello, this is the Yuchuan City Alien Safety Supervision Branch. I'm Pei Xinjue, the Deputy Captain of the Supervision Action Team. I got your phone number from Captain Su Yuqing. I'm going over to provide reinforcements. Can you send me your location again? Wow, Su Yuqing is so fast. Fengling sighed inwardly and replied, Okay, wait a moment. She stayed on the call, opened WeChat, and found a friend request. It seemed that the other party wanted to add her as a friend, but there was no response after sending the friend request, so he called her directly. Fengling clicked on the friend request and saw the other party's WeChat name: Guardian of Yuchuan, Queen of Burning Fire, Alien Harvester, Pei's only flame princess, the brave Jew.
Fengling.
That is. Do those who can become deputy captains have any serious illness? This girl's WeChat name is similar to Sanqing Palace Taoist priest Li Qing, prayer and fortune-telling spells. Fengling didn't want such a long string of words to pop up in front of him every time he chatted, so after accepting the friend request, he immediately gave the other party a note. Yuchuan City, Jew. Then send your location to the other party. The location has been sent to you.
Fengling said. Got it.
I'll hang up first.
See you later.
The other party replied. The phone was hung up. Fengling wondered if Su Yuqing had deliberately exaggerated the extent of the maze's pollution when contacting the Yuchuan branch. Otherwise, how could reinforcements arrive so quickly? She thought for a moment and asked Li Qing, What time will the maze be open today? The sunset time these days is around 7:10 p.m. According to the information in the riddle, we need to push it forward about 20 minutes, so the teleportation point should be opened around 6:50 p.m. Li Qing looked around and frowned slightly. There are too many tourists on the mountain today. We have to clear it by 4 p.m. at the latest, otherwise ordinary people will be easily dragged into the maze. Fengling glanced at the time on his phone. Already 2 p.m. Is there a place to rest nearby? Fengling asked him. The people from the supervisory bureau will be here soon. Let's find a place to wait for them. Li Qing was embarrassed. I can't let the inspectors know my identity. They are too eye-catching. If I stay with them, I will be discovered by other players sooner or later. Fengling didn't think this was a problem. Why don't you just go into the maze with us?
What?
Li Qing was stunned. Fengling said, The reason why the players want to kill you is to merge the maze with reality. As long as we enter the maze and eliminate the maze master, the maze will disappear. At that time, the players will naturally have no need to kill you. Li Qing looked at her in silence, unable to speak for a long time. He thought that the boss lady in front of him was too arrogant. She had almost blind self-confidence, and he had to correct her wrong views. Aisha, you may not understand. The maze is not as simple as you think. Li Qing said to Fengling very seriously, Although I have never entered the maze, as an administrator, I can see the strategy data of all mazes. 80% of players will only move around in the edge areas when they enter the maze for the first time, and 35% of players can reach the center area of the maze when they enter the maze for the second or third time. Players who can successfully kill the maze master need to repeat the exploration at least 3 times, and the number of players does not exceed 2%. So it is almost impossible for you to get rid of the maze master when you enter the maze for the first time. Huangfu Miao Miao slowly opened her mouth as she listened. When Li Qing finished speaking, she asked uncertainly, What did you call her? Aisha. Li Qing was puzzled. Isn't this her name? Huangfu Miao Miao. Fengling silently touched the goosebumps on his arm and said, Master, You are the one who doesn't understand. Li Qing looked at her in confusion. I don't understand? Fengling looked at the goddess peak not far away. Look, the scenery here is beautiful, and there is a dungeon entrance hidden here. It's fun and interesting. If I were a player, I would also be willing to explore the game twice, 3 times, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 times. It doesn't matter whether I kill the maze master or not, as long as I can earn points. But I'm not a player. She laughed and glanced at Li Qing with a raised eyebrow. I am a human. How can a human have the leisure to dawdle with your games? Humans enter the maze with only one goal, and that is to destroy the master of the maze. Li Qing looked dazed. They are of different races, have different interests, and naturally have different ways of thinking. This was the first time that Li Qing realized how eager humans were to clear the maze, as if it was a thorn in their eyes or a thorn in their flesh, and they could not tolerate it for even a minute.
Ah!
A scream interrupted their conversation. All the tourists on the mountain began to look for the source of the sound, and suddenly they saw a monkey almost taller than a human on an old pine tree in the distance, holding a little girl and jumping between the branches. Hurry up and save him. The monkey dragged the child away. The monkey has become a spirit. The crowd exclaimed. Huangfu Miao Miao saw the clothes on the child and recognized her immediately. She exclaimed in surprise, "It's my sister." Her body instantly dissolved into a black shadow, and she quickly passed through the guardrail and chased after the monkeys in the forest. Fengling didn't have time to listen to Li Qing's explanation. He propped up the guardrail with one hand, turned over, and jumped out. The terrain of Sanqing Mountain is very steep. Below the guardrail is a hard and rugged granite layer and sturdy old pines that have grown for hundreds of years. As soon as Fengling jumped down, her vision was blocked by the lush vegetation all around her. She couldn't see where the monkey had gone. In addition, the tourists on the mountain were shouting and yelling, so she couldn't even hear what was happening in the forest. Li Qing chased after him and said, "Wait a minute." He took out his cell phone, which had a bunch of cheap cartoon beads hanging on it. He quickly removed 3 plastic beads and threw them into the air. The beads were thrown high up and then fell down quickly. Fengling was completely confused, but Li Qing pointed in the direction of one of the beads and said with absolute certainty, "Chase this way." Fengling was stunned. Is it accurate? It should be accurate. Li Qing lifted the front of his Taoist robe, revealing his trouser legs and green shoes and cloud socks tied underneath his clothes, and ran down the mountain with brisk steps, as agile as if he often climbed over mountains and ridges. Fengling looked at his quickly receding back, sighed in admiration, and immediately followed. The mountain road was too difficult to walk on, with many places going straight up and down. Even with Li Qing leading the way, Fengling had the illusion that he had turned into a human roller coaster. The terrain here is too steep. If the monkey let go of the child would definitely be killed. Fortunately, Huangfu Miao Miao reacted quickly enough. When Fengling and Li Qing were halfway through the chase, Huangfu Miao Miao had already rescued the child. She moved very quickly and silently in the shadow state. She got a little closer and strangled the child in the monkey's hand. The monkey was so scared that it screamed and fell under the tree. The child also fell down, but Huangfu Miao Miao acted as a cushion underneath to prevent the child from falling. But the little girl was still crying heart-wrenchingly, with several big purple bruises on her forehead and scratches on her arms left by the monkey. Fengling chased after him, threw the clothes to Huangfu Miao Miao, and said, "I need to take this to get the rabies vaccine, right?" "Where was the monkey just now?" Li Qing asked Huangfu Miao Miao anxiously. "It's there." Huangfu Miao Miao got into her clothes and stuck half of her black and sticky arm out from her sleeve to point the direction to Li Qing. The monkey fell to the ground and didn't move. "Did you kill the monkey?" Fengling asked Huangfu Miao Miao. "No. It fell from the tree by itself as soon as I chased it," Huangfu Miao Miao said. "Fall down by itself?" Fengling raised his eyebrows and looked at the monkey on the ground. At this time, Li Qing had already arrived in front of the monkey and squatted down to check. Except that its body is slightly larger than that of ordinary monkeys, there is no sign of contamination on the outside. I wonder what the condition of its body is. The monkey's throat moved slightly. Feng Ling frowned, and suddenly remembered that when he killed insects in the cave before, the corpses that were parasitized by the insects would also swell like this, and then the insects would crawl out of the throat. This thought flashed through his mind for just a moment, and the bone blade on his shoulder had already flown out. At this moment, a worm twisted like a wire was crawling out of the monkey's mouth and stabbed towards Li Qing's face. Before Li Qing could react, he saw the insect in front of him, and the entire monkey had been cut in half by a knife. He opened his eyes wide in shock, paused for 2 seconds, and turned to look at Feng Ling. You knew it a long time ago? Know what? Feng Ling retracted the bone blade. I'll just give it a try. Contaminated animals are not protected animals, anyway. Li Qing. Huang Fu Miao Miao covered her sister's eyes and coaxed the child in an adult tone. Don't look at it, Sha Sha. Be good. Don't look at it. The dead monkey is too disgusting. You'll have nightmares if you see it. After hearing what she said, the little girl stopped crying. Instead, she blinked curiously and secretly glanced at the dead monkey on the ground through the gaps between Huang Fu Miao Miao's fingers. Li Qing looked at the nematodes that gradually curled up and shrunk in after death, and said hesitantly, "This monkey is not a contaminated body. It is parasitized by the iron nematode."
What?
Feng Ling frowned. The hosts of the iron wire worm should be grasshoppers and mantises, right? How can it parasitize monkeys? Moreover, the half of the worm on the ground was obviously much thicker than the wire worm and had fishhook-like teeth on the front end. It should be the ability of a certain player. Li Qing's face was very solemn. The player is coming for me. He is probably on the mountain now. Feng Ling looked into the distance when she heard that. There were many tourists crowded on the mountain trail, and some of them were looking at her with binoculars. Which one is the player? She asked, frowning. Huang Fu Miao Miao looked at it with great effort. It's too far away. I can't see it. Feng Ling turned around and asked Li Qing, "Can your beads calculate where the other party is?" She thought Li Qing's skill was very interesting. If she wanted to find someone, she had to mark him first, but Li Qing could tell where the other person was just by throwing a bead. Li Qing frowned and shook his head. I can pray, tell fortunes, and search once a day. The accuracy rate of the first time is about 92%, the second time the accuracy rate will drop to 48%, and the third time the accuracy rate is only 13%. Is that so? Feng Ling thought 48% is actually worth a try. At this time, several drones appeared out of nowhere and hovered in the sky, with their own loudspeakers, which played the scenic spot notice in a loop. Dear tourists, the scenic area is temporarily closed due to weather reasons. For your safety, please cooperate with the staff to go down the mountain in an orderly manner and go to the service area to handle the refund procedures. We sincerely apologize to you for this. Huang Fu Miao Miao said hurriedly. The scenic spot is about to close. I have to send my sister back quickly. Feng Ling sighed. Let's go back first. My pet box is still where it was just now. Li Qing hesitated to speak and followed them worriedly. He was still worried and suspected that the person hiding in the dark would attack him again. The three returned to their previous positions. There was no sign of any tourists nearby, and they were probably persuaded by the staff to return to the cable car station. A drone slowly flew in front of Feng Ling and spoke to her. Hello, I'm Pei Xinjue, who just contacted you. I'm on my way here. I just learned about the sudden animal attack in the scenic area. The child's parents have called the police. You can send the child to the cable car station first. Her parents are waiting for her there. Feng Ling nodded towards the drone as a response. She didn't want to speak at first because it felt weird to talk to a plane, but she remembered that Li Qing said the monkey was parasitic. After hesitating for a while, she cleared her throat and said to the drone, the monkeys hurt people because they were parasitized by bugs. It might be caused by the alien skills. You better check the tourists who came down the mountain. There might be aliens among them. At the cable car station, returning tourists line up to take the cable car. A thin boy wearing a straw hat got into the cable car with a family of 3. He took out his cell phone and sent a message. The boss is intervening, so it is not convenient to take action. The child in the car leaned against the window and said, Dad, Mom, look, there's a helicopter. Oh my, it's true. The child's mother said in surprise. Today is really strange. The scenic spot suddenly closed, and a helicopter came. There was no warning message in the weather forecast. I guess something happened and they didn't want to cause panic, so they asked the tourists to go down the mountain under the pretext of bad weather. The father touched the child's head, but we have already prayed to the gods at Sanqing Palace, so this trip was not in vain. The boy glanced at the helicopter flying overhead and reached out to push down the brim of his hat. The phone vibrated slightly and a new message popped up. Be careful to hide. People from the supervisory bureau have arrived. The boy frowned and replied, I understand. Today's action did not produce any results, and he was a little unwilling to give up. As if he didn't want to be looked down upon by the person on the other end of the phone, the boy sent another message. I will find an opportunity to deal with him next time. The other side replied, Go north to the maze in Daling Forest. Daling Forest? The young man murmured, doubts rising in his heart. He remembered that the maze manager over there had already been dealt with. The supervisory bureau has formed a team and is heading north. Once the Lord of the Labyrinth is killed, the fusion will be interrupted. Starlight asked us to rush over and intervene as soon as possible. The young man's eyes were filled with anger, and he replied, The people from the supervisory bureau are too troublesome. We should teach them a lesson. Feng Ling carried 2 pet boxes and returned to the cable car. There is already a long queue here, and tourists are complaining. Feng Ling did not continue to squeeze in. He stood at the edge of the line and sent a message to Yichuan City, Zhu saying that he had arrived. After waiting for a while, a scenic spot staff member came over with the child's parents. Maybe because he had calmed down his emotions in advance, the parent was generally calm except for the tears in his eyes. He did not communicate with Huangfu Miao Miao at all. He picked up the child and left in a hurry. Naturally, I didn't say thank you. Huangfu Miao Miao didn't care. She stood on tiptoe, waved goodbye to her sister with a smile. She is so cute. He waved his hands and did not forget to sigh with Feng Ling about how cute the little sister is. Feng Ling rolled his eyes silently. It's ridiculous to think that an alien species likes human cubs. At this time, another group of people came from the direction of the cable car. The young woman in the lead stared at Feng Ling with burning eyes, not hiding the passion in her eyes. Hello. Are you Feng Ling? She walked over and stretched out her hand to shake Feng Ling's hand. I'm Pei Xianjue on the phone, the deputy captain of the Yichuan Supervision Branch. Hello. Feng Ling shook hands with the other party and looked at him at the same time. Her clothes were also very exquisite, as if they were carefully designed. The upper body was a sleeveless vertical collar vest in a Chinese style, and the lower body looked like a long skirt at first glance, but a closer look revealed that they were wide-leg pants. There were also 2 scimitars inserted on the sides of her waist, with gold wire wrapped around the scabbards and handles, and inlaid with jade, and were as exquisite as antiques from the last century. Feng Ling's gaze lingered on the scimitar for a while longer. She remembered that her 18,000 yuan axe was missing. Not only that, the big hammer she bought for Little Skeleton was also lost in the last fight.
Feng Ling.
Why do I feel so down all of a sudden? Pei Xianjue held Feng Ling's hand with both hands and said with a smile, My name is a bit difficult to pronounce. You can just call me Xiuyu. Can I call you Xiaoling?
Feng Ling.
Better not. Xiaoling, this is Liang Zhou, this is Bao Changji. They will act with us. Pei Xianjue released his hand and began to introduce his colleagues. It doesn't matter if you can't remember their names. Their nicknames are easy to remember. Liang Zhou is called Liang Haohan, and Bao Changji is called Baozi.
Feng Ling.
It's indeed easy to remember, but isn't it a bit too intimate for you to call me Xiaoling right away? Pei Xianjue suppressed his excitement, leaned closer, and asked in a low voice, Which of you 2 is the maze manager? Please introduce yourself. Li Qing couldn't help but shrink back, and Pei Xianjue immediately caught his reaction. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked at Li Qing. You are the maze manager. Pei Xianjue stared at Li Qing with his round cat eyes and said with a smile, From now on, we will do our best to ensure your safety until the maze is cleared. Li Qing. He couldn't help but start to reflect on whether he had been hiding in the mountains for too long, and the people he interacted with on a daily basis were all familiar fellow disciples, so that he was prone to overreacting when dealing with the outside world. When he first saw Feng Ling, he was recognized at a glance, and now it was like this. Feng Ling introduced them to Pei Xianjue politely. His name is Li Qing, he is a Taoist priest here, and her name is Huangfu Miao Miao. She is also an alien, but she is currently my assistant. Pei Xianjue took out his phone and said with a smile, I'll add you to the group, and you can ask them to join as well. I want to join the group again. Okay. Feng Ling took out his cell phone. Several people stood there and worked on adding friends, creating groups, and modifying group names and business cards. The name of the group was chosen by Pei Xianjue. Feng Ling thought it was unlucky because it was called the Sankingshan Maze Suicide Squad. After Feng Ling recognized everyone, he asked Pei Xianjue, do you have any cards here? If ordinary people enter the maze, their genes will be contaminated. All of them. Pei Xianjue raised his chin slightly and smiled. My card is the golden crow bird, the hero's card is the giant wolf, and Baozi's card is the auspicious sky. Feng Ling was stunned when he heard this. The golden crow obviously comes from ancient domestic mythology, while the giant wolf is from Northern Europe and the auspicious sky is from India. This combination really focuses on a world fusion. Yichuan City is full of talents, which is quite good. Feng Ling thought for a while and said, Qingjiang City's inspection team only has one inspector. All other positions are held by special attack team members. Pei Xianjue smiled and said meaningfully, I am the only inspector in Yichuan City. Although our Captain Shen is also an inspector, his card abilities are not suitable for combat. Feng Ling glanced at Liang Haohan and Baozi beside her with some surprise. Liang Haohan's face was expressionless, like an emotionless robot standing next to Pei Xianjue. The young man named Bao Changji looked quite kind, and even smiled at Feng Ling. They are the bodyguards my family hired for me. Pei Xianjue gently patted Feng Ling's shoulder and lowered his voice. Card holders are now a luxury and are very popular among the rich. Feng Ling thought. You guessed wrong. Su Yuqing invited me twice, but in the past 2 days, Su Yuqing seemed to have given up and didn't mention it again. Has he seen through her inability to work in the supervisory bureau? Thinking about it this way, Pei Xianjue's words actually make some sense, and it's hard to refute it will take several hours to evacuate all the tourists. Let's go to the entrance of the maze to make arrangements first.
Pei Xianjue said.
Feng Ling walked in front to lead the way and asked her, do you have any inside information on how to conquer the maze?
No.
Pei Xianjue said, the supervisory bureau doesn't know much about the maze. The pollution incident was only discovered in the last 2 months. When it was discovered, it was initially thought to be just an ordinary pollutant. No one thought it was caused by the maze. Until recently, about 2 weeks ago, the Research Institute locked down the contaminated area and believed that it was a pollution leak caused by the maze, and then planned to go to the contaminated area for investigation. Pei Xianjue turned his head and glanced at Li Qing. Before we received the call from Captain Su, we didn't even know there was a maze administrator. It's incredible. So as long as you die, the maze will pollute this place? Li Qing nodded. At the moment. It looks like this. What do you mean it seems like this at the moment? You are the administrator. Don't you know what the consequences will be after your death? Pei Xianjue asked curiously. Because this situation has never happened before. Li Qing explained in a low voice, according to the normal operation mechanism of the game. After the administrator goes offline, the system will temporarily manage the system until a new administrator comes online to take over. But now the administrator's death is an abnormal offline state, which cannot trigger the management mechanism, and the new administrator cannot take over. As a result, the maze is in an unstable state without supervision, and the internal pollution is slowly spreading outward. Pei Xianjue nodded thoughtfully. I think I understand. You maze administrators are equivalent to telephone customer service. According to normal procedures, if a customer service agent suddenly dies at his workstation, someone should immediately drag the body away and send a new customer service agent to take over the job. However, no one took care of the body, and the body remained at the workstation, so the new customer service agent could not take over the position. Feng Ling frowned and turned to look at Li Qing. There are too many bugs in your game. Li Qing lowered his head and spoke even more quietly, seeming to be helpless about it. Yes, the game is collapsing the players. The players are very dissatisfied, and killing the administrators by force may be a form of resistance. You're a really nice person, Pei Xinjue said with a smile. The player wanted to kill you, but you still thought about others. Liang Zhou behind her said indifferently, players and administrators are all aliens who invaded this world. It would be better if they were all killed. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere immediately became a little weird. Li Qing and Huangfu Miao Miao silently quickened their pace and moved a little further away from them. Feng Ling looked back at the man and asked, "Are you here to reinforce us or to cause trouble?" Pei Xinjue stood in front of Liang Zhou with a smile. "Of course I'm here to reinforce you. Liang Haohan is too outspoken, and his friend was killed by an alien species, so he was in a bad mood and his tone was a bit aggressive. Don't take it to heart." Feng Ling said calmly, "Really? When did the accident happen to his friend?" Pei Xinjue recalled and said, It seems to have been 2 or 3 months. Liang Haohan's card was also obtained at that time. Feng Ling said coldly, "It's been 2 or 3 months, and I still can't control my emotions. Is it because the pollution level is too high?" Pei Xinjue was slightly stunned, then turned to ask Liang Zhou, "Good man, how much is your pollution worth?" Liang Zhou frowned, glanced at Feng Ling in front of him, and said unhappily, "Not much." Baozi, who had been silent the whole time, spoke up to help Liang Zhou. He has only digested 1 card, so the pollution value is not that high. "Yeah, that makes sense." Pei Xinjue nodded and looked at them with a smile. "Our mission today is to destroy the maze. I want to see my name on the hot news list tomorrow, so don't mess things up, okay?" "Got it. Mississippi, call me Deputy Captain Pei." "Yes, Deputy Captain Pei." The closer we get to our destination, the fewer people there are on the mountain. Under the looping bombardment of the drone loudspeaker, all tourists rushed to the nearest cable car station. Helicopters dropped food, water, and weapons nearby. All they had to do now was wait for the sun to set, and at the right time and in the right place, let the right key open the door to the maze. The key here naturally refers to Taoist priestly. As time gradually approached, everyone's expression changed from relaxed to nervous. Pei Xinjue stood on a raised granite slab, took a deep breath silently, and then slowly exhaled. He spread out his hands and found that a layer of sweat had unconsciously appeared on his palms. They're not players. They have no way out. Players have mission prompts and safe areas, but they have nothing. This journey may be a dead end. At some point, Feng Ling came up behind her and asked, "Are you really reinforcements?" Pei Xinjue was startled and said with a wry smile, "Why don't you believe it? How about I show you the certificate?" "That's not necessary." Feng Ling looked at Li Qing, who was not far away. "I just find it strange. Conquering the maze is a big deal. If it was the Qingjiang City Supervisory Bureau, they would have to hold a meeting for 3 days and 3 nights to discuss it. Why did the Yichuan City Supervisory Bureau send people here so quickly? If they sent people to supervise or inspect the situation, I think it's normal, but sending people directly to reinforce, it doesn't seem like the style of the Supervisory Bureau." Pei Xinjue pulled the corners of his mouth, trying to smile more naturally. Feng Ling said thoughtfully, "And among the reinforcements, there are actually 2 of your privately hired bodyguards. Don't they know how dangerous the maze is? Even if they're short of money, they wouldn't take such a big risk. They don't look like the kind of people who would sacrifice themselves for humanity. It's really strange." Pei Xinjue couldn't help but ask back, "You don't look like a brave and selfless person. Why would you want to enter the maze? Su Yuqing didn't tell you?" Feng Ling raised an eyebrow at her in surprise. "My pollution level is very high, so I went into the maze to find the statue." Pei Xinjue was slightly startled by Feng Ling's honesty. But since the other party was so honest, Pei Xinjue felt that he couldn't be stingy. After thinking about it for a while, he told Feng Ling, "Actually, I'm going to kill him first and then tell him." Oh, Feng Ling understood and nodded. "Captain Shen did ask me to come over first to check the situation, but it's normal for me to accidentally enter the maze during the inspection, right?" Pei Xianjue slightly bent his eyes. Humans have always kept a distance from mazes. At present, so far, there are no official records of humans entering the maze. Just like the first moon landing, this is an opportunity to go down in history, and it is worth taking a risk. Feng Ling smiled. The ambition is not small. The two were chatting when Li Qing waved at them from a distance. It's time. Miao Miao can go through the process now. Feng Ling asked, "What is the process?" Huang Fu Miao Miao rubbed her hands excitedly. It appears, triggering the maze mission. The blessed land of Sanqing, where winds gather and water gathers, has a unique landform that forms an environment of biodiversity and a long history that has bred a wealth of legends of gods and ghosts. You have solved the riddle and found this place, and the maze trial will be open for you. After successfully breaking through the maze, you will be given a unique reward. Do you accept the trial? Huang Fu Miao Miao checked the pop-up task prompts and read them to Feng Ling word by word. From Feng Ling's perspective, he could see that the air around Li Qing seemed to be fluctuating in layers, but there were no other abnormalities. What is the unique reward? She asked Huang Fu Miao Miao. I think it's the card of the Lord of the Maze. Huang Fu Miao Miao replied, generally, there are duplicate cards, but there is only one card of the Lord of the Maze. There are 122 mazes, which means there are 122 unique cards like this. Pei Xianjue looked at Huang Fu Miao Miao with bright eyes. No wonder the research institute couldn't find the entrance to the maze. It turns out that only alien species can trigger the maze. You should accept the mission and give it a try. Huang Fu Miao Miao looked at Feng Ling. Feng Ling thought for a moment and asked Pei Xianjue, once you accept the mission, you can't regret it. Have you thought about it? Pei Xianjue nodded quickly. Don't worry, we are all prepared. All the tourists on the mountain have been evacuated to the foot of the mountain. The special attack team is guarding below. Unless they get my order, no one will be allowed to go up the mountain. Liang Zhou and Bazi, who were standing behind her, had no objection. Seeing this, Feng Ling said no more and nodded to Huang Fu Miao Miao, indicating that he accepted the task. Huang Fu Miao Miao confirmed her acceptance with excitement. The big golden exclamation mark above Li Qing's had turned into a golden cartoon smiley face. The smiley face slowly rose and gradually grew larger, as if trying to cover the entire Sanqing mountain. At the same time, a strange fog began to appear nearby. Normal fog should be pale white, but the fog here is light gray with a slight bluish tint, like a kind of smudge in ancient ink paintings, and the surrounding rocks and pines and cypresses also have a bit of ancient coldness. Long howls could be heard in the distance, perhaps coming from some kind of monkey, or perhaps some other animal claiming its territory. Feng Ling could clearly feel that the light was getting dimmer, the temperature was dropping, and there was a chill in the air. It seems to be different here, Baozi said in a low voice. It's indeed different. Pei Xianjue looked around cautiously. The mountain is still the same mountain, but many details have changed. The most obvious one is that the man-made hiking trail they took when they came here is gone. Everything related to modern industry, the concrete steps, the cable cars, the small shops in the rest area, have all disappeared. Everyone observed the surrounding environment silently. Li Qing said, I'll wait for you here. When you need to leave the maze, please talk to me, and I will reopen the door to the maze. He seems like a qualified mission leader. Feng Ling frowned after hearing this. No, you have to move with us. Pei Xianjue was slightly stunned and looked at Feng Ling, but if something happens to the maze administrator, won't the maze be polluted? This is the entrance to the maze, it's relatively safe, so we should let him stay here, right? Feng Ling frowned deeply. The first sentence of the task prompt is Sanqing Blessed Land, which means that this maze is at least constructed based on the entire Sanqing mountain as a blueprint. Do you know how big Sanqing mountain is? Pei Xianjue was stunned by the question. It should be very big. I searched online before coming here. The main body of Sanqing mountain is 12.2 kilometers long from north to south and 6.3 kilometers wide from east to west. From the foot of the mountain to the top, the altitude increases sharply from 200 meters to 1,816 meters. Feng Ling said there are no artificial hiking trails now, and there are no signposts. It is surrounded by thick fog, and you can't even tell east, west, south, or north. This place has really become a maze. If there is no guide, let alone finding the master of the maze, I think it will be difficult to leave here and return the same way. Feng Ling's words made everyone silent. In fact, they brought pathfinding equipment. For example, Feng Ling brought a drone with him, but the mountain was shrouded in fog and cloud, which affected the vision, so the drone could only play a limited role. As for the terrain detector, it is more suitable for cave detection. It is simply ridiculous to use it on Sanqing Mountain, which has a main body of 12.2 kilometers long and towering peaks. Pei Xinjue did take out a compass, but she probably felt that it would be difficult to find the master of the maze with just this thing, so she put it back silently. As a Taoist priest of Mount Sanqing, Li Qing has lived on this mountain since he arrived. He is indeed the best guide. Finally, Li Qing broke the silence himself. I can act with you. Feng Ling was not surprised at all. He bent down and released the 2 cubs from the pet box, saying, "Everyone, take your luggage with you." The mountain road is not easy to walk on, but food and water are also important. You can decide what to bring and how much to bring. The package that the helicopter had just dropped was still lying on the ground. Pei Xinjue, Liang Zhou, and Baozi each carried a package on their backs. The cat spider and the cat owl were running around happily. They were almost going crazy after being trapped in the box for several hours. "Is this the little polluter you raised? It's quite cute,"
Pei Xinjue said.
Feng Ling sighed silently. "No, this is my card ability." She felt a little bitter because so far, the 2 hatched ones were almost useless except for being cute, and she had to take the trouble to carry them with her. Their destructive power far exceeded that of ordinary pets, and without the mother nest to suppress them, there was no telling how much trouble they would cause. Hiss! The cat spider caught a small animal from behind a rock and brought it to Feng Ling to show her like a treasure. Feng Ling couldn't help but frown. The little animal had been nailed to a bloody mess by the cat spider's palatal teeth. It looked like both a mouse and a rabbit, but its 4 claws looked like human fingers, with long nails, which made people feel very uncomfortable. "Is this the contaminated body in the maze?" Feng Ling looked at Li Qing. Li Qing's face was calm, and he nodded and replied, "Yes and no." Although the genes of the labyrinth creatures are in an unstable state of constant mutation, evolution, and collapse, they still maintain a special balance. Compared with the pollutants in the outside world, the labyrinth creatures retain a regular schedule and survival mode. "You mean they are a little more intelligent than the polluted bodies outside?" Feng Ling asked. Li Qing thought about it and answered carefully, "You can understand it that way." The owl flapped its wings and flew to the top of the tree. It seemed to have set its sights on a prey. Suddenly, it swooped down and grabbed a lizard with a human face pattern from the rock. It lowered its proud head, tore open the lizard's skin and flesh, and chewed the fresh flesh in big mouthfuls. The cat spider also starts eating by tearing the prey under its palatal teeth. It seems that all the creatures here are mutated pollutants. They look so strange. Pei Xinjue looked around vigilantly. Feng Ling looked over immediately. They are now located below the Goddess Peak. According to their location, the Giant Python Peak and the Goddess Peak stand opposite each other, only a few hundred meters apart. They should be very conspicuous, but now there is no trace of the Giant Python Peak. Will the maze turn stones into living pythons? Feng Ling muttered. Li Qing pondered and said, "The maze system will not turn stones into living things, but it will extract text elements as a reference. There has always been a legend about giant pythons in Sanqing Mountain. The maze is likely to guide the direction of genetic mutation of organisms based on the legend. In other words, there is a very high possibility that there is a giant python as big as a mountain here?" Pei Xinjue exclaimed. "A monster of that magnitude would probably require a large army to be dispatched to deal with it." Li Qing shook his head. "Not necessarily. Legends are just legends after all. Genetic evolution can get infinitely close to that direction, but it's impossible to be 100% the same. For example, the legendary Zhulong has day when he opens his eyes and night when he closes his eyes. Between his breaths, there are 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. This ability is simply impossible on a physical level. Let's find a safe area first and then discuss it slowly, shall we? Huang Fu Miao Miao looked around anxiously. Master, do you know where the safe area is? It should be not far away. Li Qing said while observing the surroundings. According to the game mechanism, the entrance of the maze is relatively safe. Some small monsters will appear nearby as a warm-up project for players. When players find the safe zone, it also means that they are approaching more dangerous monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, as if to confirm Li Qing's words, the cat spider suddenly pounced into a clump of grass and picked up a second Pika with human hands from it. The Pika squeaked twice and soon died, being devoured by the cat spider. The cat owl let out a sharp cry, flapped its wings and flew to another pine tree, as if competing with the cat spider and actively preparing for a second hunt. Can you please stop letting them run around? The situation in the maze is still unknown. What if they attract other monsters? Liang Zhou said dissatisfiedly. Feng Ling glanced at him and said, just lure them in. Aren't we entering the maze to kill monsters? Liang Zhou showed disgust on his face. Conquering the maze requires a strict action plan. Taking it for granted and taking it one step at a time will drag down the efficiency of the entire operation and waste unnecessary supplies. Feng Ling thought for a moment and looked at Pei Xinjue. How much did you spend on hiring this bodyguard? It's worth it. He's more like an inspector than you are. Pei Xinjue smiled, turned his head and said to Liang Zhou, good man, we are now trapped in the maze by mistake. It is better not to make decisions on your own. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it doesn't matter to you, but I, the inspector, will have to write a self-criticism. As she spoke, she took out a pinhole camera and pinned it to her collar, then picked up her phone and operated it to connect the camera's image to the phone, then said seriously, it is now 7 o'clock in the evening on June 1st. I am Pei Xinjue, Deputy Captain of the Yichuan City Supervision Bureau. I came to Sanqing Mountain to conduct a safety inspection due to instructions from my superiors. I accidentally discovered the entrance to the maze and entered it by mistake. Now I am trapped in the maze with Hunter Feng Ling, Hunter Liang Zhou, Ordinary Citizen Bao Changji, Maze Administrator Li Qing, and player Huang Fu Miao Miao. Next, we will take active actions to break through the maze. Every time she said a name, she would let the camera capture the other person's face. Li Qing turned away uncomfortably. Feng Ling looked helpless. Starting filming so early? Pei Xinjue smiled at her and shook the phone in his hand. If anything goes wrong, this contains my last words. Feng Ling had already discovered that Pei Xinjue's mobile phone was the same model as the new one Su Yuqing gave her. Liang Zhou also brought such a mobile phone, but Baozi, who also held a card, did not have such a mobile phone. Su Yuqing said that the first batch of people entering the Hunter Alliance program consisted of less than 100 people, so not every cardholder was in the Hunter Alliance. Because of Pei Xinjue's filming behavior, everyone became cautious in speaking and no longer spoke easily. Li Qing walked silently in front and led the way. Behind him are Feng Ling and Huang Fu Miao Miao. Next up is Pei Xinjue. Finally, there are Liang Zhou and Baozi. The mountain road is very difficult to walk on. There are no man-made stone steps or railings. The soles of your feet are either hurtful stones or crawling thorny weeds. Coupled with a thick fog, you can't help but feel as if you are going around in circles. After walking for about 10 minutes, they finally found a mountain path and heard the sound of gurgling water. The rocks under Feng Ling's feet were gradually covered with soil, the vegetation was lush, and the air was humid. She suspected that there might be a stream or a waterfall nearby. There were footprints of wild animals and shallow shoe prints of people walking on the road, but how could there be other humans on this mountain besides them? Li Qing in front stopped for some reason. Why don't you leave? Feng Ling asked. There are some monsters. Huang Fu Miao Miao glanced at the side of the mountain road calmly and took out a dagger from the storage compartment. Feng Ling also looked over when he heard that. Her eyesight was very good now, and she immediately noticed that there were more than a dozen weasels lined up in the fog. They stand on their legs like humans, with their front paws hanging down, one next to the other. Li Qing exhaled slowly and continued to lead the team forward. The weasels also walked forward like human beings. Li Qing stopped, and the weasels also stopped. What the Hades is this? Feng Ling was speechless. What do they want to do? They might be a kind of monster called Huang Yao, Li Qing said hesitantly. The Huang Yao is mentioned in strange stories from a Chinese studio. It is shaped like a cat, with a big head and a pointed nose. There are also folk legends that mention that Huang Yao likes to imitate passers-by in the mountains and then steal their bags when they are not paying attention. Pei Xinjue said, "Interesting, I'll take a picture." She adjusted the position of the camera on her collar. At this time, Feng Ling's cat spider and cat owl also discovered this group of weasels and pounced on them at lightning speed. The cat spider bit one to death. The cat owl pounced and bit two. Other weasels ran around in panic. Huang Fu Miao Miao saw that they were about to escape, so she couldn't help but take a few steps forward and turned into a ghost, wrapping up the slowest one. A hand holding a dagger stretched out from the ghost and stabbed it into the body of the little monster. Huang Fu Miao Miao was very excited when she saw the prompt for reward points. Such a little monster actually had 5 points. You know, she had killed insects in the dangerous underground cave before, and such a big larva was only rewarded with 2 points. It's so easy to earn these 5 points. The maze is so cool, Huang Fu Miao Miao thought happily. Hey, aren't you going to do something about it? Liang Zhou, who was at the back of the team, suddenly lost his temper and shouted at Feng Ling, who was watching the fun. This time it's a small monster. What are you going to do if you encounter a big monster, or the Lord of the Maze? Are you going to act arbitrarily without any discipline or plan like you're doing now? Pei Xianjue's face looked a little unhappy. She was the one who brought the person in, so she could raise any opinions she had, but Pei Xianjue felt it was humiliating to be yelled at like that. Baozi was also startled by Liang Zhou and stood aside looking at him with suspicion. The cat spider and the cat all sensed the hostility and came to Feng Ling, baring their teeth at Liang Zhou and making threatening gestures. Feng Ling was the calmest one and asked Liang Zhou, "What do you want?" Liang Zhou said, "Before arriving at the safe zone, all personnel must be on alert and not act on their own. If an emergency occurs on the way, Deputy Captain Pei will command the operation." The corner of Pei Xianjue's mouth twitched slightly. Feng Ling asked him, "Are you finished?" Liang Zhou looked grim. "Am I wrong?" Feng Ling showed a puzzled expression on his face. "I don't know you at all. Who cares whether what you said is right or not? If you are not satisfied, you can leave by yourself. There is such a big mountain. Can I still stop you?" It's inexplicable. Feng Ling turned around and walked forward, urging Li Qing, "Hurry up and lead the way. It's almost dark." Li Qing withdrew his gaze from them and continued to move forward. Huang Fu Miao Miao followed Li Qing and intentionally stayed away from Liang Zhou. Both of them are alien species and are more sensitive to the hostility shown by Liang Zhou. They did not express their opinions because they did not want to intensify the conflict in this environment. When Pei Xianjue saw Feng Ling and his 2 pets walking away, he couldn't help but feel his head hurt even more. She sighed, rubbed her temples, and asked Liang Zhou, "I paid you to be my boss, didn't I? You hired me to ensure safety, but the current situation is not safe." Liang Zhou still insisted on his opinion. "Didn't you notice? The 2 monsters that woman brought in are growing very fast and have become a lot bigger." "So?" Pei Xianjue looked at him speechlessly. "Is this why you're angry?" Liang Zhou replied, "Is the information provided by Captain Su of Qingjiang branch credible? Is this woman named Feng Ling credible? She deals with aliens, treats contaminated bodies as pets, and disdains the work process of the Supervisory Bureau. She is full of doubts. Since entering the maze, she has deliberately indulged aliens and contaminated bodies. Are we using aliens to enter the maze? Or are the aliens using us to earn points and improve themselves?" His series of questions left Pei Xianjue speechless. Baozi thought for a moment and said to Pei Xianjue, "Actually, what the hero said makes some sense. Our target is the Lord of the Labyrinth. Attacking other creatures here will do us no good and will only alert the enemy." Okay. Pei Xianjue suppressed his temper and nodded in agreement. "Just assume that what you said is right and that your precautions are reasonable. Is it appropriate to tear each other apart right away? We don't even know where to go now." Without that Taoist priest leading the way, do you know where to find the Lord of the Labyrinth? She took a deep breath and pointed at Liang Zhou unceremoniously. You'd better use your brain next time you speak. I'll go apologize to Feng Ling later. You guys should stop making trouble. Baozi, use your skills to make the hero control his emotions. After she finished speaking, she turned around with an unhappy look on her face and quickly caught up with the three people in front. Liang Zhou stared coldly at Pei Xianjue's back and murmured in a low voice, "Just because you have a few stinky dollars, you really think you are a dish. It's normal that the young lady values them. Without them, we can't enter the maze." Baozi reached out and grabbed Liang Zhou, activating Jixiangshan's skill. The ability of this card has a certain psychotherapeutic effect. It can quickly calm emotions and resist attacks from mental hypnosis. Liang Zhou's expression eased a little. He silently quickened his pace to catch up with the person in front. Pei Xianjue took Liang Zhou's words into consideration to some extent. After she caught up with Feng Ling, she couldn't help but look at the cat spider and the cat owl, recalling how they looked when they were just taken out of the pet box. It seemed as if they had grown a lot bigger. Feng Ling said that this was her skill, but it was hard to judge that she kept the polluted body as a pet. Let me make an inappropriate analogy in order to successfully go undercover. The Drug Enforcement Police also started to smoke. It might be a helpless move at first, but as the addiction grows, who knows what kind of person the undercover will become in the end. So, will Feng Ling continue to fight for humans? Or will she gradually lean towards the position of the aliens? Pei Xianjue pondered in her heart, took a few steps closer to Feng Ling, and said in a friendly manner, "Sister, I'm sorry for what happened just now." Haohan was a bit stubborn. Feng Ling looked at her with a strange look in her eyes. "Sister? Well, what's wrong?" Pei Xianjue smiled. "When men try to get close to each other, they always say buddy, right? We are women, so we can just say sisters." Feng Ling. Pei Xianjue said, "Liang Haohan's mood has indeed been a little unstable recently. You know, we card holders will be more or less affected by the characteristics of the card. His card is the giant wolf Fenrir. In Norse mythology, this wolf is manic and arrogant. I guess he has held the card for too long and has been affected. You don't have to explain this to me. I'm not angry." Feng Ling replied, "Originally, I didn't expect any reinforcements. Whether you come today or not, I will enter the maze, so I don't need to cooperate with you. If you can't cooperate with me, I don't care." Pei Xianjue widened his eyes slightly and looked at Li Qing and Huangfu Miao Miao in front of him, thinking that these sisters were too brave to dare to enter the maze alone. She raised a hand to her mouth and whispered to Feng Ling, "Although we met for the first time today, we both belong to the human camp. They are alien species. When the critical moment comes, who knows if they will turn against us." After listening to this, Feng Ling imagined the scene of Li Qing and Huangfu Miao Miao turning against them. Pei Xianjue said, "I think that little alien has some weird skills. You have to be careful." Feng Ling raised the corners of his mouth and felt like laughing. Pei Xianjue was confused and couldn't figure out what was so funny about her. Li Qing in front stopped and stood at the fork in the road. Directly in front of us is a tall and smooth granite pillar where the rugged mountain path under our feet splits into two. A road winds up, another road winds down. Feng Ling asked Huangfu Miao Miao, "Do you know which direction the safe zone is?" Huangfu Miao Miao looked both ways with a conflicted expression. Seeing Huangfu Miao Miao in a dilemma, Li Qing said, "Going up is Sanqing Palace, and going down is Yulian Waterfall. Both places may be safe areas. As long as we are nearby, players will receive a prompt from the maze system. We can try one route first. If we don't receive a prompt, we can go back and try another route." "Yes. Let's do it this way." Huangfu Miao Miao nodded immediately and said to Feng Ling, "It must be because we are not close enough to the safe zone now, so I didn't receive the prompt message." Feng Ling frowned and looked into the distance. Feng Ling asked, "Should we go up first or down first?" Huangfu Miao Miao's face wrinkled, as if she had eaten sour plums. According to the name of the place, Sanqing Palace feels more like a safe zone, but judging from the location, there must be a lot of monsters on the mountain. It must be safer at the foot of the mountain. She was in a dilemma again, as if she had difficulty making a decision. Feng Ling said to Li Qing, "Use your beads to calculate." Isn't the second time also 48% accurate? Li Qing took out her cell phone as she was told and removed 3 beads from the cell phone chain. As he was opening it, he glanced at Feng Ling with a somewhat helpless look in his eyes, then threw the bead upwards, identified the angle of its fall, and said, "Go up." "Okay, let's go." Feng Ling was very satisfied. She felt that taking Li Qing with her was an absolutely correct decision. Huangfu Miao Miao followed behind her, pouting unhappily, feeling as if she was of no use. The group continued along the mountain road. It got dark quickly. The sun was about to set when they entered the maze. Now, dozens of minutes have passed, night has fallen, and it is about to be completely dark. The fog got heavier. The roars of beasts and the chirping of birds echoed in the mountains and forests. Each sound was strange, some like the hissing of wild cats, and some like the strange laughter of babies. The rustling sound in the grass was hidden behind everyone's heels. In the distance, blue-green ghost lights were floating, like lanterns lit by wandering souls, sometimes far away, sometimes near, flickering faintly. At first, Cat Spider and Cat Owl ate at the buffet along the way, but later, perhaps because they were full or they sensed the danger after nightfall, they gradually became restrained and followed Feng Ling closely, no longer staying away. They walked for half an hour. Later on, it was so dark that one could hardly see one's hand in front of one's face, so Feng Ling and Huangfu Miao Miao, who had better night vision, replaced Li Qing and walked at the front of the team. When they were approaching Sanqing Palace, Feng Ling heard Huangfu Miao Miao heaved a sigh of relief. "Are we there yet?" Feng Ling asked. Huangfu Miao Miao nodded happily. "Yes. I saw a light ahead. It should be a safe zone." Huangfu Miao Miao had been worried about going in the wrong direction and wasting half an hour walking in vain. After all, this primitive mountain road was not as easy to walk on as a flat concrete road and was very tiring. Feng Ling looked ahead. Is it only players who can see it? I don't see any light anywhere. Well, I didn't see it either. Pei Xinjue also said. The safe zone is part of the maze mission, so only players who have accepted the mission can see it. Li Qing said. Seeing the light, Huangfu Miao Miao's steps became much lighter. As they approached their destination, the eaves and corners of the ancient buildings appeared from the dense pine forest. A prompt message popped up in front of Huangfu Miao Miao. You have found a piece of feng shui treasure land in the dangerous mountains and forests. The 3 gods will protect you from the threat of demons. Maze exploration degree plus 13% found it. Huangfu Miao Miao was excited and waved to the people behind him. Come this way. From here on, the mountain path began to show signs of artificial carving. The road under their feet turned into wide and thick stone steps. Continue up the stone steps and enter a slightly narrow corridor. There are very small stone pavilions on both sides of the corridor. Due to the dim light, it is difficult to see what is carved in the pavilions. Right in front of the corridor, there stood a memorial archway built of huge stones. On the memorial archway were 3 large characters, which were also unclear, but Feng Ling guessed that they should be the 3 characters Sanqing Palace. They passed through the archway and came to an open platform, and the main hall of Sanqing Palace came into view in its entirety. Although it is still dark and cool here, it exudes a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere that makes people relax involuntarily. Huangfu Miao Miao felt at ease, as if she were at home. She stepped over the threshold of the main hall door and walked in the dark. After a moment, a voice came out. Here is the lamp oil. It's full. I'll light the lamp. Feng Ling looked around and slowly walked into the main hall. Huangfu Miao Miao found a lighter from her bag and with a click, she carefully lit the oil lamp on the altar. There are a total of 6 lamps on the altar. When all are lit, the hall becomes very bright and all the furnishings are clearly visible. There are 3 clay statues sitting on the altar next to the altar. Although the paint has peeled off due to age, they still have an ancient and mysterious artistic conception. Apart from this, there was nothing else in the hall, and it was extremely clean. Feng Ling walked around the altar and found that the building was divided into two parts, the front hall and the back pavilion. The back of the altar led to the back pavilion, which was also a very open space. On the granite slab in the middle, there was a wooden box. "Hey, there's a box here." Feng Ling greeted everyone.
Box?
Huang Fu Miao Miao ran over and exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, it's a treasure box." She rushed over with joy. Pei Xinjue, Liang Zhou, Baozi, and others behind also came over after hearing the noise. When they saw Huang Fu Miao Miao opening the treasure chest, they felt mixed emotions. It really feels like playing a game. Pei Xinjue sighed softly. Li Qing remained silent. Huang Fu Miao Miao took out a knife, a dagger, and an axe from the wooden box. She knew Feng Ling loved to use an axe, so she immediately handed it over and kept a short sword for herself. The remaining knife was too big and wide and required strength to swing, so she couldn't use it. She looked at Pei Xinjue and the others and asked, "Do you want it?" Pei Xinjue already had 2 scimitars on his waist, and he might not be used to using new weapons, so he shook his head slightly. "Baozi, why don't you take it?"
Pei Xinjue said.
Baozi was stunned for a moment, then smiled and took the machete from Huang Fu Miao Miao. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Huang Fu Miao Miao closed the empty box and happily put her new weapon into the storage compartment. In the team, the gap that had always lingered between humans and aliens seemed to dissipate a little at this moment. Feng Ling noticed the changes in their expressions, and then looked away. She felt it was just a false friendliness, a fragile peace. But it doesn't matter. She took off her backpack, sat down, took out the drone equipment from the bag, and assembled it slowly according to the steps in the instruction manual. Li Qing kindly reminded, "It's too dark now, why don't we wait until tomorrow morning to act?" "It's still early to wait until dawn. I won't sleep now anyway, so I'll let the drone fly around and try." Feng Ling held the drone remote control and muttered, "Why can't it fly? Let me help you. I'm familiar with this." Pei Xinjue sat closer, picked up the remote control and operated it a few times. The drone responded and slowly took off. Feng Ling's phone began to synchronize the images captured by the drone. Pei Xinjue asked her, "How do you want to go around? Up first and then down, or down first and then up?" Feng Ling thought for a moment and said, "Let's go first." Pei Xinjue controlled the drone to leave the main hall and fly into the endless darkness. Click. "What was that just now?" Huang Fu Miao Miao asked in surprise. Pei Xinjue also saw it and frowned as he said, "I'll lower the height a bit so I can take a clearer picture." In the pictures taken by the drone, the trees and rock formations are shrouded in hazy fog. After the altitude is lowered, the scenery illuminated by the light beam gradually becomes clearer. However, this will put a great test on the control technology because the drone can easily crash into tree branches if you are not careful. Could I have seen it wrong? The shadow just now was too big, it could be a tree? Huang Fu Miao Miao said worriedly, her tone sounding like self-comfort. Feng Ling frowned and asked Pei Xinjue, "Can it be lower?" "I'll try my best." Pei Xinjue held his breath and continued to lower the altitude, controlling the drone to carefully pass through the branches. The drone's lights illuminated the mountain path they had just walked. A dark red humanoid beast suddenly entered the picture. It seemed to be stimulated by the light and raised its claws to swing violently. The video screen suddenly went dark. The control tablet in Pei Xinjue's hand lost connection with the drone. Inside the Sanqing Palace, everyone was speechless. After a while, Pei Xinjue asked everyone tentatively, "Did anyone see it clearly?" No one spoke. Feng Ling replayed the video, paused it at the moment the monster turned around, then zoomed in and observed it carefully. This monster had a pair of huge horns, a human torso, a very strong physique, and strong deltoid muscles that bulged high, so exaggerated that it looked as if it had been injected with hormones. It turned around and attacked the drones so quickly that an afterimage of its face was left, so we couldn't see it clearly, but it most likely had a ferocious appearance. Feng Ling also noticed that the monster had several round objects hanging around its waist, which looked like the skulls of wild animals. "It's so close to the safe zone." Huang Fu Miao Miao swallowed nervously. "I thought there would at least be a transition." From a weasel that was just as tall as her knees to such a huge humanoid monster, Huangfu Miaomia felt that the difficulty of killing it had skyrocketed. Pei Xinjue said, "This is a bird's-eye view, so it looks smaller than the real angle. I estimate that the monster is at least 3 meters tall. Otherwise, it would be impossible to touch the drone with just one hand." Baozi touched the handle of the machete in his hand and said half helplessly and half jokingly, "If it really is a monster 3 or 4 meters tall, the weapons in this box are just playing house. I guess only a brave man can deal with it. This card, Giant Wolf Fenrir, will cause the holder's body to become gigantic when using its ability." Everyone looked at Liang Zhou. Liang Zhou folded his arms across his chest, looking calm and composed, showing no fear or panic at all. This made Pei Xinjue feel a little relieved. No matter what his personality was, Liang Zhou's abilities were still worthy of her trust. Feng Ling was concerned about another thing. She asked Huangfu Miaomiao, "Is this monster the master of the maze?" Huangfu Miaomiao shook her head in embarrassment. "I have to see it with my own eyes on the spot, and the system will prompt me. I can't see it through electronic products like this." "What kind of hint? Can you tell me specifically?" Feng Ling asked. "All targets will have prompts. Depending on the difficulty of the kill, the text colors are green, orange, red, purple, etc. It's similar to the color changes of traffic jams on the traffic map. If you encounter special characters, there will also be prompts." Huangfu Miaomiao stood up and walked to Li Qing. "For example, when I saw him, there was a row of blue text above his head, saying Maze Manager." Feng Ling nodded thoughtfully. Li Qing glanced at Huangfu Miaomiao calmly, then looked at Feng Ling and said, "This monster is not the master of the maze." Feng Ling was slightly stunned and asked him, "Are you sure?" "Because it's too close." Li Qing replied, "The Lord of the Labyrinth is equivalent to the end of a maze. The current exploration degree has just reached 15%, which means we are facing a lot of unknown areas, so I don't think this monster is the Lord of the Labyrinth." "How do you know my exploration level is 15%? Huangfu Miaomiao was surprised. When she discovered the safe zone, her exploration level had just reached 13. Later, she opened a treasure chest, and it increased to 15, but she didn't tell anyone. Li Qing sighed helplessly. "I'm the maze administrator and can see the data." Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Feng Ling was staring at him, so he quickly added, "But I can't see the location of the Lord of the Labyrinth." Feng Ling. Huangfu Miaomiao sighed. If such a scary monster is not the master of the maze, then how powerful must the master of the maze be? Pei Xinjue tried to liven up the atmosphere and said with a smile, "Anyway, we now have some information about the maze. If we can't defeat it, we can come back next time. If we bring a rocket launcher, we should be able to knock down even a giant." This time they came in a hurry and did not bring any large weapons and equipment. Feng Ling took the control screen from Pei Xinjue, fiddled with it for a few times, and when he saw that the drone didn't respond, he sighed softly. She originally wanted to use high technology to get a general understanding of the situation nearby, but she failed. The drone was smashed to pieces by the monster as soon as it appeared. "How about we take a rest tonight?" Pei Xinjue suggested, "Regain your energy and explore again tomorrow morning." A gust of evening wind blew into the room, causing the lamp on the altar to sway. Feng Ling glanced outside the door and stood up with an axe in hand. "Where are you going?" Pei Xinjue asked hurriedly. "Cut some branches to make a fire." Feng Ling said lazily, "It's quite cold in the mountains. Let me help too." Baozi waved the machete in his hand, thinking it was a good opportunity to try out the weapon. Seeing this, Huangfu Miaomiao knew that there would be no action tonight, so she took out her and Feng Ling's outdoor camping sleeping mats, pillows, blankets, as well as aluminum kettles and disposable cups from the storage compartment. Pei Xinjue's compressed bag contains a sleeping bag, biscuits, canned food, basic weapons and ammunition, and a simple medical kit, all of which are standard equipment. "I thought I had prepared everything, but I didn't expect Huangfu Miaomiao to keep taking things out." She couldn't help but exclaimed, "You brought so many supplies." Huangfu Miaomiao chuckled, took out a bottle of gardenia-scented perfume and sprayed it twice on her and Feng Ling's bed. Pei Xianjue's smile froze slightly. Pillows and blankets are for better rest, and drinking hot water is good for the stomach, but she really doesn't understand the step of spraying perfume. After a while, Feng Ling and Baozi came back holding branches, with a layer of damp dew on their bodies. There was heavy dew on the mountain, and it took them some effort to get the branches on fire. Falling asleep in such an environment is bound to lead to restless sleep. Feng Ling, who hadn't dreamed for a long time, dreamed of the couple who adopted her a long time ago. She only lived in that family for 3 months. Her adoptive father's appearance is vague, but her adoptive mother's face is still fresh in her memory. She remembered that it was a very wealthy family, with a large and clean house. Her adoptive mother dressed her up like a doll every day and took her shopping, to exhibitions, and to operas. She basically didn't understand anything, but when she saw her adoptive mother looking towards the stage with tears in her eyes, she would seriously insist on watching to the end. Sometimes when her adoptive mother was in the mood, she would take her to participate in some activities that were appropriate for her child, such as swimming, horse riding, tennis, chess, or pottery art. However, she would only attend these courses once or twice, and then be forgotten about by her adoptive mother. Of course, kindness is not everything in life. Whenever she spilled milk, buttoned her clothes incorrectly, or didn't put her toys back in their place, her adoptive mother would fly into a rage, screaming hysterically around the house and smashing everything in sight, including her. Feng Ling was very smart when she was a child. After having such experiences twice, she almost never made mistakes again. She was well-behaved and cautious. Even if she made a mistake accidentally, she could cover it up before her adoptive mother found out. Finally, her adoptive mother had no reason to be angry with her, and Feng Ling was very proud of herself for several days. But she soon discovered that the atmosphere at home was becoming more and more tense, and the smile on her adoptive mother's face was becoming less and less. Whenever her adoptive mother looked at her, her eyes were filled with resentment, pain, expectation, and confusion. The adoptive mother began to lose focus and become dazed, sitting alone on the sofa for most of the day. The suffocating family atmosphere made Feng Ling unbearable. She finally found an opportunity and deliberately let her sleeves get greasy while eating. As expected, her adoptive mother flew into a rage, venting all her long accumulated anger at this moment. The entire table of food was overturned, and her roar even alarmed the neighbors, but Feng Ling showed a relaxed smile on her face, even though her body was cut by broken porcelain pieces and bleeding. The dream froze on the scars on her hands. Then Feng Ling woke up. She opened her eyes and found that the fire had gone out at some point. The air in the hall was damp and cold, and the burning lamp oil gave off a faint fragrance of pine and cypress, which seemed to have a calming effect on the mind and soul. Huangfu Miao Miao was sleeping soundly beside him. Not far away, Pei Xianjue and her bodyguards were lying in their sleeping bags. Feng Ling looked at the time on her phone. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. In a little while, the sun will come out. She stretched her arms, fiddled with her hair, tied it into a high ponytail again, then got up and went outside to get some fresh air. As soon as I walked to the front hall, I saw Li Qing sitting cross-legged by the door, holding the small animal he had hidden in his clothes in one hand, and holding some softened dried meat in the other hand, feeding the small animal little by little.
"Didn't you sleep?"
Feng Ling asked him curiously. "I just woke up a while ago."
Li Qing replia.
Feng Ling walked up to him, sat down on the threshold of the Sanqing temple, and tilted her head to watch him feed the small animals. "Is that a weasel you have?"
she asked. "No."
Li Qing lowered his head and fed the dried meat. "This is a green weasel, also known as a yellow-throated marten. It is a species unique to Sanqing Mountain. It and the weasel both belong to the Mustelity family, so they look similar. Does it have a name?" Feng Ling asked again. Li Qing paused while feeding the meat, looked up at Feng Ling, then lowered his head and replied calmly, "Yes, its name is 01. 01? Feng Ling thought for a moment. "Oh, I remember now, your name on the forum is Qingwei 01. Yeah. Li Qing said indifferently. You are called Do Sha on the forum. Feng Ling laughed. She heard a hint of resentment in Li Qing's tone, but she was not angry. Instead, she found it amusing. Master Feng Ling moved and sat closer to Li Qing and asked, besides praying, fortune-telling, and finding the way with beads, do you have any other skills? Li Qing looked up at her in confusion. What? For example, dream interpretation? Feng Ling tilted her head and stared at his face and asked, Can you interpret dreams? Li Qing frowned slightly. What did you dream about? Feng Ling glanced at the back pavilion to make sure no one was awake and whispered to Li Qing, I just dreamed about my ex-mother. Before? Li Qing was stunned, unable to understand the prefix for a moment. Yes, the person who adopted me before. Feng Ling explained, she raised me for more than 3 months, and then she gave up the adoption, and I returned to the orphanage. Li Qing was stunned and asked, Do you often dream about her? Feng Ling shook his head. It's been more than 10 years. This is the first time. Li Qing thought for a moment and said, It may be related to the card. Your card is the mother nest. You subconsciously want the card to grow, so you look for all the clues that may be linked to the mother nest from yourself, such as your former adoptive mother. I guess similar dreams will appear in the future until you find the answer. Feng Ling suddenly realized, so that's what's going on. She has indeed been thinking about the cards in the past 2 days. I don't understand what the mother nest means. Even if the pollution value is reduced this time, it will rise sooner or later. Unless she never digests any card again. What do you think the hive is? Li Qing suddenly asked. Feng Ling thought about it seriously. In her mind, an extremely fragmented picture appeared. On one side was her gentle adoptive mother, humming a song while putting a beautiful bow hairpin on her. With a smile in her eyes, she said to her, You are my good baby. On the other side was the ferocious foster mother, who grabbed her injured arm with both hands, digging her nails into the flesh, and roared ferociously over and over again. Why don't you listen? Why don't you listen to your mother, Mom? Mother's nest should mean mother, but what should mother be like? For an orphan, this question is too difficult. Feng Ling was still thinking, and Li Qing said, Follow the train of thought in your mind and think slowly. Don't be impatient. You will find the answer eventually. Feng Ling smiled and glanced at Li Qing. Master, are all maze administrators as patient as you? Li Qing lowered his eyes and touched the blue weasel in his arms. In the future, you will meet other administrators. The sky in the east began to turn pale and gradually brightened. The first bird call was heard in the forest, and then the whole mountain seemed to come alive, with all kinds of movements, and even the fog seemed to be much thinner than last night. Master, please stay in the safe zone for a while. Feng Ling said with a smile. Wait here for our good news. Li Qing looked puzzled. Don't you need me to lead the way for you? Yes, but there is no other way. I can only overcome it myself. Feng Ling said. Li Qing couldn't figure out what she was thinking and asked why. After 5 o'clock in the morning, the changes in the sky are no longer obvious, and the light remains gloomy and dim, just like a cloudy day. In Sanqing Palace, everyone woke up one after another, packed their bags, and prepared to set off. Feng Ling really didn't force Li Qing to go with them. Firstly, she thought it would be easier to identify the route during the day than at night. Secondly, Li Qing's card is not an attack type and lacks the ability to protect itself. Thirdly, seeing the Taoist's weak appearance, Feng Ling did feel a little soft-hearted. Pei Xinjue had no objection to this. She had originally disagreed with the maze manager accompanying them. The group returned to the mountain road they had taken last night and found the wreckage of the drone. Some parts of the drone were trampled into the wet mud and were severely damaged. Such a big footprint, it must be a monster. Baozi sighed in a low voice. Feng Ling squatted down beside the footprints and looked at them carefully. The outline is that of a human's footprint, but it is ridiculously large. The front part of the toe print is long and sharp, like a tiger claw sewn onto a human's foot, which is very strange. Pei Xinjue also squatted down nearby. These footprints are heading down the mountain, and some are heading up the mountain. It seems that the monster was wandering along this road while we were sleeping last night. If we follow this road... Huangfu Miao Miao pursed her lips and whispered uncertainly, Will we encounter that monster? Everyone looked at each other. On the treetop, the owl turned its head to one side and made a cooing sound. Feng Ling didn't understand the bird's language, but he immediately sensed its alertness and said, "Something is coming." Pei Xianjue placed his hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist and asked in a low voice, "Is it that monster?" "Not sure, let's wait and see." Feng Ling stood up and took a few steps back. There are many towering granite peaks here, which are staggered in height. They provide hiding space, but also increase the difficulty of climbing. If they give up this mountain path, it will be difficult for them to continue climbing. In the thin mist, two figures gradually approached here. It was obviously not the monster from last night, because the figure looked thin and petite, about 160 centimeters tall, and limped when walking, but the footsteps were so light that they were almost inaudible. Everyone held their breath and hid behind the rocks, quietly waiting for the figure to approach. The blurry figures gradually became clear. They walked out of the fog and turned out to be monsters with human bodies and fox faces, wearing ancient clothes. The clothes looked like a mixture of styles from different dynasties. The long sleeves were torn by tree branches, and the skirt was covered with mud. The whole piece of clothing was tattered and hung in an inappropriate manner on the monster, literally looking like a human in disguise. At the same time, Feng Ling also smelled a strong fishy odor. She couldn't help but frown. The smell reminded her of the smell of the wild animal cages in the zoo that had not been cleaned for a long time on a hot summer day. Extremely refreshing. The two fox demons walked past them, swaying their hips, and went up the mountain with a swaying step. Feng Ling remembered the group of weasels he had met on the road before. At that time, Li Qing said they were yellow monsters, and this kind of monster was recorded in strange stories from a Chinese studio. In addition to the yellow demon, there is also a fox demon in strange stories from a Chinese studio, so this maze combines Sanqing Mountain with folk legends about gods and ghosts. What kind of monster in Liaozhai was the giant monster that appeared last night? Feng Ling thought about it and decided to follow them to see what these fox monsters were doing in the mountains. Huangfu Miao Miao followed Feng Ling like a tail. Pei Xinjue saw the two of them move and followed them silently. Next came Baozi, who walked out from behind the rock silently. Liang Zhou was obviously unwilling to let Feng Ling take the lead in the pace of the action, but making any noise now might alarm the fox demon in front, so he frowned and chose to follow behind. Feng Ling followed the two fox demons, walking and stopping. After walking for a distance, I felt something was wrong. She stopped cautiously and looked up at the owl. It flapped its wings and landed on a nearby branch. The cooing sounds in its mouth became rapid and tense, warning her of danger. Feng Ling looked around, trying to find a suitable hiding place. At this moment, the fox demons in front suddenly screamed. They turned around and ran away in panic, their limbs falling to the ground, running like jackals in clothes. Then two chains with iron hooks were thrown. They pierced the fox demons in the waist. The two fox demons fell to the ground sideways. Their hind legs kept twitching, a lot of blood gushed out of their waists and abdomens, and the screams in their mouths turned into wails. And the chain slowly retracts, dingly-bang-ding. Dingly-bang-ding. The dying fox demon was dragged into the fog by the chains, leaving behind two long, bright red bloodstains. Everyone held their breath and looked ahead. The fog concealed all the blood. The only sound that could be clearly heard was the sound of bones being chewed, then the sound of internal organs being taken out. Blood continued to flow, like a winding stream soaking the mud under their feet. Everyone's face turned extremely ugly. Huangfu Miao Miao's face turned pale, and her legs kept shaking. Feng Ling glanced at his two cubs. The cat owl had already retreated and flew far away, while the cat spider had its fur all over its body and lay in the grass, without moving. Dingly-bang-ding. The sound of the chain dragging on the ground was heard again. Here it comes. Feng Ling leaned forward slightly, stared at the direction where the target was about to appear, and gripped the axe handle tightly with both hands. A huge figure came into view. It was a humanoid monster at least 3 meters tall. It has a horse head on its sturdy body, its skin is gray-green, and its chest and waist are covered with thick, long gray hair. Because it has been drenched in blood so many times, The blood-stained hair has become tangled into wisps. At first glance, it looks like the monster is wearing a shaman's skirt made of rags. Although he had prepared himself mentally, Feng Ling was still briefly shocked when he saw such a hideous monster with his own eyes. Then she realized this wasn't the monster from last night. She remembered clearly that the monster last night had a pair of horns and dark red skin, which was completely different from what she saw now. She understood. It was a bull head and a horse face. In the legend, the ox-headed and horse-faced devil were servants who captured ghosts, but the one before him was a monster created by the maze that ate raw meat and drank blood. The monster dragged the bloody chain in both hands. When it saw Feng Ling and others on the mountain road, it let out a long roar. As if it had discovered an intruder in its territory, it threw the chain in its hand without saying anything. Feng Ling grabbed Huangfu Miao Miao beside him and quickly hid behind a big tree on the side of the road. The iron hook at the front of the chain tore off a large piece of bark. The other iron hook also missed and grabbed into the mud, raising a pile of gravel and mud. The size difference brought huge suppression. They were like a group of fleeing children in front of the monster. This is Liang Zhou's ability, the giant wolf Fenrir. Pei Xianjue looked at the giant wolf pouncing on the horse-faced monster and exclaimed in amazement, "Hero?" Feng Ling looked suspicious. Why was Pei Xianjue so surprised? What was she surprised about? But now was not a good time to ask. Because the horse-faced monster roared again and swung out the chain, and the iron hook rushed straight towards the giant wolf. The giant wolf moved as fast as lightning. As soon as the chain was thrown, the giant wolf's body leaped into the air. The wolf knocked the horse-faced monster down. The two were of similar size. When the giant wolf's hair stood up, it looked even bigger than the horse-faced monster. In this situation, it was difficult for others to intervene to help, because if they got even a little closer, their bones might be crushed. The horse-faced monster raised his hand and stretched out the other chain to block the wolf's mouth that was pouncing on him. The giant wolf's fangs were caught in the eye of the chain. It shook its head in anger, breaking free from the chain and pulling out one of its own fangs. Then it roared and kicked hard with its hind legs. Its sharp hind claws dug open the belly of the horse-faced monster, and blood was dripping. The horse-faced monster supported himself on the ground with one hand and used the elbow of his other hand to strike at the giant wolf, but was bitten tightly by the giant wolf again in a pure contest of biological limbs. Once the humanoid monster lost the weapon in his hand, he would fall into a disadvantage. Whether it is competing in the bite force of the mouth or the sharpness of the claws, the giant wolf obviously has the advantage. Unless this horse-faced monster has other abilities. Feng Ling stood not far away and watched carefully as the two beasts fought. They both burst out with amazing strength and even knocked down two nearby dwarf pines. She silently came to the conclusion in her heart. The horse-faced monster has no other abilities except its large size and great strength. The long horse face was covered with scars from the giant wolf's repeated attacks. One of its eyes was blind, and the wound in its belly became its biggest weakness. The giant wolf pounced again, and its fangs pierced the horse-faced monster's intestines. The giant wolf shook its head and pulled out a string of bloody things from the monster's stomach. The battle is over. The giant wolf stepped on the huge body of the horse-faced monster, lowered its head as if in a ritual, and bit through the monster's neck, causing blood to gush out and flow all over the body. Feng Ling was admiring it when he heard Pei Xianjue ask Bao Changji in an angry tone, "Baozi, what's going on? When did the hero upgrade his card?" "I don't know. I was also scared just now." Baozi shook his head and seemed to be really unaware. "What's wrong?" Feng Ling asked them. Pei Xianjue looked at her with a complicated expression, not quite sure how to explain. Baozi comforted her from the side. "It's actually a good thing, Mississippi. If the hero hadn't upgraded his card, we would have been in trouble just now." Feng Ling understood and asked them. "When he turned into a wolf before, he wasn't this big, right?" Pei Xianjue nodded with a grim expression. Feng Ling thought about it, then turned to ask Huangfu Miao Miao, "What level do you think he is?" Huangfu Miao Miao was slightly stunned and looked at the giant wolf and the horse-faced monster not far away. She didn't know which one Feng Ling was asking about, and answered hesitantly. That wolf is a leader-level boss. The boss corresponds to the A-level card holder. Feng Ling remembered Su Yuqing saying, owning any card is C-level, owning a high-level card and completing one digestion is B-level, and owning a high-level card and completing more than 3 digestions is a level. At this time, Liang Zhou slowly walked towards them. He still maintained the appearance of a giant wolf, but his size was not that big. He gradually shrank to the size of an adult and then stopped changing. I have indeed digested it no less than 3 times. The wolf uttered human words slowly, which sounded much thicker, as if it had a voice changer. Pei Xianjue walked up to him with an angry look on his face and questioned him. Liang Zhou, I bought your cards with my own money, and the cards you digested were also given to you by me. I only let you digest them once. So, how did you get to a level? The fact that Pei Xianjue could call out Liang Zhou's full name showed that he was really angry. The giant wolf licked the blood on his mouth and answered slowly, Miss, I am very grateful to you. Pei Xianjue took a deep breath and tried to be patient, saying, Good man, you and Baozi have been with me for 7 years. I have never treated you unfairly in these years, right? I am not blaming you for betraying me now. I just want to find out where you got the card from. She couldn't help but swear as she spoke, and her tone became even louder. Carelessly digesting cards can kill you. What's your pollution value now? Don't worry, miss. My pollution level is within a safe range. Grey Wolf sat down gracefully, his golden eyes staring directly at Pei Xianjue, and I don't think the pollution level has any effect on me. I am very sober now. Mississippi Pei Xianjue heard the hidden meaning and asked with a frown, What do you want to say? 2 days ago, I received a letter of employment from the General Supervision Bureau. Although the specific position has not yet been determined, it is certain that I will soon serve as the deputy captain of a branch. Liang Zhou said, So, from now on, I require everyone to obey my command. This maze will be recorded as an achievement in my resume. I think I should have this authority. Pei Xianjue was speechless and stunned. She didn't understand why Liang Zhou said so much and even did so much behind the scenes just to gain the command of a team.
No.
Maybe she shouldn't have said just. What was within her reach might have been something he had longed for too long. Pei Xianjue couldn't describe her feelings at the moment. She didn't know whether to say that Liang Zhou was too arrogant or too self-deprecating. At this time, Liang Zhou spoke again. The world has changed, Mississippi. Although your family is superior in terms of money and power, it may not be the case in the future. The class will be reshuffled, and cards are everything. Just like now, I am a level, and you're B-level. Baozi carefully observed both sides. Such a topic could easily lead to a firestorm. He silently activated Jixiangshan's spiritual healing skill and acted as a peacemaker, saying, Good man, the young lady has always been very kind to us. Don't mess around. What an ungrateful person you are, Pei Xianjue sneered. It seems that I really chose a suitable card for you. Now that you have grown wings, you want to ride on my head and bully me? Liang Zhou, you eat and drink my food. What qualifications do you have to ask me to choose you? Even if you are recruited by the general administration, so what? As long as you don't take office, you are still a dog of my Pei family. The Grey Wolf's eyes turned cold. In fact, it is difficult to read the expression from a wolf's face, but the atmosphere has indeed become tense. The air was filled with the strong smell of blood after the battle. This smell stimulated everyone's senses. All negative emotions were hidden in it and seemed to be provoked at any time. Baozi saw colorful colors surging around him: bright red anger, dark purple resentment, thick black hatred, and bright blue flashes like lightning, which was the murderous intent that rose and fell with the emotions. For every emotion produced by a living organism, the cells in the body will emit different pheromones, and one of the abilities of Baozi's auspicious sky card is to see these pheromones, regulate them, and soothe them. He took a difficult step, walked to the side of the Grey Wolf, and said in a relaxed tone, Of course I have to trust my good brother. The killing intent has lessened. If you don't trust your own brothers, do you think you should trust the alien species on the other side? Baozi said, Although she was introduced by Captain Su of Qingjiang City, it's the first time I've seen her. If we really encounter danger, it's better to rely on my brothers than on her. The anger subsided. Baozi smiled and looked at Pei Xinjue. Miss, you are such a fool. Hao Hen and I have been with you for 7 years. Don't we know your temper? You always have a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. When we got hurt while doing things outside, you were more anxious than anyone else. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone to so much trouble to get the cards for us. Now the cards on the black market have been sold at sky-high prices. The hatred faded. Grey Wolf spoke again slowly. Miss, don't be willful. I am also thinking about you. As the first inspector to enter the maze, what will you say when you are interviewed in the future? Are you going to say that you can break through the maze only with the help of aliens and contaminated bodies? This is the first time that humans have set foot in the maze. It is of extraordinary significance. Miss, you should take a long-term view. Pei Xinjue noticed that Baozi was winking at him. She knew that in this situation, she should say a few soft words to ease the relationship between them, but she really couldn't swallow this breath. She gritted her teeth, calmed down, and asked Liang Zhou as calmly as possible. Before I choose, I want to know where your card came from. Grey Wolf was silent for a moment, then replied, Boss Pei gave it to me. After hearing this, Pei Xinjue closed his eyes, clenched his hands into fists, and trembled slightly. She should have guessed it. Liang Zhou was with her every day, so the channel to obtain the card must have come from Pei's internal. Grey Wolf said, Boss Pei is very far-sighted. He said that the world is about to change. Wealth and power are not as important as cards. The eldest lady can't support herself in the supervisory bureau. As long as I grow up, I will enter the Alien Supervisory Agency as Pei's representative. What a good dog. Pei Xinjue sneered. Without even looking at the Grey Wolf, she reached out and grabbed Feng Ling's wrist, turned and left, silently declaring her choice. Feng Ling was stunned when he was caught by Pei Xinjue. He turned around to look at Grey Wolf and Baozi behind him and felt as if he was involved in an inexplicable struggle among chaebol. After walking about 10 steps, she heard Pei Xinjue lower his voice and say, Hurry up, his pollution value is abnormal. Feng Ling asked curiously, Yesterday you said that his bad temper was affected by the characteristics of the card. Why do you think it is a problem of pollution value now? Pei Xinjue walked forward in silence, getting faster and faster. Feng Ling quickly caught up with her. Hey, what about that bun? Are you not going to care about it? Pei Xinjue whispered back, There's nothing we can do. Now only Baozi can hold him steady, otherwise if the giant wolf goes crazy. Pei Xinjue couldn't help biting his lower lip as he spoke, and looked back. At this moment they had already walked a long distance, and with the thick fog, they could no longer see the shadow of the Grey Wolf. The maze is already full of dangers. If the giant wolf goes crazy again, the hope of breaking through the maze will be even slimmer. Pei Xinjue was so angry that his teeth itched. If I had known that my father had given him the card, I would never have brought him into the maze. Feng Ling didn't care much about these and murmured thoughtfully, That guy is very hostile to alien species, and he said that he would record the breakthrough of the maze as a merit in his resume. He may not want to leave anyone alive. I have to take the Taoist priest with me, otherwise it will be too dangerous to leave him alone in the safe zone. Pei Xinjue nodded upon hearing this. Well, let's go back to the safe zone and take the Taoist priest with us. They returned to Sanqing Palace along the same route. On the way, Pei Xinjue recalled Liang Zhou's incident, feeling aggrieved and angry, and said to Feng Ling, After taking the Taoist priest with us, we will leave the maze first. I need to report Liang Zhou's incident as soon as possible. It will be troublesome if he really loses control. Feng Ling thought, I just came in and haven't done anything yet. Why are you leaving? Just bear with it, she said to Pei Xinjue. Pei Xinjue was stunned for a moment and looked at Feng Ling. Ah? Feng Ling said seriously, I asked you before entering the maze. You can't regret it after entering the maze. You said you have made up your mind. Pei Xinjue choked and stammered, Isn't this an accident? It's normal to have accidents in a maze. It would be strange if everything went smoothly, right? Fengling said, so just bear with it. We'll be out once we conquer the maze. Pei Xianjue looked at her in silence. Are you serious? Just the two of them? Fengling walked forward and said as he walked, Don't worry, we are the first group of humans to enter the maze. Even if we die in the maze, it will be on the headlines. Pei Xianjue. She regretted it a little. He was too concerned about his reputation that he refused to bow to his bodyguard. Now he found that Fengling seemed to be even crazier than his bodyguard. What should he do? She was also blinded by one thing. Seeing Fengling remained calm throughout, she forgot that Fengling had mentioned that his pollution value was high before entering the maze. Pei Xianjue's inner thoughts. TT. Baozi watched Pei Xianjue's figure disappear in the fog and breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around to look at Liang Zhou and said with a smile, That's the temper of the young lady. Good man, I know you are doing this for the young lady's own good, but you shouldn't embarrass her. Baozi, you still don't understand. Grey Wolf said lightly. Baozi forced a smile and said, What do you understand? Card holders are genetic evolvers with stronger bodies and longer lifespans. If humans want to fight against alien species, they will inevitably put us on the altar. Money and power will not be the conditions for distinguishing classes, but cards are. And our next generation will be the real, young masters and young ladies. We are the people standing at the top, do you understand? Grey Wolf said. Baozi listened in a daze at first, then he raised the corners of his mouth and smiled in agreement. Of course what you said makes sense. I just think there is no need to make the relationship awkward. The eldest lady has always been very good to us. He got stuck in the middle of his words. His face gradually turned pale, and he looked behind the Grey Wolf in disbelief. The wolf's eyes widened, and a low growl erupted from between its teeth. Its body quickly expanded, becoming extremely huge. The horse-faced monster somehow came back to life. Even though its stomach was punctured and its throat was covered in blood, it actually came back to life. The monster grabbed the chain on the ground and threw it at the giant wolf. The chains lashed like iron whips. Perhaps because the resurrection of the horse-faced monster was too shocking, the giant wolf was unable to dodge it, and a deep bloody mark suddenly appeared on its waist. He roared and pounced on the horse-faced monster, and the mane on his neck exploded due to the fierce fight. The violent impact caused the horse-faced monster to fall to the ground again, and then the chain came around again. This time, the giant wolf was prepared and immediately jumped to the side, opened its mouth, and bit one of the horse-faced monster's legs, biting it madly. Liang Zhou's confidence soared. If he could kill the horse-faced monster once, he could kill it a second time. The intense murderous intent surged in his lungs, and the taste of blood between his teeth made his blood boil. He withstood the horse-faced monster's thunder-like fist and bit his leg bone tightly until he bit off one of the monster's legs. The horse-faced monster rushed over with all his might, and the chains in his hands kept clinking. Escape?
Why?
Liang Zhou was puzzled at first, and then he felt the ground shaking slightly. He looked up the mountain path in surprise. In the thick fog, a huge figure is approaching quickly. He sensed danger and crouched down to prepare for the fight, only to see a flash of white light before his eyes. A steel fork stabbed towards him. Liang Zhou was horrified and hurriedly dodged. The wolf's head swung sideways and its body leaped up with all its might, but in mid-air the steel fork pierced its sternum. His throat tasted fishy and sweet. He fell to the ground, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood, and looked forward in disbelief. I saw a giant monster striding towards me in the white fog. Its skin was dark red, and it was a monster with a human body and a bull's head, just like the bull demon king. Within just a few seconds, the horse-faced monster struggled to get up. Half of its leg was broken, but it did not completely lose its fighting power. It threw the chain with an iron hook in its hand viciously at Liang Zhou. Liang Zhou wanted to hide, but his sternum was nailed to the ground by the steel fork. His skin was torn apart by the pulling, revealing his white bones, and his fluffy mane was soaked with blood plasma. If the giant wolf hadn't had an extraordinary tolerance for pain, he would have died in pain by now. He staggered to escape and jumped with difficulty onto a rock at the side of the mountain path. The blood from his body flowed like a waterfall, soon dyeing the rocks red. At this moment, the horse-faced monster had taken back the chain, and the Minotaur had also pulled up the steel fork on the ground. Their eyes all turned to the buns on the mountain path. Liang Zhou's heart trembled. Baozi. Without the protection of the giant wolf, Baozi was isolated and helpless. Before he could turn around and escape, the horse-faced monster's iron hook had already dug into his heart. Baozi looked at the iron hook piercing his body, his whole body stunned. He seemed to have not expected that his most trusted brother could not save him. The chain was pulled back, and Baozi's blood-stained body was dragged on the ground. The giant wolf standing on the top of the rock watched this scene and wanted to go down to save people, but he felt helpless. If he hadn't been injured, he might have been able to fight the two monsters. No, if he hadn't been injured, he couldn't do it. Watching Baozi getting closer and closer to the horse-faced monster, the giant wolf couldn't bear to watch any longer, turned around and jumped up again, jumped into the dense woods, and ran down the mountain. He couldn't do it. It is true that his body can become larger, but prolonged fighting will only drag him into the quagmire of death. He had already used up most of his energy in the first battle with the horse-faced monster, and now there was another Minotaur. He couldn't do it. The wolf kept running in the woods, and the branches under his feet creaked, which frightened him and made him uneasy. He seemed to have hallucinations and saw his good brother being stuffed into the monster's bloody mouth and chewed up bit by bit. He saw the river water turn red, the stones turn into white bones, and the strange ghosts floating in the mist. Reality and illusion intertwined with each other. He was going crazy. Feng Ling and Pei Xinjue returned to the safe zone and told Li Qing about Liang Zhou. Of course, the description also focuses on the situation where they encountered the horse-faced monster. Li Qing listened carefully, and his expression became solemn. He thought carefully for a while and said, "The ox-headed and horse-faced demons are indeed creatures in folklore. They are messengers from the underworld, responsible for patrolling and searching. That mountain path is most likely their patrol route. Patrol must have a purpose. Are they guarding something? For example, to protect the master of the maze?" Feng Ling guessed. Li Qing nodded. It is indeed possible. Feng Ling thought for a moment. My skill allows me to mark targets for tracking. Liang Zhou just killed the horse-faced monster, but I failed to mark it. If I encounter that monster again, I will be able to know their route of movement and what they are guarding. It shouldn't be difficult. Pei Xinjue said as he pondered. The ox-headed and horse-faced monsters are obviously a pair. As long as we follow the mountain path, we will encounter another monster sooner or later. Let's go and take a look now. Feng Ling turned around and left without hesitation. Pei Xinjue hurriedly followed. Should we make another plan? There are several sections of that mountain path, next to cliffs, and there is no place to hide. If we have a head-on conflict with the monster, I'm afraid we have no chance of winning. Feng Ling asked casually, "Do you have a plan?" Pei Xinjue bit her lip. No. Feng Ling looked back at her and said with a smile, "Then we'll just have to act according to circumstances." Pei Xinjue exhaled. This is the only way. She used to think that she was a decisive person, but she didn't expect that compared with Feng Ling, she seemed to lack some drive. She followed Feng Ling and walked forward quickly. She turned on the microphone on her collar again and began to record. It is now 7 o'clock in the morning on June 2nd. We encountered a monster that looked like an ox-headed and horse-faced monster on the mountain road at Jiulong Pass on the south side of Sanqing Mountain. Afterwards, we lost contact with the hunter Liang Zhou and the citizen Bao Changji. Now we are returning to the mountain road for the second time to investigate the situation. Feng Ling teased her. Are you recording your last words again?
Yeah.
Pei Xinjue sighed. If we don't make it out alive, the Supervisory Bureau will definitely find a way to send new members into the maze. As long as they find my body, the information I recorded can be of some help. Then you'll be on the headlines. Feng Ling grinned. Pei Xinjue looked at her helplessly. Thank you. Back on the mountain road again, they walked forward along the route they remembered, with Li Qing and Huangfu Miao Miao following behind. After walking for a while, Feng Ling and Pei Xinjue both noticed something was wrong. The blood on the ground had already coagulated and turned black, and there were traces of fighting everywhere. But where were the bodies?